Chapter 1: A Person of Influence. Shuangxu's return to her homeland was unexpected. A journey shrouded in secrecy. As her flight landed, the crisp Mandarin announcements resonated through the airport, and surrounded by familiar faces, she finally felt the tangible essence of homecoming. Dressed in a light beige trenchcoat, beneath which lay the simplest of linen white shirts and jeans, an air of understated elegance emanated from her, accentuated by her silky, lustrous shared hath hinted at her noble lineage. The driver, with a thick Beijing accent, inquired, "Miss, where are you headed?" "To third hospital." April Incita radiated with the vitality of her birth, and after Favir's away Shuangxu's star turn was prompted by the illness of her senior, Shuyang. Upon entering the hospital room, she found the frail Shuyang seated cross-legged on her bed, reciting softly, "Formless emptiness of form and are but playthings, never to bed a Kento heart." Shuangxu felt the weight of her worries lift at that moment. "How can you be so philosophical, Leo?" Shuyang is within in delight as he exclaimed, "Ah, you're back." "Of course he had to return when you're in trouble," Shuangxu replied, settling beside her. "What did the doctor say?" Recently Shuyang had been diagnosed with myeloproliferative neoplasms, a malignant condition originating from hematopoietic stem cells, often referred to as leukemia. During her hospitalization, her longtime boyfriend had betrayed her, absconding with all the cash from her company's accounts and alphaferky staff, as well as 2 years' worth of technical data she had worked tirelessly to compile. "I hate bad news and good news," Shuyang said. The doctor informed me that now at intermediate risk stage 2, with a high probability of progressing to leukemia, and will need chemotherapy. "And the good news," Shuangxu, hoping for some semblance of optimism. "In such dire circumstances, she yearned for a glimmer of hope. The good news is that chemotherapy can only control the disease, not cure it, and it will severely impact my ovarian function. It may never be able to bear children." At first, Shuangxu thought she had misspoken. Due to upon reflection, it was difficult to discern which piece of news was worse. "Is this really local good news?" she asked, placing her hand in Shuyang's forehead. "These illness won't affect our mind, will it?" "Isn't realizing the true nature of scoundrel good news," Shuyang responded with her characteristic nonchalance. "Besides, I never wanted children. I suspect me illness is hereditary. My father passed away from leukemia." She had been with Chen Piran for 4 years, returning to the start of Bucina Stoster, their relationship seemingly stable. How could predict the Tassanesi fellow, who would hastily abscond with her money? Shuangxu fronted Atha's relation. "I don't expect them to come to our aid, but could at least refrain from kicking a wily hour down? Isn't that the manner, Levi's the most unreliable thing in this world? Women who believe in love are destined to suffer its toll." As Shuyang waved her hand dismissively, shed, "Forgy tighty of never been in love, so you won't understand." Shuangxu had taken see the truth of that statement. Although he haven't experienced said romance, he have endured Miss Harry of suffering because of it, she replied. "I still have some savings, which have transferred to your account. It's not a lot, but it should help you before a while." Shuyang counted the figures in her mobile banking gap. "Letting tash rolls cream make into a roaster's grow, you call this not much?" Shuangxu's notion of not much was clearly worlds apart from Shuyang's. Shuangxu covered her mouth to quiet her. "Just know I'm here for you, no need to get so excited." Shen Yu had always been generous with her, providing pocket monies in childhood. After sending her abroad, has significantly increased her allowance, resulting in a substantial sum over 5 years. "Don't just say a karaoke cute out my liver and donut kidney," Shuyang exclaimed. "Are you really willing to lend me this much? Given my current situation, I might not be able to pay you back." "Consider it me investment," Shuangxu replied. "Figs you ways already teetering on fevering cough bankruptcy and you willing to invest now would have it to be full made of too for cold." Shuyang had not shed a tear during her breakup with Herexo while signing the consent form for chemotherapy loan, yet at this moment, she was overwhelmed with emotion. Right when it matters, Eurythione can rely on. Though strong, she recognized the faving Samiana to support their medial the difference. With a smile, Shuangxu embraced her and patted her back. "Man, how can and leisure the good times aren't worth keeping. Don't worry, I'm here for you." As Shuyang pondered something, she straightened Japan asked, "By the way, your said in return, how will you explain it to your family? Did they want you back?" Translation and improvement. Regarding her family and events preceding her departure abroad, Shuangxu broached the subject. Shuyang knew that the relationship with her family was rather distant, and that she had an older brother who was the most significant person in her life. Furthermore, 5 years ago, Shuangxu had been for supply sent overseas and experienced her for to exile. Her reaction was far more composed than she had anticipated. Worse, that can happiness being sent away on Smurry. He had mentally prepared for this before returning. At that moment, Shuangxu remained unaware that the news of her return had already been disseminated being another said passerby. Ifa knew to identify with Kairi's healthy most prominent status in Yensa the socialite circle. Song Shuangxu would undoubtedly secure but in the top 3 her convolute and intricate background, coupled with her association with the illustrious Shen Yu, contributed to her notoriety. The news eventually reached Wezifeng, who promptly shared a photograph in a group chat, tagging Shen Yu multiple times but receiving no response. Just as Shen Yu emerged from a meeting room, he received a call from Wezifeng. "Watari is busy with audio, can't reply to my messages. Why didn't you inform us that Shuangxu has returned?" Upon hearing this, Shen Yu lower disfin fromizerendo pind WeChat, where he so Shuangxu's photograph the background was a bustling hospital seemingly aware of being photographed, shedder ned to look back, her hair brushing against her cheek, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Shen Yu exited the Katandapan Shuangxu's conversation thread, confirming that there were no new messages ever since she had gone abroad. Their communication had dwindled, the child one trailed behind unlike Yoshado had to share many of her experiences with him. The last time she had reached out was over 2 months ago with a simple Happy New Year. Had her failure to inform me for return benazig no excessive rebellion? A secretary approached, presenting a substantial financial document for a signature. Shen Yu signed without altering his expression. Wish oldie tell you? Lookatho you're speaking Shuangxu was my sister as well, you as I think grappled eagerly, let's invite her out for dinner tonight, I haven't seen her in ages, and imisher. Go have dinner with our own sister, Shen Yu retorted. My sisteris and Lysavina your soul. Am I supposed todden with her ever killed Rensmeal, I wouldn't even suffice to fill the gaps between my teeth. Then perhaps you should consider visiting a dentist. Shen Yu hung up the phone directly, gesturing lightly for the secretary to exit. He dialed Shuangxu's number. When Shuangxu vethical she was just about to leave the hospital. Shunderstood theories and for Shen Yu's call and pondered how to explain her unannounced return as he answered. On the other end Shen Yu spoke first. Histani Kazulan done bothered you're back? Yeah, Shuangxu replied, it just arrived at this afternoon. What were you doing at the hospital, are you well? His inherent cadence steadied her fluttering heart, which had been adrift since she boarded the plane. Im fine I just comito sini senior. Shen Yu said nothing more, simply stating, come home for dinner tonight, send meth address, and I'll have so me an epicip. Shuangxu replied obediently, okay. As dusk approached, Felita Springaren Yensita retained a lingering chill. Shuangxu tightened the collar of her trenchcoat and stood by the roadside, waiting not long before Yake arrived. The driver approached from thither, respectfully opening the door for her Miss Shuangxu. She handed her suitcase to him, bending slightly to enter the vehicle, on Latakach Saitofti Mansa 8 inside. Chapter 2 No one here expected her return. Shen Yu arrived from the company, Cladina sharply tailored like Grace. Time had left no traces in his refined features, and Thegazeha Stupan Shuangxu was still as gently reassuring as he remembered. However, despite Shen Yu's annual visits, she suddenly felt an unfamiliarity wash over her. Noticing her hesitation to enter the car, Shen Yu called out, Xiaozhou. At the sound of his deep resonant voice, an unspoken pang of bitterness surged within Shuangxu. She quickly lowered her eyes to the ground, bent down to enter the vehicle, and murmured, Gu. The car glided smoothly through evening rush hour traffic, enveloped in a tranquil silence. Shen Yu across a dislike sand inquired, what am I your flight? It landed a little after toi. Why didn't you ask me to pick you up? You was afraid of disturbing your work, Shuangxu replied, isquite convenient to take a taxi from the airport. Shen Yu turned his gaze toward her, observing her lowered brow and downcast eyes. She had once been a lively child, pampered by him who had relied on him completely and had felt free to act without restraint in his presence. Now she wasn't. Yet, her excess of restraint lacked intimacy, and even her posture exuded dozens of distance. Ever since she had been for sublicent abroad, she had refused to return event for its spring festival, perhaps out of stubbornness or simply a desire to avoid seeing those back home. The last time Shen Yu had seen her was last year on her birthday when she was ill with a high fever. Alone in her apartment abroad, he had flown over to care for her. She had changed significant license at those days when she would follow him closely. Dinocencio Furiath had been a shed of her theirs, replaced with a grace of a young woman. After observing her for a moment, Shen Yu remarked, Xiaozhou has grown distant from her brother. He haven't just. Afraid of being a burden that weighs indeed a form of distance. Shuangxi's identif cheerfulness I went to a leisure prize. The surprise so fragile to carry off 50 chance of turning into a shock. When Shuangxu and Shen Yu returned to Shen residence, Shen Jiayuan and his wife Yu were already waiting for them. As soon as they entered, Fu Yan joyfully pulled a rubber, scrutinizing her from Tito, exclaiming that she had drawn to Lironema and that she looked exiclide some as before at the next. You video call her every month, of course, y'all wouldn't notice any difference. Shen Jiayuan commented, in good spirits. Heternet to Shuangxu and asked, why didn't you all let us know y'all were coming back? Waited and faith to me to prepare anything Gathome. I come back in short notice see you atos emergent matters. Shuangxu explained, I left an error and didn't fave a thiech and see to inform you. Coming back so late, you must be starving. Fu Yan said, tonight's dinner is our favorites. Wangse was overjoyed to hear you back. Thedning table was laden with dishes Shuangxu had loved zinseckled who thestimed grouper was placed in front of her, and the black bone kick and soup wafted with a savory aroma. Fu Yan kept serving ger food, while Shen Jiayuan asked a few questions about their life abroad. Inevitably, the conversation turned to Harry's and Trifom. How long did I take off this time? Shuangxu said the conversation nearing a sensitive topic, yet she did not wish to leave. Setting down her chopsticks, she lifted her head and stayed earnestly ear-signed. As soon as Su read those words, a heavy silence fell over the living room. "You're resigned." Fu Yun paused mid-sentence, looking Gaston Ashidether before glancing at Shen Yu. "You never mentioned that with acid in Cange?" Quitting her job abroad implied that the return to Yen City might be permanent. The wormed hand joy oft a moment felt as fragilis intricately crafted less beautiful, yet a silly shattered. "You're resigned from the airline job, or you planning to develop your career here?" Shuangxu did not respond. "Butin status, can I come back?" Fu Yun hesitated, her expression uncertain. "You are doing so abroad with a student desire to return?" Why did she want to come back? On hand, it was Duedo Shuangxu and Thier, and perhaps more importantly, Shezim Plylon for home. Yet Shuangxu understood that they sup more than just Iriasan. Life abroad was pleasant, but it could not compare to her deep-seated feelings for Yen City. This was the place where she had grown up, enduring sweltering summer sad long, frigid winters. Unfortunately, Nuna Hiri expected a return. At that moment, Shen Yu, who had remained silent until now, placed a plate of expert lit bonefish before Shuangxu. The fish was tender and glistening, served on a pristine white plate, and the gentle sound of it settling on the bullshittered young comfortable silence. "How is your senior doing?" Shuangxu briefly explained Shuyang's condition. Shen Yu inquired, "Do you need me help?" She shook her head. "The chemotherapy plan has already been established, and the medications being considered the best available. Ultimately, we will have to see how she responds after the treatment." The topic was just deftly shifted. After dinner, Fu Yun insisted that Shuangxu stay at their home, leaving her no room for refusal as he directly pulled her upstairs. "Your room was just tidied up today, nothing has been moved from my lefty, it's just the same as before." Look, Fu Yun proud lipo instead of a brand new pink floral bedspread. "I bought this especially for you, do you like it?" Shuangxu replied, "Thank you, godmother." "Stop with the formalities, there is no need for such politeness between us." Fu Yun paused for a moment, holding Shuangxu's hand. "It's good that you're back, being so far away in an unfamiliar place. I was always worried, what if something happened and Theros Nuna to look after you. The last Tomeo your brother visited, Hesideo were burning with fever, delirious, lying Gathomel alone, with Nuna to even bring you a glass of water. It kept me wait night, tossing and turning." Ash spoke, Harry screwed, prompting Shuangxu to come further. "Him fine a man adult now on can take care of Mijilf. You may be grown, beauty or rest delaying lady." Fu Yun gently caressed her cheek. "You've always had trouble sleeping gone plains, you must be exhausted. Go take a hot shower and jetta be dearly." After Fu Yun went downstairs, Shuangxu slowly wandered around her room, her fingertips gliding over the table and the bookshelf against the wall. This was the room she had inhabited for 9 years, the air thick with the familiar scent of dust. After her shower, Shuangxu intended to go downstairs to inform Wansea that she would prepare some soup for Shuyang. However, as her reached the staircase, her steps gradually slowed to a halt. Through to gaps in the railing, sheckled see the living room, where Shen Yu sat with his back to her, facing Shen Changguan and his wife. "You tell me the truth. Did you really not know Shuangxu was coming back this time?" Fu Yun asked. "Did he not agree to it?" Shen Yu, his lips crossed, spoke in a calm tone. "If she wants to come back, she can do so without Tignona's permission." "Then please enlighten, no Thatch is back, what are your thoughts?" Shen Yu replied, "When you want some family conspire to send her away, you didn't consult me. I did it for your sake." Fu Yun insisted, "those are rumors nearly drawn a door family I fit were in for her." Shuangxu leaned against the wall, feeling Gokul creep up her back. Shen Yu interrupted her, hissed maneuvering, "Children can spread malicious rumors, and others may take them seriously, beauty should not." Fu Yun fell silent. Shen Changguan patted her hand. "Let's not dwell on the past, she hasn't wanted to come back for the past few years, like Libby cause she felt we didn't want her here, which must have hurt her. If the child wants to return, let's not send her away again. If she wishes to come back, this will always be her home, regardless of everything." Fu Yun's concern for her was genuine. But Shuangxu is no longer killed, even Blinks must avoid suspicion, let alone Yutwo. Shuangxu could not bear to listen any longer and turned to return to her room. Chapter 3 Tingzhou. Perhaps it was the effect of jet lag, as Shuangxu lay in her familiar and comfortable bed, sleep eluded her, unable to find rest, she decided to pull out her gaming console along with some old cartridges to play. These games, aged for several years, felt familiar after just a few rounds. To avoid disturbing Shen Yu, she played without sound. It was only when she heard the sound of a car from below and noticed the light seeping through the gap in the curtains that she realized dawn had arrived. She approached the window, drawing back the curtains, and saw Shen Yu's car leaving the courtyard. After shutting off the game, she intended to return to her slumber, but just as her eyes began to close, her phone chimed with a WeChat notification. "Brother Frowny Face, come downstairs for breakfast before sleeping again." As Shuangxu descended the stairs, she found Fu Yun conversing with Shen Changyuan in the living room. Upon noticing her arrival, they paused their conversation. "Why aren't you sleeping in a bit longer?" Fu Yun inquired. "You're awake just in time. Look how much your godfather dotes on you. He sent someone to queue at Suez for dim sum early this morning, with shrimp dumplings, molten buns, and hand-pulled chicken, all your favorites." Glancing at Shen Changyuan, who was sipping tea across from her, she thought to herself that he would never do such a thing. It was Shen Yu who would, however. Shuangxu feigned ignorance, smiling as she replied, "Thank you, godfather." After finishing breakfast, she did not return to her room for more sleep. Instead, she concocted an excuse to visit the hospital to see Shu Yang and left. Upon her arrival at the hospital, she found Xu Yang engaged in a phone call. Whatever was being said on the other end turned her face a deep shade of anger, and as soon as she hung up, she raised her hand as if to throw her phone away. Shuangxu interjected, 10,000 yuan. With gritted teeth, Xu Yang retracted her hand. What could possibly infuriate you to this extent? Shuangxu mused. Xu Yang was not easily riled, thus, whatever had occurred must be significant. Setting up a small dining table, Shuangxu had brought nutritional meals along with vitamin-enriched vegetable juices. Despite the presence of carrots, which Xu Yang despised, her fury overshadowed her distaste, and she gulped down most of the drink without savoring it. That despicable Chen Peiran has absconded with our technical data to seek refuge with Qingqing, the very company that has been suppressing Feishua, and now he has even linked up with the Yundun group. Yundun had been keenly observing our liquid hydrogen drone research since last year. The partnership was almost a done deal until he sabotaged it. No wonder I hadn't received any word from Yundun when I reached out a few days ago. Having previously encountered Chen Peiran, Shuangxu recalled him as a charming and suave man, which was likely why he had won Xu Yang's affection. She had not anticipated him to be such a treacherous opportunist. Frowning, she reassured, don't be hasty, the partnership isn't something he can easily seize, let us reach out to Yundun again for further discussions. Xu Yang threw back the covers, declaring, no way. I must go to Yundun myself. Shuangxu quickly pressed her back down. You are in no condition to go anywhere, you have chemotherapy scheduled for tomorrow. Don't go wandering about. Shuangxu, you don't understand. If the contract with Yundun is snatched away by Qingqing, Feishua will truly find it difficult to recover. Xu Yang had little regret about her loss of fertility, but having her research achievements taken felt akin to having her own child stolen. The liquid hydrogen drone project was the very heart of Feishua's endeavors over the past 2 years, akin to her lifeblood. Several veterans in the company have been taken by Chen Peiran. There is no one left to fill their shoes. Our technical genius is a social recluse, this matter can only be handled by me. Yet here she was, bedridden. One could only call Chen Peiran despicable, a cowardly opportunist taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Shuangxu sighed, you focus on recuperating in the hospital. I will go in your stead. Xu Yang had assigned an assistant named Liao to Shuangxu, and the young girl brought a pile of project materials to the desk. The materials are incomplete. Some were taken by Mr. Chen. Let me know what is missing, and I'll fetch it for you. Having studied the same field as Xu Yang, Shuangxu quickly familiarized herself with the project's progress and, along with Liao, set off to Yundun. On the way, she took a moment to research the Yundun group on her phone. The information available was limited. Aside from the austere corporate website, only a few scattered mentions could be found on certain financial or military channels. Liao chattered beside her. Yundun has numerous military secret projects. I've heard that if someone sneaks in at night and gets caught, they could face imprisonment. They also have a massive aircraft production base in the western suburbs, with an entire tarmac filled with fighter jets, truly spectacular. There is hardly any information about their president online. It seems he has military connections and is, in general, quite mysterious. Military connections, as she pondered this, their vehicle arrived. The headquarters of Yundun Group loomed grandly, imposing and solemn, with guards more formidable than those surrounding other buildings, the entrance heavily fortified with personnel stationed every few steps. Shuangxu approached the front desk with Liao. Hello, we're from Feishua Innovation Technology, here to see President He. Do you have an appointment? Shuangxu replied politely, could you kindly check if he is available? Just 15 minutes would suffice. I'm sorry, Mr. He's schedule is fully booked today. Will he be available tomorrow or the day after? Unfortunately, you may contact the secretary's office to make an appointment. The receptionist, clad in a blue suit, spoke with a soft, practiced tone, adeptly deflecting their inquiries. See? President He wanted to meet with us. President Xu has tried to schedule meetings with him several times without success. They must have already signed with Chen Xiying. Do you know how unscrupulous Qingqing is? They would practically pay to snatch away the Yundun contract. Liao's shoulders drooped in disappointment. Perhaps we should just head back. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and out stepped a figure. Fate had brought them together. It was none other than Chen Peiran. What are you doing here? Chen Peiran looked surprised to see Shuangxu, and upon noticing Liao, his expression shifted to one of understanding. Your senior called you back from abroad? I must say, you're quite foolish to return all this way to support her. She is barely holding on herself. Liao's face soured with frustration at his mention of Xu Yang. Mr. Chen, President Xu is currently in the hospital. Considering your long-standing relationship, can't you show a bit of decency? Have I not shown enough decency? I wasted years on her without demanding compensation for my youth. Without me, with her mere science background, would Feishua be where it is today? Men often easily elevate themselves to moral high ground. Her illness might very well stem from spending all her time in the lab, tinkering with those things. If she had listened to me and settled down to have a child, she wouldn't be fretting about the future now. Liao's face flushed with anger. That is utterly outrageous. Truthfully, at that moment, Shuangxu wanted nothing more than to hurl her laptop bag at Chen Peiran's self-righteous face. However, she remembered the reason for her visit. Engaging him in a war of words would be futile. Grasping Liao's wrist, she pulled her back, stating, it's pointless to appeal to someone without a conscience. Chen Peiran, having returned to the country with Xu Yang to start a business, had swiftly established himself in just 3 years, priding himself on being a young talent and societal elite, completely disregarding the 2 young women before him. You don't mean to discuss the liquid hydrogen drone business, do you? He queried with a contemptuous tone, flaunting a stack of A4 documents in his hand. Let me be frank. I've already secured the Yundun contract, so don't waste your efforts. Shuangxu extended her hand. Let me see. Such important documents are not for your eyes, he retorted, shoving them into his briefcase. At that moment, Shuangxu gathered enough insight. She turned to the receptionist. Please inform President He that Song Shuangxu is looking for him. Liao appeared somewhat puzzled by her actions and whispered, Do you know President He? The good news was that she did. The bad news was that they were not well acquainted, yet, before Chen Pei ran, Shuangxu did not let on any hints of her unfamiliarity. No matter how little they knew each other, it was still better than being a complete stranger, wasn't it? With this thought in mind, she feigned intrigue. We've known each other for many years. Chen Peiran sneered. Who doesn't know Tingzhou and Yancheng? A one-sided acquaintance hardly counts as knowing someone. Have you been abroad too long to understand the customs of Yancheng? Do you even know who Tingzhou is? Do you know who my family is? She countered, unperturbed. Even amidst the elite circles of Yancheng, the He family stood at the pinnacle of the social pyramid, a presence both revered and unattainable. Shuangxu remained undaunted, retorting, And do you know who I am? Chen Peiran scoffed, dismissing her as a naive junior attempting to act grand. It doesn't matter who you are, President He is not someone just anyone can meet. Your senior can't secure an appointment with him, and you think you're capable of showing off here? Just as his words faded, the receptionist, who had been consulting with someone upstairs, approached Shuangxu, respectfully handing her the phone receiver. Mr. He requests you on the line. Chen Peiran's expression shifted dramatically, his features contorting in disbelief. With a slight smile, Shuangxu accepted the call in front of him, addressing it with a warm, Tingzhou. Chapter 4. The affectionate sister. A hushed silence fell over the front desk as several individuals instinctively quieted down. Chen Peiran stood nearby, fixated on her. The landline conveyed the man's voice with crystal clarity, a faint electric hum adding a magnetic quality, accompanied by an undertone of frivolity that Frosty Su couldn't quite determine was a misunderstanding. Who is this affectionate sister of mine? What on earth? If it weren't for the fact that this was the office phone of Yundun, Frosty Su would have suspected it was a wrong number. She discreetly covered the receiver and turned her back. Xiao Liao promptly understood and dragged Chen Peiran away, loudly exclaiming, President Chen, eavesdropping on someone else's phone call is rather uncouth, isn't it? Curious glances were cast in their direction, and Chen Peiran's expression turned somewhat awkward as she shook off Xiao Liao's hold, retorting, What are you shouting for? Frosty Su spoke into the receiver. I am Song Frosty Su. On the other end, the response was, Sending what? Frosty Su's fleeting hope that perhaps he might lend a hand out of familiarity dissipated. She hadn't anticipated that Tingzhou wouldn't even remember her name, thus, she had no choice but to mention Shen Yu. Frosty Su, she enunciated clearly, Shen Yu's sister. Looking for your brother? The man maintained a tone of disinterest, devoid of warmth. He is not with me. Frosty Su replied, I am looking for you. A 3-second silence ensued on the other end. Tingzhou's tone remained languid await. 5 minutes later, Tingzhou's executive assistant personally came down to escort her, respectfully inviting her into the elevator. Miss Song, this way please. Chen Peiran's expression was beyond unfortunate. Xiao Liao, astonished that she truly could make it happen, felt a flicker of hope ignite from despair. You really know President He? Then we're bound to win this time. Let us not pop the champagne just yet, Frosty Su quietly cautioned, covering her mouth with her hand. I'm not very familiar with him. President He only met with Frosty Su alone, leaving Xiao Liao behind in the lobby, anxiously watching the elevator doors close. The gleaming metallic frame reflected Chen Peiran's tense and contorted expression, a stark contrast to her earlier confidence. She immediately felt a sense of satisfaction. President Chen, you look rather ill. While it's understandable to be angry, do take care not to let it affect your health. Ha ha ha. Chen Peiran shot her a glare, too preoccupied for a verbal spar, urgently pulling out her phone and whispering, Find out who exactly Song Frosty Su is. She hadn't anticipated that Tingzhou would truly agree to meet her. Xinqing had put in considerable effort to connect with Yundun Group through a mid-level manager, having visited Yundun multiple times, only managing to interface with a minor head in the technology development department, never having laid eyes on even a single hair of Tingzhou. If she genuinely knew Tingzhou, wouldn't that spell disaster for the cooperation between Xinqing and Yundun? However, Frosty Su herself did not possess such confidence. Tingzhou was a friend of Shen Yu, and theoretically speaking, with Shen Yu's connections, securing this minor liquid hydrogen drone contract should have been a mere formality. Yet, among Shen Yu's circle of friends, Frosty Su had the least interaction and was most apprehensive of Tingzhou. Her scant impressions of him lingered on the notion. Trouble. Upon reaching the top-floor president's office, the assistant knocked on the door, and a cool, detached voice called from within to come in. This was markedly different from the tone on the phone. The assistant opened the door, courteously gesturing for her to enter. Frosty Su exhaled a long breath, the wisps of hair on her forehead fluttering briefly. Steeling herself, she stepped inside. Tingzhou's office was a stark palette of black and gray, the cold, hard lines and metallic feel signifying an owner who was far from affable. She hadn't anticipated the presence of others. A few men clad in suits occupied the meeting area, and it was no wonder Frosty Su's gaze was immediately drawn to Tingzhou, who stood out conspicuously among them. In contrast to Shen Yu's refined handsomeness, Tingzhou's visage exuded a robust bone structure, with pronounced brows and deep-set eyes, his high nose lending him an aggressively handsome appearance. He reclined on a black leather sofa, his broad shoulders and well-defined physique tapering at the waist, his long legs encased in dark trousers. As the door opened, he lifted his gaze. Those sharp, elongated eyes swept over her, and in an instant, Frosty Sue felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. He Tingzhou's gaze barely lingered on her before sliding away, appearing indifferent, perhaps not even registering what she looked like at present. Frosty Sue was baffled as to why, if he was engaged in discussions, he would allow her to enter. She, recognizing the situation, seated herself at a distance, closing her ears to avoid eavesdropping. After nearly 20 minutes, the conversation concluded, and once those individuals had departed, Frosty Sue rose and approached the meeting area. He Tingzhou remained seated, engrossed in documents, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Frosty Sue understood that this moment was afforded to her solely due to Shen Yu's influence, thus she took the opportunity to state her purpose while he reviewed the papers. Tingzhou didn't look up. The sound of his pen scratching across the paper filled the air. His fingers were long and powerful, the pen gliding effortlessly, creating a rhythm that was both light and heavy, like clouds drifting and dragons soaring. Frosty Sue outlined the latest developments of the liquid hydrogen drone project by Feishue, and midway through her explanation, she noticed Tingzhou's attention had inexplicably shifted from the documents to her. The open blue folder rested on her lap, as he propped his fingers against his temple, unblinkingly focused on her. His eyes were sharp and dark, the depths of his gaze unfathomable. Frosty Sue couldn't discern if he was truly listening intently or merely lost in thought. The liquid hydrogen drone project has been under development by Feishue for 2 years, and Xinqing's means of acquiring the research results is rather dubious, stemming from a disagreement between the two founders. Couple squabbling is not my concern, Tingzhou finally interjected. What I desire is the technology, not their romantic byproducts. Whether the child takes the father's surname or the mother's, it makes no difference. It does make a difference. Frosty Sue maintained her composure. Xu Yang is a graduate student majoring in aircraft design and engineering, while Chen Peiran specializes in finance. The technical core of Feishue's R&D department has always been Xu Yang. More crucial than technology is the talent that masters it. Pausing briefly, she continued, since president he has been following this project for so long, he must have great trust in Xu Yang's capabilities. Tingzhou raised an eyebrow slightly, no longer calling me brother Tingzhou? Frosty Sue thought to herself, didn't he claim not to remember her? Brother Tingzhou, she amended. Tingzhou scrutinized her thoughtfully for a few seconds. What brings you to me for Feishue's matters? Frosty Sue wanted to explain that she hadn't come specifically to leverage connections. She was merely a last-minute substitute, having not anticipated this aspect beforehand. However, considering the potential benefits for Xu Yang, she thought it might yield a favorable outcome. Xu Yang is my senior. She is currently in the hospital and cannot be here in person, so I am representing her. You're the first to come to me through the back door. Tingzhou seemed amused, straightening up. Making an exception for you isn't out of the question. However, for the same terms, if Xinqing wishes to sign, they must arrange a meeting with my secretary. Frosty Sue frowned. The terms offered by Xinqing are practically a gift to you, aimed at establishing a connection with Yundun Group. After all, this project belongs to Feishue. They essentially incur no costs whatsoever, but for Feishue, it's different. Substantial investments and efforts have been poured into this project. If it were to be given away for free to Yundun, then all the work from the past 2 years would have been in vain. Frosty Sue attempted to negotiate. Could we possibly discuss the terms further? Before she could finish, Tingzhou's lips curled into a knowing smile. With 2 buttons of his black shirt undone, his smile bore the charm of a roguish young master rather than that of a corporate president. The pen twirled effortlessly between Tingzhou's fingers as he spoke languidly, almost flirtatiously. Little princess, you don't hold that much sway here. Chapter 5 of The Heartless Girl. When Shuangxu returned to the Grand Hall, Chen Peiran had yet to depart. She had lingered upstairs for nearly 40 minutes, with Chen Peiran waiting the entire time. As the elevator doors opened, Chen Peiran swiftly turned his head. Not being a local of Yanqing, and having studied abroad on a government scholarship, he was entirely unfamiliar with the upper echelons of Yanqing society. During his years back in the country, Shuangxu happened to be away, leaving him oblivious to the fact that his junior, Xu Yang, was of considerable significance, not only the daughter of Director Song from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs but also the sworn sister of a young man from the Shen family. Xiao Liao darted forward. So, how did it go? Shuangxu gently shook her head, and in an instant, Xiao Liao's face fell. Chen Peiran's anxious heart settled back into his stomach. He had assumed she was capable of much more, yet it turned out otherwise. Straightening his tie, he approached Shuangxu with an air of arrogance, blocking their path. I told you there was no hope. Why humiliate yourself? Do you think Tingzhou is just anyone? No matter how powerful your father is, he must bow his head when he meets someone with the surname He. Shuangxu found men's incessant chatter rather irksome. Men who talk too much might have issues with their kidneys. A deficiency in yang can impair lung function, leading them to speak excessively as a means of ventilation. Have you ever consulted a doctor? Her words flowed calmly and methodically, making Chen Peiran instinctively touch his kidney area. Realizing the implications, his face paled. I won't stoop to your level. You should advise your senior to get proper treatment if she's ill, rather than try to compete with me. Can she truly contend with me? Initially, Shuangxu planned to inform Xu Yang of the outcome later, considering alternative approaches. However, she was caught off guard by Xiao Liao, the gossip conduit mimicking Chen Peiran with uncanny precision. Xu Yang became infuriated and snapped a pair of chopsticks in half. Wait until I am discharged. I will flay him alive and serve him as sashimi. Xu Yang typically adhered to a philosophy of amicable parting, believing in leaving on good terms, avoiding any need for a bloody and disgraceful confrontation. Yet, Chen Peiran was the first to compel her to make an exception. Xiao Liao, filled with righteous indignation, proclaimed, flay him, it's a must. Xu Yang's fighting spirit ignited. Ask the doctor if we can expedite the chemotherapy. I want to be discharged as soon as possible. Xiao Liao sprang to her feet, exclaiming, I'll go right now. Shuangxu, exasperated, retorted, sit down, that's chemotherapy, not a spa, even the king of hell would be astounded by the frequency you suggest. Xiao Liao complied, oh, and sat back down. Yang took a moment to calm down, then suddenly pointed at Xiao Liao and said to Shuangxu, do you know why Chen Peiran didn't he take her away? Shuangxu couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Liao chimed in, because I am utterly devoted to you. Yang replied, how wonderful it would be if you were devoted to Chen Peiran, go and trouble him instead. Xiao Liao muttered, and the two began to bicker. Shuangxu glanced at the time and stood up, announcing, I must take my leave, it's my brother's birthday today. Is it your brother Shen Yu? Xiao Liao asked with a look of longing. I found his photo. He is incredibly handsome. Indeed, Shuangxu replied with a smile, instructing Xiao Liao before she departed, I leave President Xu in your hands, just don't let her come to harm. The birthday celebration was held at Shen Yu's private villa. That evening, as Shuangxu carried the cake to the car, the Shen family's driver smiled and asked, is that cake made for the young master? Yes. In her childhood, her interests had varied greatly, and Shen Yu had always taken her little hobbies seriously, swimming, equestrianism, archery. He had taught her each personally, however, he had never dabbled in baking, hiring a tutor specifically for her. Shuangxu had only scratched the surface before her attention shifted back to swimming. Nevertheless, she had maintained the tradition of personally making a cake for Shen Yu's birthday every year, having not returned to Yanqing for 5 years and keeping a low profile. The rumors that had lain dormant resurfaced upon her return. In previous years, she had been abroad, unable to attend Shen Yu's birthday, but this time there was no reason to avoid it. During her few days back, she had chosen to ignore the outside gossip, resolutely deciding to act blind to any strange glances she might receive. The 3-story white French-style building illuminated the night sky with its dazzling lights, crystal chandeliers glittering, and the sweet scent of champagne wafting through the crowd. At the entrance stood a pair of twins in red and blue dresses, sizing her up with their eyes as she approached. Shuangxu removed her coat and handed it to a servant, scanning the crowd for Shen Yu, but he was nowhere in sight. By the bar, several men were engaged in conversation over drinks. Youthful, dressed flamboyantly in a pink shirt, leaned on the bar, glancing casually at the entrance as a few people's attention was drawn to it. He paused mid-sip. The young women present were decked out in extravagant attire and heavy makeup, while Shuangxu's appearance was understated yet effortlessly beautiful. She possessed a classic oval face with striking features, her originally vibrant beauty softened by her clear and innocent gaze, rendering her allure pure. The crystal chandeliers in the banquet hall seemed to favor her, enveloping her in a silken glow. Her black, off-shoulder dress accentuated her figure, revealing an elegant ankle adorned with a delicate strap of her high-heeled shoes. Youthful's eyes lit up. Oh, is that you, little Shuangxu? He set down his glass and strode over, enveloping her in a warm hug. It's been years. You've grown so beautiful. He was Shen Yu's childhood friend. Having watched Shuangxu grow up, she felt a wave of familiarity wash over her, cautiously cradling the cake with one hand as she smiled and returned the embrace. Brother Zifeng. It's been ages since we last met. You've been abroad for years, graduated, and didn't even think of your brothers? Shuangxu unabashedly shook her head, not at all. What an ungrateful girl, Youthful teased. You may not miss us, but I'm certain your brother misses you dearly. Shuangxu merely smiled without responding. A nearby man, holding a drink, leaned in, come here, sister, let me give you a hug too. Youthful shoved him away with a swift motion, get lost, who do you think you are to hug her? When Shen Yu arrives, he'll make sure you regret it. Everyone was well aware of Shen Yu's affection for his sister, and the man merely laughed, just wait, if anyone is to be punished, it will be you first. Shuangxu placed the cake on a table, noticing that several extravagant cakes were already displayed, each more opulent than the last. Her blueberry mousse appeared rather plain among them, akin to a security guard's booth in a high-end villa community. After setting down the cake, she was about to leave when she overheard a hushed conversation. That her, can't believe it, how could you tell? Who would wear their shame on their face? She looks rather innocent, doesn't she? You think she is innocent, she is quite calculating. She knows her status as an illegitimate child is frowned upon in the Song family, so she clings to the Shen family, seizing every opportunity to latch onto Shen Yu. Shuangxu pretended not to hear, attempting to walk away, but the woman in red continued to prattle on. It's disgusting for a brother and sister to be involved. Shen Yu doesn't seem like that kind of person. Do you know what kind of person he is? Think about it, why would he keep a girl with no connections by his side? Perhaps he has his own intentions. The years of training had taught Shuangxu to disregard the opinions of others, yet she could not tolerate their disdainful and vile remarks about Shen Yu. She turned on her heel and approached the twins, fixing her gaze upon them. What do you mean by that? Chapter 6, a slap as an appetizer. Moments ago, the woman in red, who had been speaking with a hint of sarcasm, now wore an expression tinged with guilt. There is little more embarrassing than being caught in the act of gossiping and being confronted on the spot. In an instant, her demeanor shifted as she donned a smile as warm as that of a close friend. Shuangxu, it's been ages. We've all missed you during your absence. Shuangxu's brows and eyes were gentle and unblemished, yet she regarded them with a frosty detachment. If you've missed me so much, why didn't you send me a message? Did you not have my number? The woman attempted to mask her awkwardness. I thought you had changed your number. If you had reached out, you would know I hadn't. Shuangxu's cold gaze bore into her, showing no intent to let them off the hook. You didn't finish your sentence earlier. Why the sudden silence? The woman in red looked sheepish. I was just repeating what I heard from others. Before she could finish, Shuangxu stepped closer, raised her hand, and delivered a resounding slap to her face. The sound echoed sharply, clear and loud. The woman, taken aback by the sudden aggression, gasped and covered her face, hastily apologizing. I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn, I won't listen to others anymore. Miss Song, please don't be angry. Shuangxu turned her gaze to the woman in blue, whose complexion had drained of color. Trembling, she stammered, I didn't say anything, it was all her. Shuangxu replied icily, in a comedic duet, one must support the other. You were quite enthusiastic in your endorsement of her earlier, and now you wish to distance yourself. She raised her hand once more, causing both women to flinch in unison. Shuangxu then retrieved a two-tiered cream cake from a nearby table and placed it before them. Today is my brother's birthday. I don't wish to ruin his mood, otherwise, it wouldn't just be a slap. If you can't manage your words, perhaps you should silence them. Her tone was neither harsh nor gentle, yet her presence was commanding and unyielding. You may eat this cake, but only when you have left. With that, Shuangxu strode past them. The two women, their faces frozen in shock, stared at the enormous cake, too intimidated to breathe. Just a few steps away, Shuangxu unexpectedly locked eyes with someone. She looked up to see a figure leaning against the wooden staircase railing. He Tingzhou appeared as if he had just awakened, his gray silk shirt buttons loosely fastened, and a languid expression graced his distinctly chiseled features, accentuating his ambiguous charm. His eyes sparkled with amusement, suggesting he had witnessed the earlier commotion in full. Shuangxu paused momentarily. Quite alarming, he Tingzhou remarked, clearly relishing the drama. Am I to fear for my safety? Shuangxu felt no remorse for her actions. In fact, she believed her slap had been rather restrained. However, being observed cast her in an unfavorable light, as if she were a bully, leading others to believe that Shen Yu had failed in his upbringing of her. I merely invited them for cake, she stated. He Tingzhou strolled down the stairs, his hands tucked casually in his trousers. A slap as an appetizer before cake, is that your family's custom? He towered above her, casting a deep shadow as they brushed past each other. After a moment's contemplation, Shuangxu turned and called out to him. Brother Tingzhou. He Tingzhou turned slightly, raising an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. And now, Fei Xue found herself cornered by Qingqing, trapped in a no-win situation. Partnering with Yundun meant pouring her heart and soul into a venture that would ultimately yield nothing, yet, refusing to cooperate would only hand opportunities to Qingqing, rendering her efforts futile. Fei Xue had built her company, Shuyang, from the ground up, but its scale was dwarfed by the capital-rich, established enterprise of Qingqing Technology. Shuyang had invested nearly everything into the research of liquid hydrogen drones. Regardless of the outcome, bankruptcy loomed ahead. Since she had encountered He Tingzhou, she felt compelled to make one last effort. Shuangxu spoke, I understand that Qingqing's terms are quite low, but a lower price does not equate to a good deal. Fei Xue can promise that future technological developments will be prioritized for sharing with Yundun. In the long run, a partnership with Fei Xue holds greater value for Yundun. My senior is in a truly difficult position. This collaboration is vital for her, could you grant her this opportunity? He Tingzhou lowered his head slightly, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor as he towered over her. What if I refuse? His eyes were dark and penetrating, the lazy demeanor from moments ago replaced by an intense gaze that made her feel as if she were prey under scrutiny. Shuangxu replied, He Tingzhou interrupted, are you going to invite me for cake? Shuangxu was acutely aware that she lacked the leverage to sway him. Reluctantly, she invoked Shen Yu's name once more. You're friends with my brother. Could you please consider helping me for his sake? He Tingzhou straightened up, reverting to his carefree disposition. If you wish to leverage your brother's influence, let him come and speak with me. Shuangxu bit her lip. She had intended to seek Shen Yu's assistance today but now hesitated to trouble him over this matter. The words of the two women echoed in her mind, and she did not wish to tarnish Shen Yu's reputation further. She knew that if she asked, Shen Yu would undoubtedly assist her. She was also aware that with Shen Yu's intervention, this predicament burdening both her and Xu Yang would be effortlessly resolved. In childhood, she had taken his protection for granted. Now, as an adult, she could offer him nothing. At the very least, she ought to learn to refrain from relying on him. In the silence that followed, He Tingzhou had already turned to leave. He walked over to a table where someone greeted him, but he feigned ignorance, pulling out a chair to sit down. He casually selected a piece from the array of exquisite cakes and brought it to himself. Picking up a fork, Shuangxu opened her mouth, but no sound escaped her lips. The polished silver fork had already pierced her blueberry mousse cake, lifting a piece to the mouth of the now well-rested He Xiao. Shuangxu's mouth snapped shut once more. After years of absence, many sought to ingratiate themselves behind her back. They whispered, while in person, they feigned warmth. Such was the duality of this social sphere. Regardless of her relationship with Shen Yu, it sufficed that there was a connection. If all else failed, she still had her father. At the card table, Shen Yu caught sight of her and beckoned, motioning for an extra chair to be added beside him. Just as Shuangxu was about to sit, the nearby youthful reached out and pulled the chair toward him. Little Shuangxu, come sit with me. Every time you sit next to your brother, his luck improves. Today, you must grant me some of that luck. Shen Yu remarked, a poor hand, and even little Jiu can't save you. Shuangxu glanced around, realizing that Youthful, after 2 decades of playing mahjong, might as well have been using his feet. Neither she nor even the god of fortune could save him. No wonder he lost every time. It could only be said he lost with dignity. Shen Yu's phone screen lit up, a message appearing. Shuangxu caught a glimpse but quickly averted her gaze. Shen Yu ignored it, but soon after, a call came in. He finally picked up the phone and, as he stood, his palm rested on Shuangxu's head. "Come take my place." Shuangxu stepped forward to take over, drawing an excellent hand. Just as she was about to write an upside-down chicken, she heard the opposing player ask, "Is Master Zhou going to play a couple of rounds?" Looking up, she saw the well-fed He Tingzhou sauntering over, taking the seat that had been graciously offered. He glanced at the cards and clicked his tongue in disdain. What terrible luck. The player to her left, Zhong, chuckled, "With Shuangxu here, how could anyone else have good luck?" After his remark, he played a one-tongue tile, and as Shuangxu reached out to draw a card, He Tingzhou pulled two from his pile and tossed them aside. Pong. Shuangxu withdrew her hand. It was unclear whether He Tingzhou's actions were deliberate, whether he intended to claim a Pong for himself or to feed Yu Zifeng. Shuangxu had not drawn a card for 3 rounds. When the 4th round arrived, she finally had a chance to draw. All luck was on her side, and she drew a winning 3-tile set, ready to take it back. "Put it down." He Tingzhou's voice poured over her like a bucket of cold water. Pong. Shuangxu, have you no sense of morality? Yu Zifeng exclaimed. Isn't Shuangxu about to win? In her mind, Shuangxu chanted, "The client is my father," for Shuyang's father was now her father. Resolutely, she returned the cards to the table. No win. He Tingzhou leaned back in his chair, legs propped against the ground, slowly rocking, not even sparing her a glance. Chapter 7 I'll Stop When I Cry. Frosty was quite fond of playing cards, typically joining Shen Yu and his companions. The older brothers treated her like the treasured darling of their group, indulging and pampering her, which naturally brought her much joy. However, He Tingzhou did not belong to this circle of good brothers. Not only did he prevent her from drawing cards, but he also consistently targeted her with his plays. Before long, Shen Yu's chips were depleted, and Frosty furrowed her brows in frustration. She felt that He Tingzhou was deliberately picking on her. This was not the first time this individual had taken advantage of her vulnerability. Yu Zifeng, observing the scene with a sympathetic heart, pleaded with He Tingzhou, "Could you just target me instead? If you make little Frosty cry, beware of Shen Yu coming back to settle the score with you." He Tingzhou glanced over from across the table, his interest piqued as he scrutinized Frosty's eyes. "Crying yet? If you do, I'll stop." Yu Zifeng retorted, "You're truly insufferable." Frosty had every reason to believe that even if she were to cry, He Tingzhou would not relent. The first time she encountered him, she had just turned 17. At that time, her understanding of him was solely based on the various rumors circulating outside: arrogant, outrageous, bullying the weak, and nearly causing someone's demise. That in short, he was not a good person. Frosty distinctly remembered her initial impression of He Tingzhou, a chilling demeanor tinged with danger. Whenever he visited the Shen household, she would distance herself as much as possible after exchanging greetings. Only in rare instances, when Shen Yu stepped away, did she have to endure the task of entertaining guests and find herself alone with He Tingzhou. During that period, she had just begun learning chess and had invited He Tingzhou to play with her. Shen Yu had taught her the game meticulously, and she believed she had grasped it quite well. Shen Yu would always give her leeway, allowing her to take back moves, but He Tingzhou was entirely different. He showed no mercy, ruthlessly dismantling her strategies. Frosty was not afraid of losing, but she despised being humiliated. When she wished to stop and pack the chessboard, He Tingzhou would lazily regard her with his sharp, elongated eyes, mocking, running away after losing? How shameful. This led to a period where she developed a shadow of fear towards chess. When Shen Yu returned from a phone call and assessed the situation at the card table, he raised an eyebrow. "How dare you bully my little Gio?" Frosty immediately offered her seat to him, feeling displeased with He Tingzhou's targeting, but knowing she needed his assistance, she held her tongue and even attempted to defend He Tingzhou a little. "I'm not very good at this." Shen Yu chuckled as he lightly patted the back of her head, just like before, tossing his phone to her to hold while he rejoined the game. "Keep a good eye on things." Shen Yu could hold his own against He Tingzhou, evenly matched in their exchanges, thereby recovering some of the losses Frosty had incurred. Frosty observed from the sidelines that previously, she had never learned any techniques. Her card playing relied solely on sheer luck, as if blessed by the god of wealth. Now, she realized there were numerous subtleties involved: counting cards, anticipating 10 steps ahead, and being acutely aware of not only her own cards but also those of her opponents. As the stakes intensified, she discreetly shifted to a vantage point across the table. Glancing at He Tingzhou's cards, she was baffled. This man seemingly disregarded the cards entirely, displaying them haphazardly. 4 strips nestled between the 9 and the wealth card, with a vast chasm separating the 1 and 2000. Just as she attempted to decipher his strategy, He Tingzhou unexpectedly turned his head. "Have you figured it out, little spy?" The attention of everyone at the table abruptly shifted to Frosty. She felt as if she had been caught red-handed in an act of thievery, facing public scrutiny. "I didn't," she stammered, wishing to clarify that she was merely curious about his playing style. He Tingzhou swayed in his chair, adopting a tone reminiscent of a condescending adult speaking to a child. 8,000. Hurry back and inform your brother. In this fierce competition, it was always the innocents who suffered. Yu Zifeng, nearly stripped of his dignity, suddenly exclaimed, "Now I understand why Shen Yu always wins. He has a little yellow cover." Frosty found herself at a loss for words. Shen Yu simply smiled, tapping the half-burned cigarette against the crystal ashtray, offering no defense, thus accepting the blame for dispatching a spy. All is fair in love and war. With that, he played an 8,000 card. Sure enough, He Tingzhou played the 8,000 without hesitation, knocking down the cards, swaying in his chair. "I win." Frosty truly wished to kick the leg of his chair. She obediently returned to her seat, no longer daring to approach He Tingzhou. As the clock struck midnight, a cake adorned with candles was pushed in front of Shen Yu, and everyone formed a circle, singing the birthday song, with him at the center. Frosty found herself inadvertently pushed to the back. Such occurrences had never happened before her 18th birthday. Every individual around Shen Yu was well aware of how he cherished her. However, it was a reality she would have to grow accustomed to. She could not remain by his side forever, a truth Frosty was slowly learning to accept. As she swayed to the rhythm, Shen Yu's gaze traversed the crowd, landing on her. The orange candlelight cast a flickering glow on his silhouette, and he extended his hand towards her. Xiaozhou, come over. The circle of people turned to look at her, and those in front hastily made way. Frosty walked over, and Shen Yu placed his hand on her left shoulder, guiding her to stand before the cake, directly facing the dancing flames of the candles. Make a wish. This was something Frosty had often done in the past. She always had a multitude of wishes, and on her birthday, Shen Yu would allow her to make a wish for his birthday as well. Whatever she wished for, Shen Yu would help her fulfill. Frosty sensed the weight of numerous gazes upon her, each laden with varying implications, yet, the girl who loved to make wishes had matured, understanding that not all dreams could come to fruition. I have no wish at present, Frosty said. Brother, it's your birthday. You should make a wish instead. Shen Yu's eyes were deepened by the flickering candlelight, and as she looked closer, she saw only the familiar warmth within. He affectionately ruffled her hair. Then keep it for now. Make a wish when you do. In the latter half of the birthday party, the air was thick with the scent of alcohol. During the past few days, Frosty had not rested properly, and she succumbed to fatigue, dozing off on the sofa. When she awoke, a blanket was draped over her. The servant stood by, and upon seeing her awake, said, Young master said, if you're tired, you can go upstairs to sleep. Frosty glanced towards the sounds of laughter and saw Shen Yu and youthful still drinking. These young masters, intoxicated and merry, were surrounded by beautiful women nestled in their arms. As the birthday celebrant, Shen Yu was inevitably subjected to their collective efforts to get him drunk. He lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, the buttons of his white shirt undone, with a cigarette resting in his right hand on the armrest, slowly burning away. It was unclear whether he was drunk or simply lost in thought. The woman seated beside Shen Yu was particularly striking, and Frosty thought she recognized her as a celebrity. Though she could not recall her name, she seemed dazed, staring blankly in Shen Yu's direction. Youthful, already tipsy, teased, she rushed over in the middle of the night to celebrate your birthday. You should at least show some appreciation. Shen Yu replied, Are you jealous? Youthful shot back, I'd be jealous if you offered her to me. That's out of the question. The celebrity smiled sweetly, naturally resting her chin on Shen Yu's shoulder. This had once been her privilege. She had clung to Shen Yu since childhood, insisting on accompanying him whenever he went out with Youthful and the others, and he would always oblige. With her presence, their outings had been rather innocent. At that time, Shen Yu was surrounded by none of those other women, and when she grew tired, she would simply rest her head on him. Frosty's gaze lingered for a moment before she averted her eyes to the ground, her fingers pressed against the edge of the sofa, pale and slender. After a brief pause, she lifted her head again, masking any sign of her feelings, and asked the servant, Where's Tingzhou? I haven't seen Mr. He should have left, the servant replied. Frosty immediately stood up, hurrying towards the parking lot. The servant, holding the blanket, called after her, Are you leaving? Aren't you going to say goodbye to the young master? Frosty shook her head, I won't disturb him. Chapter 8. Unrequited love breeds hatred. The night breeze at the end of spring seeped through the skin, causing Shuangxu to shiver as she recalled she had forgotten her coat. The lively atmosphere and warmth of the crowd were left behind in the brightly lit house, while the parking lot sparkled with scattered stars. She was reluctant to re-enter, having searched around only to find Tingzhou's all-black Koenigsegg still parked but devoid of its occupant. Standing beneath a tree, she waited, the late-night sky amplifying the solitude, its inky hue enveloping the laughter from the villa's front yard behind a translucent barrier. Shuangxu heard footsteps and caught sight of a tall, imposing figure striding towards her through the night. Tingzhou approached the car, pressed the key fob, and a shadow emerged from beneath the tree. Tingzhou, she called out. Tingzhou took a half-step back, startled, steadying himself against the car roof as he calmed his frayed nerves. His inscrutable, sharp eyes pierced the darkness, fixated on her diminutive form, which had the uncanny ability to startle. What are you doing, hiding here to rob me? He quipped. At a height of 1.66 meters, how could she possibly rob someone who stood at 1.88 meters? Shuangxu, feeling a chill from the weight, cut to the chase. The blueberry mousse you just ate was made by me for my brother. To prevent Tingzhou from reneging, she had even taken a photo as evidence. Tingzhou glanced down at her phone screen, his perfectly sculpted features betraying no hint of embarrassment. What, did you poison your brother and I accidentally consumed it? Shuangxu retrieved her phone, exasperated. Why would I poison my brother? Tingzhou leaned casually against the car door. Unrequited love breeds hatred? Shuangxu instinctively tightened her grip on the fabric of her dress. The cold wind coursed through her spine, freezing her blood, rendering her first attempt to speak soundless. Who could be as cruel as Tingzhou? While others might gossip behind her back, he wielded daggers in person. The wind whipped against her face, arms, and calves, biting with its chill, yet she stifled the impulse to flee from him, maintaining an air of calm. I mean no harm. You can enjoy the cake. I just hope you might reconsider the collaboration with Fei Xue. She dared not ask too much, as it was merely a cake, not worth a fortune, but it was a birthday cake she had made for Shen Yu. Surely Tingzhou could grant her this small favor. Tingzhou stood still, as if frozen in time. But if not for the shadows behind him still swaying, he could have been a still frame from a movie interrupted by poor internet connection. Shuangxu, puzzled by his inaction, was about to speak when he finally moved, his tone serious. I've considered it, and the answer is no. If silence had a shape, it would be the eye roll Shuangxu nearly succumbed to at that moment. The blood that had just frozen in her veins surged back to life in anger. Could you please think it over seriously? He clearly had no sense of obligation to return favors, as evidenced by his response. 3 seconds isn't enough to be serious, little princess, you're quite a handful. He simply refused to yield, not giving an inch. Shuangxu felt a wave of frustration. He had consumed the cake she made for Shen Yu, yet she couldn't demand he regurgitated. The thought of him actually doing so was revolting. Forget it. She should not have harbored any illusions. This is it? Tingzhou inquired. Shuangxu was baffled by his meaning. With his hands in his pockets, he lazily leaned against the car door. My stomach is rather delicate. I felt unwell after your cake, and I need to get checked tomorrow. If my stomach is harmed, you remember to take responsibility. What? Shuangxu's mind struggled to keep pace with his unexpected developments. She quickly recalled the ingredients used for the cake, all freshly purchased today, so there shouldn't be any issues. In consideration of your brother, I'll let it slide this time, Tingzhou declared magnanimously. Just remember to tell your brother that I now owe him a favor. Not far away, a couple emerged from the villa, laughing as they made their way to their car, which soon drove out of the parking lot. A gust of wind lifted Shuangxu's skirt. She had failed to extract a favor, and instead, had been played. Initially, her goal was to prevent Shen Yu from owing Tingzhou a favor, but now, not only had she failed, but she also owed him for the cake. Shuangxu realized she had been outsmarted, leaving her feeling flustered and with nowhere to vent her frustrations. She could only swallow her indignation. She was truly in a foul mood today, her heart heavy with a sponge swollen with some liquid, accompanied by a buildup of emotions that simultaneously assaulted her tear ducts. The fading comfort of Xu Yang, Chen Perron's showy demeanor, the unwelcoming home, and the sight of a starlet in Shen Yu's embrace. Shuangxu felt her eyes welling up, her vision blurred by the encroaching moisture. She lowered her gaze. If you don't wish to help, that's fine, I'm sorry for wasting your time. Having said that, she turned on her heel and walked away briskly. In that moment, Tingzhou caught a glimpse of the glimmering moisture in her eyes. She was slender, but not gaunt, possessing a youthful delicacy. Her black dress clung to her curves, appearing almost ethereal from behind. The wind was strong that night, and she walked hurriedly, as if she might be swept away. Leaning against the car, Tingzhou reflected for a few seconds, questioning whether he had been too harsh. Tingzhou is really this kind of person? Xu Yang exclaimed, utterly astonished. She had encountered Tingzhou once at a drone industry expo. That day, the conference gathered experts, scholars, industry elites, and distinguished entrepreneurs from around the globe. Xu Yang had managed to secure a spot and was discussing the development of liquid hydrogen drones with a potential investor when Tingzhou overheard, which ultimately drew Cloud Shield Group's interest in Feishui. However, it was a mid-level employee responsible for the drone sector at Cloud Shield who had handed her a business card and subsequently contacted her. She distinctly remembered glancing over at Tingzhou, surrounded by the conference chair and academicians, towering above the crowd in his impeccably tailored suit, exuding an air of aloofness that rendered him almost untouchable. Despite Shuangxu's insistence that Shen Yu need not help, he had nonetheless arranged for Xu Yang to have a VIP hospital room. The side effects of her chemotherapy were severe, and the doctor had administered anti-nausea medication to alleviate her discomfort. Her complexion was pale, and fatigue hung heavily upon her. Xu Yang's impression of him was that he was breathtakingly handsome and seemingly unreachable, only to discover that his private demeanor was rather despicable. Whether you help or not is up to you, but after all, you and my brother are friends. How can you treat her like this? I shouldn't have had any illusions from the start. Just because he is my brother's friend doesn't mean he owes me any favors. Shuangxu had come to terms with reality and her own naivety, furrowing her brows in frustration. I might still need to turn to my brother for help. Don't trouble your brother, Xu Yang cautioned. Tingzhou is too difficult to deal with. If he wanted to grant your brother this favor, he would have done so without you having to plead. In the world of adults, since he hasn't relented, his meaning is quite clear. Why force this issue? Chapter 9. A crying if not given. Frost Sequence unexpectedly remarked, so, are you planning to hand over that precious melon to Chen Xing? If they desire it so much, let them have it, came the reply. I thought you wouldn't be able to swallow that bitter pill. One must cherish their own children. If others can trample upon my hard work, I certainly cannot do so myself. If Chen Xing wishes to engage in a price war, we will undoubtedly be unable to compete with them. It is entirely reasonable for Yin Dun to choose them. Given the same product, I too would opt for the cheaper option. Xu Yang had come to terms with her situation. If others resort to underhanded tactics, my loss is merely a reflection of my inability to discern character, but the shame is not mine, for I have a clear conscience. That sum you provided has already resolved the financial issues at Feishui, and everyone's overdue salaries and bonuses have been settled. If need be, we can always start anew. Once I recover from my illness, I shall surely repay this debt. Frost Sequence suddenly reminisced. Do you remember when we first met? Xu Yang certainly recalled. Back then, you were quite aloof. You had acute gastroenteritis, and I kindly took you to the hospital, bustling about, only for you to dismiss me with a roll of cash. It wasn't dismissal, it was gratitude, Frost Sequence corrected. At that time, I had just been betrayed by my closest friend and was reluctant to forge new friendships. No wonder you never contacted me after leaving the hospital, Xu Yang commented. I suppose I should thank my mixed-race ex-boyfriend. Her former boyfriend resided in the same building as Frost Sequence, and one night, he sent harassing messages to her. Whether to inform the party involved was a dilemma. After careful consideration, Frost Sequence took the risk of potential awkwardness and forwarded the messages to Shuangxu. When you stormed into my home that day, I thought you intended. I truly admire her spirit. Frost Sequence turned to Shuangxu, her smiling eyes earnest. I am delighted that, after all these years, you remain the same Shuangxu who knows how to let go. Shuangxu opened her arms and embraced her. Then learn from your senior, for the most important lesson in life is to maintain a carefree attitude. As for men, they are everywhere. Frost Sequence was momentarily taken aback, her expression akin to someone caught uncovering a well-hidden secret. How do you know? I guessed, Shuangxu replied with a sly, albeit weak, smile. Frost Sequence, your eyes are so beautiful, yet they seem to see only your brother. Upon returning to the Shen residence that evening, it was already nearing 10 o'clock. As she stepped out of the car, her phone buzzed in her pocket. It was a call from the Song family. She could no longer conceal her return from them. After her public appearance at Shen Yu's birthday party a couple of days prior, her return to Yen City had transformed from mere speculation into an undeniable fact. She had returned without permission, and sooner or later, Cunning would seek her out. Frost Sequence was not at all surprised. Although she bore the Song surname, her identity as the Song family's eldest daughter felt tenuous. She was the daughter of Song Nianji, yet Mrs. Song, Cunning, was not her mother. Growing up in the Shen household, her bond with the Song family was rather distant, even tepid. 5 years prior, when they forcibly sent her abroad, the already scarce familial affection had become even more diluted. Standing beneath the tree outside the door, she heard a dignified and noble voice on the other end of the line. When did you return? Last Tuesday. Had I not heard someone mention it today, I would have remained unaware of your return, Cunning stated. After being back for so many days, you haven't thought to visit home. Though her words carried an undertone of reproach for Frost Sequence's perceived filial ingratitude, she knew better than anyone that if she did return, she would only face disdain. Cunning's true grievance lay in Frost Sequence's unauthorized return. There have been many matters to attend to lately. I will return once I am finished, Frost Sequence replied. Come back this weekend, Cunning commanded, leaving no room for refusal before coldly ending the call. Frost Sequence lowered her phone from her ear and, now that she was certain Cunning could no longer hear her, muttered, let those who wish to return do so. Just as she was about to enter the house, a sudden honk startled her. Taken by surprise, she noticed a koniseg, resembling a large cockroach, parked not far from the roadside. The window rolled down, revealing He Tingzhou seated within. Gazing at her, Frost Sequence was reluctant to engage but couldn't afford to be rude. So, upon seeing him, she adeptly shifted her gaze away, pretending not to notice as she continued walking forward, akin to a sighted blind person. Just as she took a step, the man's soft voice drifted over, stop pretending. Frost Sequence inhaled deeply, turning around politely, Brother Tingzhou, what a coincidence. He Tingzhou responded, not a coincidence. I am looking for you, come over here. Frost Sequence took 2 small steps toward him, standing 2 meters away outside the car. Do you need something? He Tingzhou regarded her with a cool detachment, as if her proximity would suffocate him. I dislike looking up at others. Let us speak inside the car. So difficult to please. If Frost Sequence had no desire for his cooperation anymore and sought to avoid him entirely. I just returned from the hospital and may carry many germs. It wouldn't be good to infect you. He Tingzhou's lips curled into a slight smirk, laced with sarcasm. Come up and see if you can kill me. Frost Sequence bit her inner lip, ultimately deciding to step around and enter the passenger seat. The luxurious matte black leather and carbon fiber interior mirrored He Tingzhou's own cold demeanor. As soon as she settled in, she was enveloped by a chilling yet profound presence. The scent of some cold-toned cedar mingled with a hint of vitality, along with a trace of sweetness. He Tingzhou was sucking on a candy, casually glancing at her with mild interest. What university do you attend? Stanford. Frost Sequence was puzzled by his inquiry. He Tingzhou replied, is the school motto to serve your senior? Frost Sequence choked slightly, can't I serve myself? I now own half the shares of Fei Shui. Half the shares can buy you Shen Yu's sister. President Shu truly knows how to conduct business. Frost Sequence bristled at his tone, my senior treats me very well. Whether she has ulterior motives is something I am fully aware of. He Tingzhou let out a light scoff from his throat, laced with mockery, little princess, are there not enough people who treat you well? Are there really many who treat her well? Frost Sequence didn't believe so. I was abandoned by my biological mother once as a child, which left me with significant psychological trauma regarding being sent away. When I first arrived abroad, I was in a terrible state. My senior was the only one who cared for me. The food abroad is truly unappetizing, finding authentic Chinese restaurants is a challenge, and I had never even touched a stove before. I couldn't even boil noodles to the right doneness. My senior often came to keep me company, cooking Chinese meals for me. During the spring festival, she ran half the city to gather ingredients just to make me dumplings. Frost Sequence continued, if we must quantify it, she may not have saved my life, and our acquaintance is not particularly lengthy, but she was there with me during my darkest times. Shouldn't I help her now that she is facing difficulties? He Tingzhou clearly struggled to understand such bonds and emotions. Does your brother know that a mere dumpling could lead to a loss of 20 million? Frost Sequence anticipated his lack of understanding. How could someone of his prominent background, towering above the masses, grasp the feeling of abandonment? In my heart, there are things more valuable than 20 million. I do not feel that I have suffered a loss. Frost Sequence did not wish to elaborate further. Now that you've finished mocking me, may I leave? He Tingzhou placed a document on her lap. It was a contract for a liquid hydrogen drone, with terms identical to those initially offered to Xu Yang. Frost Sequence's initial displeasure transformed into suspicion. Didn't you refuse? Shen Yu is eager to offer it to you at a loss. Why choose us? With a crunch, Tingzhou bit down on the candy, chewing slowly. If I don't give it to you, will you throw a tantrum, little princess? With such a temper, I fear your whole family will come to invite me for cake. I didn't. She understood why Tingzhou had changed his mind. Offending her was inconsequential, but since he was good friends with Shen Yu, and Shen Yu cared for her, it would be unworthy for such a small matter to sour their brotherhood. For Yindong Group, such a minor project was as insignificant as a single hair on a lion. It was more worthwhile to grant her a favor. Understanding this, Frost Sequence exited the car with the contract in hand, bending slightly before closing the door to express, "Thank you, brother Tingzhou." Chapter 10. She had a swollen face as dawn broke. Shen Yu sat in the dining room, sipping coffee while perusing work emails. Shuangxu, unaware of his return the previous night, quietly took a seat across from him to enjoy her breakfast. Such silence was a rarity. She usually embodied a lively chatterbox in Shen Yu's presence, eager to share every trivial matter with him. It was Shen Yu who broke the silence first, saying, "I heard from Mom that you've been visiting the hospital daily to care for your senior. My senior's mother has been in poor health these past few years. I am afraid that if she finds out, she will worry, so we haven't mentioned her illness to the family yet. Let the caregivers handle the patient, don't overexert yourself," Shen Yu advised. Although he refrained from meddling in her friendships, he was not particularly inclined to have his cherished younger sister tending to others in such a manner. Understood, Shuangxu replied. The treatment plan has been reviewed by the nation's top hematology specialists. There shouldn't be any issues, so don't worry, he reassured her, his concern for Xu Yang stemming from his affection for her. Shuangxu stirred her porridge and murmured in agreement. Noticing her subdued demeanor, Shen Yu glanced at her and inquired, "Are you feeling down?" "No," she quickly deflected, changing the subject. "Brother, do you know any lawyer friends? Have you encountered trouble right after returning?" Shen Yu teased, his long fingers wrapped around the coffee cup, his voice tinged with amusement. "Go on, tell me what mess you've gotten into." Morning light danced in his eyes, and Shuangxu avoided his gaze. "It's not me. My senior has some financial disputes with her partner, and the lawyer I found isn't very experienced. It was not a grave matter," Shen Yu replied. "I'll arrange someone for you." "Thank you, brother." The lawyer Shen Yu arranged contacted Shuangxu that very afternoon, an experienced barrister specializing in economic disputes, aptly suited to handle such trivial conflicts. Over the weekend, Shuangxu busied herself meeting with the lawyer, while the Song family remained unresponsive, brushing aside Cui Ning's orders as if they were mere whispers in the wind. Upon returning to the Shen household that evening, she found Fu Yun still awake, waiting in the living room for her return. Seeing Shuangxu, Fu Yun instructed Wang Sa to bring over the warmed milk. "What have you been so busy with these past few days? You come home so late each night." "I've been helping my senior with her company's affairs." Though Shuangxu was not fond of milk, she dutifully accepted it. "Since you've returned, you haven't been home, have you?" Fu Yun remarked. "You should make some time to visit. It's important to check in, and most likely, Cui Ning had already contacted her." The Shen and Song families maintained a cordial relationship, and Fu Yun often had to consider Cui Ning's feelings to avoid straining their rapport. "I've been too busy lately," Shuangxu replied, finishing the milk in one go and yawning. "I am really tired, godmother. I'm going to bed now." With that, she quickly ascended the stairs to her room. Fu Yun watched her retreating figure, feeling exasperated. She always runs away when this topic comes up. Miss Shuangxu was not particularly close to them. The Song family has never raised her. When Director Song struck her with such force that it left her face swollen, Madam sent her away, and for all these years, they have shown no concern. Now that she has finally returned home, they're suddenly anxious. They expect her to remain abroad forever. Wang Sa was firmly on the side of the girl she had raised. "If it were me, I wouldn't want to go back to face reproach. Don't stoke the flames," Fu Yun replied. "Regardless, they are her family. Shuangxu's future marriage will need to align with the Song family's arrangements. If she angers Cui Ning, it would not bode well for her." Wang Sa sighed. With someone like Madame Song, what kind of good marriage could she arrange for Miss Shuangxu? Fu Yun called Cui Ning to discuss the matter. It's not that she deliberately avoids going back, she is probably just busy and forgot it. Her senior has fallen gravely ill, and I've heard the company is facing some troubles as well. During Shuangxu's time abroad, the senior took great care of her, and their bond is profoundly deep. Lately, she has been running around attending to her senior's situation, so busy that I hardly see her. These grandiose justifications failed to sway Cui Ning, whose tone remained icy. "You may not see her, but I believe your Shen Yu has been seeing her quite regularly." Fu Yun's tone turned sharp. "What do you mean by that?" "Yu has cared for Shuangxu since childhood. He regards her as a sister. It's entirely normal for them to meet." Cui Ning said nothing further, simply sending her a video. It was from Shen Yu's birthday celebration, the atmosphere lively and boisterous. Shuangxu stood beside Shen Yu at the table as he prepared to cut the cake, the angle making it appear as though he had her enveloped in a half-embrace. The video lasted only a few brief seconds, and as the cacophony subsided, Fu Yun's expression shifted dramatically. Cui Ning maintained her composed demeanor. "Have you forgotten why she was sent away in the first place? If the Shen family believes that the scene from 5 years ago was insufficiently disgraceful, I am not afraid to tarnish the Song family's reputation alongside you." In truth, Shuangxu was far from tired. Upon returning to her room, she lay on her bed, feeling dejected. Her distaste for the Song family was compounded not only by the absence of emotional ties but also by the events from 5 years prior. Shuangxu's lineage was no secret within their circle. It was common knowledge that the Song family's eldest daughter was not born of Madame Song, Cui Ning. Her biological mother was a direct subordinate of Song Mianji, who had just begun his career in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at that time. It was not surprising that Shuangxu's mother would fall for her charming and cultured superior. The two slowly developed feelings for each other while working together, and at that time, Song Mianji was still single. Unfortunately, the disparity in their social standings was stark. Shuangxu's grandfather held a vice-ministerial position, while Song Mianji was just starting out, and the background of a mere translator was clearly inadequate for his promising future. Song grandfather forcefully separated the two, yet Shuangxu believed that his intervention was not the sole reason for their parting. Song Mianji was a man who cherished his career above all else. Her mother was quite stubborn and held a strong sense of pride. When pressured to resign, she did not inform Song Mianji about her pregnancy and chose to raise the child alone. Until the age of 8, Shuangxu lived with her biological mother. However, her mother eventually abandoned her. The abandonment left a profound psychological scar, which is why, when the Song family attempted to send her abroad 5 years ago, she desperately pleaded with them not to do so. She longed to call Shen Yu, but her phone was confiscated, and they locked her in a room, ultimately forcing her onto a plane. Days later, every recollection of that time left her breathless. The following morning, Shuangxu awoke to find Fu Yun busy preparing something in the kitchen. She had brewed ginger soup with burnt red dates and snow pears, sweetened with rock sugar. Although she despised the taste of ginger, particularly the soup, Fu Yun had always insisted on making it for her whenever she caught a cold. It had been many years since she had last tasted it, and the familiar aroma made her nostalgic. The pears had been simmered to a translucent texture, and Shuangxu leaned in, stealing a piece with her fork. Someone at home sick. The household boasted 3 cooks, and Fu Yun did not often take to the kitchen herself. Only a select few could inspire her to prepare ginger soup. She was in good health, and with Shen Yu away on a business trip, the only possibility was. Your brother has a fever, Fu Yun replied, pouring the hot soup into a thermos. The weather has been fluctuating recently, and he hasn't been taking care of himself. When you head out later, please deliver this to him. Upon hearing this, Shuangxu did not hesitate. She swallowed the ginger-flavored pear and grabbed the thermos, setting off to see Shen Yu's Chapter 11. Deliberately letting her see. After turning 17, Shuangxu moved out of the Shen family home to live independently. Following his departure, his visits became increasingly infrequent, transitioning from daily encounters to merely once a week. Fu Yun remarked that he was busy with work, yet Shuangxu felt a profound sense of discontent, often resting her chin on her desk during class in a state of languor. Her closest friend resolutely insisted, "Your brother is already 25, he must have a girlfriend. Living at home is inconvenient, living alone allows him to bring women home for the night." Shuangxu dismissed her claims, stating, "My brother hasn't even dated anyone." Indeed, each time she visited Shen Yu, she had never encountered any woman. Initially, she was skeptical until, on Shen Yu's birthday, she hid in his apartment intending to surprise him, only to witness him kissing a woman. That moment felt cataclysmic to her. She knew Shen Yu's door lock code. It was the same one he frequently used. In the past, she would visit every weekend, but after that incident, she never returned. As she drove to the apartment building, Shuangxu carried a thermos up the stairs. She was uncertain if Shen Yu had seen a doctor, nor did she know if there were any medications at his home, so she stopped by a pharmacy along the way to pick up some supplies. After pressing the doorbell, she waited briefly until the door opened, revealing a cascade of chestnut curls followed by the exquisitely beautiful face of a woman. Shuangxu stood there, momentarily taken aback. It was the same actress from that night, and even without makeup, her beauty was unforgettable. She wore nothing but a man's shirt, its loose hem falling below her hips, leaving her legs bare and barefoot. The actress propped herself against the door, scrutinizing Shuangxu with a hint of hostility, as if perceiving her as a rival. "Are you looking for Shen Yu? He is not awake yet." After a moment of frozen shock, Shuangxu a flicker of embarrassment crossed her face as she tousled her deliberately disheveled hair and adjusted the open collar of her shirt. Her tone softened, laced with an almost ingratiating quality. "Please wait a moment. I'll go fetch him." Shuangxu remained rooted at the threshold. "No need, just take it inside." She handed over the thermos and the medication, slipped her hands into the pockets of her trench coat, and turned to leave. "Hey!" The actress watched her retreating figure, realizing she had committed a blunder by offending a family member of Shen Yu on their first meeting. Just then, Shen Yu emerged from the bedroom, his voice hoarse from a lingering fever. "Who is here?" "Your sister came to bring you ginger soup, but she didn't come in. She left." Shen Yu's gaze flickered over the thermos and the bag of medicine in her hands, pausing slightly. Was it her imagination, or did the fatigue in his eyes seem to cool just a bit? Feeling somewhat flustered, she hadn't fully processed the moment before Shen Yu brushed past her, grabbing his coat and opening the door to leave. The elevator was slow, perhaps not truly slow, but each second felt excruciating. When the door finally opened, she had just turned around to see Shen Yu's figure emerging. She cast her gaze downward, watching him approach the elevator doors. "Brother." Shen Yu's voice was rough, likely due to his cold. "Why didn't you call me when you arrived?" "I was afraid to disturb you," Shuangxu replied. "I need to visit the hospital to see my senior." "I'll take you." "No, you should rest more since you're sick." "It's just a cold." Shen Yu stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the basement level. The atmosphere inside was somewhat tense. He turned his head to glance at her, and she stood in the corner, her shoulder pressed against the wall, maintaining the farthest possible distance from him. Today, Shen Yu drove himself. As they made their way to the hospital, Shuangxu stared blankly out the window. He spoke to her, but she didn't register his words until he called out, "Xiaozhou." Shuangxu snapped back to reality, realizing they had arrived at the hospital. She opened the car door, bent down, and said to him, "Brother, I'm leaving, take care of yourself." Shen Yu remained silent, his gaze holding an ambiguous meaning. Shuangxu was lost in thought, oblivious to everything around her. After a brief pause, he said, "Go on in." She nodded and hurried into the throng of people within the hospital. Shuangxu felt as though she were the one suffering from a high fever, walking under the warm April sun yet feeling an icy chill seep from her bones. She was aware of the woman beside Shen Yu, but knowing it in her mind was entirely different from witnessing it with her own eyes. The former was a chronic, dull ache, while the latter was a sharp stab that jolted the complacent and tore open the festering wound of her numbness. Her heart was a clear mirror. She understood that Fu Yun had deliberately sent her, intending for her to see how could she be so cautious. Upon reaching the building housing the wards, Shuangxu suddenly remembered that today was the day she was supposed to sign the contract with Yun Dun. Yunduan's partnership would determine whether Fei Shui could be resurrected. The side effects of chemotherapy were slowly waning, and Shuyang's health had improved somewhat in recent days. To demonstrate Fei Shui's commitment to this collaboration, she had personally taken Xiao Liao to Yundun Group to finalize the agreement, leaving no one at the hospital. Thus, she did not ascend the stairs but instead sat on a bench downstairs, basking in the sunlight. With her eyes closed, the sun warmed her face, and her limbs gradually regained their warmth. Wasn't it decided before returning home that she would accept her place and be a dutiful sister? What was there to feel sorrow about? Shuangxu, she admonished herself inwardly, you have no right to be upset. Shuyang and Yundun were given significantly better treatment upon their arrival. A dedicated staff member greeted them and escorted them to the elevator. Because the Tingzhou's meeting was still ongoing, the secretary invited them into the lounge, providing exquisite coffee and pastries. There were even 2 pieces of blueberry mousse cake. Shuyang couldn't indulge too much, so after a couple of bites, she left the remainder for Xiao Liao. As Xiao Liao munched away, she mumbled, this he is really hard to deal with. His thoughts are inscrutable. In ancient times, he would have been that kind of treacherous tyrant. He gives you a piece of cake, and before I finish eating, he might just slice my throat to retrieve the cake. Xu Yang replied, stop talking. I am feeling nauseous. Before long, the door to the adjacent conference room swung open, and a group of sharply dressed men emerged. He Tingzhou stood out among them, a striking figure amidst a sea of mediocrity, as if he had stepped out of a comic book. Wow, he is so handsome. He looks like my future husband. Xiao Liao exclaimed. Xu Yang shot back, if you're not afraid of having your throat sliced, I have no objections. Outside the glass door, He Tingzhou had been casually listening to a conversation when the secretary approached him, whispering something. He glanced toward the lounge, his gaze sweeping over their faces, pausing for a fleeting moment before moving on without a reaction. 5 minutes later, they found themselves seated face to face with He Tingzhou in the conference room. He Tingzhou sat with his back to the window, casually draping his legs over one another, revealing a glimpse of black dress socks beneath his trousers. The signing process was remarkably smooth. He signed the contract without uttering a single unnecessary word. After receiving the freshly minted agreement, Xu Yang expressed her gratitude and eagerness for collaboration. He Tingzhou casually capped his pen and asked, why isn't Song Shuangxu here? Xiao Liao's spirits ignited like a phoenix rising from the ashes, naively revealing Shuangxu's whereabouts. Our little boss went to bring ginger soup for her brother. Chapter 12. Which woman is not infatuated with him? Listening to Xiao Liao's jubilant account of a smooth signing process, Shuangxu's mood lightened somewhat, though it remained heavy like clouds brimming with rain. Xu Yang touched her face and asked, why is your complexion so pale? Are you running a fever? No, Shuangxu replied, perhaps I was simply born with fair skin. Get out of here. Xu Yang, who had no relation to fairness, placed her hands on her hips. Having good genes is something to boast about, is it? Indeed, Shuangxu retorted playfully, managing a smile that brightened her countenance. After sending Xu Yang back to the hospital, she began to tackle recruitment matters. The technical department members were initially brought in by Xu Yang, and most chose to side with her when the 2 partners separated. Chen Peiran took away the management and administrative personnel of Fei Shui. For a tech company, administrative management is the lifeblood. Although they had suffered a significant setback, the true core still remained, allowing for a potential. However, to restore normal operations, filling the vacant positions was essential. After a long day, Xiao Liao was discussing carpooling home with another girl when she noticed Shuangxu still in the office. Leaning in, she asked, boss, aren't you leaving yet? I'll be leaving soon. I see the sky is turning dark, you should head home early. Turning to gaze outside, Shuangxu realized the sky had indeed clouded over. Yet, thoughts of the Shen family and Fu Yun plunged her mood back to the depths, as if she were submerged in an overwhelming tide. Unable to surface, not wishing to return home, she opted instead for a bar. At the Lanyi Club, the music was deafening, and elegantly dressed men and women swayed wildly on the dance floor. She ordered a specialty drink and settled at the bar. The bartender's skills were lacking, producing a concoction that was quite unpleasant, yet she still ordered a second glass. As she sipped, 2 men approached, seating themselves on either side of her, their gazes brazen and intrusive. Hey there, beautiful, why are you drinking alone? Shuangxu ignored them, finishing her drink and pulling out a bill from her bag to push it back under her glass, preparing to leave. Hey, don't rush off, one man said, deliberately displaying his Rolex watch. What a coincidence to meet you here. Let me buy you a drink so we can get acquainted. Shuangxu, already in a foul mood, found her path completely obstructed by the 2. Can't you see the fate? All I see is filth. The man's expression soured, but he quickly feigned nonchalance, laughing with his companion. You've got quite the personality. I like a little spice like you. How about we have some fun together? He reached out, attempting to drape his arm over her shoulder. She turned her head, her striking features now icy. You'd best not touch me. What if I do? The man completely disregarded her warning. The bartender, unable to stand by, interjected, "Hey, buddy, it's no fun to bully a girl. What is it to you?" The man's competitive spirit ignited, and he reached out to grab Shuangxu, only to be intercepted by a hand that came from the side. Another man placed his hand on the aggressor's shoulder, smiling amicably. "If you want to play, come play with me, why bother my sister?" The two men, who had been so arrogant moments before, immediately shrank back like dogs before their master upon recognizing Yu Zifeng. "You, what a coincidence. Is this your sister?" With Yu Zifeng present, Shen Yu must be here too. Shuangxu instinctively glanced behind him. Zhuo Zhong and a few others were indeed present, but there was no sign of Shen Yu. At the back of the crowd, He Tingzhou leaned casually against the railing, hands tucked in his pockets, chewing gum while observing the scene from a distance. The flickering lights cast the dancers in a surreal glow, and his chiseled features remained indifferent, as if detached from the unfolding drama. Seeing his expression, Shuangxu realized that if Yu Zifeng and the others were not present, He Tingzhou would not intervene. Yu Zifeng smiled, his eyes narrowing. "Of course, she is not my sister. My sister is only 7. The two men visibly sighed in relief. Offending the Yu family in Yen City would lead to dire consequences. Before the tension could dissipate, Yu Zifeng's demeanor shifted. The warmth vanished as he turned icy, delivering a few sharp slaps to the man's face. "This is the precious sister of your young master Shen. Next time, open your eyes. If you touch even a finger on her, I'll have no mercy." The two men hurriedly apologized, bowing profusely to Shuangxu. "Miss Shen, we truly failed to recognize your importance. We thought you were alone, and we feared you were lonely." The apology seemed misplaced. After all, her surname was not Shen. "Lonely my foot." Yu Zifeng called over the security, "Drag these two to the men's restroom and give them a good beating. Just look at their shifty-eyed expressions, they make me sick. Those idiots don't even have the sense to keep their eyes open." The two continued to plead. "You, please, we've had drinks together before," Yu Zifeng retorted fiercely, "beat them to a pulp. If they don't die, it's fine. Not if they do, it'll be on Shen Yu." Once the matter was settled, Yu Zifeng resumed his carefree demeanor. "What are you doing here alone, sister? Drinking too much by yourself isn't fun. Come, let's go upstairs and play." Shuangxu was quick to shake her head, intending to refuse. "No, I was just about to leave." Before she could finish, Yu Zifeng took her by the arm and led her upstairs. "Your brother isn't here today. I can't let you stay alone drinking. There are many bad people around. If someone takes advantage of you, your brother would surely be angry with me." Zhuo Zhong added, "This is your brother Zifeng's territory. If anyone dares to bully you, your brother would tear them apart." Hearing that Shen Yu was not present, Shuangxu relinquished her resistance and followed him upstairs. As they ascended, the staircase was carpeted, and the lighting was dim, obscuring everything. Whether it was a wrinkle in the carpet or a cigarette burn, Shuangxu's stiletto heel snagged, causing her to stumble. As she lost her balance, her foot inadvertently stepped on someone else's. A soft click of disapproval echoed from behind, and she quickly apologized. "Sorry." A hand steadied her waist, gently lifting her back up. But the touch was swift yet firm, leaving a lingering sensation on her skin. Turning to face the person behind her, she found herself staring into He Tingzhou's deep, dark eyes. Caught off guard, the proximity felt electric, and her heart raced as if struck by lightning. "Get up." He Tingzhou withdrew his hand, casually returning it to his pocket, his demeanor indifferent, as though he had merely pushed her away for stepping on him rather than offering support. "Get up? You nearly fell on the stairs. Should I ask your brother to bring a baby basket to carry you up?" His tone was relaxed, yet the words were far from kind, prompting Yu Zifeng and the others to turn back. Shuangxu stepped aside, conceding, "You go ahead." He Tingzhou brushed past her and continued up the stairs. Yu Zifeng remarked, "Really, why do you always tease my sister? Don't you have an ounce of brotherly compassion?" He Tingzhou replied, "She didn't call me brother." The gathering was small, filled with familiar faces. Yu Zifeng ushered her into a private room, instructing the waiter to procure a bottle of fruit beer from somewhere and hand it to her after prying off the cap. Shuangxu thought to herself, "Is this a drink for children? Who do you think you're looking down on?" Yu Zifeng beckoned her to sit beside him, with He Tingzhou occupying the single sofa to her right. He had an aura of effortless leisure, reclining on the sofa while others dutifully served him drinks and cigarettes. Their conversation revolved around financial futures, venture capital, and private equity, topics that held no interest for Shuangxu, who only grasped bits and pieces. After a while, the discussion shifted to Shen Yu's cold. "I heard that a big star skipped out of her filming schedule to take care of him. She's truly infatuated with him." "Infatuated? What good does that do? Which woman isn't infatuated with him?" Yu Zifeng replied. "That big star was just sent off today. She was even blocked by fans at the airport. Didn't you catch the news?" Shuangxu lowered her gaze, sipping her fruit beer. Whether or not she was sent off had no bearing on her. "Isn't it about time for you to start dating, sister? Have you got a boyfriend abroad?" someone inquired, caught off guard by the sudden shift of focus onto her. Shuangxu paused before responding. "Do you have a crush on me?" In truth, they had never actually dated, but she believed that claiming they had would spare her much trouble. Then she pondered, if she were to find a boyfriend, would that not put Fu Yun at ease, allowing her to cease viewing her as a homewrecker intent on pursuing Shen Yu? Yu Zifeng exclaimed in surprise, "Which foreign scoundrel are you talking about? What does he look like? Is he a foreigner or a Chinese? Why didn't you bring him back for us to see?" "We broke up," she fabricated effortlessly. "How did that happen?" Frost Sequence found his curiosity irksome. After taking a sip of her drink, she replied, it was just a fling. The moment those words left her lips, the air fell silent for a few seconds. Frost Sequence felt a notably intense gaze fixated upon her. Following its direction, she met He Tingzhou's eyes. What is he looking at? Frost Sequence was puzzled by what could possibly astonish them. Among this group of privileged young men, each one had likely played the field far more than she had known men. Her usual demeanor was too demure. Shen Yu had sheltered her like a princess in a castle, and now such words coming from her mouth left the brothers utterly astounded. He Tingzhou's deep-set eyes scrutinized her with keen interest. How many have you played with? How audacious of you. Frost Sequence tossed the hot potato back. What about you, brother Tingzhou? How many have you been with? Years of dining experience were not for naught. He Tingzhou was not so easily stumped by her question. His thin lips curled slightly. I don't play with men. Well, that was that. Oh dear, my sister has truly grown up, Yu Zifeng remarked with great sentiment, his feelings comparable to the moment his younger sister slapped him for the first time at the age of 3. When she was just a little thing, now she has learned to toy with men's emotions. Frost Sequence retorted, didn't you play with women when you were 22? Touch. That is indeed true, Yu Zifeng chuckled. What kind of man do you fancy? Tell your brother, and I shall find you a good one. Her ideal type had a living, breathing, perfect template already in existence. Cultured, gentle, and perpetually patient with her, yet she could not express this, so she fabricated, I like wild, domineering, and unreasonable types. Oh? Yu Zifeng's mischievous smile widened, isn't that just revealing your brother Tingzhou's ID number? Frost Sequence was taken aback. She had merely spoken in terms of Shen Yu's adonym, never intending to insinuate He Tingzhou. The others nearby burst into laughter, one teasingly calling out to He Tingzhou, hey, Zhougo, looks like Sister Frost Sequence has taken a shine to you. What do you say? Frost Sequence turned her neck to look at the private room like those flashy lights, the warm orange glow casting a soft radiance over the people inside. He Tingzhou reclined on the sofa, his light blue shirt unbuttoned halfway, a cigarette dangling from his thin, sharp lips, observing her through the interplay of light and shadow. Just as Frost Sequence was about to speak, he removed the cigarette from his mouth with 2 fingers and, in a husky, low-pitched voice, said, you have a crush on me. Frost Sequence, what a colossal misunderstanding. He tapped the cigarette against the rim of a glass on the table, ash falling into the light brown whiskey, drawling, give up on that thought. I don't play with my friend's sisters. Who said anything about wanting you to? She would never harbor a crush on He Tingzhou, originally intending to clarify, she thought of Fu Yun, perhaps letting everyone assume she had a crush on He Tingzhou would simplify matters. Moreover, she was aware that He Tingzhou was privy to her little secret. His words were clearly intended to tease her, thus, she refrained from explaining, simply responding with, oh, then I'm heartbroken. Yu Zifeng laughed uproariously, taking it as a joke, for with He Tingzhou's shameless demeanor, it would be absurd for her to have a crush on him. What are you pretending for? When did you ever have any principles? He Tingzhou was unfazed, how do you know I don't? You have no shame, Yu Zifeng declared with utmost confidence, if you had that, you'd be my father. Those with younger sisters often felt a strong sense of brotherly duty. Thus, before midnight, Yu Zifeng urged everyone to disperse, they had all indulged in drinks, and as he sought someone to escort Frost Sequence home, he caught sight of He Tingzhou and impulsively pushed Frost Sequence toward him, saying, just right, you didn't drink, so you take my sister home. Having been taken advantage of previously, Frost Sequence dared not owe him any favors. No need, I can. Her refusal was cut short as He Tingzhou lowered his eyelids and shot her a glance. What? You want to take advantage of me under the cover of darkness? Frost Sequence, she was utterly baffled, I would never. Then why are you afraid to get into my car? He Tingzhou wore an expression that seemed to say, don't explain. You want to covet my beauty. He hooked the high-end coat draped over the back of the sofa with his finger, flinging it over his shoulder, cigarette in mouth, and strolled out with a relaxed gait. Frost Sequence had no choice but to follow. Even as she settled into the passenger seat, she couldn't quite comprehend the logic behind it all. Not getting into his car meant wanting to take advantage of him? So does that mean anyone who wishes to keep their distance must be madly in love with him? Finding it all too convoluted, she ultimately gave up. He Tingzhou was perpetually enigmatic. For instance, he didn't drink yet came to a bar, the loudest place in the world, to sleep. His thoughts seemed to traverse unconventional paths. He extinguished his cigarette before entering the vehicle, tossing his suit jacket into the passenger seat, perhaps having forgotten that someone was there, a habitual motion. Frost Sequence was struck by the chilling aura emanating from his jacket, turning to glance at him. Take this, He Tingzhou commanded as he started the car, one hand on the steering wheel, gliding smoothly from the parking space onto the road. The sports car lacked a back seat, so she couldn't simply discard his jacket. She had no choice but to fold it neatly onto her lap. Accepting his kindness without a word felt impolite, but Frost Sequence genuinely couldn't think of a suitable topic to discuss with him. Talk about life? Their lives were worlds apart, and she had no idea where to begin. Discuss the liquid hydrogen drone project, please. It was after hours, surely. She couldn't bring up the rumors surrounding him, nearly causing fatalities. Not every wealthy heir in Yen City was as remarkable as Shen Yu. Many were just spoiled second-generation rich kids, capable of causing trouble and relying on their families to smooth things over. Take, for instance, the notorious wastrel of the Zheng family. Of Frost Sequence knew little about He Tingzhou, having only heard snippets from others. She recalled that when the commander he was involved in cracking down on a transnational drug trafficking ring at the China-Myanmar border, those criminals were ruthless, having kidnapped a 5 or 6-year-old He Tingzhou along with his mother. His mother tragically lost her life during that ordeal. This was likely a taboo subject, as no one dared bring it up in front of Yi Tingzhou. Frost Sequence had only overheard a few drunken men let slip bits and pieces at a banquet. Curious, she once asked Shen Yu about it, to which he had playfully tapped her head, saying, "So fond of prying, shall I rename you Song Dating?" Thus, in Yan City, Yi Tingzhou could behave as he pleased, indulging in whatever whims he fancied. The Yi surname was a towering mountain built on power, with 3 generations of nobility and military merit, granting him the capital to upset the heavens if displeased. As she was lost in thought, Yi Tingzhou's hand unexpectedly reached toward her. Frost Sequence jolted, instinctively recoiling until her back pressed against the car door. Noticing her startled reaction, Yi Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. "What are you dodging for?" He opened the glove compartment beside her. A sliver of light streamed in from outside, illuminating his long fingers. With sinewy tendons and a sense of primal strength, the blue vein snaked upward, disappearing into the luxurious cuff of his shirt. Frost Sequence watched as he retrieved a box of candies, unwrapped one, and tossed it into his mouth, smirking. "It seems I should be the one afraid of being taken advantage of." Frost Sequence quietly settled back. "I was merely concerned about taking advantage of you." Yi Tingzhou's dark eyes flicked her way, and he let out a low chuckle. "Go ahead and try." What courage did she possess to attempt such a thing? The crux of the matter was, she wasn't foolish. When the car stopped outside the Shen residence, Frost Sequence wasted no time, placing the neatly folded jacket on the seat and waving, "Goodbye, brother Tingzhou." Then she hurriedly dashed into the house. Chapter 14. The future sister-in-law. At this hour, Fu Yun and the maid had already retired for the night, and the lights in the Shen family's villa had dimmed, leaving a light on in the corridor for her. Aunt Wang, donning a coat, emerged from the room to greet her. "Why are you so late? Madam has been waiting for you. Worried sick about your tardiness, I had to persuade her to go rest." She continued, "Are you hungry? The kitchen has prepared fish soup for you. Shall I make you a bowl of noodles?" "No need to fuss, I'm not hungry," Shuangxu replied softly. "You should go rest too, I'm heading back to sleep." Aunt Wang watched her ascend the stairs before returning to the maid's quarters. Shuangxu refrained from turning on the lights and quietly made her way back to her bedroom, careful not to disturb anyone. The next morning, when Fu Yun saw her, she inquired, "Where were you last night? Aunt Wang mentioned you returned in the early hours." "I went out drinking with Zifeng and the others," Shuangxu replied casually, as if nothing had transpired the previous day. Seeing her appear unfazed, Fu Yun's anxious heart settled. Aunt Wang brought over a cup of coffee, and as Shuangxu sat down to eat her fried egg, she overheard Fu Yun saying, "Your brother has turned 31 since his birthday. It's about time for him to settle down. Yesterday, I discussed with your godfather the possibility of selecting a suitable young lady from a respectable family in Yan City, and your brother has no objections. If you have some free time in the next few days, could you help me look?" "Sure," Shuangxu replied with a smile. "I'm certain the girls you choose will be exemplary." Fu Yun probably considered this merely a test, as she had only shown Shuangxu one photo. In a family like the Shens, marriages are a binding of interests between two families, something that juniors like Shuangxu cannot interfere with. Moreover, she wasn't even a member of the Shen family. Born into such a class, she could scarcely influence her own marriage, let alone that of Shen Yu. When she received a call from Yu Zifeng, she had just finished her shower. Yu Zifeng invited her out for some fun, but Shuangxu replied, "You all go ahead, I'm planning to rest." "Sleeping so early, is the bed at home more comfortable than the ones in America?" Yu Zifeng teased, "You used to be so eager to join in. Your brother had to drag you along. Now, no matter how much I call, you won't come. Really not coming? Your future sister-in-law is here, aren't you curious to see her?" Shuangxu felt a slight ringing in her ears, unsure if it was due to water getting in during her shower. She hadn't anticipated the situation would progress so swiftly. Is it settled already? Who is she, the daughter of which family? She realized she knew nothing at all. Reluctant to go, she pulled the blanket over her face but feared that declining might seem odd, that someone would see through her. How should a younger sister regard her sister-in-law? Curiosity, excitement, and eagerness to explore. Thus, she feigned enthusiasm and replied, "Of course I want to see her, please send me the address." By the time Shuangxu arrived at the venue, 40 minutes had elapsed. The place called Moonlit Begonia was quite unique, not for its opulence, but rather for its understated elegance compared to the ostentatious facades of other clubs. This courtyard within the second ring road exuded its own air of exclusivity. It was certainly not lacking in luxury. The steps carved from white marble were adorned with intricate designs, and a single transplanted pine tree in the courtyard was worth millions. The patrons here were either wealthy or aristocratic young men, each with a lineage that was unattainable. Young women flocked here, drawn by the romantic name Moonlit Begonia, yet the true essence of the place was steeped in money, power, and desire. While the venue was not membership-based, ordinary folk could not gain entry. Vehicles were prohibited inside, so Shuangxu alighted at the entrance. As she walked in with her handbag, she spotted a sleek black Koenigsegg parked grandly in the courtyard. Well, who else could it belong to but he? Upon entering the private room, she found a lively gathering. The atmosphere was bustling, filled with both familiar and unfamiliar faces. "Little sister, over here," Yu Zifeng beckoned her over, wrapping an arm around her and gesturing toward the woman seated beside Shen Yu. With a grin, he asked, "Do you know who this is, your future sister-in-law?" Contrary to Shuangxu's preconceived notions of an elegant and poised young lady, this woman was quite youthful, in her early 20s, with bright and spirited eyes. It was hard to tell whether it was the dim lighting in the room or Shen Yu's own demeanor that appeared so indifferent that he didn't deny it. Instead, he cast a mild glance at Yu Zifeng, adopting his customary teasing tone. "You should see a dentist about that leaky mouth of yours." Yu Zifeng brushed it off. "Come on, Shuangxu is your sister. She is not an outsider, she knows what's what. It's still in the preliminary stages, the woman offered, a hint of bashfulness in her voice, a genuine and unpretentious shyness that spoke of a sheltered upbringing. Her gaze turned curious as she addressed Shuangxu. Are you Xiaojiu? Only Shen Yu called her that. He had spoken of her to this prospective bride, yet he had never mentioned a word to her. The fact that she knew her nickname while Shuangxu knew nothing about her made Shuangxu feel somewhat isolated from the conversation. It was inevitable that such a day would arrive. Shen Yu would eventually have his own family, a wife, and children. The privileges she once enjoyed would eventually slip away. Hello, I've been wanting to meet you, Lu Man said with a friendly smile. Shuangxu returned the courtesy with a polite smile. Miss Lu, hello. Why so formal? Just call me Man. We're the same age, Lu Man replied. Don't mind Zifeng, I'm not really your sister-in-law it's just that our families are considering this arrangement, and they thought we should meet. It makes no difference. The union binds two families, as long as the two parties don't find each other repulsive or have any glaring flaws, the marriage could easily be finalized. Shuangxu merely responded, well, when you two are officially engaged, I'll call you that. Lu Man took out her phone. Come on, let us add each other on WeChat. In Shen Yu's presence, Shuangxu could not decline. Just as she accepted the friend request, Lu Man casually linked her arm with Shuangxu's, leaning in to sniff her. You smell amazing, what perfume are you wearing? Shuangxu felt her social anxiety flare up, but as this was her future sister-in-law, she restrained the urge to pull away. I'm not wearing any perfume today. Lu Man smiled at Shen Yu, saying, your sister is so adorable. Though they shared the same social circle, Shuangxu was not well acquainted with Lu Man. Lu Man was the cousin of He Tingzhou, and general he was her uncle. Her father held a significant position in the military commission and had often resided in Lin City during her youth, where she grew up with her parents. The trajectories of Shuangxu's and Lu Man's lives had diverged. When Shuangxu was in Yan City, Lu Man was elsewhere. 5 years ago, Lu Man returned, while Shuangxu was sent abroad. Lu Man was also close friends with her half-sister, Song Langan. Ironically, the Song family as two blooming sisters had a relationship akin to that of enemies. The conversation predominantly revolved around Shen Yu and Lu Man, filled with lighthearted banter among friends, creating a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Being only 22, Lu Man blushed from the teasing, leaning closer to Shuangxu to ask, Xiaojiu, tell me a secret, does he have any flaws that others don't know about? Shuangxu replied, my brother has no Ask the sister, she would give Shen Yu a perfect score. You should be asking me, Yu Zifeng interjected, extending his hand, give me $100, and I'll reveal Shen Yu's little secrets. Lu Man playfully slapped his palm. I don't believe you. I only trust Xiaojiu. Upon hearing this, Shuangxu glanced at her, her eyes reflecting curiosity. Had Lu Man truly forgotten their last encounter, or was she merely putting on an act in Shen Yu's presence? Chapter 15. Do you have feelings for your brother? In the luxurious enclave of Yin City, the elite and affluent gathered today, with the proprietor of the Moonlit Begonia personally delivering several bottles of treasured Remy Martin Louis XIII. A benevolent-looking, portly gentleman chuckled, with all the esteemed guests present today, my humble abode shines even brighter. A few bottles of fine spirits to add to the merriment, a modest token of my regard. Please do not take offense, young Master Shen. Ah, Boss Qin is indeed generous, thought Shuangxu, realizing that even the club's proprietor was aware of the happenings. Perhaps she was the only one left in the dark. From within the private room, the soft murmur of a woman's voice echoed, has Lord Zhou awakened? Shuangxu turned her gaze in that direction. This room was reserved solely for their use and was typically not open to the public. The space was vast, illuminated by only two dimly lit sconces, casting a somber ambience that she had not previously noticed. It was only now that she discerned, in the hazy shadows, a figure reclining on the plush sofa. The couch was short, and the man's long legs could not fit comfortably, so they were crossed and resting on the armrest, his hand draped over his eyes. Kneeling beside him on the carpet was a woman clad in a qipao, gently fanning him with a handheld fan. The temperature in April was far from oppressive, and the fan merely served to create an intoxicatingly gentle atmosphere. To sleep with a beauty by one's side, who could rival He Tingzhou in indulgence, Shuangxu thought, why does he have such a penchant for dozing off in various places? One could only imagine the thrilling and exhausting nightlife he must lead to be this fatigued, yet capable of sleeping through the noise of the room. He Tingzhou languidly sat up, pushing aside the half-draped veil to emerge. The man on the single sofa, perceptive enough, vacated his seat for him. He Tingzhou settled down and requested a cigarette. The fan-wielding beauty followed suit, perching herself on the armrest beside him. Her form-fitting qipao accentuated her exquisite figure, and her long, fair legs gracefully crossed, her delicate body leaning towards He Tingzhou, with fingers painted in a deep crimson hue, she delicately flicked the lighter to ignite his cigarette. She was a refined beauty, unlike the typical hostesses. Under the weight of bloodline pressure, Lu Man clearly felt a twinge of fear towards him, addressing him with a solemn cousin. Yu Zifeng inquired of He Tingzhou, I heard the director returned a few days ago? He Tingzhou lazily glanced over, the angle revealing his long lashes. What business do you have inquiring about his whereabouts? Planning an assassination? He Tingzhou interrupted, if one wished for his demise, there would be no need for such elaborate schemes. I shall take you to him shortly. Should he discover your intentions, he might commend your audacity. Yu Zifeng nearly faltered in fright, raising 3 fingers to the heavens in a solemn vow. I swear, by the heavens above and the earth below, I harbor no treasonous intentions. He Tingzhou chuckled lightly, brushing off the ash from his cigarette. What is there to fear? It is merely a matter of receiving a bullet. The old man is quite skilled with firearms. I assure you it would be painless. After all, who was his father, a man whose outings required a first-class security detail? Even if Yu Zifeng was brimming with bravado, he would not dare utter those 2 words. He Tingzhou could jest about such things. Tonight, upon returning home, he would likely keep one eye open while sleeping. Yu Zifeng waved dismissively at himself. I really should learn to keep my mouth shut. Lu Manman's attention towards Shuangxu was somewhat excessive, often steering the conversation back to her. With such beauty, you must have many suitors, right? None, Shuangxu replied, I do not have any suitors. Lu Manman remarked, I heard that Zhang Zui pursued you in the past? Later, Shen Yu even had him apologize to you. What was that about? Before Shuangxu could respond, Yu Zifeng scoffed, you are well aware of Zhang Zui's character. That was not pursuit, it was harassment. This was an old tale from many years ago. Zhang Zui was notorious in their circle, a third-generation scion who, emboldened by the Zhang family's influence, engaged in misconduct. It was said he had dabbled in affairs with women since middle school. Unlike He Tingzhou's brand of wickedness, which carried an air of danger, Zhang Zui was irredeemably corrupt. At that time, Shuangxu was merely 15, a young girl who had encountered him a few times at various events, and he had begun to harass her. Upon learning of this, Shen Yu stormed to the Zhang residence to confront them, and the elder Zhang, unable to save face, personally brought his grandson to apologize, thus putting an end to the ordeal. After that, Zhang Zui had not troubled her again. Your brother is quite protective of you, Lu Manman commented. Indeed, Shen Yu was exceptionally protective of Shuangxu. Prior to her coming of age, she had not a single legitimate suitor. Immediately after graduating high school, she was sent abroad before even celebrating her 18th birthday. During her years overseas, aside from Shuyang, she had turned down all social engagements. Anyone who mentioned her would call her aloof, hardly a suitor in sight. Recalling this, Yu Zifeng turned to Shen Yu. Did you know your sister is dating someone abroad? Your precious little cabbage has been nibbled on without you even realizing. Shen Yu, seated across from them, glanced at Shuangxu. Are you in a relationship? Surprised that Yu Zifeng would bring this up in front of Shen Yu, Shuangxu avoided looking at Shen Yu's expression and merely responded with a non-committal mm. Shen Yu rubbed his temple with the fingers holding the cigarette, remaining silent. Yu Zifeng lamented, she was so obedient as a child, trailing behind you like a little shadow, calling you brother every day, with a wave of enthusiasm. The scattered haze of smoke obscured the moment, as Shen Yu lifted his glass, his long fingers resting on the rim. She merely appears obedient. She possesses a stubborn streak. Could anyone be more obstinate than my sister? Had it not been for your daily companionship with her, I would not have pressed my mother for a sister, only to end up with this troublesome child. Is that so? Lu Manman inquired, was Xiaozhou really that adorable as a child? Yu Zifeng grew animated. You should have seen her as a child, rosy cheeks, big bright eyes. Her tears could melt anyone's heart. Otherwise, how could Shen Yu be so soft-hearted towards her? Bringing her home, you changed the clock, and she would wail until Shen Yu's car came to a halt. It was a miracle he didn't run her over. Hey, Zhuizhong interjected, let's not belittle others. Yu Zifeng retorted, if my sister grows up to... My sister is a different matter. Yu Zifeng felt that only Shen Yu could resonate with him on this topic. Just ask Shen Yu if he would like to beat that man up. Shen Yu flicked the ash from his... Yu Zifeng exclaimed, come on, everyone is ganging up on me. Turning to Shuangxu, he said, sister, let us have a chat. Shuangxu stood, I need to use the restroom. The restroom was eerily quiet as Shuangxu absent-mindedly washed her hands under the running water. Hearing footsteps, she looked up in the mirror to see Lu Manman entering. Lu Manman tilted her head, do you dislike me? Shuangxu countered, what has led you to believe? The time bomb in an instant, the sudden stiffness rendered Shuangxu motionless. She pinched her fingertips, and after a few seconds, retrieved her voice, no please don't misunderstand what Song Lian said at that moment shouldn't be taken seriously. She and I have a poor relationship and she is deliberately spreading rumors. Lu Manman seemed uncertain whether to believe her. After all, they were not blood siblings. Shuangxu empathized, realizing that she might also feel discomfort in the same situation. After a brief silence, she spoke again, you need not trust me, just have faith in my brother's character. I hope my presence does not sway your opinion of him. Upon returning to the private booth, the conversation had already shifted elsewhere. The sofa where He Tingzhou had been seated was now vacant. He had vanished along with the beautiful woman. As for where they had gone, Shuangxu paid it no mind. She simply picked up her bag, and Yu Zifeng looked at her in bewilderment. You've only just arrived, and now you're leaving? Aren't you waiting for your brother? I'm feeling a bit tired. Please enjoy yourselves, Shuangxu replied. Brother, I'll head back first. Exiting the fragrant, indulgent atmosphere of the booth and stepping into the courtyard of the Sihiyuan, a cool breeze rustled through the branches of the pine trees. Upon spotting the ostentatious black sports car, Shuangxu noticed someone beneath the tree. The woman in a cheapo was leaning in to speak through the car window. Is Master Zhou not playing anymore? Boring, He Tingzhou replied, his interest waning. The woman suggested, then let me take you somewhere fun? He Tingzhou, resting his hand on the car window, flicked away the ash from his cigarette, chuckling lazily, what is so fun, I'm listening. Shuangxu had no intention of interrupting their flirtation, yet the car was parked in a rather intrusive manner, obstructing the path. Uncertain of when these two would conclude their exchange, and not wishing to witness the live performance any longer, she decided to approach them directly. It was difficult for such a living, breathing individual not to attract attention. The woman straightened up and spoke to her in a gentle tone, yet the bait she had cast towards He Tingzhou was unmistakable. Miss Song is leaving? Yes, Shuangxu replied. He Tingzhou's piercing black gaze flicked towards her indifferently. Shall I see you off? Shuangxu was not so lacking in perception as to miss their flirtation. With such a captivating beauty at his side, who would have the leisure to escort her home? Moreover, He Tingzhou had never been particularly amiable towards her. It was simply a polite gesture, considering that once the Shen and Lu families became in-laws, he would be Shen Yu's cousin-in-law, drawing their families closer together. She understood the facade of politeness. No need to trouble yourself, brother Tingzhou, she replied graciously, please attend to your own matters. He Tingzhou remarked, which of my eyes saw me busy? Both of her eyes did. While others indulged in drinks, he was napping, presumably conserving energy for an evening spent with the enchanting woman. Shuangxu refrained from voicing her thoughts, merely explaining, I was brought here by my driver. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, He Tingzhou averted his gaze from her, pressed the accelerator, and with a brazen roar of the engine that grated on her nerves, he sped away. Shuangxu stood there, momentarily stunned. It was unexpected that he would so callously abandon the beauty of the woman, however, appeared unfazed, adjusting her earring that had been swayed by the wind, her eyes sparkling with a charm that even Shuangxu, a woman herself, found alluring. He truly has no appreciation for delicate feet. For reasons unknown, despite having spent little time at the club, she felt particularly drained. Her phone chimed with a WeChat message, and she reached for it to check. Lu man frowny face, have you arrived home? There were always many women enamored with Shen Yu, sprouting like bamboo shoots after the rain, one after another. Some sought to navigate around Shuangxu, while others resented the attention she garnered from Shen Yu, yet, without exception, they all felt the need to curry her favor. When she was younger, she had innocently delivered love letters on their behalf. Those letters Shen Yu never bothered to read, yet her curiosity led her to open them and peruse their contents. She had witnessed similar attentions many times, but the young lady of the Lu family had no need to see. Shuangxu replied politely, frowny face, I'm home, thank you for your concern. Lu man frowny face, are you free tomorrow? Let us go shopping together. Shuangxu declined, frowny face, sorry, I have something on tomorrow. Shuangxu could not fathom her true intentions, nor what she wished to test. She always responded courteously, but her excessive politeness clearly conveyed a sense of distance. In the world of adults, she believed the other party would understand her meaning. After all, Lu man appeared innocent and carefree, yet was quite astute. After several attempts, noticing Shuangxu's consistently cool demeanor, Lu man ceased her enthusiastic overtures. Days later, Fu Yun called, saying that guests had arrived at their home and requested Shuangxu return early. Upon returning to the Shen residence, she found Lu man seated in the living room. Lu man waved at her, Xiaojiu, we meet again. Fu Yun beamed, man has been waiting for you for half the day. Shuangxu felt a slight discomfort, and in the presence of Fu Yun, she refrained from expressing her annoyance. Is Miss Lu looking for me for something? Lu man seemed oblivious to her aloof tone. My mother's birthday is approaching, and I truly don't know what gift to give her. I was hoping you could advise me. I'm not good at choosing gifts either, Shuangxu deflected, perhaps you should seek assistance from someone else. Lu man blinked her eyes pitifully, but I don't have any other friends. I grew up in Lin City with my father, and I hardly know anyone in Yen City. What a pathetic act, weren't you and Song Lian close friends? Yet Shuangxu could not voice such thoughts. Lu man's vulnerability was not merely a facade. As expected, Fu Yun interjected, the gifts you've selected for me have always been wonderful, just help man pick one, it won't take much time. How about I have your godmother prepare some dried tangerine peel red bean soup for you tonight? Reluctantly, Shuangxu had no choice but to agree. Fu Yun arranged for a driver to take them. Along the way, Shuangxu kept her profile turned towards the window, ignoring Lu man. Don't be upset, Lu man prodded her arm, I mean no harm, I just can't seem to get you to agree to meet, so I had to resort to a little trick. I'm not upset, Shuangxu replied, you know that using my godmother to manipulate me shows your cleverness. There's no point in me being angry. Then you should have just agreed to me from the start. Shuangxu turned her head and found Lu man's smile was one of assured confidence. What exactly do you want? I want to be friends with you. Shuangxu was disinclined to engage in circles with her. My brother and my godmother aren't here, so there's no need for you to put on an act. Let us be direct. Lu man glanced at the driver, who was from the Shen family. Shuangxu promptly exited the car, walking into a CAF, requesting a private room with good confidentiality. Once the door was closed, they sat facing each other. Shuangxu got straight to the point. You are different from other women, you are my brother's fiancée, backed by two families. There is no need for you to curry my favor. I don't dislike you, even if I did, for my brother's sake, I would still treat you courteously. So there is no need for you to keep testing me. But I'm quite curious about you. Lu man picked up a sugar cube with tweezers and dropped it into her coffee, stirring it slowly. I'm not afraid to tell you that I genuinely like Shen Yu. In fact, the first time I saw him at a banquet after returning to Yen City, I was smitten. Do you know that heart-fluttering sensation? That night, I only spoke to him twice. I asked him where the restroom was, and he had someone show me the way. I thanked him, and he merely smiled lightly, even somewhat perfunctory, yet I blushed the entire evening. However, I was still too young then, you understand, you're the same age as me. Shuangxu had no desire to listen to such tales. You should be telling him these things, not me. Lu Man seemed not to have heard, continuing on, I know he has had other women around him. I don't mind at his age, being so charming. It would be abnormal if he had no women at all. Of those women don't matter. For me, the most threatening one is you. Having a fiancée with a non-blood related younger sister who was exceptionally beautiful and whom he dotes on, she glanced at Shuangxu. Don't you think you are a ticking time bomb? Chapter 17. Will you walk with brother? Once again, that suffocating feeling of being obstructed by a sponge enveloped her. Shuangxu detested the sensation of being treated like a thief, yet deep down, she felt an undeniable guilt, leaving her with no one to blame but herself. If there were to be blame, it could only be directed inward. The entire world seemed to conspire against her, declaring her affection for Shen Yu as a cardinal sin, branding her a shameless, misguided ingrate. Shuangxu loathed uttering the words, rest assured, I am merely his sister, I will not affect you in any way. Lu Man shrugged, I don't quite believe that, I know you like him. What do you intend to do about it? Shuangxu met her gaze directly. I can assure you, that is out of the question. I do not wish to alter your perception of my brother. I have never contemplated disrupting your seemingly perfect union. However, he will always remain my brother, and no one can change that. If you can accept it, then accept it. If not, it is your own dilemma. Do not pressure me with your discontent. I bear no obligation to appease your unhappiness. You are so obedient in front of your brother. Why do you adopt such a harsh demeanor with me? Are you my brother? Naturally, distinctions exist among relationships. Family cannot be equated with outsiders. Shuangxu replied candidly, if you refuse to heed reason, then I shall be blunt. This marriage is a matter of your choosing. To be honest, until today, Lu Man had assumed Shuangxu to be a docile and easily manageable individual. Yet, she sensed that this rebellious side was the true essence of Shuangxu. I'm not that domineering, after all, you've lived together for so many years, even a dog would form attachments, let alone siblings. However, as your future sister-in-law, I believe I have the right to understand the details of my younger sister. If you truly believe you have that right, wouldn't it be quicker to ask my brother directly? Lu Man flashed that same smile, are you certain you want me to inquire of him? Does your younger sister have feelings for you? Shuangxu despised how Lu Man wielded Shen Yu as a means of intimidation, yet she could not deny the efficacy of such tactics. My background, Song Lian has undoubtedly divulged to you. I was abandoned by my mother. At the age of 8, she no longer wanted me and returned me to the Song family. My father was assigned to work abroad at the time, and Aunt Shui, along with Song Lian, moved to Europe with him. I was left in the country, unattended, and thus entrusted to the Shen family. What of your grandfather? My grandfather is the most disdainful person towards me in the world. Shuangxu's fingers tightened around the handle of her coffee cup, the grip small and delicate. She caressed the smooth porcelain, her demeanor as calm as if recounting another's tale. He disapproved of my mother giving birth to me and then returning me, and he deemed me timid and weepy, filled with pettiness, ultimately dismissing me to the care of a nanny. Lu Man, having been cherished by her family throughout her life, found it difficult to comprehend that there existed children who were neither loved by their fathers nor wanted by their mothers, children who had relatives but felt orphaned. Then why did you Zifeng say it was Shen Yu who brought you home? Shuangxu regarded her for a moment, responding with reservation, the Shen and Song families are neighbors. My brother happened to pass by, saw me in a pitiable state, and brought me home. Lu Man displayed a look of sympathy. Shuangxu could not be bothered to discern the authenticity of that sympathy. She had no need for it. Setting down her coffee, she picked up her bag from the chair. I have relayed all that you wish to know, how you choose to interpret it is your own affair. Please refrain from bothering me in the future. The evening descended silently outside the glass window, the CAF's patronage sparse at this hour. She pushed open the door to the booth and walked away without a backward glance. The Shen family's driver awaited her outside the CAF, and Shuangxu instructed him to take Lu Man home, while she strolled along the tranquil street outside the mall, eventually ascending the Grand Bridge. As night enveloped Yanqing, the city sparkled with lights, exuding a unique splendor. The cool, damp breeze brushed against her face, while the river flowed tumultuously beneath the bridge, the lamps along the riverbank forming a continuous line stretching back to the year when she was 8. The story she had shared with Lu Man was merely a condensed version. For a child, being abandoned by her mother was akin to the earth-shattering, especially when her mother had once loved her dearly, yet so easily discarded her. An 8-year-old already comprehended much. She had known her mother intended to send her away. She had not wished to leave, clinging desperately to the doorframe, only to be forcibly pulled out by her mother. That day, while waiting for Song Nianji to pick her up at the restaurant, she had been obstinate, and her mother, perhaps feeling a pang of reluctance, had tried to coax her, promising to buy her the ice cream she adored from the adjacent shop. When she stubbornly refused to go, her mother had gone alone, asking the staff to look after her. Seated alone in the restaurant, she watched as one man after another entered, each resembling the age of her brother, and her resistance grew with each arrival. The final straw that broke the camel's back was a rather disheveled man who fixed his gaze on her persistently. Terrified, she impulsively ran out of the restaurant, yearning to return home. Yet, she was in an unfamiliar place, lost and unable to find her way back. Ultimately unable to locate that very restaurant, overwhelmed by a torrent of grievances, she collapsed at the intersection and sobbed uncontrollably until a pair of pristine sneakers appeared in her tear-filled vision. A boy, strikingly handsome as if he had stepped out of a comic book, knelt before her, his eyes curved in concern, asking, "What is it, little one?" She had been sobbing so hard she could hardly catch her breath, yet he remained patient, listening to her ramble on for what felt like an eternity, even buying her a beautiful little cake. Sensing her wariness, he escorted her to the police station, staying by her side until her mother arrived. Shuangxu remembered that day vividly, the sweet scent that lingered on him, the warmth of his palm as he ruffled her hair, and the farewell he offered her before leaving. She also remembered returning home only to be harshly reprimanded by her mother, who had spent the entire afternoon searching for her due to her reckless wandering. She cried through the night, her tears spent, and the following day, her mother sent her directly to the Song family. She remained silent throughout the journey, never causing a scene again. Watching her mother's retreating figure, she secretly wished for her to glance back one last time, yet that hope remained unfulfilled. Song Mianji had already been dispatched abroad for work the night prior. Her mother's decision to return her had been abrupt. The arrangement had not accounted for the unexpected addition of a daughter. He had carved out only a brief lunch to spend with them, arriving at the restaurant only to leave upon finding no one there. Thus, the Song family's residence stood empty. Only 2 caretakers remained in the house, unfamiliar with her and whispering about her background. The pain of abandonment and the helplessness of isolation engulfed her. Days later, her grandfather finally made time to visit the villa. His stern demeanor and critical gaze filled her with anxiety. His impatience with her nervousness was palpable, and he left after only a few minutes. The caretakers were responsible solely for her meals, their words scarce beyond necessity. Shuangxu was left alone in that vacant villa, akin to a person forgotten by the entire world. Each day she perched at the fence of the yard, gazing outside, much like a wild mushroom growing there, still naively fantasizing about her mother returning to fetch her. She waited, but her mother never came back. However, she did await the arrival of that handsome brother. He would pass by the fence in his school uniform, a backpack slung over his shoulder, and each time, Shuangxu's mushroom-like head would turn toward him, akin to a sunflower following the sun. Finally, one day, he crossed the lush green lawn towards her, standing outside the garden's wrought iron fence. He leaned down, observing her with curiosity, and asked, "Will you walk with brother?" At that time, Shen Yu was 16. Outsiders only knew that she was entrusted to the Shen family for upbringing, yet they had overlooked one crucial detail. It was not the Shen Changyuan couple who raised her, but rather Shen Yu himself. Chapter 18. If I cannot have you, I shall leap into the river. At the tender age of 16 or 17, youth is a time of indulgence and recklessness. Some engage in the thrill of racing, others in the company of women, while some smoke, tattoo, and pierce their lips. Meanwhile, Shen Yu has taken a young girl under his wing. Everyone knows he cherishes this sister like a precious gem, lavishing her with endless affection, granting her every wish, and taking her everywhere with him. The discarded refuse of the Song family has been raised by him as if she were a little princess. Frosty Sequence speaks to Lu Man about her discarded past without a hint of sorrow. The wounds inflicted by her original family have been mended by Shen Yu. What troubles her is the realization that she is treading a path that forces her to lose Shen Yu, propelled forward with no possibility of halting. At times, she questions whether she has been infected by the sentiments expressed in the love letters written to Shen Yu by other girls, wondering how it is possible to harbor such affection for her own brother. When the world abandoned her, it was Shen Yu who picked her up. What would she do if one day even Shen Yu were to forsake her? Seated on a bench by the bridge, she feels the wind pick up, tousling her hair. How wonderful it would be to awaken one day and return to her childhood, preferably without the burdens of growing up. A sleek black sports car whizzes past her, only to reverse slowly moments later. The honking horn jolts Frosty Sequence from her prolonged reverie. She turns to see the black supercar idling by the roadside. Tingzhou lowers his window, his gaze lingering for a moment on her reddened eyes before flicking to the space behind her, raising an eyebrow. Is it true that if you cannot have me, you will leap into the river? Such profound feelings, he remarks. A wave of bewilderment crashes over Frosty Sequence, scattering her thoughts and the oppressive heaviness in her heart. She turns her head away, unable to suppress a laugh moments later. She quickly stifles her smile, pretending she has not found anything amusing. What a peculiar person he is. Get in the car, Tingzhou commands. Feeling uneasy about getting into his vehicle, Frosty Sequence remains still. Is jumping into the river today non-negotiable? Tingzhou folds his arms and leans back. Go ahead, I'm eager to witness it. I have no intention of jumping into the river. I am merely sitting here for a moment, Frosty Sequence explains. You needn't concern yourself with me, I can find my way home. Seemingly convinced that her refusal to leave with him signals a desire to seek an opportunity to leap into the river, Tingzhou suggests, should I call your brother to persuade you? The mere mention of Shen Yu renders her obedient. With a sigh, she reluctantly opens the passenger door and gets in. Tingzhou takes his time starting the car, casting a sidelong glance at her from the driver's seat. Frosty Sequence is likely unaware of how she appears at this moment, her hair disheveled by the wind and her eyes reddened, resembling a child who has been bullied and is unsure of whom to turn to for support, sitting alone by the riverbank. Sensing Tingzhou's gaze upon her, she turns her head and asks with confusion, is something wrong? I was waiting for you to cry, Tingzhou replies nonchalantly, his wrist draped lazily over the steering wheel, the thin veins prominent against his skin. When will you begin? Do you need me to call action? Thank you very much. I am not going to cry, Frosty Sequence protests, baffled as to when she had given him the impression that she was prone to tears, especially since she had never cried in front of Tingzhou. Tingzhou's lips curl into an enigmatic smirk. So, you plan to return home and cry in your brother's embrace? How old are you, still seeking comfort from others? Frosty Sequence opens her mouth to respond but finds no words, so she falls silent. Indeed, she used to cry quite easily as a child. Whenever she felt unhappy, tears would flow without the need for a cue. Today, she simply does not wish to engage in conversation. It would be better to remain quiet than to force awkward small talk with Tingzhou. The luxurious sports car speeds down the wide, straight road, the myriad lights of the city flashing by the window, a tapestry of splendor. The joys and sorrows of one individual are but a grain of sand in the river of the city as thousands of years of history. While waiting at a traffic light, a pink G-Wagon pulls up alongside them. The passenger window rolls down, and a bright, melodious voice calls out, "Hey, handsome." Frosty Sequence turns to look, spotting a stylishly dressed beauty leaning out of the window, her tight-fitting crop top accentuating her alluring figure as she flirts with Tingzhou. "Are you all alone?" Perhaps due to the height difference and the darkness of the night, she fails to notice Frosty Sequence in the car. "No," Tingzhou replies, resting his elbow on the window, his tone languid and teasing. "Just a ghost." "What a peculiar remark. Do you have a girlfriend?" the woman inquires. "Would you like me to have one?" Tingzhou responds with effortless charm of the woman, equally adept, throws him a sultry glance. "If you want." He lazily pops a piece of candy into his mouth. "Forget it, I wouldn't want anyone getting jealous and deciding to leap into the river." Frosty Sequence, what does that have to do with her? Handsome men are abundant in the streets, but a striking figure like him, driving a top-tier sports car, is indeed a rarity. As the green light for straight traffic illuminates, the beauty, unwilling to concede defeat, leans further out of her window, tossing a card toward them. "I'm free tonight, call me." The card, perfumed and adorned with a handwritten number, flutters down onto Tingzhou's lap. He pinches it between his fingers, maintaining an air of nonchalance. However, he does not discard the card. Instead, he keeps it in hand as he drives, occasionally tapping it rhythmically against the steering wheel while waiting at red lights. Frosty Sequence turns her face toward the window. It seems she has interrupted his romantic escapade. Moments later, the car halts in a dimly lit alley, only faint glimmers of light hanging from either side, secluded and shadowy. Where is this? Why are they here? The car door slams shut, jolting Frosty Sequence from her brooding thoughts, her mind racing with alarming headlines. Young woman tragically found dead in alley at night. The perpetrator turns out to be a knock. Tingzhou taps on the window. Peering through the glass, she glimpses his tall figure, standing at 6 feet 2 inches. Backlit by the night, she cracks the window open slightly to meet his gaze. Tingzhou's eyes, deep and piercing, seem to draw her into an unknown abyss at the moment their eyes connect. His brow is prominent, and his eyes are a striking blend of almond and phoenix shapes, sharp and alluring, with a slight upward tilt at the corners that conveys both intensity and warmth. They lock eyes for a few seconds. Tingzhou leisurely breaks the silence. "What are you doing lurking about? Did you think I wouldn't notice you peeking through the crack?" Frosty Sequence replies, "I was waiting for you to speak." "You need an invitation to get out of the car?" "Quite the royal demeanor, aren't we?" Tingzhou says, resting his right hand on the car roof, leaning in casually. "Please, esteemed princess." Frosty Sequence unbuckles her seatbelt and steps out of the car. "Where to?" "Let us grab a bowl of noodles." Only then does she notice a noodle shop not far away, its vintage wooden sign lacking any LED lights, barely noticeable in the night, save for the small warm glow spilling from its entrance. "I'm not hungry." "I didn't ask you," Tingzhou replies. "If you're not hungry, just watch me eat." "Very well." The hidden gem of a restaurant nestled in the alley has seen better days, yet it is impeccably clean. The moment she approaches, the enticing aroma wafts towards her, awakening her realization that she has yet to have dinner. Chapter 19. The disappearance. Tingzhou appeared to be a frequent visitor. The proprietor, an unremarkable middle-aged man, casually engaged him in conversation as he served 2 bowls of beef noodles, inquiring, "Haven't seen you in a while. Have you been busy lately?" Tingzhou meticulously picked out the scallions from his bowl, responding, "Yes, been preoccupied with attending to other people's businesses." The owner chuckled amiably, his gaze toward Shuangxu radiating kindness. "It's the first time I've seen you bring someone alone. This charming young lady must be your girlfriend." Tingzhou did not deny it, adopting a tone that suggested a reluctant entanglement. "She has become quite attached to me. What can I do?" Shuangxu managed a strained smile at the owner's somewhat surprised expression, too weary to elaborate. Though the establishment was tucked away in an inconspicuous corner, the flavors were unexpectedly delightful. The broth was rich and fragrant, and the handmade noodles were both slender and elastic. After a bowl of steaming hot noodles, the chilling breeze by the riverside seemed to dissipate. Shuangxu found the dish a tad too hot, her nose tinged with a slight blush, and only then did she notice Tingzhou observing her. He had barely touched his own meal, reclining lazily in his chair, toying with the coarse ceramic teacup from the noodle shop, his long legs sprawled beneath the table, giving an impression of casual ease. "Is it delicious?" he inquired. Shuangxu nodded twice, a hint of curiosity in her voice. "How did you come to know of such a hidden gem? Haven't you heard whose territory Yen City is?" His arrogance was as natural as breathing. "There isn't a place I am unfamiliar with." Tingzhou raised an eyebrow slightly. "With all this chatter, are you full?" "I am full," Shuangxu replied, delicately wiping her lips with a napkin. The lipstick she had applied earlier had long faded, revealing her natural rosy hue. Tingzhou cast a glance her way. "If you're full, then you should pay the bill." "I'm paying?" Her almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise, not out of reluctance but sheer astonishment. When dining with Shen Yu or Yu Zifeng and their companions, she had never been expected to foot the bill. "Otherwise, shall I pay?" Tingzhou insisted with a self-assured demeanor akin to a lord. "I retrieved you from the riverside, brought you home, and treated you to noodles. Are you secretly in love with me, or am I the one infatuated with you? Forgot to bring money, if you can't afford it, call your brother. Shuangxu set her chopsticks down, obediently preparing to pay with her phone. Upon opening her device, she discovered over 20 missed calls. Aside from those from the driver, Uncle Wang, and Fu Yun, there was also a call from Shen Yu. There was a pinned WeChat message. Brother Frowny Face, where are you? Brother Frowny Face Xiaojiu, answer the phone. Uncertain of what had transpired, she was about to return Shen Yu's call when Fu Yun's call came through. As soon as she answered, Fu Yun anxiously asked, Shuangxu, where have you been? I went shopping with Miss Lu. Didn't you know? She was somewhat bewildered by the situation. Uncle Wang said he couldn't find you after dropping Man off, and your phone was unreachable. I was worried sick. Fu Yun's tone was reproachful. You child, why didn't you answer your phone? She realized that while daydreaming on the bridge, she had lost track of time. It had been 3 hours since she left the mall. I was in a meeting and forgot to turn the sound back on, Shuangxu lamented, rubbing her forehead in frustration. Your brother has gone out to look for you. You should call him back immediately. Shen Yu's call was almost instantly connected after dialing, and Shuangxu greeted him with brother, only to choke on her words, uncertain of how to explain her disappearance that evening. After a brief silence on the line, Shen Yu's voice remained gentle as he inquired, where have you been? Eating noodles, Shuangxu replied. Send me the address. After she relayed the wait for me. Shuangxu replied with an and hung up, standing silently for a moment. At this hour, the shop was devoid of other customers, an unusually tranquil atmosphere enveloping the place. Remembering that she had yet to pay, she picked up her phone again and asked the proprietor, who was preparing to close, how much is it? The owner smiled warmly, Mr. He has already settled the bill. Paid, Shuangxu turned her head, discovering that Tingzhou had vanished without a trace. As she exited the shop, she spotted him leaning against his car, smoking. His broad shoulders and long legs made him appear almost like a clothes hanger, his shirt billowing gently in the breeze, illuminated by the car's headlights, exuding an air of nonchalance. My brother is here to pick me up. I will wait for him, Shuangxu thought for a moment before expressing her gratitude. Thank you for today, Tingzhou. Although she had not contemplated jumping into the river, her mood had indeed been quite dismal. Someone had pulled her away from the cold wind by the riverside and treated her to a steaming bowl of noodles, and her gratitude was sincere amidst the swirling smoke. Tingzhou glanced at her, responding in his characteristic manner, no need for thanks. He extinguished his cigarette, straightened, got into his car, and with the roaring sound of the Koenigsegg, drove off, presumably eager to seek out his next romantic encounter. By the time Shen Yu arrived, 20 minutes had elapsed. The kind-hearted owner, perhaps out of regard for Tingzhou, remained until Shen Yu came to collect her before closing up shop. This old alley was particularly quiet at night, making it unsafe for a young girl. Shuangxu thanked the owner and climbed into the car. Shen Yu glanced at the humble, secluded noodle shop. Why did you come all the way here for noodles? Unable to articulate her, their noodles are delicious. Did you come with a friend? Shen Yu inquired. Yes. He left early. As the car exited the alley and merged onto the asphalt, she hesitated, having not browsed any stores that afternoon. She struggled to fabricate a response. Coffee shop. The lie she spun would require Man to corroborate the latter part. Upon returning to the Shen residence, the living room was brightly lit. Shen Changyuan, who had been on a business trip, had already returned, while Fu Yun was still awake, waiting for them in the living room. Seeing them return, Fu Yun's anxiety lifted entirely, and she couldn't help but scold. You went off to eat noodles without informing Uncle Wang. He couldn't find you, and your phone was off. We were frantic looking for you. At your age, how can you still act like a child, making impulsive decisions without considering the consequences? Shuangxu lowered her head in apology. I'm sorry, godmother. I didn't mean to worry you. Shen Changyuan patted Fu Yun's shoulder, urging her to calm down. It's just good that she's back. Shuangxu didn't do it on purpose. He then turned to Shuangxu. Your godmother is just overly concerned. The moment she couldn't reach you, she was in a tizzy at home, worried sick, even calling your brother back. Shuangxu nodded. I understand. Fu Yun was still fuming. I'm not trying to blame you. Just be more mindful in your actions. I only asked you to accompany Man to buy a gift. Even if you were unhappy, you shouldn't just go missing. Shen Yu directly interrupted her, gently tapping Shuangxu on the head. Go upstairs and rest. Shuangxu glanced at Fu Yun, whose expression darkened further due to Shen Yu's defense. Shen Yu maintained a calm demeanor. Be obedient. Chapter 20. It is time for her to move out. That night, Shuangxu experienced a restless sleep, plagued by fragmented dreams, many of which were scenes from her childhood. Upon awakening, the day was bright, sunlight streaming through the curtains and casting a shimmering glow upon the textured wallpaper, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere. Lying in her bed, which felt distinctly hers, she surveyed her room. She had lived in the Shen household for 10 years. Every lamp's warmth and every tile's pattern were as familiar as the blood coursing through her veins. She could navigate the spiral staircase on the second floor with her eyes closed. This place was merely a 15-minute drive from the affiliated high school. It was here that she learned to swim in the pool. The turtle she whimsically adopted at the age of 12 still thrived in the pond of the yard, living out its days in peace. In Shuangxu's mind, the embodiment of home was this very house, yet after turning 18, many things changed. The 5 years she spent away felt like an extensive desensitization, and from the moment she returned to her homeland, the countdown to leaving this home officially commenced. It was time for her to move out. Upon learning of her intentions, Xu Yang offered no comment, merely providing silent support. You can stay with me for now. After all, you have a key to my place. I have 2 rooms, and if you like, you can live with me permanently. Shuangxu understood her implication. Don't worry, I have somewhere to go. I own an apartment at number 9 Songming Road. Xu Yang, in the midst of taking her medication, nearly choked on her water and coughed twice. Songming Road number 9? What's wrong? Is there a problem with that place? Shuangxu's vigorous reaction left her feeling somewhat perplexed. Having been away from the country for these past years, did something happen on Songming Road? The problem is that the property prices there are astronomical. Xu Yang chuckled as well and then inquired, have you discussed this with your brother? Shuangxu hesitated, fiddling with the empty plastic pill container, meticulously tearing off the aluminum foil. I haven't figured out how to phrase it. Finding an excuse is easy, Xu Yang observed perceptively. The main thing is whether you can overcome this hurdle in your heart. It was not uncommon for children to grow up and live independently. However, Shuangxu's situation was different. The Shen family were not her true family, and there were still the unresolved issues of 5 years ago, which remained a barrier that they could not broach. Before Shuangxu could reach out to Shen Yu, he called her first. Clear your evening schedule, I'm taking you to meet someone. That evening, Shuangxu donned a formal yet understated blue plaid dress that fell just below her knees, a color reminiscent of spring, both elegant and vivacious. She threw on a cream-colored trench coat before stepping out. At 7:05 p.m., Shen Yu's car entered the driveway, and Shuangxu was already waiting at the door. While Shen Yu was engaged in a work call, his gaze gradually fell upon her through the car window. Shuangxu jogged a couple of steps, and as the driver alighted to open the door, she bent down to enter, remarking, "Brother, you're late." Shen Yu smirked. What do you want this time? The subordinate on the other end of the line, perplexed, inquired. President Shen? The smile lingered at the corners of Shen Yu's lips, but the warmth in his tone vanished, replaced by a businesslike demeanor. Submit the report later. During her school days, Shuangxu had a dedicated driver. If he was late, she would be upset, and he would bring gifts to appease her, a routine that gradually became customary. Once he hung up the phone, Shuangxu finally spoke. Brother, I want to move out. Shuangxu felt a twinge of sadness at his gaze. She opened her mouth to explain, but Shen Yu's phone rang again. He answered, and the call continued until they arrived at the restaurant. The person Shen Yu introduced Shuangxu to was the director of the Yen City Aviation Research Institute. Throughout the meal with the director, Shuangxu maintained a demeanor of poise. In this capital of power, every brick and stone was a foundation laid by authority, with the apex of the pyramid occupied by influential families such as the He, Shen, Zhang, and Yu clans. The elder of the Song family was also a notable figure, yet compared to the Shen family, he lacked the deep-rooted heritage accumulated over generations. Interestingly, Director Su happened to be a high school classmate of Song Nianji, and they shared a bit of camaraderie. He remembered his daughter, who was lively and somewhat spoiled, yet he had never encountered Shuangxu before. The intricacies of the Song family's affairs were unknown to outsiders, but among classmates, whispers of the truth circulated. This eldest daughter was not the biological child of the current Mrs. Song. However, with Shen Yu's presence as her protector, no one dared to treat her with anything less than respect. Director Su praised Shuangxu. Women in the aviation field are quite rare. The hardships of this industry often go unnoticed from the outside, yet I would never have expected a demure and gentle girl like Miss Song to possess such passion and fervor. Shuangxu replied, I am not demure, nor do I consider myself gentle. My brother has always supported me, allowing me to pursue whatever I am passionate about. Director Su smiled. We must thank President Shen for his encouragement, otherwise, we would have lost a valuable talent. In recent years, the prospects in this field domestically are extremely promising. Our institute has its own drone research team, undertaking numerous national projects. Talents like Miss Song, who have returned from abroad with advanced skills, are precisely what we need. If you have time in the coming days, you are welcome to visit our institute. Shuangxu replied, perhaps I will. Both parties were well aware of the underlying intention of this dinner. Shen Yu aimed to arrange for his sister to work at their research institute. Given the opportunity to converse with Shen Yu, Director Su naturally made sure everything was crystal clear. However, it seemed Miss Song was not interested in their institute. He instinctively glanced at Shen Yu, who remained composed, merely casting a He has invested a significant amount of money, yet we have yet to see any results. Upon mentioning the troublesome offspring at home, Director Su sighed. Their family was not on par with those affluent households, lacking the substantial resources to squander. You can have him pass along some materials, whether it works out will depend on their company's qualifications. Director Su was overwhelmed with gratitude, quickly raising his glass. I cannot thank you enough, President Shen. Allow me to toast you. As the dinner concluded, the ride home was enveloped in silence. Shuangxu wished to explain but refrained upon seeing Shen Yu's serene profile, eyes closed in contemplation. As they neared the Shen residence, Shen Yu opened his eyes and instructed the driver to pull over. He alighted from the vehicle, lighting a cigarette and smoking it slowly. Shuangxu observed him for a moment before stepping out and approaching him. Brother, are you upset? Shen Yu flicked the ash from his cigarette, gazing at her in the dim light of evening. You wish to move out and refuse my offer for a job. Have you grown wings and decided to seek independence? I simply do not wish to work there, Shuangxu replied. In such an environment, I would find it ensures that no one can bully you. Privilege is undoubtedly beneficial when one can enjoy it, Shuangxu said, lowering her gaze to kick a small stone on the ground, falling into silence for a moment. But what if one day, I find myself without your support? Chapter 21. I am the scandal of the Song family. In due time, she would amount to nothing. The smoke before Shen Yu dissipated with the wind, and the night, akin to water, unfurled into a deep inkiness in his eyes. Cursing me? Does your brother seem short-lived? That is not what I meant. Shuangxu tried to explain but found herself at a loss for words. Shen Yu's voice seemed to be woven with the wind. Little Jiu has grown up. Unlike when she was a child, she no longer seeks her brother for everything. A sudden pang of sorrow gripped Shuangxu's nasal passages, and her suppressed emotion surged forth like a tidal wave, spilling over her eyelids. She wished to protest that it wasn't true, yet she knew that was a lie from the moment she was sent away 5 years ago. She was no longer the little Jiu of yore. With her head bowed, teardrops the size of beans fell silently to the ground, vanishing without a trace. Shen Yu extinguished his cigarette, his palm resting gently atop her head, tenderly rubbing it. Shuangxu possessed a beautiful mane of long hair, resembling satin soaked in water, jet black and soft. She disliked casual touches from others, even when Yu Zifeng, in a moment of idleness, had patted her head like Shen Yu, she had not permitted it. If you do not wish to enter the research institute, what do you aspire to do? Shen Yu inquired. Shuangxu stifled the lump in her throat, responding with a steady tone, I plan to start a business with my senior. Shen Yu did not dampen her enthusiasm, chuckling, then I shall await the day you ring the bell for your company's IPO. Shuangxu merely murmured in affirmation. She recalled the phone call that had interrupted her in the car, hesitating to bring it up again. Brother, if you wish to move out, then do so. Shen Yu anticipated her thoughts. The apartment on Songming Road was originally prepared for you. Shuangxu felt a wave of relief wash over her. I have yet to inform my godmother. Shen Yu comfortingly patted her head. I will take care of that with mother. It remained unclear how he had broached the subject with Fu Yun, but in any case, Shuangxu's transition out of the Shen household went smoothly past Fu Yun's scrutiny. The apartment on Songming Road had never been inhabited. It was furnished, yet devoid of daily necessities. The items she lacked were ordered online and delivered en masse. She took little from the Shen home. The driver had transported her neatly packed belongings. Many of the old books would likely never be opened again, and the wardrobe overflowing with clothing, shoes, and bags belonged to her youthful days, outdated in style and ill-fitting in size. It was akin to this room, a relic of the little Jiu who existed before she turned 18. Shuangxu had intended to bring along the turtle she had cared for, as a fish tank was already arranged in her new home, yet after searching the garden pond for some time, she found no sign of the turtle. She approached the domestic worker responsible for feeding it. Where is Gue Gue? The worker appeared puzzled. It was here just yesterday. It must have hidden away in some corner to slack off. This turtle had a penchant for escaping, always seeking a nook to lounge in. Shuangxu replied, please call me if you find it. Xu Yang, having heard of her move, insisted on helping, sneaking out of the hospital despite the doctor's orders. Shuangxu responded coolly, if you can't stay put and wish to come out to play, just say so. Do you think I would assign you any chores? You are more fragile than glass right now. A mere touch could cause you to bleed profusely. Xu Yang's ailment was indeed such a condition of anemia and thrombocytopenia. I cannot work. You two hurry up and finish tidying so you can order me takeout. Xiao Liao dashed about the house like a rabbit, exclaiming, oh my, such a sparkling kitchen, I've only ever seen one in dramas. Goodness, this dressing room is larger than our 3-bedroom apartment. Heavens, this bathtub could accommodate 4 muscle-bound men for a soak. Shuangxu was busy unpacking and organizing the items she had brought from the Shen residence when Xiao Liao leaped toward her. Little boss, you rest. I shall take care of it. I can manage myself. You've already run around 3 times, aren't you tired? Before she could finish, Xiao Liao snatched the box from her hands. I am young and healthy. Who are you trying to impress? Xu Yang lounged serenely on the sofa. Just give her a chance to show off. I can see she is eager to resign from her job and apply to be your maid right now. Xiao Liao blushed, hee hee. Which young person does not yearn for a room of their own in a spacious flat in the 3rd ring? Even if it is merely a maid's room. I do not require a maid. Shuangxu pondered for a moment. However, my turtle is missing, and there is a vacancy in the fish tank. Would you be interested? As Shuangxu went to fetch them some water, Xiao Liao, buried in a box, raised her head to ask, little boss, did you win the citywide youth swimming competition? Shuangxu glanced at the trophy, carefully wrapped in shock-absorbent foam that Xiao Liao held. Indeed. I have a great fondness for swimming. This was her longest-lasting passion, sustained longer than any of her fleeting enthusiasms, and Shen Yu had even hired a professional swimming coach for her. Over the years, she had amassed numerous trophies, yet only this one had made the journey from the Shen household, underscoring its significance to her. I won it at 16, it was my first swimming competition trophy, and also my only one. Ah, Xiao Liao remarked, was your prowess so ephemeral? Shuangxu chuckled, arching. However, after this competition, my father expressly forbade me from participating again. Why? Because his work requires the family to maintain a low profile, especially me. Shuangxu smiled nonchalantly, I am the scandal of the Song family. It is best I do not appear before the public. After the competition, her radiant photograph with the trophy had made headlines, yet the thrill of victory evaporated upon receiving an overseas call from Song Mianji. It is worth noting that he might not call her even once a year. The sole instance he did was to prohibit her from competing again. Xiao Liao struggled to comprehend. Where is the scandal? You are clearly beautiful. Shuangxu paused, then collapsed into laughter on the sofa. Thank you for your refreshing perspective, it is quite comforting. Xu Yang joined in the laughter. How on earth did she manage to get into a prestigious university with that intellect? Great wisdom often masquerades as folly, Shuangxu replied. See? Xiao Liao sprang up. Only the little boss appreciates me. The three of them laughed and played, and though there were not many items, they did not finish organizing until nightfall. This was perhaps the most relaxed moment Shuangxu had experienced since returning home. Xiao Liao volunteered to escort Xu Yang back to the hospital, and Shuangxu accompanied them downstairs, watching as the car drove away. As she turned to return, she noticed a long limousine parked at the roadside. The driver, clad in white gloves, stood before the car, bowing to her from a distance, before opening the door. Shuangxu's good mood plummeted. She approached and took her seat inside, the driver closing the door behind her. The director's wife was an elegant woman, perpetually attired in a well-tailored Chanel suit, her hair meticulously styled, and her shoes free of any dust, nobility etched into every fiber of her being. She sat across from Shuangxu, her demeanor poised as she cast a few glances out the car window at the towering luxury residences. The houses here are quite nice. Shen Yu seems very generous toward you. Shuangxu recognized that her visitor's purpose was not merely to admire the property. If you like it, then buy one. Ning finally regarded her with a scrutinizing glance. Your airs are growing increasingly pronounced, Miss Song. Do I need to personally come find you just to see your face? The Shen and Song families' houses are adjacent. You enter the Shen residence daily, yet cannot spare a moment for your own home? Shuangxu replied, I am following the example of Du. 3 visits to the family door without entering. Her imperturbable demeanor displeased Ning, prompting her to inquire directly, when do you intend to return to America? Chapter 22. It is best not to harbor malicious intentions. The United States is not referred to as returning, Fong Su remarked. I am not fond of that notion. I have resigned from my job abroad and upon my return, I shall not leave again. Who prompted your resignation? Was it Shen Yu or Fu Yun? Such a significant decision, and you did not consult either your father or me? Calmly, Fong Su responded amidst her discontent. It was my own decision. Without their permission, you dare to act independently? Ning seemed convinced that someone from the Shen family was backing her. She harbored a deep resentment towards Fong Su's closeness to the Shen family, a situation that had subjected her to countless pointed remarks behind her back, as if she were incapable of accepting others, akin to abandoning her child to be raised by another. Do not presume I am unaware. Shen Yu intends to arrange a position for you at the research institute. Old Su is an old classmate of your father. Has he bypassed your father to seek Old Su's assistance in securing you a job, as if we are of no consequence? Fong Su replied, if you are displeased with him circumventing you to arrange employment for me, you may personally approach Director Su on my behalf. Ning's intentions were evidently not aligned with that suggestion. Fong Su recognized this and smirked derisively. Rest assured, I have declined the position at the research institute. However, do not rejoice too soon, for my refusal stems from my intention to partner with someone to establish a company. You need not misdirect your ire towards my brother and godmother. I have the autonomy to return to my country or remain here as I pleased. I am now an adult, and my actions are my own. Ning's expression grew colder. Song Fong Su, while I may not be your biological mother, I am your legal guardian. No matter how well the Shen family treats you, if I wish to send you away, they will be of no assistance. Fong Su was acutely aware that it was precisely this manner in which she had been sent abroad 5 years prior. I will not go anywhere, she asserted with quiet dignity. I am no longer that powerless adolescent who could not resist. Should you wish to place me on a plane, you would first need to bind me. Ning's brow furrowed deeply, genuinely taken aback by how her years abroad had instilled a spirit of defiance within her. She glared at Fong Su for a moment before regaining her composure, her tone haughty and indifferent. You have truly grown wings. Very well, if you wish to return, then return. I would rather not have anyone claim that I cannot accommodate you. As long as you do not cause me trouble, your whereabouts are of no concern to me. Understood. As Fong Su prepared to exit the vehicle, Ning called from inside, the marriage between the Shen and Lu families is nearing confirmation. During this period, I advise you to keep a low profile and refrain from any misguided intentions. What misguided intentions could she possibly harbor? Fong Su chose not to respond, unsure if her silence conveyed understanding as she closed the door and turned to walk away. It was already 9 o'clock, the vibrant East Third Ring Road was illuminated like a river of light, yet Songming Road No. 9 stood in tranquil solitude amidst the bustling city. This spacious flat, situated in an excellent location, had been a birthday gift from Shen Yu on her 18th birthday. Fong Su had always known that the pressure to leave the country had not only come from Song Nianji and Ning, but also from Shen Yuan and Fu Yun. Thus, she had been reluctant to return, for she felt she had no home to return to. Her 18th birthday had been spent in California, where Shen Yu had flown out to see her and transferred the ownership of this apartment to her name, signifying a place for her to come back to. She understood it all too well. On the weekend, Xu Yang had reserved a private room at a restaurant for a company gathering. The dual purpose was to formally welcome Fong Su as the new CEO of Feishua and to reward the loyal employees who had steadfastly supported her through turbulent times. Fong Su arrived late, having gone to retrieve the specially ordered cake. Upon entering the restaurant, she found Xiao Liao messaging her urgently. Have you arrived? Have you arrived? This Australian lobster has been tempting me for 10 minutes. Shuangxu chuckled and replied in a voice message, "You go ahead and eat." Just then, she sensed an unfriendly gaze upon her. Looking up, she saw the man at the elevator turning around to it was Chen Peiran once more. In their last encounter, Chen, brimming with self-satisfaction, now appeared disheveled and worn, his hair in disarray as if he hadn't groomed himself in days, sporting a scruffy beard and dark circles under his eyes. "Did you rely on your father?" Shuangxu retorted, "What I rely on is none of your concern." Chen Peiran had invested considerable time and money to curry favor with the director responsible for the drone sector at Yundan, and just as a partnership seemed imminent, the bald director suddenly ceased taking his calls. This was a project he had pledged to Chenxing, and failing to secure it would jeopardize his standing there. His stress had manifested in blisters on his lips, and when he finally received condescending advice from Chenxing to cease his futile endeavors, he learned that Yundan had already signed a contract with Fei Shui. Yesterday, the court summons had just reached him, as Fei Shui had engaged a well-known lawyer to prepare for a lawsuit against him. It was a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Today, upon hearing that the bald director was dining here, he had come specifically to confront him. Unexpectedly, fate had led him to cross paths with Shuangxu as well. "Who knows what you relied upon?" Chen Peiran vented his frustration on Shuangxu. "I heard that the Song family does not even acknowledge you as their daughter, sending you off to be raised by others. Do you think your father will help you? Xu Yang has struggled immensely to negotiate this contract, yet you return after just a few days and manage to win over He Tingzhou. I suspect you have climbed into his bed." Bystanders turned to observe the escalating confrontation as Shuangxu remained unfazed. "What does this have to do with you?" Chen Peiran's anger boiled over, revealing a sharp and bitter demeanor. "Being beautiful certainly has its advantages. Just spread your legs, and all problems vanish." Those words were particularly offensive, causing Shuangxu to frown slightly as she replied coldly, "Mind your tongue, if you spread any more rumors, I will not hesitate to add another charge of defamation against you. Do you think I fear you? What rumors have I spread? If you weren't sleeping with him, why would He Tingzhou suddenly change his mind? Why forsake a major enterprise like Chenxing to partner with a nearly bankrupt small company? Why would he reject a free offer only to pay a high price? Is he mad or simply lacking sense?" Chen Peiran's voice grew louder, and with a resounding clang, the elevator doors across from them slid open, revealing He Tingzhou without warning. His indifferent tone inquired, surprised? Chen Peiran, like a chicken that had lost its grip on its throat, abruptly fell silent. Shuangxu, following his panicked gaze, turned in astonishment. Inside the elevator stood several impeccably dressed gentlemen, each sporting an increasingly peculiar expression. The one at the center, hands tucked into his pockets, with his suit jacket flared back, revealed a crisp white shirt and fitted trousers that accentuated his poised figure, exuding an air of charm. President He. Chen Peiran's face drained of color, his lips fumbling in an attempt to salvage his dignity. I wasn't. Please allow me to explain," He Tingzhou interjected. "Speak clearly, your mumbling is tiresome." "President He, what a coincidence, are you dining here personally?" Chen Peiran's expression shifted to one of obsequiousness, though the abrupt transition was comically awkward. He Tingzhou replied coolly, "If I do not dine in person, do you expect you to eat in my stead?" Chen Peiran's face flushed crimson. "President He, your Yundan clearly agreed to collaborate with Chenxing. A verbal agreement is still an agreement, yet you abruptly signed a contract with Song Shuangxu. Are you not toying with me?" "Toying with you? What do I have to gain from that?" The heir of the He family, raised in an atmosphere of immense power, displayed unabashed arrogance. "Even if I were to toy with you, what would it matter? Who do you think you are?" Chen Peiran, despite being a prominent young talent, was livid with humiliation at being publicly scorned, his face turning a deep shade of red. "What is so great about the He family?" He Tingzhou scoffed. "Yes, it is indeed impressive. What, do you wish to bear the He surname? Call me father, and I shall acknowledge you as my godson. Just in time, your grandfather awaits a grandchild at home." "Put." A young man behind them could not suppress his laughter, prompting a furious glare from Chen Peiran, who quickly masked his expression. "My apologies." In an odd moment of humor, an image of Chen Peiran sucking on a pacifier while being cradled by Commander He flashed through Shuangxu's mind. She pressed her lips together, striving to maintain a composed demeanor. Chapter 23 Unwarranted thoughts. Chen Peiran's chest heaved violently, and he resembled a pufferfish on the verge of explosion from rage. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, and he pointed at him, exclaiming, "Mr. He, your director fan personally assured me that I would collaborate with Chenxing. After accepting so many benefits, he now reneges on his promise. Even if your He family wields considerable power, you cannot bully others in such a brazen manner." In front of the gathered crowd, a large pot was metaphorically placed over the He family's head, causing cold sweat to pour down Director Fan's forehead as he rushed over, pushing Chen Peiran aside. "Choose your words wisely." He Tingzhou remained unfazed by the onlookers, as he leisurely withdrew his hand from his pocket and pointed it at Chen Peiran, his gaze sharp as a blade slicing across Director Fan's bald head. "You either resolve this matter, or I shall deal with you. Rest assured, I will handle this cleanly." Director Fan assured repeatedly, forcibly dragging Chen Peiran away. "Let us settle this privately, without causing a scene before Mr. He." Xiao Liao's phone call came through, evidently anxious from waiting. Shuangxu said, "Brother Tingzhou, I shall take my leave now." After uttering this, she answered the call, preparing to pass him as she ascended the stairs. He Tingzhou's gaze lingered on her as she walked past, and with a meaningful tone, he remarked, "Is that all you can think about, sleeping with me?" Before Xiao Liao could finish her sentence, to end, it abruptly cut off, followed by a chorus of "oh oh oh," reminiscent of the boisterous revelry from a team-building event at a May mountain. Xiao Liao had put the call on speaker. He Tingzhou seemed to have heard it as well. "Are you calling a monkey?" Shuangxu froze momentarily before swiftly disconnecting the call she had only answered for 10 seconds, instinctively glancing at the gentleman behind He Tingzhou. The men immediately averted their gazes, looking at the ceiling, the floor, and the air, wishing to wear a sign declaring, "I am deaf, I heard nothing." "I did not," she stammered, "have any unwarranted thoughts about you." "Then how do you explain your failure to clarify the rumors that were flung at you just now?" "You stated it was a rumor." "What he thinks is irrelevant, and there is no need to explain myself to him." Shuangxu attempted to maintain her composure. "If I were to clarify every suspicion others have, I would be led by the nose." "Is that so?" He Tingzhou questioned. "Could it be that you, like a toad wishing to eat swan meat, intentionally created misunderstandings to spread rumors about me?" "You are the toad." Shuangxu blurted out, instantly regretting her words previously. She had only dared to critique him in her thoughts, but ever since their last meal together, for reasons unknown, she had begun to speak more freely with He Tingzhou, her tongue racing ahead of her thoughts. "Very well, if you are the swan, and you wish to devour this toad, are you satisfied?" He Tingzhou dismissed the argument, showing no interest in such trivial titles. Shuangxu could only respond with silence. He Tingzhou leisurely added, "You want to manage your desires regarding me, your fervor is rather alarming." "But what a ridiculous notion." The faces of the subordinates behind him all bore expressions that seemed to say, "Ha, did I just hear something I shouldn't have?" Shuangxu felt that even if she had 10 mouths, she could not articulate her thoughts clearly. Being publicly slandered by Qin Peiran was nothing compared to this confusion. After delivering his statement, He Tingzhou casually strolled past her, his hands in his pockets. Following him, each subordinate offered Shuangxu a subtle smile that combined respect, caution, and a shared understanding. She took a deep breath, adopting a nonchalant attitude as she entered the elevator, pressing the close button 3 times in succession. As she stepped into the compartment, a multitude of eyes turned toward her, colleagues casting glances that were increasingly laden with ambiguity. "Oh my, who was on the phone just now? I happened to pass by." Shuangxu's calm and collected demeanor lent her credibility, yet Xiao Liao remained skeptical, having clearly heard something else. Before she could press for details, Shuangxu preempted her. "I just ran into Chen Peiran downstairs." Instantly, the group's attention shifted. What was he doing here? Such bad luck. That man is simply short-sighted. If only he would venture out and establish his own path, perhaps he would earn some respect. Instead, he grovels at Qinqing's feet. "I have no respect for him." In my opinion, Chen Peiran's departure is a blessing. Had he stayed, you, our young boss, would not have graced us with your presence. As the group voiced their collective disdain for Chen Peiran, Shuangxu quietly exhaled in relief. She should have clarified immediately. If this rumor continued to spread, the whole world would soon know of her unrequited feelings for He Tingzhou, who could have anticipated that a mere moment of hesitation would lead to such a steep decline in her circumstances. Xu Yang, narrowing her eyes, leaned in to whisper. That voice sounded somewhat familiar. I can't quite place it. Who was it? Don't ask. Shuangxu took a sip of her juice. Unless you're willing to part with 20 million, I won't utter a word. Xu Yan promptly withdrew. Forget it. He isn't worth that much. The Shen and Lu families were equally prestigious, with Shen Yu standing out among the younger generation, impeccable in every respect. Lu Man had fallen head over heels for him, and this marriage of equals brought both families together in harmonious agreement, leading to a smooth discussion regarding the nuptials. The two families' first official meeting was scheduled for the end of the month. Having been raised in the Shen household, Shuangxu, despite not sharing the family name, was akin to half a member of the Shen family, making her attendance at this occasion imperative. Honestly, I think it wouldn't matter if you chose not to go, Xu Yang remarked. The Shen family raised you out of kindness, but you are merely a foster sister. Your absence wouldn't be deemed impolite. He's my brother, Shuangxu replied. How could I possibly not attend? Xu Yang was about to undergo her second round of chemotherapy and, having just undergone a blood draw, lay on the hospital bed, concerned for her. I fear you won't know the extent of the trials you will face. It's something I must grow accustomed to, Shuangxu resolved, striving to accept her circumstances. If her affection for Shen Yu was akin to a delicate flower blooming in barren soil, that flower had long since withered, and she was endeavoring to uproot it. Whether it was Lu Man or another woman, the fact remained that Shen Yu would marry someone else, and she had to come to terms with that reality. On that day, Shuangxu arrived at the restaurant 10 minutes early, donned in a new, modified sleeveless cheapao of a formal black hue, subtle yet appropriate. Fu Yan patted her hand and cautioned, today marks our first official meal with the Lu family. When you meet Mr. and Mrs. remember to be courteous, understood? She remained unconvinced about Shuangxu's composure, feigning ignorance. Shuangxu lowered her gaze and replied, understood. At that moment, the Lu family arrived, and upon hearing voices from the courtyard, Shuangxu turned to glance out the window. As her eyes fell upon the scene, she froze. Lu Man was also clad in a black cheapao today, though the styles differed slightly. The similarity in both attire and hairstyle was strikingly uncanny. Chapter 24. Do not wrong Lu Man. Fu Yun was evidently taken aback, her gaze shifting from Lu Man back to herself, her expression growing increasingly troubled. What a stroke of misfortune. It is awkward to have a wardrobe malfunction anywhere, especially in a situation such as today's. When the two enter and come face to face, the atmosphere is sure to become even more delicate. Shen Yu had not anticipated this turn of events either. After a brief pause, he reassured, it's alright, Man is not a petty person. No matter how magnanimous a woman is, she cannot possibly be indifferent to a clash of outfits, especially on a day like today. Fu Yun's brow furrowed with concern. To make her uncomfortable right from the first meeting, especially in front of her parents, surely her parents will also have their reservations. Shen Yu unbuttoned his jacket and offered it to Shuangxu, saying, "Wear this for now." Fu Yan's frown deepened. "It's obvious at a glance that this is your clothing." Before Shen Yu could respond, Shuangxu stood up. She was acutely aware that today's protagonist was not herself. She could not allow Lu Man to be put in an awkward position, thus, it was she who needed to step aside. "I'll go find something else to wear." Fortunately, the private room of this Chinese restaurant was designed with 2 doors, allowing her to quickly exit through a side door before the Lu family arrived. She inquired with the manager about any emergency clothing, but such a request was too much for a restaurant. Consequently, she sought out the nearest women's clothing store and hurriedly left the restaurant, intending to purchase an outfit to change into. As she lifted her skirt to step over the threshold, she nearly collided with someone while turning a corner. He Tingzhou caught her arm, steadying her and preventing a collision. Shuangxu took a half step back to regain her balance, and he released her, his dark eyes casually assessing her. Caught off guard, huh? However, Shuangxu had no time to engage with him today. "Brother Tingzhou, I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry." Spotting the car behind He Tingzhou, she felt the urgency and didn't bother with formalities. "I need to buy a piece of clothing right now. Could you give me a ride?" The driver had dropped them off at the restaurant, and this meal would last at least 2 hours. Typically, they would take this time to resolve their own dining needs, but calling for a ride back would take time. With no domestic driver's license, taking a taxi was evidently not the quickest option. She rarely looked at him with such a pleading gaze. Even when discussing collaborations, she was always businesslike and precise. He Tingzhou cast a quick glance at her. The cheapah she wore was not particularly vibrant, with its subtle orchid embroidery suggesting a low-key elegance, yet it fit her form perfectly. The black fabric accentuated her porcelain skin, her long neck resembling that of a swan, with a slender waist that flowed into an alluring curve. "Is looking this beautiful not enough? Are you trying to transform into a celestial being to overshadow someone?" Shuangxu had no time to explain. Sensing that he was not inclined to help, she simply bypassed him and dashed down the street to catch a taxi. He Tingzhou leaned against the car door, folding his arms. "The nearest mall is a 15-minute drive away. Round trip would take half an hour. Are you sure you want to keep both sets of parents waiting that long?" The manager mentioned there's a clothing store to the east. Before she could finish, He Tingzhou interjected, "Yes, I saw it on my way here. It sells sportswear." Such an occasion certainly did not call for sportswear. Shuangxu was momentarily at a loss, standing there dazed, contemplating whether she should just flee today and whether Shen Yu would be disappointed in her. He Tingzhou was not driving a sports car today but a 4-door sedan. He opened the car door, retrieving his spare dress shirt from the vehicle and tossing it to her. Shuangxu quickly caught it, glancing at the oversized men's shirt in her hands. It seemed to be the best option available at the moment. "Thank you, brother Tingzhou." By the time Shen Yu called, she had already returned to the restaurant with the clothing. "I found something to wear, brother. I'll handle it and be back shortly, so don't worry." There was a brief silence on the other end before Shen Yu's voice came through, devoid of emotion. "That's good to hear." Shuangxu borrowed a fitting room and scissors from the waiter, promptly cutting the cheapah into a half-skirt. The shirt was far too large for her, but fortunately, its silk fabric was light and draped well, preventing it from appearing overly extravagant. She rolled up the overly long sleeves and tied the hem, and the white silk shirt paired reasonably well with the embroidered skirt. Although it appeared somewhat casual for today's occasion, it was the best solution she could muster upon her return to the private room. The atmosphere was just right. Mr.Lu was clad in a formal Zhengshan suit, his demeanor kind and jovial. Mrs.Lu appeared much younger than Shuangxu had imagined, her hands exquisitely maintained, clearly a woman who had been pampered at home since childhood. She smiled warmly, her eyes mirroring Lu Man's, and generously complimented Shuangxu. "You are truly beautiful. If you ask me, you are far more stunning than those celebrities on television." Lu Man had likely not disclosed her admiration for Shen Yu to her mother. Shuangxu smiled obediently, responding, "Thank you, auntie." She took a seat at the end of the table, next to He Tingzhou, who represented the He family today as Lu Man's cousin. Shen Yuan inquired about Commander He. "It's been a long time since I last saw him. How has he been lately?" "Quite well, with the body of a 20-year-old at 60, he is even sturdier than I am," He Tingzhou replied, reclining in his chair with a casual demeanor. "How old are you this year, Tingzhou?" "I remember you are 2 years younger than you." 28. Fu Yan interjected, "By now, it's about time for you to settle down. You and you are of similar ages and good friends." Marrying sooner would also allow the commander to hold a grandchild. Since the passing of He Tingzhou's mother, Commander He had not remarried, while other wealthy families were blessed with numerous children and a multitude of illegitimate offspring. The He family, despite its power, remained desolate with only the 2 of them. "Already has," Shuangxu thought to herself. He Tingzhou leaned back in his chair, a casual smile playing on his lips, though it seemed superficial and detached. "I don't have the good fortune of Shen Yu." This comment was a veiled compliment to both parties, eliciting laughter from everyone at the table. Shen Yu chuckled lightly. "You call that a lack of fortune? Others might as well not live." As Shuangxu heard everyone laughing, she joined in with a smile. He Tingzhou glanced at her. She resembled a robot programmed to respond under certain conditions, neither interjecting nor making grand gestures to reach for food, only bowing her head to focus on a spicy bullfrog dish before her. Quiet, with a faint presence, only under specific circumstances such as the laughter of others could she briefly react, before retreating back into her world of food. The shirt she wore seemed like a standard oversized style, though the collar was noticeably larger, revealing her delicate collarbone, her fair skin and the silk fabric both exuding an indescribable softness. He Tingzhou's gaze drifted from her porcelain neck, noting her hair that had been tied up now cascading down her back, its dark strands reminiscent of satin. "Could you help me remove the fish bones?" Shuangxu lifted her head upon hearing a voice and saw Lu Manman tilting her head as she spoke to Shen Yu. I love fish, but I always get caught on the bones. Her tone was playfully coy, just the right amount to be charming rather than irritating. Naturally, Shen Yu would not refuse. He was a delight to watch in any endeavor, including deboning fish, something Shuangxu had witnessed many times. The plate of tender fish was placed before Lu Manman, who smiled with her eyes. Thank you. Shuangxu lowered her head, resuming her meal of bullfrog. The dish was flavorful, the meat tender and springy, albeit a bit spicy. Just as she was savoring it, she overheard someone nearby say, "Doesn't tea eating your close kin taste even better?" At first, Shuangxu was puzzled, turning her head in confusion, only to meet He Tingzhou's narrow yet meaningful gaze, slowly piecing it together. She glanced at the bullfrog on her chopsticks. Wasn't that a close relative of the toad? Suddenly, she found herself unable to continue eating. Chapter 25. Where is your home? At the conclusion of the banquet that day, Fu Yun presented Lu Manman with an exquisite set of jewelry as a token of their first meeting. The teardrop-shaped emerald, encrusted in a diamond necklace, radiated brilliance, accompanied by a matching ring and earrings, each piece valued in the tens of millions. This set of jewelry had been seen in her wedding photos with Shen Yuan, as it was the very adornment she wore on her nuptial day. This is a gift from Grandma Yu when I married Shen Yuan, and now it can finally be passed on to you. The family heirloom was given to Lu Manman even before an official engagement, showcasing Fu Yun's recognition and esteem for this prospective daughter-in-law. The Lu family was indeed taken aback, and Lu Manman, overwhelmed with joy, rose to embrace Fu Yun, playfully exclaiming, "Auntie, you are too kind to me. Would it seem undignified if I were to call you Mom right now?" Fu Yun was nearly in stitches from laughter. Lu's mother teased with a smile, "You truly have no sense of shame." "What do I have to be ashamed of? I'm just overjoyed." Lu Manman promptly removed the necklace from around her neck, exclaiming, "This necklace is so beautiful, Ayu, please help me put it on." Shen Yu took the necklace and adorned her with it. Lu Manman's delight was palpable, her eyes sparkling like stars, while the elders looked on with satisfaction. Frost, seated across the table, felt as if she were watching a play, an enchanting spectacle of happiness that had no bearing on her own life. Fu Yun and Lu's mother showered compliments on how lovely Lu Manman looked in the jewelry, prompting Lu Manman to turn to Frost and ask, "Xiaojiu, does it look good?" "It looks beautiful," Frost replied. Lu Manman, her eyes twinkling, declared, "Since you say it looks good, it must be truly beautiful." Perhaps there was something even more exquisite about happiness when witnessed by a rival. Frost mused that she should have said it looked unappealing to irritate her instead. Seeing this, Lu's mother assumed the two had developed a close bond. "You two seem to be quite compatible." "We're the same age," Lu Manman replied, with plenty to talk about. Frost, however, felt no such commonality. The trajectories of their lives were entirely disparate, each inhabiting different eras of Yen City. Lu Manman enjoyed the affection of her parents, a privilege Frost lacked, and the fear of abandonment was an experience Lu Manman could never fathom. The only point of convergence they shared was perhaps their similar tastes. As the banquet concluded and they exited Wangchun Tower, Shen Yu and Lu Manman walked ahead. Lu Manman clung to Fu Yun's arm, sweetly addressing her as auntie, bringing a radiant smile to Fu Yun's face. Frost trailed behind, with He Tingzhou in front of her. He strolled leisurely, hands in his pockets, gradually creating a distance between himself and the others. Taking advantage of the fact that the people ahead could not hear, Frost expressed her gratitude. "Brother Tingzhou, thank you for your assistance today." Since she had borrowed the clothing, He Tingzhou likely wouldn't ask for it back. "How much did your shirt cost?" she inquired sincerely. "Or I can compensate you with a new one." He Tingzhou turned his gaze toward her, "And then you would conveniently keep this one for yourself?" "Why would I hoard your clothes?" "That's a question only you can answer," he replied, his tone languid. "What do you intend to do with my shirt?" "I'm not that peculiar," Frost retorted, feeling somewhat desensitized, and soon she might even accept the notion of herself as a toad. "Then I'll clean it and return it to you." In the car on the way home, Fu Yun glanced at Frost, whose attire had transformed dramatically, rendering the original Qipao unrecognizable. "In such a short time, where did you get this?" "I borrowed it," she answered vaguely. "If it were just a casual meal, it would be one thing, but today was special, and I apologize for any discomfort you experienced." Shen Yuan spoke with a hint of regret. "Not at all," Frost replied calmly, as long as it didn't affect everyone's mood. "You and Manman share similar tastes. What a coincidence to wear the same thing." Frost smiled but remained silent. Upon returning home, she took He Tingzhou's shirt to the dry cleaners. Originally, she intended to ask Shen Yu for his WeChat, but after some thought, she opted to contact Yu Zifeng instead. Yu Zifeng inquired, "What do you need Brother Tingzhou's WeChat for?" Frost fabricated a half-truth. "I left his shirt behind during our meal at Wanyue Tower, and I need to return it." Yu Zifeng, aware of the two families dining together at Wanyue Tower, nonchalantly replied, "You could just toss it. Brother Tingzhou's clothes are disposable, never to be worn again." Disposing of it was one thing, but she wouldn't let this bullfrog's close relative benefit from it. Frost remarked, "It wouldn't be right for me to throw it away. He should do it himself." Yu Zifeng forwarded He Tingzhou's business card. "I've already given him a heads up, you can add him directly." He Tingzhou's profile picture was a serene expanse of water, crystal clear and shimmering, reminiscent of the pristine sea in the Maldives, starkly contrasting with his personal aura. Frost sent a friend request, and it was quickly accepted. "Brother Tingzhou, I've had your shirt cleaned, how should I return it to you?" He Tingzhou replied succinctly, frowny face, "Bring it over." Frost responded, "I'll deliver it to your company tomorrow morning." He Tingzhou teased, "Are you trying to spread rumors about us? Should I hold a press conference and purchase some articles to announce it to the world?" How many women had he encountered to become so sensitive? Frost had no choice but to respond, then I'll just bring it to your home. Where is it located? Tingzhou sent her a location. Frowny face. Bring a cake. It seemed he wanted her to deliver it immediately given that she had borrowed his clothing, and considering he had helped her significantly before, Frost held no grievances. Unfamiliar with Tingzhou's tastes, she noticed he seemed fond of blueberry mousse and casually picked one up from a nearby shop on her way. The address Tingzhou provided led her to a villa in Yanxi. Upon her arrival, the entire villa was brightly lit yet eerily quiet. Devoid of any sound, the door opened automatically as she entered, revealing a lofty 6-meter-high living room, which was airy and expansive, with a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows facing a meticulously trimmed lawn, and a large swimming pool filled with water reflecting the courtyard lights. With not even a maid present in the house, Frost felt hesitant to wander around. She settled in the living room, intending to text Tingzhou to inform him that she had arrived and would be leaving. Just as she was about to finish her message, the sound of languid footsteps echoed from the second floor. Tingzhou appeared to have just emerged from a shower, clad in a black crewneck sweatshirt and casual pants, his short hair damp and tousled, the relaxed air about him diminishing the sharpness of his demeanor. Brother Tingzhou, Frost greeted, standing up just as he entered, only to notice a Doberman with upright ears following closely behind him. While she was not afraid of dogs, the imposing presence of such a large, muscular animal was undeniably intimidating. The Doberman was inherently fierce, and this particular one appeared exceptionally robust, potentially weighing as much as she did. Tingzhou approached, and the Doberman followed suit. He settled onto the sofa on Frost's left, opening the cake and digging in with a fork, casually instructing, "Sit." As Frost prepared to take a seat, Tingzhou clarified, "I was speaking to the dog." Oh, she thought, caught awkwardly in midair, unsure whether to sit or stand. Just as she contemplated leaving, the Doberman ambled around the coffee table, positioning itself on her right side and sitting down. The dog's expression was serious and imposing, fixated on her without flinching. Frost felt her body stiffen, reassuring herself that domesticated dogs were typically well-trained and would not bite indiscriminately. However, it was hard to say, considering Tingzhou himself lacked decorum, that no, what she meant was that if Tingzhou was not a good person, what sort of dog could he possibly have? The two locked gazes, dog and human, for a brief moment until she faltered. Just as she was about to concede and look away, the Doberman approached, sniffing her before promptly licking her hand. Ah! Frost nearly leaped, instinctively taking a significant step towards Tingzhou. Chapter 26, I am not embarrassed, so why are you? Tingzhou leisurely savored his cake, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Shuangxu glanced at him, attempting to coax him into attending to his dog. It licked me. Tingzhou didn't even lift his eyelids, responding nonchalantly, "It's hungry." Hungry? That it should eat dog food. Shuangxu felt a headache coming on, subtly shifting her position to place her hand farther away from the dog, inwardly grateful that she was wearing long pants today. "Don't you have any dog food at home?" she wondered, exasperated by his selfishness as he fed himself while leaving his dog starving enough to lick human skin. "No." "Then what does it eat usually?" After finishing half the cake, Tingzhou set down his fork, reclined lazily against the leather sofa, and cast a casual glance her way, saying, "It eats meat." Understanding his penchant for mischief, Shuangxu felt a flicker of apprehension. She resolved to leave immediately and stood from the sofa, declaring, "I'll head back now." Tingzhou remained indifferent, leaning back on the sofa with his index finger propped against his temple, watching her with a detached gaze. Shuangxu glanced around, caught in a dilemma. To her left sat Tingzhou, and to her right lay the dog exit. She would have to navigate past either a man or a dog. After hesitating between Tingzhou and the dog for a moment, perhaps she could attempt to climb over the back of the sofa, or leap over the coffee table? No, that would be far too undignified. "Tingzhou, could you ask it to move aside for a moment?" she implored. "I can't get out." Tingzhou, unconcerned, replied, "Talk to it yourself." Shuangxu regarded the formidable adult Doberman, attempting to communicate in a polite manner. "Could you step aside, please?" The dog, perhaps not fully comprehending, simply lay down. Shuangxu exhaled deeply and approached Tingzhou. At the very least, Tingzhou wouldn't bite. The space between the sofa and the coffee table was sufficient for one person to pass through. The only obstacle was Tingzhou's long legs, which nearly obstructed the entire pathway. He sat comfortably, exuding an air of leisure, completely unaware of the need to yield, determined not to request he move his esteemed legs again. Shuangxu cautiously lifted her foot and sidled past him. Her front foot landed steadily, but unexpectedly, her back foot stumbled against him, causing her to lose balance and topple forward. Tingzhou observed with cold indifference, offering no assistance. In the instinctive moment of falling, Shuangxu, driven by sheer urgency, instinctively braced herself with her hand. It was only after the fact that she realized her hand had landed upon Tingzhou's thigh. He glanced down, lifting his gaze. Shuangxu was taken aback, falling into the depths of his dark, swirling eyes. "Quite a natural fall." Tingzhou raised an eyebrow and commented, "Was it pleasant to touch?" As her survival instinct kicked in, her hand regained sensation with his remark, feeling the taut, hard muscle beneath her palm, almost making it easy to envision its formidable strength. Shuangxu quickly withdrew her hand as if burned, her cheeks flushing as she stammered an apology, "I'm sorry." Tingzhou's gaze bore into her, deep and contemplative, yet his demeanor remained nonchalant. "You touched me, and I'm not embarrassed." "Why are you?" "I didn't mean to touch you." Shuangxu discreetly hid her hand behind her back, an awkward attempt to cover up. "You wouldn't let me pass." Tingzhou smirked, a teasing glint in his eyes. "Pass where?" Those two seemingly innocuous words ignited an inexplicable heat in Shuangxu's cheeks, perhaps due to the intensity of his gaze. He Tingzhou had high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, which often conveyed a sense of aloofness. However, with the slightest smile, his features transformed, revealing a charming allure. I'll return your clothes, and consider the cake my treat. We re-even now, farewell. With that, she turned to leave. He Tingzhou observed her retreating figure, which concealed a hint of panic beneath an exterior of calm, while the dog also watched her depart. Once Shuangxu's silhouette vanished, He Tingzhou diverted his gaze, and the dog lazily flopped onto the ground. Shuangxu had never truly experienced romance. Her feelings for Shen Yu had just begun to bud, only to be stifled before they could bloom. Despite her outward demeanor of composure, she remained an untouched canvas. Stepping out of the house, she pressed her palm against her cheek, attempting to cool her flushed skin. He Tingzhou was aware of her affection for Shen Yu. That phrase, unrequited love, cut deeply. Shuangxu also recognized his constant mockery, yet the trajectory of events felt increasingly disconcerting. Wait, He Tingzhou couldn't he genuinely believe she was harboring feelings for him, could he? Upon returning home to Songming Road, while scrolling through her social media before bed, she came across a new post from Lu Manman. Recently, she had been frequently mingling with the likes of Yu Zifeng and his entourage. As Shen Yu's intended fiancée and He Tingzhou's cousin, she naturally enjoyed numerous privileges. Coupled with her vivacious and warm personality, garnering the affection of others was effortless for Miss Lu. She was swiftly integrating into Shen Yu's social circle, which had originally been Shuangxu's. To say welcome felt insincere, and to express rejection seemed unwarranted. It was merely a damp, ineffable fog that settled in her chest, neither painful nor overtly noticeable, yet gradually soaking her clothes. Shuangxu liked the post and scrolled past. She longed to confide in Yang, but it was too late. Yang was likely already asleep. A chemotherapy inflicted significant damage on the body, and undergoing a single session could feel like losing half one's life. Her circle of friends was indeed limited. Had it not been for Yang's serendipitous entry into her life, she would have resisted the notion of friendship, and now, even in her desire to speak to someone, she found herself utterly alone. In the past, she had a confidant with whom she shared everything, yet ultimately, those secrets had turned into daggers aimed at her back. Setting her phone aside, Shuangxu forced herself to close her eyes and drift into sleep. She next encountered Lu Manman in a salon, where Shuangxu had gone to get a haircut. Just as she was about to leave, a gaggle of chattering women entered. Lu Manman and Song Lian were surrounded by a host of socialites, including the pair of twins she had seen at Shen Yu's birthday party. Lian, isn't that your sister? Someone exclaimed first. Song Lian, 2 years younger than Shuangxu, bore a resemblance to both Cui Ning and Song Nianji. While Shuangxu had inherited only their mother's features. However, Song Lian was willful and spoiled, lacking the grace of Cui Ning. At merely 20 years old, her haughty face rolled its eyes dismissively as she crossed her arms, scoffing, "What nonsense, I'm an only child, where would a sister come from?" Her companions, ever eager to flatter her, chimed in, "That's true. Your grandfather and father don't even acknowledge her. When Director Song was transferred abroad, he didn't take her with him, her mother didn't want her either. Can you imagine how much she must be loathed? Even her own parents don't want her." Shuangxu paid them no mind, offering them not even a glance. Lu Manman defended her, "What you're saying is a bit excessive, Xiaojiu is also my friend." The twins quickly adopted a serious tone, cautioning, "Manman, don't be deceived by her innocent appearance. You think she is your friend, but you don't know how she feels about Shen." Having already reached the door, Shuangxu halted and turned to face her. Chapter 27. The unquenchable thief's heart. Have you no memory? Shall I repeat what I said last time? Frost Sequence's tone was neither cold nor warm, and the twins, still haunted by the slap from their previous encounter, promptly shut their mouths in trepidation. "What are you afraid of her for?" Song Lian scoffed, her expression dripping with disdain. "I will make sure to repay that slap to you sooner or later." Frost Sequence regarded her with a gaze devoid of warmth. "No need to wait, you can seek it now. Are you so eager for me to strike you?" Song Lian sneered, "Do you truly dare to hit me, Song Frost Sequence?" Having been spoiled and unruly since childhood, she had always been the one to strike others, never the recipient of such treatment. Frost Sequence replied, "Why should I not dare? Has your face become thorny? After being expelled from the country for several years, your tongue has certainly sharpened." Song Lian's eyes brimmed with malice. "Last time, you could hardly utter a word, merely standing there pale and trembling." The gaggle of richly adorned friends behind her wore smug expressions, reveling in the unfolding drama. Though Lu Manman did not outwardly display contempt, she stood among them. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to one from 5 years prior. Frost Sequence stood before them, momentarily transported back to that welcome party that had cast her into the depths of despair. When she was sent to the Song family, Song Lian had already settled in Europe with Song Nianji, and the two had scarcely crossed paths in their childhood. Neither the affection of the Song family nor their wealth had ever been bestowed upon her. She had never coveted it, nor had she intended to compete with this sister. Logically, if they could coexist without interference, they could lead peaceful lives, yet Song Lian was unwilling. Had she not instigated trouble, Frost Sequence would not have been sent away 5 years ago. That year, when Song Nianji was reassigned back to Yancheng, Song Lian accompanied him home. To welcome her, a gathering was organized, and Frost Sequence received an invitation. When initially reluctant to attend, she was persuaded by Fu Yun, who insisted that since Song Lian had just returned, she should extend her this courtesy for the sake of sisterly harmony. Thus, she went. On that day, many young ladies from prominent families gathered at the event. Upon arriving, Frost Sequence sensed the odd stares directed at her, leaving her bewildered until she spotted her best friend, standing behind Song Lian, her eyes averted in guilt. Song Lian, grinning in front of everyone, exclaimed, "You have a crush on Shen Yu, he sees you as a sister, yet here you are, shamelessly infatuated." That day mirrored today, as Song Lian looked down upon her with arrogance, flanked by admirers who mocked and ridiculed her for her perceived lack of shame, insinuating that Shen Yu was tainted, perhaps even a pedophile. In that moment, Frost Sequence felt as though she had been stripped bare and cast into the sun, exposed for all to gawk at. She had cherished her feelings for Shen Yu in secret, never having the chance to confess, only to be publicly humiliated in this manner. From that day forth, whispers began to circulate. To quell the rumors, Shuangxu publicly acknowledged her as his goddaughter, and out of respect for the Shen and Song families, the gossip was subdued, preventing it from spiraling out of control. However, Song Nianji was furious, sending someone to retrieve her from the Shen household and confine her, arranging for her to be sent abroad as a means of preserving the family's dignity. Frost Sequence pinched her numb fingertips. "Dare you mention it again?" Song Lian, emboldened, scoffed, "Why should I not? If you can act, then I can speak." "Exactly," chimed in her sycophant, "you've lost all sense of shame. Why fear our words? How dare you return?" "It's all just rumors," Lu Manman remarked, her lips curling into a faint smile, though the amusement was shallow. "Ah, you and Xiaojiao are siblings. Please refrain from spreading such gossip." The entourage of sycophants exchanged glances, falling silent. Had she not been present today, Frost Sequence would certainly have delivered that slap. Lu Manman, noticing the tension, addressed her, "Xiaojiao, would you do me a favor?" Frost Sequence regarded her quietly for a moment and then raised her hand, delivering a resounding slap across Song Lian's face. Song Lian cried out in shock, clutching her face, while the twins behind her instinctively recoiled. The others stood astonished and fearful, glancing at each other, never expecting Frost Sequence to have the audacity to strike Song Lian. "Song Frost Sequence, have you lost your mind? Do you dare to lay hands on Lian? Are you not afraid of Director Song's wrath?" "Then I shall strike her down first," Frost Sequence retorted. Shaking her sore right hand, she turned to Lu Manman, saying, "I can grant you a favor, but this slap is a debt from 5 years ago. It cannot wait. I shall repay it next time," she asserted. Lu Manman was left speechless. The Frost Sequence before her was a stark contrast to the meek and quiet Xiaojiao she presented to Shen Yu. Song Lian, still reeling from the slap, glared in disbelief, while Frost Sequence nonchalantly tucked her hand into her coat pocket and walked away with an air of elegance. The group of women fumed. How has she become so arrogant? What's she arrogant about? Is it not merely because Shen Yu was backing her? "Man, you must be cautious, she surely harbors lingering feelings for Shen Yu." Lu Manman observed Frost Sequence's departing figure in silence. The satisfaction of that slap did little to elevate Frost Sequence's spirits. Even if she were to deliver 10 slaps to Song Lian, it would not rewind the clock to alter the past. The predicament she found herself in today was entirely the result of Song Lian's machinations. This half-sister was a veritable poison, leaving Frost Sequence feeling irritable at her mere presence. Upon returning to her home on Songming Road, the house was eerily quiet. She stood in the foyer for a few moments, feeling as though everything around her was foreign. The lights, the sofa, the solid wood dining table, and the empty fish tank all felt alien. She called the Shen household, inquiring about her turtle, only to be met by Wang Sa's voice. "I've searched all its usual spots, yet it remains elusive. It is quite strange." "Wonderful, even the turtle had abandoned her. A piece of discarded rubbish." Wang Sa expressed concern for her living situation, her tone heavy with worry. "It would be so much better to stay at home. You're all alone there, and when you return, there is no warm meal waiting for you. The madam even offered to hire a housekeeper for you, but you refused." Frost Sequence disliked living alone with a maid, a remnant of childhood trauma. She replied nonchalantly with a smile, "I've lived alone abroad for 5 years, I'm used to it, it's no problem." Wang Sa fell silent. After hanging up, Frost Sequence buried her face in her down pillow, stifling her breath, when the phone rang. "Little sister, are you asleep?" Yu Zifeng's voice always carried a note of cheerfulness. "Not yet." "Then sleep early. Tomorrow we'll take the yacht out to sea for some fun." Without a doubt, Shen Yu and Lu Manman would be joining them. Frost Sequence fabricated a response, "I get seasick." "What's seasick? Why are you not sick of me? Have you not been swimming in the waves?" Yu Zifeng teased, "You've been avoiding us lately, we can't even coax you out for a meal. Have you had a falling out with your brother?" "Of course not." Frost Sequence's words were cut short as the phone was snatched away. Then, Shen Yu's clear voice came through, "What is the matter?" Frost Sequence sighed in resignation, "Nothing. I need to check on my senior sister first tomorrow, then I'll meet up with you later." Chapter 28 The Uninvited Guest. The sky above the sea is low and blue, its clear and pure hue uplifting the spirits. The maritime breeze brushes against the face, bringing a refreshing, moist essence. In the harbor, numerous sailboats and yachts are anchored, among which stands a magnificent superyacht, its pure white hull stretching over 100 meters, towering like an exquisite giant edifice. Crew members, clad in white gloves, assist her with the luggage as Shuangxu ascends the gangway, where Yu Zifeng awaits her on the deck. "Ah, our little Song has finally arrived." Yu Zifeng leads her into the cabin, teasing, "When you strike it rich one day, don't forget about your brother." Shuangxu removes her headphones, asking, "What did you say?" "Forget it, just talking nonsense." Yu Zifeng shouts again in the wind, "I said your brother has someone looking after him now, while I'm still at loose ends. Remember to take care of my old age, I'm entrusting my twilight years to you." Shuangxu is not inclined to shoulder such a burden. "Why not let your own sister take care of you? My sister is nowhere near as reliable as you." Yu Zifeng scoffs, "She adds sand to my meals every day." By the time I grow old, she'll probably be feeding me dung. When Shuangxu went abroad, his sister was merely 2 years old. She had even held her then. It is surprising how capable the little girl has grown. Unable to suppress a laugh, she replies, as long as there is food, it's already quite good, why be picky? See, you look so lovely when you smile, Yuezafeng remarks as they walk inside, you used to smile so much as a child. America truly is a place that consumes people, it has even taken away our little Shuangxu's smile. Only then does Shuangxu realize Yuezafeng is intentionally trying to cheer her up. Initially, she thought he had discovered her recent unhappiness. However, upon entering the cabin, she understands there is another reason. The opulence of this superyacht is beyond imagination, with a helipad on the deck, accommodating small yachts and mini submarines. It is equipped with a home theater, gym, and other entertainment facilities, and at the stern lies a colossal swimming pool, resembling a luxurious castle afloat on the sea. The spacious living room on the first floor boasts a magnificent crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, where guests are gathered, drinking and laughing. Besides the people Shuangxu anticipated, there is also Song Lian seated with Lu Manman. Upon seeing Shuangxu, Song Lian casts her a look that conveys a silent "you wait." Yuezafeng is aware of the sister strained relationship. They seldom interact with Song Lian, and the age gap creates a chasm between them. Moreover, they are somewhat aware of how Song Lian initially led the bullying of Shuangxu. They never took the nonsense she spoke seriously. She resembles a little gangster who enjoys forming cliques. Shuangxu, after all, is someone they have watched grow up, and there exists a clear distinction in their relationships. Manman's friend, show some courtesy, Yuezafeng gently chides, you don't need to pay her any mind. Your brothers are here, she can't bully you. It's fine, Shuangxu replies, feeling annoyed but not fearful of her. As for Lu Manman bringing Song Lian along, she is indifferent. She has never expected Lu Manman to understand her. Only those who resonate with one's experiences can empathize, and Lu Manman is simply not of her ilk. Lu Manman and Song Lian belong to the same category of people, darlings of their fathers, cherished jewels who are taken along when their parents are transferred for work, the pampered ones at home. That is why they could become friends. Shuangxu greets Shen Yu and the other brothers, her gaze momentarily freezing as it passes over Tingzhou. That he exudes an air of nonchalance wherever he goes, occupying an entire sofa with a magazine draped over his face, seemingly asleep. The cover girl is alluring and seductive, obscuring his three-dimensional and precious visage, not a sight for sore eyes. Yet, what tightens Shuangxu's body involuntarily is the fact that he is wearing a very familiar, white silk shirt, nearly identical to the one she had borrowed last time. She fears that Shen Yu or Lu Manman might recognize it. However, men's shirts are generally similar in style. Tingzhou seems to have a penchant for this comfortable, skin-friendly fabric, and she cannot definitively conclude it is the same one. Didn't Yuezafeng say he never wears the same clothes twice? Perhaps it's just a similar style. Shen Yu and Lu Manman show no reaction, suggesting it is merely her overthinking. This matter is like a hair falling on her nerves, too fine to grasp, yet she knows it is there, occasionally causing a slight disturbance. Shuangxu glances at Tingzhou from time to time. Everyone is chatting and enjoying drinks, their laughter resonating freely. One would think that no one could sleep here, she curiously whispers, won't this disturb him? Yuezafeng reassures her, not at all, he loves to fall asleep to the sound of voices. Having seen many who require silence for a peaceful slumber, this peculiar quirk of needing human voices for sleep is a first for her. As evening approaches, the clouds are tinted with a gradient of warm orange by the setting sun. Yuezafeng opens his eyes, declaring, all right, everyone is here, let us set sail. Just as he finishes notifying the captain, footsteps echo from the deck. Today we're heading out to sea, and you didn't invite me? It's much livelier with more people. A casual voice enters the cabin, bringing with it an irksome familiarity. Shuangxu turns around to the man, wearing triangular sunglasses and a flamboyant floral shirt with beach shorts, lifts his sunglasses to his forehead, revealing a face that makes Shuangxu frown. It has been years since they last met, yet Zhang Zui's rogue demeanor remains unchanged. Someone politely calls out, Zhang, and despite his notorious reputation, this grandson is not to be trifled with. I was wondering whose yacht was so ostentatiously docked here. Turns out it's a familiar face, waiting for me? Yuezafeng clicks his tongue, what sea breeze has blown you here? Why, it must be the fragrant winds from your grand yacht. Zhang Zui uninvitedly plops down onto the sofa, casually reclining with his arms sprawled back and left foot resting atop his right leg. Yuezafeng looks at Shen Yu, then at Tingzhou, both of whom show no reaction. Shen Yu's expression is utterly indifferent, devoid of any emotion, while Tingzhou is blissfully unaware, continuing his slumber. In Yen City, the He, Shen, Zhang, and Yu families dominate the same territory, sharing close ties, yet privately, they inhabit different circles. For instance, Yuezafeng is closest to Shen Yu, while he only became acquainted with Tingzhou later on. However, this group has never mingled with Zhang Zui, not out of animosity but simply because they do not see eye to eye. They are not of the same ilk. He is a scoundrel, yet with him present, it would be inappropriate to cast him off the boat. Zhang Zui seems intent on lingering, while Yuezafeng wishes to boot him out, but they cannot overlook the Zhang family's reputation. If anyone on this yacht dared to toss Zhang Zui overboard, it would only be the audacious Tingzhou. Unfortunately, he is in a deep slumber. At that moment, the gangway outside begins to retract, the boat is about to depart. Well, it seems that those wishing to leave can no longer do so. Chapter 29. The kissy Tingzhou did not awaken until mealtime. A crew member came to inform him that dinner was ready, and just as Yu Zifeng was about to call him, he lazily lifted the sensual womaness mask from his face and sat up at a leisurely pace. Damn, Yu Zifeng remarked, you certainly know how to sleep in. I'm hungry, Tingzhou replied, his demeanor languid. He picked up a cigarette box from the table, extracted a stick, and bit it between his teeth, raising his eyelids lazily towards Shuangxu. Lighter. Shuangxu was engrossed in examining the shirt he wore, and upon hearing his request, her gaze lifted to meet his for a brief 2 seconds before she realized he was addressing her. Truly, he was a young master accustomed to being waited upon. Extending a hand seemed beneath him. Shuangxu handed him the lighter, which was not far from her on the table, and Tingzhou lit his cigarette, tossing the lighter back to her. She hastily caught it with both hands to prevent it from falling. It wasn't even her lighter. What harm would it do to leave it on the table? She rose to follow the others to the dining hall, and Zhang Zui trailed behind her, saying, "Long time no see, little beauty." "Don't provoke me," Shuangxu replied, her disdain unmistakable. When she was 15 and still a minor, this man had eyed her with lewd intentions. Shen Yu had protected her, and it took a personal reprimand from the elder Zhang to put him in his place. Zhang Zui laughed. "I'm merely saying hello, why so tense?" Shuangxu ignored him and quickened her pace. Zhang Zui's gaze roamed over her. Shuangxu's beauty was not solely in her features. Every aspect of her, from her hair, brows, and teeth to her shoulders, legs, and the graceful curve of her ankles, was flawless. Countless women might outshine her in boldness, and Zhang Zui had dallied with many a pure-hearted beauty, yet none possessed the unique allure she exuded. Clad in a gray-green shirt tucked into a black skirt, her ensemble was unremarkable, typical of an office worker, yet her waist-to-hip ratio was undeniably captivating. Zhang Zui, with his extensive experience in women, surmised her measurements to be 88-56-88. He licked his teeth, muttering to himself, "That waist must feel incredible to grasp. Your neck would also be quite enjoyable to grip." A cool voice interjected from behind. Zhang Zui turned to find Tingzhou striding past him, exuding an air of indifference. The evening meal aboard the ship was of 5-star quality, followed by a party. Shuangxu returned to her room to rest for a while, changed into a different outfit, and upon exiting, encountered Song Lian in the corridor. The sight of her reminded Song Lian of the slap from their last encounter, which had left her face stinging for days and embarrassed her in front of so many. "I haven't settled the score for that slap yet," she stated. "Then you've come to the wrong place," Shuangxu replied, fixing her gaze on her. "You cannot repay me here." Song Lian gritted her teeth. On this ship, everyone was a friend of Shen Yu, who cherished Shuangxu, leaving her feeling isolated and vulnerable. "If I hadn't spent 10 years in Europe with my father, what concern would you be? Do you really think you're the little princess of Yancheng? Can't you see how others look at you? You're the only one shameless enough to cling to Shen Yu." Shuangxu's eyes hardened. "If you can't learn to speak properly, I'll teach you once more." Song Lian huffed, "You should focus on yourself. You're so enamored with Shen Yu. Do you think Lu Man can tolerate you? She has the Lu family backing her. What do you have? Surely you don't believe Shen Yu would offend the Lu family for you? If he had to choose between you two, who do you think he'd pick?" "Mind your own business regarding his choice," Shuangxu replied coldly. "In any case, it won't be you, so why fret?" Song Lian, who had felt triumphant at striking a nerve, was momentarily silenced. As Shuangxu walked away, she tossed over her shoulder, "Eat less salt." It was only after Shuangxu had departed that Song Lian realized she had been left in the lurch. Frustrated, she slammed her elbow against the wall, wincing at the pain that followed. The yacht had now reached international waters, where the deep blue sea blended seamlessly with the sky. Laughter carried on the waves. Everyone gathered at the club at the ship's stern, where the aroma of champagne flowed, and a symphony orchestra played a grand waltz. Some drank, others danced, reveling in the atmosphere. Tingzhou lounged in the sofa area, exuding an air of nonchalance that suggested the world was his dominion. He rested his feet on the coffee table, his eyes half closed as he typed on his phone, oblivious to the messages he was sending. Shuangxu took a glass of champagne and found a seat opposite him. As her gaze wandered once more to his shirt, she locked eyes with him, caught in the act. Tingzhou tossed his phone onto the sofa. "If you enjoy looking so much, come over and sit closer." Shuangxu hesitated, unsure how to explain her suspicion that he was wearing a shirt she once owned without sounding overly sentimental. Instead, she took a sip of her drink and shifted the topic. "Tingzhou, aren't you going to dance?" Tingzhou raised an eyebrow, a knowing glint in his eye. "Are you inviting me to dance?" Had her time abroad dulled her Chinese comprehension, or was he truly misunderstanding her? No, it was not her language that was at fault, it was Tingzhou's gaze, which scrutinized her as though she were a curiosity to be examined from every angle. Shuangxu felt a pang of distress. Could it be that he genuinely misinterpreted her? That would be troublesome indeed. Just as she wrestled with how to clarify this deepening misunderstanding, Yu Zifeng called out to her, "Sister, come dance." Shuangxu shook her head. "I'm not dancing anymore." Her refusal fell on deaf ears as Yu Zifeng seized her arm and pulled her along. "Sitting here is so dull. Come, let me show you my charming dance moves." Yu Zifeng was unreserved, his exaggerated and playful antics bringing a radiant smile to Shuangxu's face. As everyone drank and danced with abandon, they eventually returned to the sofa area to rest. Shen Yu beckoned her over and handed her his phone, which was video calling Fu Yun. Shuangxu settled down, chatting with Fu Yun for a while before ending the call. Someone suggested playing Avalon to pass the time, and Yu Zifeng produced a deck of cards. "Avalon requires too much brain power. I am exhausted, let us play King's game instead." With one joker and 10 numbered cards, the king holding the joker could designate anyone to perform a task. In the first 2 rounds, everyone played cautiously, but in the third round, Tingzhou received the joker. Shuangxu, sharp-eyed, spotted Tingzhou's card and quickly placed her own face down to avoid giving him the opportunity to tease her. A faint chuckle emanated from beside her. Tingzhou had seen her little maneuver. He interpreted her actions as mere self-importance. He had no interest in her, and with a glance at Yu Zifeng, he issued his command, "Jump in the sea for a swim." While others pointed to the card faces, he arrogantly designated a person. You're ruthless, Yu Zifeng replied, hands on his hips, shaking his own card. You think you can make me swim? Guess my card first. He Tingzhou scoffed, the reflection in the mirror behind you. Yu Zifeng immediately turned around. Indeed, there was a decorative mirror on the rack behind him. He Tingzhou lazily lifted his chin. Go on, it's the 10 of hearts. Damn! Yu Zifeng exclaimed. The group erupted in cheers as they gathered on the deck. Yu Zifeng downed a drink to warm himself and, cursing under his breath, jumped overboard. Once he completed his swim and returned, dripping wet, the game truly entered a phase of uninhibited fun. The excitement of party games had always captivated Shuangxu, and she had previously enjoyed watching their unrestrained antics from the sidelines, yet, she never anticipated witnessing Shen Yu's performance firsthand. Lu Manman was drawn for return, tasked with selecting someone from the opposite sex to kiss. Yu Zifeng squinted playfully, teasing, who do you wish to choose? Let me guess, it wouldn't be Shen Yu, would it? Lu Manman, whether emboldened by drink or simply bashful, flushed a delicate pink. Yet, she approached him with confidence, her cheeks flushed as she tilted her face upward, seeking a kiss from Shen Yu amidst the playful encouragement of their friends. Chapter 30 open to all. Frost Sequence sat beside Shen Yu, allowing her a clear view of Lu Manman's eagerly radiant face. However, she could not discern Shen Yu's expression, nor the gentle gaze he cast upon Lu Manman. One could only imagine it was tender. Shen Yu, aren't you going to kiss her? Yu Zifeng exclaimed, nearly wanting to push him forward. Hey, are you even capable? Playing coy, are we? Amidst the teasing of his rowdy friends, Shen Yu offered a faint smile and leaned toward Lu Manman. At that moment, Frost Sequence averted her gaze, not wishing to witness the scene. She fixated on the floor, gradually becoming aware of the subtle sway of the vessel upon the gentle waves. Yet, it should not have felt this way. The yacht was grand and remarkably stable. He Tingzhou cast a glance in her direction, but she remained oblivious to his disinterested expression as she was lost in her own thoughts. Who is the spade ace? Come forth quickly, don't even think of hiding. Yu Zifeng's shout snapped her back to reality. She raised her head to find the game had progressed to the next round, and everyone was searching for the next unfortunate soul. Frost Sequence caught a glance from across the table, where Song Lian flashed her a cryptic smile, revealing the ghost card in her hand. I'm the king, you know, Song Lian said, her gaze fixed on her. Spade ace, come out. Realizing something, Frost Sequence reached for the card in front of her and felt a slight crease on its back. It was a mark made by someone. Yu Zifeng searched around but found nothing, turning to the last remaining player. Little Frost Sequence, it wouldn't be you, would it? Frost Sequence flipped her card, and indeed, it was the spade ace. The delight in Song Lian's eyes was unmistakable as she reiterated the task. Choose either the person on your left or your right and pass the card using only your mouth. The boisterous atmosphere abruptly fell silent, and all eyes converged upon Frost Sequence. To her left sat Shen Yu, and to her right, He Tingzhou. Song Lian was intentionally seeking to embarrass her. Passing a card with one's mouth would necessitate their lips pressing together through a thin card, the level of intimacy rivaling that of a kiss. She was acutely aware of Frost Sequence's affection for Shen Yu, but would she dare to choose him? If she opted for He Tingzhou, who was unaware of the princess temperament, everyone knew he would not tolerate being publicly rejected, leaving Frost Sequence in a mortifying predicament. Lu Manman's gaze also fell upon Frost Sequence, seemingly curious about her choice. Frost Sequence instinctively clenched her fingers. The soft clink of a glass being placed on the table broke the tension. Shen Yu spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. It's getting late, let us disperse. Yu Zifeng chimed in. Alright, I need to hurry and take a hot shower before I catch a cold. Song Lian was unwilling to relent. Everyone else has played, why can't she get passing a card? Isn't too much to ask, you were just feeding a beautiful girl grapes mouth to mouth. Yu Zifeng was momentarily at a loss for words. It is fine, Frost Sequence said. Shuangxu, swirling her wineglass, interjected with a smirk. Why don't you choose me? I'd be more than happy to help. She would rather select a pig than endure the company of Shuangxu, the rogue. Frost Sequence picked up a playing card, biting down on it, and turned toward her right, thinking that her reputation as a toad might soon be solidified. Just as Song Lian was about to correct her on the proper way to pass the card, Shen Yu's gaze swept toward her. That look was chilling, and she fell silent. He Tingzhou lounged languidly on the sofa, motionless, his expression one of disinterest. Frost Sequence leaned closer to him, yet he regarded her overture with a cold indifference, his sharp black eyes reflecting only apathy. It was as if she were performing in a play that had no bearing on him, her predicament of public humiliation and her forced calmness betraying her inner turmoil. She felt like a clown on stage while he remained one of the spectators below. Frost Sequence anticipated that he would not provide her an escape, yet she had not expected such a degree of coldness and discomfort. Having never done anything like this in her life, she was acutely aware of the many eyes upon her. She knew Song Lian was reveling in her misfortune, and she knew Shen Yu was watching her. Her face flushed, not from shyness, but from embarrassment. Well, let it be, everyone has seen it. It was He Tingzhou who was unwilling to cooperate, not that she was incapable of playing, nor was it a sign of her unrequited love for Shen Yu. Just as she prepared to retreat, He Tingzhou suddenly pulled her waist, drawing her closer. Frost Sequence stumbled into his embrace, bewildered, and before she could react, He Tingzhou leaned down, biting the other end of the card. In that moment, Frost Sequence felt as if his breath intertwined with hers, his nose grazing hers, so softly it felt like an illusion. The warmth blooming in her cheeks surged dramatically, and she realized she could barely breathe. She caught sight of He Tingzhou's unexpectedly long eyelashes. The thin, cool eyelids suddenly lifted, and she found herself unprepared, colliding with the depths of his dark, profound gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. She could almost feel He Tingzhou's body heat, his arm encircling her waist held her in a gentle embrace, and the faint cedar fragrance emanating from him enveloped her like a delicate mist. In that instant, the entire ship fell into silence, save for the rhythmic crashing of the waves against its hull. A glass slipped from someone's hand and shattered on the floor, the noise jolting Frost Sequence back to reality, causing her to quickly extricate herself from He Tingzhou's hold. He Tingzhou turned away, discarding the card, and reclined back on the sofa. Lu Man, equally astonished, found it hard to believe that the cousin she had always been too timid to approach would actually engage with Frost Sequence in a game. But then again, perhaps all men were the same, welcoming any hint of flirtation that came their way. She shifted her gaze back to Shen Yu, whose expression remained as unchanging as ever. Yet, as her glance inadvertently flickered past him, she noticed his hand resting on the armrest of the sofa, the knuckles taut with tension. Chapter 31, Is your affection a precious thing? Wow Zhou, you're impressive. Yu Zifeng's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. If you're going to take the card, then take it. Why are you wrapping your arms around Miss Shuangxu's waist? He Tingzhou's expression was languid, indifferent as he replied, how else would I take it, or would you prefer to do it yourself? Shuangxu could hear their teasing remarks directed at He Tingzhou. The sounds entered her ears but her mind could not process what was being said. She was oblivious to the content of their banter. Propping her fingers on the edge of the sofa, she stared vacantly at the Flores pattern, allowing the heat on her face to gradually dissipate. As the game came to an end, the people at the stern of the boat dispersed, and when Shuangxu stood up, she met Shen Yu's gaze. This kind of game is unnecessary, Shen Yu said, his tone still gentle. Next time, don't overexert yourself. Shuangxu nodded. Only then did she realize that He Tingzhou had left without her noticing. As she turned to leave the stern, Shen Yu remained seated on the sofa, lighting another cigarette. Yu Zifeng patted him on the shoulder a couple of times, for who better than an older brother to understand the sentiments of an older brother, adulthood aside, who could witness their sister engaging in such games without feeling the urge to intervene? It's just a game. My sister isn't going overboard. Songlian, eager for a good show, found the outcome less thrilling than she had anticipated, but seeing Shuangxu's expression while engaging in such antics before Shen Yu must have caused her immense discomfort, she chuckled. Yu Zifeng glanced at her. Why do you always pick on your sister? She hasn't done anything to you. Playing a game considered picking on her? Songlian scoffed. It was you who invited her to play. Isn't that you picking on her? Yu Zifeng clicked his tongue in annoyance. You're really not likable, you know. Her expression soured. Who cares if you like me or not? Who do you think you are? Shen Yu, with his hand resting on the armrest, exuded an air of calm composure. His voice, however, seemed particularly frigid amidst the sea breeze. He didn't even glance at Songlian, merely lowering his eyes to dust off the ash from his cigarette before addressing Yu Zifeng. Tomorrow morning, see her off the boat. As Shuangxu walked along the side corridor of the ship, she moved slowly, the sounds of laughter and chatter fading away. Some were still in high spirits, planning to go to the spa or find another place for a drink. Others, who had just flirted with one another, were reluctant to part ways as they entered a room together. Upon reaching the third floor, she spotted He Tingzhou on the deck. This level was deserted, dimly lit, and as she approached, she noticed a tall figure standing by the railing. He Tingzhou was smoking, his silk shirt clinging to him tightly due to the fierce sea wind, the smoke swirling in shapes between his fingers. Shuangxu initially intended to head straight to her room, but after a moment's thought, she walked over to him. Brother Tingzhou. The wind howled fiercely at sea, and her voice was soft. He Tingzhou turned to look at her. Her long hair danced chaotically in the breeze, and the deep, dark hues of the ocean contrasted with her fair skin. Her clear, delicate features resembled a meticulously crafted fine painting. He Tingzhou asked, is there something you need? Shuangxu sensed an unusual chill in his demeanor today, though she could not fathom the reason. Naturally, He Tingzhou had never been particularly warm towards her. Thank you for giving me an out during the game earlier. She carefully chose her words. I want to clarify that I do not have a crush on you, nor do I harbor any improper intentions. I fear I may have caused you some misunderstanding, so I wanted to explain. I didn't clarify earlier because I thought you already knew. Her sentence trailed off. What misunderstanding? He Tingzhou inquired. Misunderstanding that I like you. He Tingzhou slowly inhaled from his cigarette, tapping the ash from his fingertips, allowing the remnants to fall into the sea. His tone was languid. Is your affection something particularly precious? Shuangxu was momentarily taken aback. He continued, are you not using me as a facade? Why expose it? Aren't you afraid of having your little secret discovered? It seemed she had overthought the situation. He had been toying with her all along, and she had foolishly worried he might misunderstand her. How naive of her to invite humiliation upon herself. It's good that you don't misunderstand, she replied, turning on her heel to leave. He Tingzhou watched her retreating figure, his gaze inscrutable. Shuangxu reached the stairs but then turned back, biting her lip and furrowing her brow as she faced him once more. Have I offended you in some way? Why do you always belittle me? She did not wish to provoke him, but his words were undeniably hurtful. They were delivered so casually, yet they stung far more than Songlian's remarks. Songlian targeted her out of disdain, but what was He Tingzhou's reason? She could not comprehend. Shuangxu had once felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him for his assistance, including the support he provided that day. That bowl of hot noodles had made her believe that the distance between her and He Tingzhou had lessened slightly, allowing her to occasionally act a bit carefree around him and voice her inner thoughts. Now she realized she had overestimated her significance. He Tingzhou retorted, what have I belittled you for? Why is my affection not precious? Shuangxu challenged. On what grounds do you make such a statement about me? Leaning against the railing, He Tingzhou's long legs planted firmly on the ground. If you wish to know about its value, ask your brother. Why ask me? You like him, not me. What I feel for my brother is none of your business. He is the best person in the world to me. What is wrong with liking him? What have I done wrong? Perhaps it was the repeated emotional upheaval that had pushed her to her limits, or perhaps it was the sting of He Tingzhou's sharp words that had genuinely wounded her. She suddenly felt unable to contain herself. So audacious. Why not go tell him? He Tingzhou's dark, piercing gaze held no warmth, glancing towards the cabin behind her. He should still be awake. I could call him out for you. How about you confess your feelings directly? This is my own matter. It has nothing to do with you. Shuangxu clenched her fingers, which had turned pale. I have not harmed any of you. He Tingzhou broke the cigarette in half and tossed it into the trash. Then don't present yourself as if everyone has wronged you. What kind of demeanor am I presenting? Shuangxu's voice trembled slightly in the wind. Everyone is wary of me. Anyone can use this matter to control me. If I wish to return to my country, I must consider everyone's opinions. Who am I putting on a show for? Who cares whether I feel wronged? The dim light from the ship illuminated her moist eyes, and He Tingzhou noticed the corners of her eyes reddening, her gaze fixed on him like a wounded yet defiant rabbit, akin to a wild lily drenched in rain. After her fury subsided, she suddenly recalled that he was Lu Manman's cousin. Although He Tingzhou and Lu Manman rarely interacted and were not particularly close, she had almost forgotten that he was her blood relative. Undoubtedly, he would side with Lu Manman. Thus, the bubbling resentment within her gradually simmered down, and with a return to calmness came a belated clarity. What was she, engaging in a debate with He Tingzhou? She acknowledged her propensity to cry, yet she understood that tears are only cherished in the presence of those who care. Thus, she swallowed all her emotions back down. I'm sorry, I forgot. You are Miss Lu's cousin. It's only natural for you to defend her and consider me superfluous. He Tingzhou remained silent, his eyes dark and profound, his gaze resting upon her like the distant, inscrutable surface of the sea, devoid of any visible waves. In your eyes, I am merely a stepsister with no blood ties, a perceived threat to her, even though I have done nothing at all of that. Is fine, I understand. If I were in your position, I too would detest being a stumbling block. You need not worry, I won't disrupt my brother's significant affairs. I wish for him to thrive more than any of you. After uttering these words, she turned and walked against the wind. Chapter 32. Unable to call for help, the soundproof materials ensured an absolute tranquility within the cabin, and the suite surpassed the luxury of any hotel. Shuangxu sat by the edge of the bed for a while, devoid of any drowsiness, yearning to step outside for a breath of fresh air. The sea in early May remained chilly, yet the water in the pool was surprisingly warm. Her slender form glided through the water like an agile fish, swimming with ease. After an indeterminate number of laps, exhaustion washed over her, and she floated on her back, gazing up at the rich, deep blue night sky. Gradually, she allowed herself to sink beneath the surface, enveloped by silence. The cacophony of the world was entirely hushed. Buoyancy cradled her gently, wrapping around her, shielding her. Her Shen Yu represented a sanctuary akin to this very water. She attempted to envision an alternate reality where, during her tearful breakdown on the streets years ago, Shen Yu had not paused to assist her. What might have transpired? Would she have been abducted by ill-intentioned individuals, or encountered another benevolent stranger? Had Shen Yu not rescued her from the Song family, would she have been left to fend for herself, potentially devolving into a warped, pathological persona, or perhaps perish in that desolate house, forgotten by all? On this moonless night, if she were to vanish, it was likely that everyone would feel a sense of relief and joy. Reaching her limit of suppressed breath, Shuangxu emerged from the water, wiping her face dry, only to notice a man had materialized at the previously deserted edge of the pool. Zheng Zui's eyes sparkled with an intense gaze fixed on her. Out for a midnight swim? Are we lonely enough to lose sleep? Instantaneously, Shuangxu's enthusiasm waned, and she swam to the opposite side, grasping the ladder to ascend. Her decision to swim stemmed solely from a quarrel with He Tingzhou, a fleeting whim, and she had not changed into her swimsuit. The black dress clung to her form as it became drenched, and when she bent to retrieve her towel, Zheng Zui's blood surged with agitation. She was not voluptuous, possessing a slender figure with a remarkably narrow waist. However, this did not detract from her alluring curves, nor the graceful arch of her legs, with delicate ankles and skin that appeared tender and youthful. Draping the towel around herself, she attempted to retreat into the cabin, but Zheng Zui circled the pool, gripping her wrist firmly. Why the hurry? Let's have a chat. I have nothing to discuss with you. Shuangxu struggled to free herself, but Zheng Zui's gaze roamed over her body unabashedly. After years apart, you've become even more captivating, haven't you? Blossomed, perhaps. Damn, Shen Yu's luck with women is truly remarkable. Do not tarnish my brother's reputation with your vile thoughts. Shuangxu's attempts to escape were futile. His grip was painfully tight on her wrist as she coldly commanded, let go. In the scuffle, her towel slipped away, leaving her damp and exposed, and the piercing look she shot at Zheng Zui stirred something within him. Stop pretending to be innocent. Shen Yu keeps you close every day, hasn't he ever taken advantage of you? As she raised her other hand to strike him, he seized it as well, leaning closer to inhale her scent. You smell delightful. The alcohol he had consumed throughout the night ignited a primal desire, compelling him to act on his impulses. Shuangxu could hardly fathom his audacity, daring to lay hands on her beneath Shen Yu's very nose. My brother is still upstairs, you wouldn't dare touch me. Your brother is too busy with Lu Manman to concern himself with you. By the time he comes down, I will have accomplished my desires. Do you think that if you succeed today, he will simply let you go tomorrow? Tonight, I shall have you, and we can deal with tomorrow when it arrives. Zheng Zui had engaged in far worse misdeeds outside, knowing that as long as his grandfather lived, he was untouchable. Shen Yu was genteel and well-mannered, a stark contrast to the impulsive He Tingzhou. Zheng Zui knew full well that it was Shen Yu's territory, yet he felt secure, aware that his grandfather would shield him from any repercussions. At worst, he might endure a beating, but that was a small price to pay for immediate gratification. Shuangxu kicked and clawed at him desperately, yet having just emerged from the pool, she was barefoot, her delicate feet failing to inflict any significant pain upon Zheng Zui. Despite her frantic struggles, he easily subdued her, the disparity in physical strength between the genders rendering her utterly hopeless. Instinctively, she turned her gaze toward the cabin, hoping someone might come to her aid, but on the vast yacht, no one seemed to hear her plight. Suddenly, she caught sight of a figure by the railing on the upper deck like a beacon of salvation. She instinctively cried out, Tingzhou-gu. Zhang Zui paused, glancing upward. The salty sea breeze whipped around them, and Yitingzhou's tall figure stood at the third-floor railing, hands buried in his pockets, his indifferent gaze cast downward. Shuangxu could distinctly see the disdain in his eyes. He had been there all along, witnessing everything, yet he made it abundantly clear he had no intention of intervening. Seeing that Yitingzhou would not disrupt his plans, Zhang Zui felt a wave of relief wash over him. You called the wrong person. If I were to kill you today, he wouldn't lift a finger to save you. A chilling wave gripped Shuangxu's heart, her pleas for help caught in her throat. She opened her mouth but no sound emerged. It was understandable, he bore no obligation to rescue her. Zhang Zui shoved her against the ship's railing, and in her struggle, her foot collided with a protruding metal edge, the sharp pain immediately bringing tears to her eyes. Just then, 2 crew members rushed out from the cabin, calling out, Miss Song. Zhang Zui cursed under his breath and released her. I see she's about to fall, help her. The crew members quickly draped a towel over Shuangxu, whose face had turned pale, her entire body trembling as they escorted her to the 3rd floor. Yitingzhou remained in his previous position, his detached gaze sweeping over her disheveled state once more. Can't even call for help? I called for you, you ignored me. Weren't you quite fierce when you were scolding me earlier? Yitingzhou remarked, why the silence now? Shuangxu remained mute, wrapped in her towel before him, an unsettling quietness enveloping her. Yet, it seemed she had always been this excessively quiet girl. The crew left her after escorting her, leaving only the sound of the waves on the deck. Yitingzhou lowered his gaze to her for a moment. Speak. Finally, she uttered a single word to thank you, before turning to re-enter the cabin. She could not shake off the memory of Yitingzhou's cold, indifferent gaze, which left her feeling utterly desolate in her time of need. She recognized that she ought to feel gratitude, yet all she desired was to keep her distance from him and never speak to him again. Yitingzhou's eyes lingered on her bare feet, blood trickling across her pale skin, leaving behind a trail of crimson footprints. He clicked his tongue in disapproval, striding forward to scoop her up in his arms. Shuangxu immediately pushed against him, wanting to be set down, but Yitingzhou regarded her with a sidelong glance. The infirmary or your brother's room, choose. Shuangxu relented. He carried her into the ship's infirmary, placing her on the medical bed, her legs dangling in the air. Yitingzhou retrieved some antiseptic wipes, lifting her ankle gingerly. Shuangxu attempted to recoil, but Yitingzhou shot her a look. Shall I call your brother? She fell silent. When the antiseptic touched her wound, it stung slightly, and she instinctively flinched, prompting Yitingzhou to discard the used wipe. Such a delicate creature. With those 2 words, the pent-up emotions Shuangxu had been suppressing suddenly burst forth, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Her lashes became damp, and droplets cascaded down like pearls. She remained silent, sitting on the edge of the bed, quietly weeping. One word and you're crying? Yitingzhou remarked, little princess. Shuangxu continued to be mute, turning her face away, her lips pressed tightly together. Her wet black hair fell behind her, accentuating the purity of her features, though her almond-shaped eyes were red and glistening with tears. Yitingzhou fished a piece of candy from his pocket, unwrapping it, and pinched her chin to coax her mouth open. Shuangxu, bewildered, had no choice but to accept the candy. What are you doing? He crumpled the wrapper in his hand and accurately tossed it into the trash bin, his expression languid. You wanted to cry, so I thought I'd cheer you up. Shuangxu held the candy in her mouth, her lower lashes still adorned with tears, feeling a swell of grievance, as if someone had turned on a faucet, leaving her unable to express her sorrow. Chapter 33. Then you offend me a little. The door was knocked twice, rousing the doctor who had already been resting. He hurriedly tended to the wound on Shuangxu's body, which had been cut by metal, applying the necessary medication. The wound was somewhat deep, prompting the doctor to administer a tetanus shot and admonish, be cautious to avoid infection, refrain from getting it wet until it heals. Shuangxu nodded in acknowledgement. Once the treatment was complete, the doctor glanced at Yitingzhou, then at her, subtly probing, should we inform young Master Shen about this? He assumed that it was Yitingzhou who had caused the injury. Shuangxu, drenched and wrapped in a towel, clearly had been in the water, and with her foot injured in such a manner, it was evident that he had not behaved well. What a scoundrel he was. He dared not offend either party. Speaking up might lead to Yitingzhou holding it against him, while remaining silent could result in Shen Yu seeking retribution the following day. Yitingzhou, with a nonchalant tone, replied, let her decide. In the past, if someone had bullied her, Shuangxu would have immediately sought out Shen Yu, feeling wronged, but now, she even began to question whether she was merely a burden to Shen Yu. Taking his fiancée out to sea for a delightful outing, only for her to ruin the mood, Shen Yu would certainly not let this matter rest. If he were to defend her again, it might sour relations with the Zhang family. Without her, matters would be far simpler. Unconsciously, Shuangxu picked at her nails, murmuring, I'll talk to him tomorrow. She had no way of knowing whether Lu Man was truly in Shen Yu's room. She couldn't just go knocking on the door now. The suite was on the same floor, and as she walked back to her room from the infirmary, Shuangxu proceeded with Yitingzhou, one in front of the other, through the carpeted corridor. Upon reaching her door, she paused and turned to Yitingzhou, saying, Tingzhou, you needn't take my previous words to heart. I have no right to lose my temper with you. I may have inadvertently offended you during this time, and for that, I apologize. It won't happen again. Having said this, she did not wait for Yitingzhou's response and closed the door behind her. She had acted with remarkable politeness, even respect, a stark contrast to her previous outburst when she had scorned him, calling him a toad. In the presence of those she felt close to, she was at ease, full of laughter and playfulness, much like when she had been with Shen Yu. She was not at all the distant figure who wished to draw a metaphorical line across the galaxy with the Queen Mother's hairpin. She resembled a turtle that had long shielded itself with its shell, only venturing out its head and limbs when it felt secure. But once pricked, it would retract instantly, rolling away with its shell. Just as Shuangxu stepped into her room, she heard a couple of firm knocks at the door. She turned back, opening it a crack. "The princess has quite a temper," He Tingzhou said, leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed, directly inquiring, "What are you upset about?" Shuangxu, bewildered, responded, "What do you mean? Are you referring to my comment about your affections being unworthy, or perhaps the one where I remarked on your pitiful appearance?" He Tingzhou pressed. She remained silent. He Tingzhou, having never reflected on his own words and actions, raised his brow in contemplation, setting aside his previous irritation and realizing he had acted poorly. "Was it the part where I suggested you confess to your brother?" Shuangxu was lost in his antics, gripping the doorknob as she asked, "What exactly do you want?" "I'm retracting everything I said tonight," He Tingzhou stated, lowering his gaze to meet hers. "Is that acceptable?" His expression was surprisingly earnest, leaving Shuangxu both astonished and perplexed. After several seconds of silence, she averted her gaze, saying, "That is unnecessary. What you said was merely your true feelings." "Who said that?" He Tingzhou countered defiantly. "Can you truly read my mind? How do you know I'm not being insincere?" Shuangxu found his behavior quite odd. He had already uttered hurtful words and now sought to withdraw them. "Do as you please," she replied, unwilling to delve deeper. She sensed He Tingzhou's gaze linger upon her. "If there's nothing else, I shall close the door." He Tingzhou raised a hand to prevent her from shutting the door, insisting, "Clarify what is bothering you. How can I comfort you if you don't tell me?" What kindness was this? Perhaps he was merely concerned that she might complain to Shen Yu due to her tears. "You needn't comfort me. I am not angry." It was simply a matter of recognizing her own identity and positioning herself appropriately, no longer underestimating her worth. Standing close, He Tingzhou towered over her, teasingly remarking, "But I insist on comforting you." "Please, stop toying with me," Shuangxu replied. "I truly am not upset with you." He Tingzhou scrutinized her as if assessing her sincerity. "A few seconds later," he stated, "then offend me a little." What a peculiar request. Shuangxu merely wished to establish boundaries and avoid entanglement in this matter. With He Tingzhou blocking the door, she had no choice but to endure and say, "I will not offend you again. Let today's events be forgotten. I dislike going to bed with unresolved matters. If you're going to be upset, let it be today," He Tingzhou asserted, unyieldingly offering her a choice. "You can offend me, or I'll keep comforting you until you're no longer upset." Shuangxu felt utterly exhausted and at a loss for words, wondering what kind of person he was. Her temper flared, and she pushed against his chest with both hands, firmly urging him away. "I don't wish to talk to you right now. I need to rest. Goodbye." He Tingzhou glanced down at her hands and, complying with her push, took a step back. The door closed before him, and she muttered softly, "What a weirdo." After such a tumultuous evening, even if she wasn't tired, Shuangxu felt mentally drained and quickly fell into a deep sleep upon lying down. Perhaps she had caught a chill from the sea breeze. In the middle of the night, she developed a high fever, her body burning with heat. In days, she slept until morning, roused by the persistent knocking at the door, her head pounding intensely. She got out of bed to answer the door, glancing in the mirror to see her face unusually flushed. Lu Man stood outside, radiating energy. "Good morning." "Morning," Shuangxu replied, her legs feeling weak beneath her. "Later, Yu is taking me snorkeling. Are you coming?" Lu Man asked. "He mentioned you've won awards for swimming and are quite skilled at snorkeling." Shuangxu shook her head heavy with pain. Lu Man noticed her pallor and pressed her hand against Shuangxu's forehead. "Wow, you're burning up. How can you be so feverish? Wait here, I'll call a doctor." The doctor arrived to take her temperature and left behind some antipyretics. Lu Man stood by her bedside, stating, "You definitely can't go like this. I want to go." "Enjoy yourselves," Shuangxu replied, her eyes too heavy to keep open. After a while, she heard the door close as Lu Man departed. She lay feverish and disoriented, drenched in sweat, every bone and nerve aching intensely. Sleep eluded her, and she curled up under the blanket, her brow furrowed tightly. In her hazy state, she felt a gentle hand brushing the damp hair from her forehead, softly caressing her cheek. She struggled to open her eyes, her fever muddling her thoughts, blurring the lines between reality and dreams. "Brother," Shen Yu sat beside her, his fingertip lightly touching her flushed eyelid, his voice low, "Sleep now, little Jiu." With the comfort of his voice, Shuangxu closed her eyes once more, sinking into a deep slumber. As the antipyretics took effect, she awoke again, feeling slightly more alert. The bedside was empty, and the suite was quiet as if no one had ever been there. She remembered that Shen Yu was supposed to accompany Lu Man for snorkeling today. It was Lu Man's first time, and she had been eagerly looking forward to it. They must have already left. Chapter 34. It must be our grandfather. Waking up close to noon, she took her own temperature and found that the fever had subsided somewhat. However, her body felt exceedingly weak, devoid of any strength. Numerous messages flooded her WeChat, where Yang expressed her envy and jealousy, urging her to send some photographs to satisfy her cravings. Shuangxu painted a rosy picture for her frowny face. "Once you are better, I will take you along." She rose, drank a glass of water, and approached the window, hoping to take a photograph for Yang, only to notice a crowd gathered on the deck below. Shen Yu and Zhang Zui were standing face to face, locked in a standoff. She hesitated for a moment, not even having the time to change her shoes, before dashing outside. The incident where Zhang Zui nearly bullied Shuangxu in the middle of the night had been inadvertently revealed by a crew member and ultimately reached Shen Yu's ears. When he found Zhang Zui, the latter was still drinking, wrapped around a young model brought aboard by someone unknown, laughing in a carefree manner. Shen Yu spoke coldly, "If you don't want to be implicated, then leave." The model immediately got up and fled. "Why so fierce?" Zhang Zui retorted, "Are you here to settle scores with me? I was merely playing with your sister." "I haven't harmed her in any way. Isn't she doing just fine?" "Xiaojiu is not for your amusement." Shen Yu's gaze was as frigid as ice. "I warned you last time, if you lay a hand on her again, do not blame me for being impolite." Zhang Zui leisurely finished his drink, standing to face him. "Women are merely for amusement. If I don't play with her, someone else will. It was excusable when she was underage, but now that she is of age, why do you keep such a tight watch? Do you intend to keep her for yourself?" Shen Yu, a gentleman of remarkable poise, contrasted sharply with Zhang Zui, who was a typical bully, emboldened by his sense of impunity. When Shen Yu's fist collided with his face, Zhang Zui's grin had not even faded before he was sent sprawling onto the ground. Gasps and exclamations erupted around them, with Lu Man covering her mouth in fright. As Shuangxu rushed down, Shen Yu had already yanked Zhang Zui by his collar and slammed him against the railing of the deck. Bystanders circled around, some recording the scene with their phones. Just as she was about to intervene, Lu Man pulled her back, saying, "It's better if you don't go over." Seeing Zhang Zui's nose bloodied from the blow, Youthful and Zhuozhong finally stepped in to stop it. "That's enough. If you continue, it will be difficult to explain to old Zhang." Old Zhang was fiercely protective, otherwise, Zhang Zui would not have been raised to be such a tyrant in Yan City. Now that no serious incident had occurred, with his grandson beaten to such a state, the old man might very well seek revenge. Zhang Zui, clutching the railing, struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his face, his bravado even more pronounced with half his face smeared in crimson. "Come on, hit me. Why have you stopped? If you have the guts, kill me and see if my grandfather won't be the first to deal with your sister." Shen Yu remained silent, his expression dark, a countenance Shuangxu had never witnessed before. Damn. Yu Zifeng was fuming, yet no one could do anything about it. At that moment, a languid figure sauntered past Shuangxu and Lu Man. "Cousin?" He Tingzhou seemed to have just awakened, his tousled black hair and a visage filled with displeasure at being disturbed. Ignoring Lu Man's call, he ambled towards the deck, and the crowd parted instinctively to make way for him. Shen Yu and Zhang Zui were still locked in confrontation, with Zhang Zui's arrogance unabated. "What can you do to me?" He Tingzhou strolled over leisurely, lifted a foot, and kicked Zhang Zui off the railing. "What the hell?" A chorus of astonished cries filled the air, as a throng rushed to the railing to peer down. Zhang Zui plummeted from the yacht's deck, dozens of meters high, into the sea, the dark water splashing white foam. After a while, he emerged from beneath the surface, furiously bellowing, "He Tingzhou, you son of a bitch." He Tingzhou, with a tone dripping with indolence, replied, "I have no mother." "Perhaps you should curse your own." After saying this, he turned on his heel and strolled back across the deck, hands in his pockets, while the onlookers gaped in astonishment. As he passed by Shuangxu, her mouth hung open in shock. "Close it," He Tingzhou remarked, "or you might drool." When Shen Yu approached, his demeanor had already returned to normal, his palm resting on her forehead. "Is your fever gone?" Shuangxu nodded, "I feel much better now." Shen Yu refrained from mentioning last night's events, instead gently ruffling her hair. "Are you hungry? I'll have the kitchen prepare something for you." After he made the arrangements, he walked over to He Tingzhou, placing a hand on his shoulder and giving it a hearty pat. "Thanks." What he was thanking him for was not just that kick, but for saving Shuangxu last night. "No need for thanks," He Tingzhou replied, casting a glance at Shuangxu, "your sister is just like my sister." To Shuangxu's ears, this sounded exceedingly hypocritical. When had he ever treated her like a sister? Yu Zifeng returned from the deck, grinning broadly. "It must be our grandfather. This idiot has hated you for years for a reason. Only you can put him in his place." Zhang Zui hated him. Shuangxu couldn't help but cast a sideways glance at He Tingzhou. "It's truly a dereliction of duty on my part not to have strangled him. I've caused societal trouble," He Tingzhou remarked in his typically nonchalant tone, leaving it unclear whether he was joking. "I'll go apologize to the Queen Mother later. I just let him float in the sea for a while. He looked like he was struggling to swim. I tossed him a life ring," Yu Zifeng said. "It's one thing to vent our anger. If he really died, the Zhang family would come after us. We'll arrange for someone to send him back to shore in a speedboat later." Before lunchtime, the chef had specially prepared fish noodle soup for Shuangxu, not just for her, but for two. Lu Man also entered, sitting across the table and ordering a bowl of noodles as well. The milky broth was rich and aromatic, the freshness of the ocean fish incomparable to farmed varieties. Although Shuangxu initially had little appetite, she found herself consuming half a bowl without realizing it. Lu Man barely touched her own bowl. As Shuangxu set down her chopsticks, intending to leave the dining room, Lu Man remarked, almost to herself, "Your brother really cares for you. Yesterday, when Lu Yan annoyed you, he had her sent away overnight. Today, the moment you fell ill, he cancelled the snorkeling trip. Lu Yan was sent away. No wonder she hadn't seen her today. They hadn't gone snorkeling. Was it Shen Yu she had seen that morning, or merely a mirage?" Shuangxu looked at Lu Man, who lifted her head and said, "This is the first time I've seen your brother fight. He has an inherent gentlemanly demeanor, always composed and measured. I've never seen him lose his temper. I thought provoking him would be exceedingly difficult." However, I must admit, he looks incredibly handsome when he is angry. Shuangxu understood her sentiment. Lu Man had always been sensitive to her presence, and now, with Shen Yu repeatedly standing up for her, she might feel uncomfortable. My brother is very protective of those around him, including you. If I were bullied and he turned a blind eye, you wouldn't appreciate such a person. Lu Man rested her chin on her hand. That is true. You will have many opportunities in the future. He will accompany you to do many things you wish to do, Shuangxu reassured her. Shen Yu was too good, perhaps her fortune was insufficient, allowing her to have him for only 10 years before he would belong to someone else. Having an older brother must be incredibly fortunate. I envy you so much, Lu Man said. I'm an only child, with neither older siblings nor younger ones. Shuangxu envied her for having parents who adored her. But you do have an older brother, she replied, and your cousin cares for you as well. You mean my cousin? He cares for me? Lu Man suddenly erupted in an odd cackle, straightening up with excitement as she exclaimed, once in elementary school, I lost a hairpin tug-of-war and ran to him in tears, hoping he would back me up. Do you know what he said? What did he say? He found me annoying and said, if you shave your head, wouldn't you be invincible? Lu Man slapped the table, clearly harboring deep resentment. Have you ever seen a brother treat his sister like that? Shuangxu maintained a serious expression, struggling to hold back laughter until she finally burst out. Pfft. Chapter 35. So difficult to soothe in the living room, Yu Zifeng continued to berate He Tingzhou. You, of all people, saw that fool bullying my sister and yet did nothing to help. Why didn't you call a couple of crew members? Can their mouths be trusted to stay shut? Now everyone on the ship knows, and my sister is too shy. How distressing for her. You really have no sense, Zhuozhong interjected. Zhang Zui has a grudge against Tingzhou. You have no idea how deeply he despises him. He would seize anything associated with Tingzhou. His interest in your sister might have faded in a few days, but if he sees Tingzhou protecting her, he would surely fixate on her, even resorting to drugging and kidnapping to possess her. That is indeed a point, Yu Zifeng retorted. Zhang Zui's one true love in this life is our lord He. He Tingzhou lazily cast a glance over. If you want to go down there and keep him company, just say the word. I can give you a kick to help you both achieve your romantic escapade. He has no interest in me, what can I do? Yu Zifeng said with a gleeful shake of his legs. You should keep your distance from my sister to prevent that beast from getting entangled with her again. He Tingzhou remained indifferent, a nonchalant air about him, idly playing with a poker card he had somehow acquired, flipping it between his fingers. The yacht docked that evening, the clouds painted in a gradient of pink and orange hues by the setting sun, while the sea retained its eternal azure brilliance. Lu Man entered Shen Yu's car as he closed the passenger door and turned to look at her. Before he could speak, Shuangxu thoughtfully remarked, you should take Miss Lu home, I'll go with Zifeng and the others. Shen Yu instructed her, be sure to rest well when you return, and if your fever doesn't subside, remember to take your medicine. Shuangxu nodded and watched as their car drove away. He Tingzhou's Koenigsegg was parked by the roadside, closely following Yu Zifeng. Shuangxu walked directly towards Yu Zifeng's car, but as she passed the Koenigsegg, the window lowered, and He Tingzhou's voice called out, get in. I'll give you a ride. Shuangxu paused momentarily, showing no intention of approaching, and politely replied, no need to trouble you, brother Tingzhou, we're not going the same way. She lived in the East Third Ring, while he resided in Yanshi, quite a distance apart. With that, she continued walking away. Hadn't they reconciled last night? Why was she still so distant? He Tingzhou leaned his arm against the window, his finger resting on his temple, watching her climb into Yu Zifeng's car through the rearview mirror. Slowly, he withdrew his gaze and started the car, truly difficult to soothe. After returning to Yanshi, Shuangxu did not see He Tingzhou for quite some time. Apart from Shen Yu and Yu Zifeng, her encounters with He Tingzhou were already scarce. She happened to run into him once while accompanying Fu Yun for a meal. Coincidentally, He Tingzhou was at the same restaurant. The people with him were unfamiliar to her, but they fawned over him, while he appeared utterly disinterested. When his gaze briefly swept across the room and caught hers from across the restaurant, it lingered for just a moment. Shuangxu noticed the woman beside him, the enchanting Qipao beauty she had seen at the club previously. In her form-fitting dress, she exuded elegance, resting her chin on her hand and smiling as she conversed with the others at the table, her toes discreetly brushing against He Tingzhou's calf beneath the table. Avoiding the impropriety, Shuangxu averted her gaze and did not look back. Upon leaving the restaurant, they happened to encounter each other at the entrance. Tingzhou! Fu Yun exclaimed, stopping to chat with him. He Tingzhou lazily responded with a few casual remarks, his eyes gliding past Shuangxu, who had initially greeted him politely with a brother Tingzhou before turning her attention to the roadside, waiting patiently. Once Fu Yun finished her conversation, Shuangxu joined her in the car to depart. The union of the Shen and Lu families was a grand affair within Yanqing's elite circle. News of the engagement leaked, and various media outlets repeatedly covered it, with reporters stationed outside the Shen family villa and Shen Yu's private residence daily. The paparazzi, armed with long lenses, captured a glimpse through a window. A young, radiant woman embracing a man's waist, gently lifting herself onto her toes. The man's tall figure was half obscured by the sheer curtain, his face hidden, but the silhouette. The following day, this photograph was splashed across numerous media outlets, spreading like wildfire. Xiao Liao, engrossed in the gossip, excitedly exclaimed, wow, what a beautifully atmospheric photo, they look perfect together. Xu Yang, sprawled by the bedside and feeling utterly wretched, casually tossed an apple core from the trash at her. Shut up. The caregiver quickly tidied up the mess, while Shuangxu washed a towel to wipe Xu Yang's face. Really? Little boss, look. Xiao Liao held her phone up to Shuangxu's face. Doesn't it make your brother look incredibly handsome? This Miss Lu is also stunning. Shuangxu begrudgingly glanced at the screen and nodded. Yes, it is indeed a great shot. Xu Yang pointed at Xiao Liao, momentarily at a loss for words to rebuke her. Seeing her in such a pitiful state, Shuangxu couldn't help but smile. It's alright, think of it as desensitization therapy. Desensitization is a slow and arduous process, but she had realized that she was no longer as heartbroken as she once was. The withdrawal from her dependence and ties to Shen Yu felt like a painful shedding of skin, yet it was also a straightforward process, because she had no other choice. Recently, she had only seen Shen Yu during family dinners at the Shen residence on weekends. He would inquire about Fei Shui's recent condition, and she would respond to each question. That was the entirety of their communication. What desensitization therapy? Xiao Liao innocently leaned in. What are you allergic to? Shuangxu replied with utmost seriousness, I'm a bit allergic to you. Xiao Liao, Lu Manman's grandmother, having aged and in poor health, did not return to Yanqing with them but stayed in the temperate Lin City for recuperation. After the engagement was set, Shen Yu accompanied her to Lin City to pay respects to the elders. Yu Zifeng's younger sister was celebrating her 8th birthday. The Yu family, having longed for a daughter, lavished affection upon this little girl, reserving a banquet hall in a hotel for her celebration. The birthday party had a children's theme, and to cater to the little one's preferences, the entire hall was adorned to resemble a Disney castle. Yu's younger sister dressed as her Yu Zifeng seized a few of them. Her best friend insisted on playing Snow White, and now we're in dire need of someone to play the dwarfs. Off you go, the costumes are all ready for you. Zhuozhong attempted to protest. Are you sure that standing next to her makes us dwarfs and not giants? When they finally donned their dwarf costumes, Shuangxu erupted in laughter from the sidelines. They were still one dwarf short, and Zhuozhong, fiddling with a misaligned button, asked, has Tingzhou not arrived? Let him play a dwarf, dream on, he wouldn't even play a prince. She chuckled to herself, thinking that Tingzhou's demeanor suited more of a dragon than a prince. Dressed in her Judy costume, Yu's younger sister looked utterly adorable, her rabbit ears bobbing as she approached Shuangxu, exclaiming, Princess Elsa is here. Instantly, a swarm of colorfully dressed little girls rushed toward her, tugging at her hands, eager to pull her along. I'm not, Shuangxu began, but one girl leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling like stars, and asked, Sister, you're so beautiful. Will you play Princess Elsa? Well, alright then, who could resist such eyes and compliments? The party planners had spared no effort, providing both children's and adult-sized costumes, along with professional makeup artists and hairstylists in the dressing room. Shuangxu was not spared either, as she was dragged off to change into a blue dress resembling Princess Elsa's. The hairstylist initially intended to use a wig but, after a few attempts, abandoned the idea, saying, forget it. Your hair is so beautiful, let us not use the cheap wig. Instead, they styled her hair into a similar braid cascading over her left shoulder. Emerging from the dressing room, she returned to the banquet hall, the hem of her dress trailing slightly as she lifted it with her hands. As she walked, she spotted a pair of leather shoes in her line of sight, causing her to halt abruptly and step back while looking up. He Tingzhou, with his head bowed, leisurely scanned her from head to toe before returning his gaze upward. Finally, it rested on her face, and slowly, he raised one eyebrow, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Chapter 36 Have you consumed something unsavory? He raised an eyebrow, a gesture rich in meaning that transcended any language, and an inexplicable sense of shame welled up within Shuangxu. She circumvented him and hurried back to the banquet hall. Moments later, she found herself being tugged by several children eager to play games, when she heard a few exclamations behind her. Turning around, she was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Tingzhou. He had donned a white prince's outfit, his legs ridiculously long, and the fitted design accentuated his lean, toned waist, complemented by broad, straight shoulders. Upon his entrance, a gaggle of little girls erupted into excited squeals, rushing toward him. Yumimi, in an instant, abandoned her beloved rabbit officer game and boldly declared, I want you to be my prince. Tingzhou, with an air of nonchalance, settled onto the sofa, remarking, you wish. The small children, forced to squat on the ground, glared at him with frustration. Aren't the little girls nowadays just too double-standard? Yu Zifeng felt equally displeased, musing, how rare it is. We begged him for ages, and now he just changes into this. The birthday party had invited Yumimi's close friends and classmates, along with several children from prominent families, rendering the venue as lively as an amusement park. The fleeting interests of the children shifted quickly, and when the cake was brought out, their attention diverted entirely. Finding a moment of solace, Shuangxu retreated to the sofa area, maintaining a considerable distance from Tingzhou. She sipped a glass of champagne and nibbled on a small piece of cake, her gaze inadvertently colliding with his. He rested his chin on his hand, his posture relaxed, seemingly unaware of how long he had been observing her. What are you looking at? Tingzhou, I'm not the only one. Is that so? His words were delivered with a palpable indifference, his gaze still playfully traversing her form. Shuangxu was not inclined to engage him further. She had come to a clear understanding of her identity on the boat and intended to keep her distance. She lowered her head to focus on her cake when Tingzhou commented, quite adorable. She nearly choked on the cake in her mouth. For the remainder of the gathering, she ignored Tingzhou entirely. As the birthday party approached its conclusion, a staff member clad in a white uniform with a bow tie passed by, offering her a glass of champagne from a tray. She thanked him, took a sip, and then returned to the changing room to don her own clothes. The makeup artist had already departed, and the small space felt increasingly cramped. She sensed a heaviness in her chest as she dressed. A desire to step outside for fresh air surged within her, but the sensation only intensified. Her heartbeat quickened, her breath came in short gasps, and a disorienting lightheadedness enveloped her. Had she become intoxicated? Yet, she had only consumed 2 glasses of champagne today. That seemed implausible. This discomfort persisted as she exited the changing room, showing no signs of alleviation. A hotel staff member approached her, inquiring, "Miss, are you all right?" Shuangxu was uncertain of her condition but sensed clearly that returning home was imperative. "Please escort me outside." "Follow me. The exit is this way." Her dizziness intensified as she trailed behind the staff member, who led her to an elevator and pressed the button. Suddenly, Shuangxu lifted her head to glance at him. He turned back, offering a friendly smile. In that moment, alarm bells rang in her mind. She abruptly recalled a previous visit here with Shen Yu. This elevator led to the upper floors. Realizing this, she sensed something was amiss and, without a second thought, pivoted to flee in the opposite direction. "Miss Son." The staff member's speed clearly outmatched her faltering steps, quickly catching up and firmly grasping her arm. "Aren't you feeling unwell? Let me take you upstairs to rest." Shuangxu struggled, but her strength faltered. "Do you even know what you're doing?" She gritted her teeth. "Who sent you?" The staff member offered no response, forcefully leading her toward the elevator. Zhang Zui, no one else would have the audacity. Shuangxu's muddled mind thought, but wasn't he absent today? Had he been present, she would have been on high alert, keeping her distance. Perhaps Zhang Zui was aware of this, which is why he had chosen not to appear. In the midst of the bustling banquet hall, filled with the joyful noise of children, and surrounded by familiar and trusted faces, the sight of a server delivering drinks felt entirely ordinary and unthreatening. How could she have anticipated danger? Now that the event was winding down, the guests had departed, and Yu Zifeng and the others were likely gone. At this moment, no one would notice her absence. The plush, wine-red sound-absorbing carpet muffled her footsteps to near silence, yet, in her despair, Shuangxu still heard the unmistakable sound of Tingzhou's voice. He had changed back into his own clothes, a refreshing combination of white and black. The instant she saw him, she broke free and lunged toward him with all her might. Tingzhou, she recalled his indifference that night on the yacht, but now she found herself with no one else to turn to. It was simply her misfortune to encounter him every time. Tingzhou caught her with ease. His sudden appearance rendered the staff member hesitant to continue his pursuit, and he quickly averted his gaze. Shuangxu could barely maintain her footing, her hands gripping Tingzhou's arm as if it were a lifeline. Her heart raced furiously, her body felt devoid of strength, leaning against him, her breaths coming in heated gasps. Tingzhou noticed her unusual state, lifting her chin to scrutinize her flushed face. "Have you consumed something unsavory?" Shuangxu nodded. "Just before it ended, someone offered me a drink. It seems tainted." Tingzhou frowned, effortlessly lifting her limp form into his arms. His embrace was broad and warm, instilling in Shuangxu a fleeting sense of safety amidst her peril. He carried her to the penthouse suite, and as he laid her on the bed, she could feel the effects of the drug beginning to take hold. Heat surged through her body, her senses nearly engulfed by the fiery rush of blood. Being in a hotel room with an adult male under such circumstances was perilously risky. She fought to maintain her clarity. She sought her phone, but her bag was missing, likely lost during the scuffle, leaving her unable to contact anyone. She sat up. "Tingzhou, could you help me call my brother?" In times of danger, her instinct was to reach out to Shen Yu. Tingzhou settled into the sofa opposite the bed, lighting a cigarette, his tone leisurely. "Your brother won't be able to assist you in this matter." "Then can you take me to the hospital?" The smoke curled around Tingzhou's features, obscuring his gaze from her view, leaving only his nonchalant voice to reach her ears. "The hospital won't be able to help you either." Chapter 37. How would you like me to assist you? Indeed, if she were sent to the hospital in this state, it would undoubtedly become the talk of the town by tomorrow. What of her being the victim? The only one to face humiliation and ridicule would be her. Currently, Shen Yu is discussing marriage with Lu Manman. Such a scandal could certainly provoke the Lu family's disdain. And what of the Song family? If she were to lose face again because of her, who knows if they would whisk her away on a plane to erase the matter entirely. What should she do? Shuangxu sat dazedly on the edge of the bed, her neck already flushed with a rosy hue. Tingzhou leaned back, smoking casually, observing her with a detached composure. Shuangxu was acutely aware of the implications of her predicament. Had it been Zhang Zui before her, she would have grabbed a fruit knife and stabbed him without hesitation. Yet with Tingzhou's words, "if absolutely necessary," it seemed perhaps it might not be entirely out of the question. Her mind was a battlefield, oscillating between conflicting thoughts. Compared to being ostentatiously taken to the hospital, triggering a cascade of repercussions, it seemed simpler to just share a bed with Tingzhou. A man of his reputation, who flits through crowds of admirers, untouched by any, having dallied with numerous women, surely must not adhere to the principle of chastity. After all, she had already been through the worst. After a struggle within her thoughts, she clutched the bedspread with her fingers and gazed at the man lounging on the sofa. "Tingzhou, could you assist me?" She was uncertain of the expression on her face at that moment. The corners of her eyes tinged with red, her clear almond-shaped eyes shimmering with unshed tears, a blend of innocence and chaotic desire intertwining, presenting an invitation to the man that could easily be deemed criminal. Tingzhou rested his finger against his temple, the warm orange glow of the room casting shadows across his brow, concealing his eyes in deep shade. "How would you like me to help you? What other assistance could he possibly provide?" The wolf in sheep-esque clothing, feigning innocence. "Could you sleep with me?" Her directness was startling. He Tingzhou merely raised an eyebrow, taking a drag from his cigarette, remaining silent. It's all right. If you're unwilling, I can seek someone else. She struggled to maintain her composure, her fingers and toes tense, fearing that she might inadvertently reveal her embarrassing vulnerability in front of He Tingzhou. He would surely mock her. He Tingzhou's eyelids lifted slightly. Who do you intend to find? In truth, there was no one in her circle she could turn to in such a situation. Yen City was rife with entertainment establishments, and calling for a companion was not a challenge. However, given her current state, seeking help herself was out of the question. Xu Yang was in the hospital, and Shen Yu had gone to Lin City. Her circle of trustworthy individuals was limited. I could ask Zifeng for assistance. No sooner had she spoken than He Tingzhou let out a light scoff, his tone icy. Then you'd better remind him to wash his neck, waiting for your brother to return and chop it off. He had misunderstood. To her, Yu Zifeng was akin to a close brother, falling into a gender-neutral category, completely outside of her list of options. However, they often socialized together, and he would undoubtedly know where to find a swift and reliable companion. Yet, asking Yu Zifeng for such a favor would be immensely awkward no matter how she approached it. If He Tingzhou were amenable, she would prefer not to waste time looking elsewhere. Are you concerned about my brother? She asked. I won't tell him. Today was an unforeseen circumstance, just consider it a favor for me. If you feel it's unfair, I can pay you. He Tingzhou was not lacking in finances, and she was desperate, knowing that he would likely be. She answered candidly, 1 million. He Tingzhou, taking advantage of her disoriented state, raised his price. Then I want 1 million. Shuangxu was momentarily taken aback. 1 million? Was he asking for something crafted from diamonds? He Tingzhou replied languidly, I told you, I'm quite expensive. The effects of the medication made her breath quicken, feeling as if ants were gnawing at her body, her heart racing in a state of panic. She realized that the 1 million was merely an excuse for rejection. To voice such a request was already embarrassing, being turned down would be even more so. She had already been feeling unwell, knowing she shouldn't expect anything from He Tingzhou. Forget it. Though her voice trembled with suppressed emotion, the brevity of her words rendered it indistinct. She stumbled out of bed, intending to shower with cold water, but her legs felt weak, and her head spun. After just a few steps, she fell. He Tingzhou was seated nearby, and this made her appearance resemble that of a clumsily misguided attempt to seek his embrace. He remained seated, merely moving his smoking hand away, allowing her to tumble onto his lap. She was light and soft, radiating an intense heat. Shuangxu's hand pressed against his chest, her palm brushing against the firm contours of his muscles. He Tingzhou cast a sidelong glance at her hand. What are you doing, planning to overpower me? She hadn't intended that, but once in contact with him, her body instinctively sought to draw closer. The torment that spread from her very marrow made her feel as if she were a starving dog gazing at a sumptuous meat bun. Upon encountering He Tingzhou, unbidden, she recalled that day when the alluring woman in a cheapo had teased him beneath the table. He had not seemed so chaste then. Her mind was muddled, and she inadvertently voiced her thoughts. You're not worth $1 million. Others sleep with you for free, you even buy them bags, cars, and houses. Realizing her slip of the tongue, she knew that regardless of his promiscuity, who he slept with was entirely his own affair. She attempted to rise from He Tingzhou's lap but was restrained. He Tingzhou extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, lowering his head to question her. Tell me, who sleeps with me for free? Who have I bought bags, cars, or houses for? That's your business, it has nothing to do with me. Shuangxu pushed him away, one foot already touching the ground, but He Tingzhou caught her waist, pulling her back. This time, she found herself entirely in his embrace, their bodies pressed closely together. She felt something shift, her mind exploding, her blood beginning to boil, her heart racing uncontrollably. With a flushed and astonished face, she stammered, You, what about me? Shuangxu pressed against his chest, trying to distance herself, her gaze instinctively darting to his dark trousers. When she looked up again, she was unprepared to collide with the depths of He Tingzhou's gaze, where leisure and languor had vanished, replaced by an intense darkness akin to the deep sea. His voice was low and languorous. Is this just what you were hoping for? I wasn't. Her voice was barely audible. You weren't? He Tingzhou replied. Who was it that just offered $1 million to sleep with me? Shuangxu felt her ears burning. I didn't offer $1 million. You set that price. She did not deny wanting to sleep with him, yet she was meticulous about the price. He Tingzhou chuckled softly, leaning closer. How about I give you a discount? His deep-set eyes, sharp by nature, exuded a beguiling charm when he smiled. Shuangxu, akin to a scholar enticed by a siren, asked, How much of a discount? He Tingzhou lifted her legs, placing her gently on the bed, kneeling beside her, his body hovering over hers, his voice low and gravelly, laced with an enticing rasp, coaxing her. If you call me Gidge, I'll do it for free. Was he deliberate? He knew full well how she felt about Shen Yu. I no longer need your assistance. She attempted to turn away, but He Tingzhou pinned her knee, pressing her back onto the bed. His demeanor shifted suddenly, revealing an entirely different aggression, like a ferocious predator, exuding danger, while she, at that moment, resembled a small creature with its throat clutched. The disparity in their sizes enclosed her like a cage. She noticed the sharp outline of his Adam's apple as it moved, an inexplicable sensation coursing through her. Anxiety gripped her, and her breathing became rapid. He Tingzhou's gaze was profound. You don't want it anymore? Shuangxu, her eyes red, glared at him. I do not need you to humiliate me. You want to pay for my services yet claim I'm not worth anything. Who is humiliating whom? He Tingzhou countered, Little princess, you are truly difficult to please. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. The dark depths of He Tingzhou's eyes softened, and he straightened, pulling the blanket over her and stepping out of the suite to answer the door. At this hour, who could it be? Shuangxu, bewildered, heard a man's voice. I rushed over as soon as I received your call. Is everything all right? He Tingzhou responded in a calm tone, devoid of any trace of past emotions. Quite well, lively as ever. If UNT arrived soon, I would have had to sell myself. Chapter 38. Who comes first between me and Shen Yu? The private doctor hurriedly entered the bedroom with a medical kit and extracted a syringe to administer an injection to Shuangxu. I'm unsure of the composition of the drug administered by the other party. I can only alleviate the symptoms, not fully neutralize them. The IT should take effect in about 15 minutes. There may still be some discomfort, but it will be resolved by tomorrow. The doctor neatly packed away his medical kit, maintaining a careful composure throughout, avoiding even a glance at the woman lying on the bed. He Tingzhou had already returned to the opposite sofa, smoking with a casual demeanor, appearing somewhat distracted. Consider what should and shouldn't be said, he remarked slowly, and the doctor felt as though a knife was poised at his carotid artery. Rest assured, Mr. Not a word about tonight will escape my lips. He Tingzhou remained noncommittal, hastily departing, closing the door with remarkable gentleness. Shuangxu's long hair fanned out across the white sheets, reminiscent of soft, lustrous black satin. Her gaze remained somewhat dazed, her skin still flushed, as she lay quietly for a moment, glancing at the man on the sofa. He Tingzhou had been observing her all along. Meeting her eyes, he bit his cigarette, the corners of his lips curling into an enigmatic smile. What are you looking at? Shuangxu felt a wave of shame and indignation wash over her as she recalled her recent boldness in seeking him out, even contemplating paying for his company. You called the doctor. Why didn't you inform me? He Tingzhou lazily replied, you didn't ask. Indeed, she hadn't. It had all been her initiative. He merely took the opportunity to tease her, watching her embarrassment unfold. He had saved her and called for the doctor, leaving her with no grounds to blame him. She should feel grateful instead. What's the matter? He Tingzhou flicked his cigarette. Aren't you disappointed that you didn't sleep with me? Shuangxu pursed her lips and turned her face away. No. Thank you for your help. Please leave. I will repay you for the room tomorrow. After speaking, she buried herself beneath the covers. How utterly mortifying. She never wished to see He Tingzhou again in her lifetime. In a luxurious executive suite of the same hotel, Zhang Zui was ready, having just finished his shower, wrapped in a towel, lounging on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other. He had already experienced every type of beauty. Women, after all, were rather mundane. After a few encounters, they lost their charm. Yet, there was Shuangxu, who lingered in his thoughts, having slipped through his fingers, and in front of Shen Yu, he had suffered a reprimand from the old man with a ruler. Just as he had nearly forgotten about this incident, he unexpectedly spotted Shuangxu again at the harbor, catching a glimpse of her ascending the gangway from a distance. The youthful girl had blossomed, exuding even more allure than before. Shen Yu truly had an eye for beauty. Had he known she was such a captivating creature, he would have acted sooner, arranging for her to be taken under his wing, eliminating Shen Yu's interference. Zhang Zui had never exerted such effort for any woman. With Shen Yu out of town and Yu Zifeng preoccupied with throwing a birthday party for his sister, it was a rare opportunity. A few drinks would facilitate his plans. Should Shuangxu resist, the medication would ensure her compliance. He waited impatiently, the party downstairs having ended some time ago, yet his dispatched personnel had yet to bring Shuangxu to him. Just as he was about to make a call to hasten things along, the doorbell finally rang. Zhang Zui promptly opened the door to find the staff member he had arranged standing alone outside. Where is she? I ran into someone on the way, and they took Miss Song away. Zhang Zui's face darkened instantly. Who took her? The staff member, shrinking back, mumbled, young master Yu. The duck that was almost in his grasp had flown away, and Zhang Zui, furious, kicked the wall. Damn Yu Zifeng, ruining my plans. Yu Zifeng carefully carried his sleepy sister back home, treating her as if she were a fragile bomb, fearful of waking her as he gently laid her on the bed. Just as he settled her, he suddenly felt an itch in his nose, and hastily covered his mouth, stepping outside to stifle a sneeze. Achoo, who's thinking of me? His phone rang, and Left Zhong urged him to join for drinks. Tingzhou is here too. Will you come? What time is it? Still drinking? You still have the nerve to say that. We've been waiting for 2 hours, and our legs are numb. Yu Zifeng immediately conceded. All right, I'll be there. Tonight, I'm treating. Upon arriving at the Blue nightclub, Yu Zifeng found several people engaged in conversation and drinking in a private room, accompanied by a few girls in tight mini skirts. He Tingzhou, as usual, occupied a sofa alone, his feet propped up on the coffee table, reclining lazily. His wrist rested casually on the armrest, a glass of wine in hand, untouched for quite some time. The dim, suggestive lights of the bar highlighted his disinterested expression, while a pure-looking girl observed him shyly for a while before daring to approach. Zhou Yi, what are you thinking about? He Tingzhou didn't even glance her way, responding in a tone devoid of warmth, not thinking of you. Why do you ask? Yu Zifeng plopped down next to Left Zhong, joining in their light-hearted banter. After a while, he turned and met He Tingzhou's gaze, feeling puzzled. What are you staring at me for? You merely a face in a multitude. What have those two done to deserve being compared to you? Don't be jealous. Yu Zifeng patted his shoulder. I hereby declare you the fourth beauty of Yen City. He Tingzhou seemed intrigued by this ranking, suddenly asking, who comes first between me and Shen Yu? His question drew the attention of everyone present. Oh, so you care about this? Is a competition brewing? Determining a victor between you two is no simple matter. It depends on the preferences of the beholder. Those who favor your type would undoubtedly place you first, while those who appreciate refined elegance would find Shen Yu a clear winner. Yu Zifeng spoke with conviction. What are you looking at me for? I am merely stating facts. He Tingzhou's thin lips curled in a wry smile, as he languidly leaned back. That's good, I deal in facts as well. Upon awakening the next morning, Shuangxu found her body returned to normal, albeit slightly fatigued. The suite was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Her bag and phone, which she had misplaced the previous night, lay on the opposite sofa. She responded to pending messages on WeChat, and after putting her phone down, she picked it up again to find He Tingzhou's contact, clicking on his profile to delete it. After a restful sleep, her emotions had stabilized, yet she harbored no desire to see He Tingzhou again, nor to hear his name. We're having a meeting at Yundan on Wednesday, and we'll see President He again. Upon arriving at the office, Xiao Lao chattered excitedly in her ear. Her little boss, you're not being fair. President He is so handsome, and you didn't tell me. Do you have his WeChat? Do you meet often? Can you bring me along next time? There was no escaping it. He Tingzhou was now the principal client of Feishua, a collaboration she had personally labored to secure. Shuangxu felt overwhelmed, retrieving her noise-canceling headphones to block out the incessant chatter. Fortunately, the small hydrogen-powered drone project, Feishua, was not significant enough to warrant President He's direct involvement. On the day Feishua presented at Yundan, they encountered Director Fan, who was somewhat arrogant and persistently urged them to condense their presentation further and further. He frequently checked his watch, and after a brief overview, he dismissively interrupted, alright, that's enough for today. Come back next Monday. As they exited the conference room, Xiao Liao muttered, he didn't even listen properly and still expects us to return weekly. How impressive the client thinks they are. Old Fong, a longtime employee from the inception of Feishua, a few years their senior, remarked, clients are indeed impressive. You're currently in the house of the client father, exercise caution in your words and actions. Shuangxu remained silent, and as they traversed the corridor, they spotted He Tingzhou at the far end. His demeanor in the office differed slightly from his private persona, dressed impeccably in a sharp suit that accentuated his keen edge. Standing beside him were his assistant and several executives. The assistant noticed her first and whispered something to He Tingzhou, causing the ongoing conversation to halt as He Tingzhou turned his gaze in her direction. Xiao Liao, who had been brimming with indignation moments ago, now gushed, woo-woo, that face is truly remarkable. Where did her pride go? Shuangxu understood that she should politely greet him, setting aside the fact that he was Shen Yu's friend and the young master of the He family. He was now Feishua's client, someone she could not afford to offend. Yet, upon meeting He Tingzhou's sharp gaze, the memories of that night flooded back like an inescapable advertisement, one she desperately wished to erase from her life. Sensing her cheeks warming, she quickly turned her head away. Chapter 39. The elegant scoundrel Shuangxu desperately wished to pretend she had not seen him and to simply walk away. However, she could not resist the prying eyes of others, as the ever-scheming Lao Fong, upon spotting He Tingzhou, eagerly approached him to shower compliments. Mr. We are immensely grateful for your appreciation of Feishua, but if it weren't for your discerning eye and timely assistance, we might not have made it this far. You are truly Feishua's benefactor, and we all hold you in the highest regard. Is that so? He Tingzhou replied, his tone laden with implications. It seems some individuals do not share that admiration. How could that be? Lao Fong insisted. Our general manager Song speaks of you with tears of gratitude in her eyes every time. One should not flatter excessively. Lao Fong shot her a meaningful glance, and Shuangxu understood that He Tingzhou was signaling her. Reluctantly, she responded, I will forever remember your kindness, Mr. He. She lowered her gaze, avoiding eye contact with him, instead fixating on the third button of his shirt. He Tingzhou remarked, shall I remove that button and give it to you, so you two can converse privately? Shuangxu, stifling her annoyance, offered an excuse. I'm sorry, I have a stiff neck today. He Tingzhou, hands in his pockets, smirked, just a moment ago, I saw you moving quite nimbly. Mr. Your valuable time is far too precious to squander on idle chatter. Considering your busy schedule, let us take our leave, Shuangxu said with a tone that was respectful yet distant. After speaking, she turned away, her expression indifferent as she walked straight out. Not only were the executives behind He Tingzhou taken aback, but even the Feishua staff found her actions audacious. Song, have you lost your mind? You dare to confront Mr. He? What do you all know? Xiao Liao defended blindly. The young boss is quite familiar with Mr. He. You only heard her sarcasm, you didn't see Mr. He's indulgent demeanor. Shuangxu glanced at her. How severe is your nearsightedness? Xiao Liao proudly replied, 680. Shuangxu affectionately patted her head. Lao Fong, speaking earnestly, cautioned, General Manager Song, I know you are well acquainted with Mr. He, but one must exercise caution when speaking. As a privileged young lady, it's natural not to understand the art of flattery. Leave the compliments to me in the future. Understanding that everyone was merely looking out for Feishua, Shuangxu sighed inwardly, alright, I shall exercise restraint next time. Surely, it couldn't be that unfortunate to encounter the ever-busy President He each time. On the following Monday at Yundan, Director Fan kept them waiting in the conference room for 15 minutes before finally arriving. During the meeting, he nonchalantly perused his phone. Shuangxu, seated to his right, caught a glimpse from her angle. He was hardly engaged in anything serious, merely chatting on WeChat. Xiao Liao doodled in her meeting notes and, after a while, turned the notebook towards Shuangxu for her to admire. She had drawn a pig's head in a suit, sporting a receding hairline. Shuangxu pressed her lips together, stifling a laugh. Focus, please. Midway through the meeting, the frosted glass door suddenly swung open, and Assistant Su pushed it aside, stepping to the side. He Tingzhou strode in, tall and commanding. He disrupted the presentation, and the entire conference room fell silent, all eyes fixated on him. Director Fan, flustered, hastily tucked away his phone, his sturdy frame springing from his seat, transforming from the arrogant client director to a fawning courtier. Mr. What a surprise, have you finished your own meeting? He Tingzhou ignored him and continued inward. Today, he appeared somewhat different. Generally, He Tingzhou exuded a laid-back demeanor, but today his suit was impeccably tailored, his tie fastened with precision. The bespoke fit accentuated his enviable physique, with the deep black fabric complementing his aura magnificently. He wore a pair of silver-framed glasses perched on his nose, and his hair, usually casually tousled, was slicked back today, the tips left artfully disheveled, seemingly effortless yet undeniably refined. Director Fan respectfully gestured for him to take the main seat. He settled in, crossing his right leg over his left knee, his high nose and deep-set eyes radiating an aura of unattainable nobility. Shuangxu's gaze lingered on him for barely a second before his dark eyes sharply met hers. Is your neck feeling better, General Manager Song? Shuangxu averted her eyes. Please, continue. With He Tingzhou's arrival, the atmosphere shifted, and everyone became noticeably more tense. The presenters stumbled through their explanation, frequently faltering. What is there to be nervous about? He Tingzhou said, I am not a python, I do not consume people. You are hardly better than a python. As he spoke, Shuangxu instinctively glanced at him. Behind him, the floor-to-ceiling glass wall allowed a stream of clear light to filter through his glasses, revealing a texture that was strikingly different from her previous impressions. It was the first time she had seen He Tingzhou in glasses of this scholarly accessory, typically incongruous with his persona, somehow harmonized unexpectedly well. Perhaps it was because the delicate frame softened the sharpness of his bone structure, diminishing the intensity of his presence. Just as Shuangxu was about to withdraw her gaze, He Tingzhou unexpectedly turned to her, unprepared, their eyes locked. The hint of He Tingzhou-style nonchalance in his gaze was refracted through the lens, appearing deceptively righteous. It was not elegance, it was the elegance of a scoundrel. What are you staring at? He inquired. Do I have a PowerPoint presentation on my face? Until the meeting concluded, Shuangxu's eyes remained glued to the PowerPoint, not daring to glance at him again. After He Tingzhou absorbed the meeting's contents, he picked up the documents on the table, posing a question that struck at the core: how long until the finished product is ready? Lao Feng responded, the first prototype has been completed, but due to the very low energy density of hydrogen, the liquid hydrogen tank occupies considerable space, and we have yet to find an effective solution to this issue. Without even lifting his head, He Tingzhou interrupted, I dislike repeating myself. If you do not understand, find a translator. Lao Feng fell silent. Shuangxu interjected, 3 months. Too slow, He Tingzhou insisted, his tone firm, 1 month. Shuangxu replied directly, that is unattainable. He Tingzhou's eyelid flickered slightly as his gaze shifted from the documents to her face, an inscrutable expression crossing his features. Quite bold, this representative of the second party. Several employees nearby desperately signaled her to rein it in. This was the client king, General Manager Song, please, show some restraint. But restraint was impossible when He Tingzhou was absent. She was a composed and grounded individual. However, upon encountering him, she was unavoidably reminded of that fateful evening, his deliberate teasing, and her own mortification, leaving her feeling profoundly embarrassed. She took a breath and said, I am merely stating the facts. If Mr. He wishes for a pancake, I can draw one. I can have the finished product ready for you next week, but you will find it accompanied by a substantial liquid hydrogen tank. Would you like that, Mr. He? He Tingzhou replied leisurely, if I say I do not want it, will General Manager Song throw a tantrum? Instantly, a wave of heated gazes fell upon Shuangxu, and Xiao Liao, after a brief moment of shock, excitedly gripped the edge of the table. Such a remark was exceedingly ambiguous, causing Shuangxu's ears to flush with heat. Director Fan's small, squinty eyes darted back and forth between her and He Tingzhou like a spotlight. Mr. He, please do not jest. Shuangxu forced herself to remain calm. Until the energy storage issue is effectively resolved, we do not wish to present you with a half-baked product. Fei Shua aspires to deliver an excellent product that meets market standards to you. It was well known throughout Yundan Group that Mr. He was a man devoid of sentimentality. He was resolute, decisive, and left no room for negotiation. Director Fan feared him not only for his authority but also for the man He Tingzhou was. Then 2 months, He Tingzhou conceded today, almost unusually accommodating. Shuangxu exhaled in relief. He Tingzhou leaned back in his chair, observing her through his lenses, his dark eyes languid yet his tone businesslike. Please send the detailed technical documents to my WeChat, General Manager Song. Director Fan opened his mouth, about to inquire why he, who typically abstained from using WeChat for work, would request such a thing. However, the seasoned veteran understood the first rule of survival in the workplace: do not ask what should not be asked. Upon leaving the conference room and stepping into the elevator, Shuangxu was immediately surrounded by several piercing gazes. General Manager Song, is your relationship with Mr. He really that good? Shuangxu maintained her composure. We are merely acquaintances. But it seems Mr. He treats you a bit differently, Shuangxu replied. Have you all forgotten how difficult it was to secure a partnership with Yundan? Very well. The fervent flames of gossip were extinguished. After returning to the office, Shuangxu had no choice but to re-add He Tingzhou on WeChat. The only consolation was that he would not message her, thus remaining oblivious to the fact that she had once had the audacity to delete him. She forwarded the information he requested, but he did not respond. Chapter 40. Who struck the blow? The news of Grandfather Song's vascular blockage surgery reached Shuangxu last. It was only during a dinner at the Shen residence, while listening to conversations between Fu Yun and Shinshan Yuan, that she became aware of the matter. You didn't know? Fu Yun expressed her surprise.
Shuangxu responded with indifference, no one mentioned it to me.
How could Cui Ning not inform you of something so significant?
Fu Yun hurriedly called for someone to prepare nutritional supplements.
He is still in the hospital. You should go see him right away. I have no desire to go. Shuangxu lowered her head, uninterested as she ate her fish. Seeing him won't change anything.
That is your own grandfather, he underwent heart surgery. To not even glance back as his granddaughter is unfilial, and word of it will surely get out, Fu Yun insisted, genuinely concerned for her.
Let them say what they wish, Shuangxu thought, letting the words go in one ear and out the other. You child, Fu Yun admonished, do you want people to think we raised you poorly?
At last, Shuangxu set down her chopsticks, begrudgingly standing up. As Sister Wang sent her off, she nervously chattered, when you see your grandfather, make sure to behave well, speak sweetly, and say something pleasant.
Shuangxu held no expectations. What use is sweet talk? Even if I were eloquent, it wouldn't earn his affection.
Sister Wang watched her depart in silence, sighing, such a wonderful girl, yet why does she not endear herself? Having returned to the country for over a month, Shuangxu had yet to see her grandfather. He had never regarded her as a granddaughter, thus she owed him nothing. Their bond was less than that of unfamiliar strangers, at least strangers did not harbor disdain for her. This visit was purely for the sake of appearances. The entire floor of the hospital had been cleared. As Shuangxu arrived, she encountered Song Lian. Upon seeing her, Song Lian crossed her arms and said imperiously, who permitted your presence?
Shuangxu did. If not, I will have you thrown out too.
Shuangxu's position in the Song household was undeniably awkward. She was neither a host nor a guest, leading to a rather ambiguous attitude from the servants. Nevertheless, Zhang Ma was still reluctant to truly eject her. As she stood there in indecision, Cui Ning's voice interjected, Lian, don't stir up trouble. I'm not causing trouble, she initiated it, Song Lian retorted, but upon noticing Cui Ning's displeasure, she huffed and fell silent.
Cui Ning's demeanor toward Shuangxu remained tepid. Go on in.
Shuangxu entered the ward, carrying the nutritional supplements. The grandfather Song lay propped against the head of the bed, being fed by a caregiver.
She feigned obedience. Grandfather, are you feeling any better?
You still recognize me as your grandfather, he replied, regarding her with the same stern and critical gaze he had when she was a child.
I've been hospitalized for half a month. Dozens of subordinates from years past visit daily, and you haven't come even once.
Shuangxu thought, I have no need to seek your promotion.
I was unaware of this matter.
After decades in politics, Grandfather Song's words carried the weight of authority. Your ignorance is not the responsibility of others. You have been back for quite some time, and yet you haven't returned home even once. The pretense of obedience began to wear thin. Shuangxu recognized that arguing was futile, yet she persisted, it is not my responsibility.
I lack the foresight to know these things. Song Lian chimed in, Grandfather, she runs to the Shen household daily, completely disregarding us.
Shuangxu shot her a cold glare, causing Song Lian to flinch as if she anticipated a slap. Shuangxu's voice was calm, yet laced with veiled implications, you raised me, so I owe you kindness as well. Grandfather Song caught the subtlety, snorting in disdain, you certainly have learned to wield your tongue.
Lian mentioned you struck her last time?
Shuangxu did not deny it, I did. Without warning, Grandfather Song raised his hand and slapped her. The caregiver froze in shock, as Shuangxu's face turned away, a crimson mark rapidly blooming against her porcelain skin. Having held a high position all his life, Grandfather Song's voice darkened, radiating a formidable presence, striking Lian in public. Whose face do you think you are slapping? Your own moral failings have bred such scandal. Your father sent you away to reflect and learn, yet what have you learned? The Shen family indulges you, failing to discipline you, and all that reflects poorly on the Song family's reputation. Song Lian gleefully added, I told you, I will definitely return the favor for that slap. Shuangxu felt a fiery pain in her left cheek, realizing that throughout her life, every slap she had received came from those who were supposed to be her kin. She did not cry, nor could she feel a sense of injustice, only irritation remained. The one bringing shame to the Song family is not me, but Song Lian. If you care so much about the family's reputation, perhaps you should silence her. Just as Grandfather Song was about to erupt in anger, Cui Ning opened the door. Dad, old Mr.
Zhang is here to see you.
Instantly, Grandfather Song's expression transformed into a smile as he engaged in pleasantries with the elderly Zhang, who entered with a cane.
Old Zhang, what brings you here? Old Mr.
Zhang, over 80 years old, leaned on a dragon-headed cane, his white hair adorned with a black cap, his spirit undiminished, and his eyes bright as torches. Although he had long since retired, his influence in the political sphere persisted, and everyone addressed him with respect.
I heard you underwent heart surgery. Naturally, I had to come see you. Just a minor procedure, Grandfather Song replied amiably, and Guy has also arrived.
Zhang Gai fixed his gaze upon Shuangxu the moment he entered, his eyes akin to those of a venomous snake, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. She felt invisible as she stood aside, waiting for the two elders to engage in conversation before seizing an opportunity to slip out unnoticed. Zhang Gai followed closely behind her. That night, did you sleep with Yu Zifeng?
Indeed, it was you. Who else could it be?
Zhang Gai took pride in his actions, cursing Yu Zifeng under his breath for having benefited from his carefully laid plans.
Yu Zifeng, what connection did he have with her?
The servants of the Song family were not far off, so Zhang Gai dared not lay a hand on her, instead blocking her path and lowering his voice. Song Shuangxu, stop pretending to be innocent in front of me. Either play with me, or I will inform your brother that you are involved with his good friend. If he wishes to deal with me, I would like to see if he will first eliminate his own good friend.
Shuangxu felt an overwhelming disgust for him. You think my brother would spare you for drugging me?
Go ahead and tell him, Zhang Gai said brazenly, leaning closer to her ear. If I harm you, I might just get a beating. But if this escalates, someone like your grandfather, who is obsessed with reputation, would undoubtedly force you to marry me for the sake of the Song family's honor.
As for me, I just want to have some fun. Marriage would be too troublesome.
Shuangxu clenched her jaw tightly. She knew Zhang Gai spoke the truth. If this scandal were to leak, the Song family would go to great lengths to protect their reputation, the most effective way being to turn the scandal into a marriage. That night had nothing to do with Yu Zifeng. It would be utterly unjust to force him into marrying her. He would be wrong. He Tingzhou, do not even think about it. Even if they had been intimate, he would never take responsibility. In fact, nothing had happened that night at all, leaving her with two options. Either old Mr. Zhang would take it lightly and bury the issue, or she would be forced to marry Zhang Gai to provide an explanation. For her, it was a dead end. Suddenly, someone grasped her wrist, pulling her away from Zhang Gai. She looked up to see Shen Yu's silhouette, reminiscent of countless moments from her childhood. Get lost, Shen Yu said coldly. Do not force me to strike you in front of your grandfather.
Just a few words.
You seem awfully tense, Zhang Gai retorted, casting a meaningful glance at Shuangxu before departing.
Think it over, I'll be waiting for your answer. Once Zhang Gai entered the ward, Shen Yu turned back to her, asking, what did he want you to? She nodded, I understand.
Shen Yu's gaze fell upon her swollen left cheek, his expression tightening slightly. It was only then that Shuangxu remembered the pain, having become so absorbed in dealing with Zhang Gai that she had forgotten about her face. Instinctively, she turned her head away, but Shen Yu's fingers gently cupped her chin, turning her face back to him.
Who struck you?
Initially, she felt no sense of injustice, but meeting his gaze made Shuangxu's nose tingle with impending tears.
My grandfather. Chapter 41.
The dog thief Shen Yu remained silent for a considerable time. Eventually, he raised his hand, his warm palm gently pressing against her injured cheek.
Does it hurt?
Frost Sequence could no longer contain herself, tears threatening to spill over. During the decade spent under Shen Yu's care, she had never suffered any grievances. Back then, she was not Song Shuangxu, she was merely Shen Yu's little sister, Xiaojiu. She was obedient and endearing, cherished by Shen Changyuan and Fu Yun, and spoiled by the likes of Yu Zifeng and his companions. No one would dare to strike her, even if someone had the audacity. They would think twice. However, once Song Mianji returned to the country, she once again became the daughter of the Song family, as if she had suddenly transformed into an object of disdain. Sometimes, Shuangxu selfishly wished they would never come back. Brother, she suddenly clutched Shen Yu's sleeve, wishing to confide in him about Zhang Zui's drugging, yearning to retreat behind him as she once did, knowing he would resolve any trouble for her.
Is Xiaojiu alright? Lu Manman's voice broke in just then.
The word she had yet to utter caught in her throat as she released her grip upon seeing Lu Manman approach. I came with your brother to visit your grandfather. Thankfully, we arrived in time.
Zhang Zui didn't bully you, did he? Lu Manman inquired.
No, Shuangxu suppressed her emotions.
Your grandfather was rather harsh. It's all swollen. Let me take care of it for you, Lu Manman said, displaying concern. There's no need.
I can manage with some ice at home, Shuangxu replied.
You both should go inside.
Her tone was unnaturally calm, as if nothing had transpired. Were it not for the glaring injury on her face, one might not have realized she had endured such a severe slap. After speaking, she stepped into the elevator, turned, and pressed the button, not glancing back at Shen Yu. The evening sky was darkening, and the hospital entrance was bustling with hurried footsteps, each person burdened with their own concerns or being concerned for someone else. Once outside, Shuangxu finally felt the sharp, fiery pain on her face, enough to bring her to tears. Yet, there would no longer be anyone to lift her up during her moments of distress, tenderly wiping away her tears. At this moment, she had little desire to return home. The Song residence, the Shen family home, or the vacant apartment on Songming Road all felt more like prisons than sanctuaries. Her heart felt heavy, suffocated by an unseen weight. She settled onto a bench at the bus stop, gazing at the relentless flow of cars before her. Strangers passing by stole glances at her swollen face, though she could not see them. She imagined she must look quite disheveled. Nevertheless, she chose to ignore it. The night descended silently, and a commotion arose among the girls waiting for the bus beside her.
Wow, what a handsome dog. Hello, what's your name? Hey, it's ignoring us.
Frost Sequence turned her head slightly to see a robust and imposing Doberman weaving through the crowd of waiting passengers, sauntering leisurely in her direction. She was not a dog owner, and to her, all dogs of the same breed appeared identical, the Dobermans boasting sleek black coats with hints of brown. However, this one exuded an air of cold authority, reminiscent of a domineering CEO, oddly familiar. She could not ascertain whether it was He Tingzhou's dog. The Doberman approached her, its head extending toward her. Reflexively, she took a large step to the side, even preparing to stand and walk away. The Doberman dropped what it had been holding in its mouth onto the bench, a medical ice pack. Frost Sequence stared in astonishment for a few seconds.
Is this for me?
The Doberman sat down but turned its head away, seemingly wounded by her disdain. I'm sorry, Frost Sequence apologized. I'm a bit afraid of dogs.
It's not personal.
The Doberman appeared to understand, turning back to her and nudging the ice pack closer with its snout. She picked up the ice pack and pressed it against her face, glancing around for any sign of He Tingzhou, but saw nothing suspicious. The burning sensation on her left cheek began to numb under the icy compress, though it did not cease to hurt, rather, the pain merely transformed. Throughout her process of applying the ice, the Doberman remained by her side, a regal and aloof guardian. Yet, it was too conspicuous an injured woman with a swollen face alongside a strikingly majestic dog drew even more attention from passers-by. Frost Sequence stood up, and the dog followed suit. She took a step forward, and the dog trailed behind her. Leaving it behind seemed ungrateful, and after a moment of hesitation, she asked, "Where's your owner?" The Doberman remained still, wearing an expression of ignorance. Frustrated, she pulled out her phone and dialed He Tingzhou's number. After 3 rings, he answered with a nonchalant tone. "What can I do for you, Miss Song?" His question left Frost Sequence perplexed. Wasn't he who had sent the dog with the ice pack? Had she mistaken the dog for his, or had it somehow developed sentience? "I encountered a Doberman and don't know if it belongs to you." He Tingzhou lazily replied, "Ask it." Frost Sequence looked down, meeting the Doberman's gaze. "Is your dog lost, or do you not know?" Frost Sequence furrowed her brow. "If it's not yours, I won't take responsibility." "It is lost." "I am searching for a dog thief," He Tingzhou accused her. "So it turns out to be you." "Where are you?" she inquired. There was a brief pause on the other end, and she heard He Tingzhou say, "Look behind you." Holding the phone to her ear, she turned around in confusion. Across a wide road, amidst the speeding vehicles, she spotted a Kalinin parked at the curb. The driver's window was partially lowered, revealing He Tingzhou's extraordinarily handsome face. So, he was so close. Inside the hospital room, Shen Yu and Lu Man entered, greeted by a warm demeanor from Grandfather Song. "Ah, you and Man have come to visit." Seeing his affable expression, Lu Man found it hard to reconcile it with the fact that he had inflicted such harm on Frost Sequence's face. "Grandfather Song, are you feeling any better?" "Thank you for your concern. I've been recovering quite well these past few days," Grandfather Song replied with a smile. Among the younger generation in Yen City, Shen Yu was one of the most outstanding, and Grandfather Song held great admiration for this junior. Originally, Shen Qiangyuan had planned for Shen Yu to enter politics. With his abilities and the support of the Shen family, achieving a deputy ministerial position at his age would not be an issue. Unfortunately, he had no interest in political maneuvering. The Shen and Song families had maintained a good relationship, and in the past, Grandfather Song had entertained thoughts of a union, but it was not Frost Sequence he wished to marry Shen Yu. It was Song Lang, and unexpectedly, 5 years ago, Frost Sequence had stirred things up, nearly tarnishing both families' reputations. It would be inappropriate to bring up that matter now. Currently, with the Shen family discussing marriage with the Lu family, that matter could only fade into obscurity. This was also one of the reasons for his discontent with Frost Sequence. Lu Man, who typically excelled at charming her elders, seemed subdued, perhaps due to having seen the injury on Frost Sequence's face. She merely smiled without approaching him further. Shen Yu, ever courteous, inquired about the old gentleman's health, and after a few pleasantries, prepared to take his leave. He turned to Lu Man and said, "You head back first. I need to speak with old Song for a moment." Lu Man seemed to anticipate his intent, and after closing the door behind her, did not venture far in the room. Shen Yu casually broached the topic. "I heard Xiaojiu has gotten into trouble, causing you some distress." As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. While Frost Sequence was indeed a child of the Song family, she had genuinely grown up beside Shen Yu. His mention of the matter was likely an attempt to defend her. "Did she complain to you?" "I ran into her on my way here." "Her face was quite swollen," Shen Yu remarked. "While I was away, did she cause a ruckus? What could have provoked you to such anger?" Cui Ning, who was present, interjected, "It's nothing serious. It's just that the two sisters were at odds and got into a scuffle in public. Her grandfather was upset that she lacked discretion. No matter how much they argue at home, she shouldn't let others see her making a fool of herself outside." "I thought it was something significant," Shen Yu said with a faint smile. "Xiaojiu has always been well behaved. Her gentle temperament makes her susceptible to being bullied. Thus, I taught her to be assertive and to retaliate when someone strikes her. She cannot be blamed for that." Grandfather Song's expression darkened. "I understand that you are protective of her, but she is my granddaughter. If she has erred, am I not allowed to discipline her?" The smile on Shen Yu's face faded considerably. "You certainly have the right to discipline her. However, I raised her. If she has truly made a mistake, I bear the responsibility. Should anything occur again, I will correct her. Given your heart condition, it would be best not to let your temper flare." Chapter 42. Applying ointment. He Tingzhou today drove a Cullinan, parked directly across from the bus station. Shuangxu had never seen it before, which explained why she hadn't noticed it earlier. She was unaware of his arrival. After hanging up the phone, the dog that had been sitting motionless on the ground stood up and began walking toward the sidewalk. After taking a few steps, it turned around to look at her. Shuangxu had no intention of approaching He Tingzhou and said to the dog, "You can go by yourself, I need to head home." The Doberman returned to her side, signaling her to follow. Shuangxu insisted, "I'm not going." This dog, inheriting its owner's domineering nature, clamped its mouth around the hem of her pants and tugged her forward. It was surprisingly strong, and Shuangxu truly did not want to engage in an undignified struggle with a dog in public. Moreover, the dog appeared quite fierce, which made her somewhat apprehensive. Reluctantly, she was escorted like a prisoner, step by step, across the street and towards He Tingzhou's vehicle. He Tingzhou had already exited the car, leaning against the door with his arms crossed, observing as the dog herded her over. The dimming twilight cast a bluish hue over the world, rendering everything somewhat blurred. He Tingzhou's high cheekbones and sharp eyes created a strikingly handsome visage, accentuated by the contrasting lines of his features. Clad in white and black, he stood out vividly against the gradually darkening street. Shuangxu stopped over a meter away from him, stating, "The dog brought me back." He Tingzhou straightened and walked towards her, prompting Shuangxu to instinctively take a step back. Lacking his long legs, He Tingzhou seized her arm and abruptly pulled her into his embrace. Caught off guard by his sudden action, the cool scent of cedar instantly stirred her memories. Just as her heartbeat began to falter, a motorcycle sped past her from behind. He Tingzhou released her arm and glanced down at her. "Why is your face red?" Shuangxu maintained her composure, retorting, "Your face would turn red too if you were slapped." He Tingzhou's gaze slowly traversed her left cheek, where the swelling was quite severe, likely due to ruptured capillaries beneath the skin. Her delicate skin was one factor. The assailant had shown no mercy. Shuangxu pushed his hand away, and He Tingzhou inquired, "Was the cake delicious?" "What?" Upon questioning him, she quickly grasped his meaning in the depths of his dark eyes. She bit her lip, irritated by his sardonic tone after being slapped, and replied, "Why don't you try it yourself?" Her retort failed to provoke He Tingzhou. Instead, he smirked slightly. "What a pity, there is no opportunity. The person daring enough to slap my face hasn't been born yet." Shuangxu fell silent. His arrogant tone, though infuriating, held a grain of truth. Who would dare strike the face of a prince? He Tingzhou retrieved a tube of ointment from a bag emblazoned with a pharmacy logo, uncapped it, and brought his fingertip close to her face. Shuangxu instinctively recoiled, but He Tingzhou firmly grasped her chin, holding her face steady. "It's not poisonous. Don't move. It's for reducing swelling. I can do it myself." Shuangxu protested. He Tingzhou, with a hint of mockery, responded, "You sat there for ages. I didn't see you doing it yourself." What did he mean by sat there? As he spoke, his fingers brushed against her cheek, the slight chill providing immediate relief. Shuangxu surrendered to the treatment, turning her face away, her gaze drifting to the greenery along the roadside. Even without looking, she could feel the intense scrutiny directed at her face. He Tingzhou's gaze, lowered as he applied the ointment, was so focused that it made her cheeks involuntarily warm. Shuangxu leaned against the car door, attempting to create as much distance as possible. "If they're watching, what can I do? I can't very well gouge out their eyes." Her features were strikingly exquisite. With just a hint of allure, she would radiate charm, yet she bore an innate purity, her round, gentle eyes evoking a natural instinct to protect. Up close, the fine hair on her face shimmered in the dim light, her eyelashes quivering slightly with tension. He Tingzhou held her chin firmly, and the slightest movement of his thumb prompted her head to obediently follow. As he spread the ointment, he mused, "Why not? Didn't he bring a spoon?" Shuangxu rolled her eyes, glancing at him. "Are you going to gouge someone's eyes out with a spoon?" He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. "What else would one use?" His uniquely shaped eyes, sharp and cold like a blade, combined with a flirtatious upward curve at the corners, created a dangerously alluring contradiction. Shuangxu turned her gaze away. "I've never gouged anyone's eyes out. How would I know?" After applying the ointment, He Tingzhou released her and tossed the tube back into the car. Shuangxu let out a quiet sigh of relief, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Just as she intended to leave, He Tingzhou leisurely wiped his fingers clean and retrieved a cake from the car, offering it to her. Shuangxu looked at the cake, confused. "What is this about?" He Tingzhou tugged at the white ribbon on the cake box, his lips curling lazily. "You've had the appetizer, aren't you going to have the main course?" This man, Shuangxu, aware of the boundaries, fell silent for a moment before ultimately accepting the cake. She sat on a bench by the roadside, slowly savoring the dessert while He Tingzhou leaned against the door of the culinan. He idly pinched a leaf he had plucked from somewhere between his fingers. The dog sat beside him, watching her eat the cake. The tiramisu was surprisingly delightful, and as Shuangxu enjoyed it, she felt a piercing gaze upon her. Turning her head, she found the Doberman's cool eyes fixated on the cake. Licking its lips, Shuangxu asked He Tingzhou, "Can it eat?" He glanced at the dog and replied bluntly, "It's poisoned. If the dog eats it, it'll die." The Doberman slumped dejectedly to the ground. By the time Shuangxu finished the cake, the sky had completely darkened, the pain in her face seemed to have subsided, and her mood had returned to tranquility. He Tingzhou accompanied her back home, and upon reaching number 9 Songming Road, the night had deepened. Shuangxu exited the car, standing silently for a moment before saying to He Tingzhou, "Thank you." Her tone was slightly taut. After all, the ointment and cake could not erase his previous misdeeds. He Tingzhou smirked, leaning back against the seat. "Don't thank me just yet. Remember the noble image I've carved in your heart at this moment, and think twice before cursing me next time." Had she ever cursed him? That hardly counted. "I haven't cursed you," Shuangxu replied. "You always tease me first. I'm merely responding to the pressure." He Tingzhou lazily glanced over. "What, should I apologize to you?" Shuangxu firmly stated, "You might want to hold off on that. Think twice before bullying me next time." After finishing her words, she turned to enter the building. As she reached the ground floor, she spotted Shen Yu's car parked outside. Shen Yu stood by the vehicle, a cigarette clenched in his hand, still smoldering. He gazed into the distance, the shadows of the phoenix trees cast over him, lost in thought. Shuangxu approached, and he didn't notice her until she spoke. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Shen Yu came back to his senses, glancing at her as he extinguished the cigarette. "Where have you been?" "I met a friend," Shuangxu replied. "Have you taken care of the injury on your face?" Shen Yu observed her left cheek, where the swelling had subsided somewhat. Shuangxu nodded. "I applied some ointment." As May arrived, the temperature rose rapidly, and the night breeze no longer felt cold but instead carried a subtle chill that one would only notice in retrospect. Shen Yu asked, "What did you want to tell me at the hospital?" The impulse to rely on him like a child had cooled, and Shuangxu shook her head. "Nothing." She couldn't remain under Shen Yu's protection indefinitely. That privilege had been stripped away 5 years ago. Shen Yu, appearing somewhat subdued today, watched her quietly for a while before reaching out to ruffle her hair. The darkness concealed his expression well as he gently said, "Go upstairs. Get some rest early." Chapter 43. The proposal. The bruises on Shuangxu's face took several days to completely subside. During work, she donned a mask, and her colleagues, understanding and considerate, refrained from probing into her condition. In the break room, conversations swirled around the recent commotion involving a nightclub where a group had been apprehended for misconduct. The uproar was particularly pronounced due to the involvement of several privileged youths from influential families. Preoccupied with her quest for innovative composite materials for hydrogen storage, Shuangxu paid little heed to the gossip, letting it drift through one ear and out the other. Yang, having slipped out of the hospital, took Shuangxu to a nearby Japanese restaurant for a lunch of fried pork cutlet, with Xiao Liao tagging along to mooch. While dining, Yang broached the subject. "I hear one of them is quite prominent, surnamed Zheng. Do you know him?" Shuangxu paused. "Zheng Zui? I'm not sure of the full name. The news only mentioned Zheng, and I overheard some gossip from a nurse at the hospital, claiming his grandfather is quite formidable." "It must indeed be Zheng Zui." Shuangxu was uncertain whether Zheng had truly dabbled in any illicit activities. These wealthy scions, while often reckless, were still wary of the prohibitions imposed by their elders. The Zheng family undoubtedly possessed the means to shield him from repercussions, but following this incident, he would likely be under strict surveillance for some time. This would afford Shuangxu a semblance of peace. She pondered whether this had any connection to Shen Yu. Lost in thought, Yang's chopstick stealthily reached for her plate. "Speak up, but don't pilfer my pork cutlet." Shuangxu deftly seized her chopsticks. "You can't eat fried foods." With a playful exclamation, Yang relinquished her capture and returned to her salmon salad. "This weekend, there's a meteor shower in Aquarius." Xiao Liao, engrossed in his phone, exclaimed. "The best viewing spot is Dongyu Mountain." Are we going? What's so fascinating about a meteor shower?" Yang scoffed, lacking a romantic spirit. "It's merely stones falling from the sky, burnt to nothing before they even touch the ground." "You can make wishes." Xiao Liao turned to Shuangxu, seeking affirmation. "Right, little boss?" Unfortunately, her expectations fell flat as Shuangxu replied, "I've never wished upon a meteor shower." Xiao Liao was incredulous. "You don't make wishes? Is life so smooth for the wealthy? I'm becoming envious of the rich." Shuangxu chuckled. "I used to have wishes, once for my brother, and they came true rather swiftly." "And what about now?" Xiao Liao inquired. "Now?" Shuangxu sipped from her glass of sake, which had a sharp taste and a lingering bitterness. "Now, I have no wishes." Before Xiao Liao could ask further, Yang stuffed a piece of pork cutlet into her mouth. "This cutlet is so delicious." "Do you really have time to chat? If you're not eating it, hand it over to me." Everyone in their circle was aware of Shuangxu's entrepreneurial endeavors with friends. To these affluent young men, her modest business was akin to child's play. After finishing a meeting, a young woman at the front desk tapped on the glass door of the conference room and entered, saying, "President Song, someone is looking for you. P.S. rather handsome and claims to be your brother." Shen Yu had arrived? Shuangxu immediately rose from her seat. "Where is he?" "He's in your office." Upon returning to her office, she opened the door to find a man exploring the space. "Ah, done with your meeting, President Song," he greeted. Shuangxu wore a fitted white shirt and a black printed skirt, adorned with a string of Australian white pearls around her neck. She resembled a precious pearl herself, and this attire accentuated her gentle elegance. Upon seeing Yu Zifeng, her anticipation dimmed slightly, but disappointment did not take hold. "Brother Zifeng," she asked, "what brings you here?" "I happened to be passing by and thought I'd drop in to see you," he replied, taking a seat at her desk. "I ordered some afternoon tea for you." "Isn't your brother good to you?" Her share was placed on the coffee table: coffee, green dumplings, and an array of exquisite Chinese pastries. As she sat down to eat, she inquired, "Are you here for something specific?" "So perceptive." "You've caught me," he acknowledged. "Nothing prompts a visit without reason." Shuangxu nibbled on an almond cookie and blinked playfully. "When was the last time you came to see me? Do we need to see each other every day to prove our bond?" Yu Zifeng moved closer, plucking a preserved plum from the plate. "Your brother's engagement banquet with Man is set for the end of next month. Aunt Fu and Aunt He have consulted someone for the date." Shuangxu chewed slowly on her almond cookie, remaining silent. "Although it was arranged by the family, Man wants your brother to propose to her," Yu Zifeng stated. "She is just a child, the same age as you, and I'm sure you understand. She desires a bit of romance." "And what does that have to do with me?" Shuangxu swallowed the somewhat dry cookie, placing aside the unfinished half. "We're lacking in proposal experience, and after much deliberation, we couldn't come up with anything interesting. Man isn't fond of clichés, so we came to seek your advice." Shuangxu replied, "I've never proposed to anyone either. You're a girl, and you get along well with Man. You must know what she would desire." Though he was not Shen Yu, his presence brought Shuangxu a flicker of joy, which slowly dissipated upon realizing his intentions. "Did my brother send you to ask me, or was it her?" This question left Yu Zifeng somewhat baffled. "Neither asked me to. I simply passed by, thought I'd check on you, and casually ask. This is a significant event in your brother's life, I figured you'd want to be involved." His words reminded Shuangxu that, as a sister, she should actively offer her blessings and suggestions. Yet, having never been proposed to or proposed herself, it was indeed a dilemma for her to extend her well wishes and input. After a moment of silence, Shuangxu said, "What she desires is merely the sense of ceremony surrounding the proposal from my brother, not the specific manner it is conducted. I heard there is a meteor shower this weekend, and Dongyu Mountain is the best viewing spot. You might consider that." The mere mention of a meteor shower carried an inherent romantic quality, the magnificent wonders of nature transformed into grand blessings. Who wouldn't he be enchanted? The timing was also fortuitous, and Yu Zifeng's eyes brightened. "Sister, you truly excel." Yet it was not she who excelled. After Yu Zifeng departed, she called Xiao Liao in to take away the remaining pastries. Each employee in the company received their share of afternoon tea, and everyone praised the good looks and kind heart of the little boss's brother. Shuangxu's portion was notably more lavish than theirs. Xiao Liao, touched, stuffed a persimmon custard cake into her mouth. "Is all of this for me, little boss? You're too generous." Shuangxu patted her head. "You deserve it." Shuangxu merely provided inspiration. She did not partake in the detailed planning of the proposal. Yu Zifeng arranged for their trip to Dongyu Mountain over the weekend and shared it in their WeChat group. This group had been established long ago, led by Yu Zifeng, with Shuangxu as one of the initial members, right behind Shen Yu's profile picture. Over the years, this small group had remained tightly knit, comprising only a dozen individuals, and had not welcomed any newcomers in years. Not even casual acquaintances or the girlfriends they dated had the privilege of entry. Lu Manman was an exception. To maintain the element of surprise, Yu Zifeng labeled the outing to Dongyu Mountain as weekend camping, though everyone was well aware that this trip was intended for Shen Yu's proposal. Such a significant event compelled everyone to attend, and even Zhuo Zhong, who was originally scheduled to travel abroad for business, cancelled his flight and postponed his work. In the entire group, only Shuangxu and another perpetually inactive young heir had not responded. Yu Zifeng tagged the two of them specifically. 9H, please remember to clear your schedules for the weekend, don't forget. When Shuangxu saw this message, there was also a private chat from Lu Manman. "It is Manman, not Manman frowny face Xiaojiu, will you be coming?" Chapter 44. Are you not coming to steal the bride? Shuangxu had just returned home from work. Instead of replying to Yu Zifeng, she responded to Lu Manman that day, "My presence is optional." Lu Manman replied, "I hope you can come to witness it, but I fear that if you do, something unexpected might occur." They both understood each other well, allowing for an open and candid conversation without the need for circumlocution. Straightforwardness was indeed refreshing. Shuangxu remarked, "Then I shall not attend." She did not wish to miss such a significant occasion in Shen Yu's life, even though she was aware that this happiness was built upon her own sorrow. Nevertheless, she still desired to offer him her blessings in person. Simultaneously, she did not want to disrupt this moment that was equally important for Lu Manman. If it was her wish, she could very well refrain from attending. Lu Manman asked, "You are not planning to steal the bride, are you?" Shuangxu replied, expressionless, "You are merely proposing, not getting married. What would I be stealing?" Lu Manman exclaimed, "Withdraw, withdraw, you've ruined my surprise." Shuangxu remained silent. Having not yet dined, she had yet to learn the art of cooking, nor did she have any interest in acquiring that skill. Instead, she ordered takeout on her phone and, while waiting, seated herself on the floor by the window, gazing at the nightscape. The expansive apartment at number 9 Songming Road felt vast and empty when occupied by a single person, creating a palpable sense of solitude. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city of Yanqing sparkled with countless lights. A city inhabited by over 20 million people, which made Shuangxu feel diminutive whenever she gazed at the night from the window. When the delivery arrived, she retrieved it and set it on the dining table. Perhaps out of a sense of retribution, though she was uncertain whom she wished to retaliate against, she ordered an abundance of food, including fried chicken generously adorned with melted cheese and a large pizza. It was a lavish feast, but dining alone rendered it rather lackluster. After some contemplation, she snapped a photo and sent it to Xu Yang and Xiao Liao. Xu Yang, who felt as though she was on the verge of ascension from consuming bland hospital meals, sent her a voice message that lasted a full 60 seconds. At the end, she said, "I'll block you for now, I'll bring you back once you've finished eating." Xiao Liao was rather direct, "Just wait, I'm taking a cab over right now." Shuangxu felt her spirits lift considerably. "Come on over. Tonight you can sleep in the fish tank." Half an hour later, Xiao Liao arrived in a whirlwind, bringing along a half-dozen beers. "Wow, what a beautiful night view. It seems that the affluent Yanqing is truly different from ours," Xiao Liao exclaimed, leaning against the glass. "Living in a place like this, do you have no worries at all?" "Indeed, there are," Shuangxu replied. "Even the wealthy suffer from constipation." "That's true." Xiao Liao felt a sense of balance restored in her psyche. Shuangxu decided to lay out cushions by the window, and the two of them sat on the floor, enjoying the night view while indulging in fried chicken and beer. "Little boss, have you not found your turtle yet?" Shuangxu shook her head. "It has likely been lost for quite some time. Although turtles are quite resilient to hunger, they are not immortal." Given the length of time it had been missing, she feared it might have perished in some corner due to starvation. "Then why not get another one?" Xiao Liao suggested lightheartedly. "If you find it again in the future, you will have two." "I'm not getting another," Shuangxu replied. "Where would you sleep?" Xiao Liao lunged at her. "You're scolding me." Shuangxu collapsed with laughter. With Xiao Liao's company, her mood lightened significantly that evening. Shuangxu did not actually make her sleep in the fish tank. Instead, she took her to the guest room. The guest room had yet to be occupied, and Xiao Liao tumbled onto the bed like a dog marking its territory, then peacefully rested her hands on her stomach. "Don't call for me tomorrow."
I plan to sleep here for 3 days and nights. Shuangxu returned to her own bedroom, and just before drifting off to sleep, she checked her phone to find a message from Lu Man. I sincerely hope you will come. Ah, you must also wish for your presence. On Saturday afternoon, Shuangxu donned a lightweight mountaineering outfit and slung a backpack over her shoulders as she descended the stairs, where Shen Yu and youthful were already waiting below. This gathering was the most crowded yet, as Lu Man had brought several of her own friends. A line of cars formed, each filled to capacity. Lu Man, seated in the passenger seat beside Shen Yu, called out to her, Xiaojiu, Yu's friends are in our car. You should ride with my cousin. The rear window rolled down, revealing a strikingly attractive couple inside. The man was a friend of Shen Yu's, the president of Hengtai Bank, whom Shuangxu had previously met. His newlywed wife was the daughter of the Bai family in Yanqing. Brother Sheng'an, sister Qingmei, she greeted politely before heading towards the car at the back. He Tingzhou was driving a Cullinan, and Shuangxu felt a twinge of discomfort upon seeing him, so she bypassed the passenger seat altogether. Climbing into the back seat, she fastened her seatbelt, only to unexpectedly lock eyes with Tingzhou in the rearview mirror. He wore a black high-collared windbreaker, which accentuated his sharp and defined features. Tingzhou casually bit into a piece of candy, glancing at her through the mirror. Do I resemble your chauffeur? Shuangxu replied, I don't feel well today, I prefer to sit in the back. Where do you feel unwell? Tingzhou inquired. Everywhere, Shuangxu retorted. Tingzhou smirked slightly, if you're feeling that poorly, shall we find a litter to carry you up the mountain later? Shuangxu turned her gaze away, choosing not to respond. Fortunately, not long after, Yu Zifeng returned from buying water and took the passenger seat. Let us go, let us go. Yu Zifeng chattered incessantly throughout the journey, while Shuangxu remained quiet in the back seat. As the chief orchestrator of this proposal mission, he assigned Shuangxu a significant yet daunting task. Sister, you don't need to do anything today, just be ready to hand your brother the ring at the crucial moment. Just follow my lead, understood? Shuangxu replied with a non-committal Yu Zifeng turned to look at her, why so lacking in enthusiasm? Shuangxu raised her voice, Tingzhou suddenly chuckled. Shuangxu was puzzled by his laughter and continued to gaze out the window. Tingzhou held the steering wheel with one hand, leaning his left arm against the window, crunching the candy in his mouth, the sound crisp yet muffled, with a hint of orange flavor. Where did you get the candy? Yu Zifeng rummaged through the glove compartment but found nothing. Tingzhou nodded his head towards the back, asked the little princess. Shuangxu shot him a bewildered glance, she had no candy. Yu Zifeng extended his hand towards her, Princess, may I have one? I finished them all, Shuangxu replied. The convoy headed east, and after more than an hour, they arrived at the Dongyu Mountain camping base. Chapter 45. The supporting actress still has her moment. The camping base is situated atop Dongyu Mountain. Upon their arrival by car, Shen Yu and his companions had already reached the site ahead of time. Lu Man was initially standing beside Shen Yu when Tingzhou parked the car. As the trio alighted, Shen Yu approached them, first glancing at Shuangxu's face. Is your injury healed? He inquired. It was better a few days ago, Shuangxu replied. Shen Yu instructed, take a moment to rest and have something to eat. We shall set off in an hour. Shuangxu nodded, noticing that Lu Man and her friends were all observing them. The friends Lu Man brought along were the same group of sisters as before. Due to the unpleasantness experienced on the yacht during their last outing, she refrained from inviting Song Lingyan this time, wary of potentially upsetting Shen Yu. Shuangxu spotted the pair of twins. Shen Yu had reserved the entire mountain in advance, ensuring that no outsiders would disturb them today. The early arrivals had adeptly set up portable stoves, and an array of picnic supplies and refreshments were meticulously prepared. Tingzhou unfolded a folding chair on the anti-corrosion platform, crossing his right leg over his left and sitting like a lord. Yu Zifeng had thoughtfully brought along 2 professional DSLR cameras and a DV, intending to document today's ceremony. He handed the DV to Tingzhou, saying, you'll handle the recording, right? I've adjusted all the settings for you. Once we ascend, scout for a suitable spot, and capture some scenic shots. I'll find someone to edit a grand film when we return. Tingzhou remained silent, lifting his eyelids to cast a superior glance, as if to say, are you ordering me around? This is your cousin, after all, Yu Zifeng insisted, shoving the DV into his hands. Remember to get a close-up when she presents the ring. Tingzhou, appearing utterly nonchalant, accepted the DV, retorting, the supporting actress still has her moment. Shuangxu, who was resting nearby with a drink, remained silent. What supporting actress? I want you to capture a close-up of the ring. Yu Zifeng lamented, feeling that he had entrusted the task to the wrong person, as this young masteress lexicon evidently lacked the phrase take orders. He hoped he wouldn't find out later that Tingzhou hadn't even turned the device on. Tingzhou began fiddling with the DV, the lens sweeping over the camp. As everyone prepared, Yu Zifeng walked over to discuss the strategy with Zhuo Zhong and the others, while Lu Man and her group busied themselves with grilling meat and brewing milk tea. Shen Yu stood conversing with Zhou Zhengan, while Bai Qingmei, having plucked a wild stem from somewhere, playfully fashioned it into a ring and placed it on Zhou Zhengan's finger. As the camera panned in another direction, it caught Shuangxu with her hairstyle in a bun, a round fluff atop her head. She was taking pictures of the distant mountains with her phone, her loose strands dancing in the wind, forming a flowing line from the mountain's base to the tip of her nose. Her unadorned face appeared light and translucent, akin to a flawless pearl nurtured within its shell. Once the meat was ready, everyone gathered around the table to dine. Shuangxu settled beside Yu Zifeng, as Lu Man handed her a freshly served dish, saying, Xiaojiu, this one is for you. Shen Yu, approaching, interjected, she doesn't eat bean sprouts. Lu Man paused momentarily. Yet Shuangxu reached out to take it, replying, "It's fine." Lu Man withdrew it with a casual smile, "Don't force it, I'll get you another portion." Lastly, Bai Qingmei and Zhou Zhengyan joined Shuangxu at the table. They had only exchanged hasty greetings in the car earlier, and now had time to converse. Although Shuangxu wasn't particularly close to Bai Qingmei, she radiated warmth, saying, "The last time I saw you, you were participating in a swimming competition. It has been a while since we met, and you've grown so much." Shuangxu smiled back, replying, "I wasn't back for your wedding, congratulations on your nuptials." Her usual aloof demeanor melted away in her smile, revealing delicate dimples that added a sweetness to her appearance. Bai Qingmei, being only a few years her senior, playfully pinched her cheek like an adult to a child. "The swimming competition?" Zhou Zhengyan asked. "Yes, the youth swimming championship. She won the championship, isn't that impressive?" Bai Qingmei exclaimed enthusiastically. She left the second-place contestant far behind, and afterward, a swarm of reporters surrounded her for interviews. The director kept cutting to her face, but unfortunately, all that footage was edited out during post-production. "We all went to watch the competition that day, Tingzhou was there too." Shuangxu's expression shifted to surprise as she glanced towards Tingzhou, who sat diagonally across from her. He had been there that day. She didn't recall her participation had brought immense joy to Shen Yu and Fu Yun, who had purchased dozens of tickets, ensuring that every close friend and family member had a seat. It was only natural for Tingzhou to receive an invitation. He seemed indifferent to such trivial matters, not even sparing Shuangxu a glance, his tone apathetic as he remarked, "Is that so?" "I don't recall." After the meal, they took a brief respite before preparing to ascend the mountain. The journey to the viewing platform would take approximately 2 hours, allowing them to relish the moderate joys of hiking while making the meteor shower proposal ceremony a blend of toil and delight. This would also prevent them from exhausting themselves to the point of ruining their appearance for the momentous occasion. Before they set off, Shen Yu advised Shuangxu, "It will be cold tonight. Bring a hat." Having accompanied him on many hiking and camping trips before, Shuangxu knew Shen Yu to be a considerate older brother. She had never had to worry about anything when he was around. Fortunately, she had adequately prepared for the trip and packed a warm hat in her backpack. The hiking group formed a single file, with her initially trailing behind Shen Yu and Lu Man. However, Lu Man, likely unaccustomed to physical exertion, began to whine about being tired shortly after they started. Shen Yu took her relatively light backpack and turned back to extend his hand towards Shuangxu. Shuangxu shook her head, saying, "No need, brother, I'm not tired." As they continued to climb, the twins called out, Man, let us take a picture of you." They squeezed past Shuangxu, moving ahead of her. Shuangxu stepped aside, allowing them to pass. When she noticed Tingzhou lagging behind, casually filming the scenery with the DVR as dusk approached, they chased the setting sun, stopping intermittently to admire the breathtaking views. Upon reaching the summit, the temperature indeed dropped significantly, particularly as they passed through the mountain gorge where the damp air and flowing water brought a chill that penetrated even through their jackets. Shuangxu donned her hat and followed the others as they stepped over stones to cross the river. The last step was a bit high, and Yu Zifeng turned around to assist her, saying, "Slow down." Shuangxu grasped his hand, using it for support as she stepped onto the stones. Tingzhou, walking behind her, let his gaze linger on their joined hands. Once they were up, Yu Zifeng released her hand and turned to respond to someone calling him from ahead. As Shuangxu prepared to move forward, Tingzhou called out, "Little yellow hat, lend me a hand." Shuangxu turned to look at him, then at the others ahead, realizing he was indeed addressing her. Well, her hat was undeniably yellow. This height posed a slight challenge for her, but the men ahead had managed on their own, and she hadn't seen anyone requiring assistance. At 188 meters tall, Tingzhou was more than capable, yet, she wasn't so petty as to refuse to help with a playful remark. She extended her hand to him, "This stone isn't even as long as your legs." Tingzhou grasped her delicate, cool fingers, which felt soft to the touch. As Shuangxu exerted herself to pull him up, she suddenly realized how naive she was being. She nearly tumbled backward, a mere step away from falling alongside him. In that moment, her expression must have reflected sheer terror, but fortunately, at the last moment, Tingzhou managed to plant his other foot firmly on the ground, stabilizing himself. Shuangxu immediately released his hand and turned away, continuing onward. When they paused to rest, dusk had fallen, and Tingzhou was standing at the cliff's edge with Yu Zifeng, smoking. Shuangxu chose not to approach Shen Yu, instead sitting on a stone at the edge, listening to the group banter and laughed. A few girls, dressed too lightly for the chill, huddled together, shivering. "Why is it so cold up here?" one complained. "I told you to dress warmly," Yu Zifeng chided like a mother scolding disobedient children, clicking his tongue. "There's a waterfall up here. It'll be even colder shortly." Nevertheless, he graciously removed his jacket and offered it to them. He also lent his jacket to Zhuozhong, but one girl continued to shiver, casting longing glances at the nearby men. Tingzhou's bone structure was undeniably striking. From the side, the lines of his brow and nose created a harmonious silhouette, reminiscent of the undulating mountains in the distance. Yu Zifeng urged, "Quickly take off your jacket for her." Chapter 46. "Don't be afraid, Xiaozhou." The girl's face flushed slightly, her expression tinged with anticipation. Tingzhou, cigarette in mouth, cast a sidelong glance with his dark eyes and inquired, "Which piece are you taking off?" "Am I supposed to let you take off your pants then?" Yu Zifeng replied, "If I tell you to strip, would you?" Tingzhou narrowed his eyes, a mischievous smile creeping across his lips, his tone laced with playful arrogance. "If you wish to undress, by all means, do it yourself." Yu Zifeng exclaimed, "Damn it.
Shuangxu could not contain her laughter. Upon hearing her, Tingzhou turned his gaze toward her. Shuangxu immediately stifled her amusement. The languid demeanor in Tingzhou's eyes gradually faded as he removed the cigarette from his lips and, standing at the edge of the cliff, addressed her, Song Shuangxu. Don't move. Shuangxu froze, having never seen such a serious expression on Tingzhou's face before. He was either indifferent or casual, but this intense and earnest gaze was decidedly unusual. Meanwhile, Zhou Xingyan shielded his wife behind him, uttering, Where's Shen Yu? Realizing something, Shuangxu slowly turned her head, following their line of sight, and saw a vibrant green snake peeking from a branch just a meter behind her. Oh my god! Yu Zifeng gasped, startled. The dimming light made it hard for him to see clearly. Is that a green tree viper or a bamboo viper? Zuozhong's voice turned grave. Bamboo viper, look at its head shape, the triangular form indicates it's a bamboo viper. This snake is venomous, sister, for heaven's sake, don't move. His warning only heightened Shuangxu's fear. Since childhood, she had harbored a deep aversion to all kinds of snakes and insects, particularly snakes. Just the thought of seeing a picture of one sent chills down her spine, let alone encountering a live one so close, staring directly at her. Though she could not distinguish between a bamboo viper and a green tree viper, the sight of that vivid green color on the snake's body was particularly terrifying. Its triangular head was even more chilling, fixated on Shuangxu, sending shivers down her spine. She dared not look, yet could not look away, her body tense with fear, her palms gripping tightly as her fingers trembled uncontrollably. Her entire being was taut with dread, terrified yet too fearful to act, lest she provoke an attack from the snake. Help me, can it not move closer? Yu Zifeng and Zuozhong were in a frenzy. Is there a stick? Find a stick. Their outdoor experience paled in comparison to Baiqing Mei's. We're too close. Unless you strike perfectly, it might become startled and attack Shuangxu, plus, the branch is too soft to hit it effectively. What do we do then? Tingzhou had extinguished his cigarette, appearing remarkably calm, speaking to Shuangxu in an ordinary tone. Do you have a trekking pole? Shuangxu's face turned pale, her voice trembling. I do. Grab it. Tingzhou instructed, if it attacks you, duel with it. Shuangxu felt like crying. What kind of duel could she engage in? Yet, the composed tone of Tingzhou provided her with a modicum of reassurance amidst her terror. She quietly reached for the trekking pole beside her, clutching it tightly. Tingzhou said, Now, slowly rise and walk over here. With the utmost caution, Shuangxu lifted herself, moving slower than a tortoise, gradually elevating her rear from the rock. Every motion was delicate and careful, inching forward. All were silent, afraid to make a sound, no one daring to approach. What is happening? In the distance, Shen Yu noticed the unusual commotion, and when he saw the branch behind Shuangxu, his expression darkened. Lu Man, frightened, immediately clung to his arm. Ah, there's a snake. The girls behind them screamed in terror. Forget the snake. Even Yu Zifeng was startled enough to jump. Shen Yu, typically courteous to women, wore an unusually stern expression as he commanded, silence. The snake, still motionless on the branch, was suddenly startled into action by the shrill cries. Shuangxu's heart leapt into her throat. Unbeknownst to her, Tingzhou had already moved beside her, gripping her wrist and yanking her forcefully. At that moment, the snake lunged, and in a split second, Tingzhou swiftly and decisively seized the snake by the neck. Shuangxu's hair stood on end. Tingzhou released her, striding to the edge of the cliff and tossing the snake down. Still rigid with shock, Shuangxu had not yet processed what had happened when Shen Yu enveloped her in his arms. His voice, still tinged with tension, soothed her. It's all right, Xiaojiao, don't be afraid. Gradually, Shuangxu's frayed nerves began to settle as she turned her gaze towards Tingzhou. Yu Zifeng was pouring water from a mineral bottle to wash his hands, while simultaneously expressing his admiration. Dude, you're amazing. You dared to catch a venomous snake with your bare hands. What can't you do? Tingzhou meticulously washed his hands under the running water, his brow furrowed, his expression one of utter disdain. In his typically nonchalant tone, he replied earnestly, I've seen horror movies. The prince's obsessive cleanliness kicked in as he scrubbed for 3 minutes, using 2 bottles of water, and then wiped his hands twice with disinfecting wipes before reluctantly drying them. Shen Yu led Shuangxu to a resting spot, where she sat down, still shaken, glancing back to ensure there were no trees or bushes before finally relaxing. As she reached into her bag for a bottle of water, Shen Yu took it from her, replacing it with a thermos. Drink something warm. Inside the thermos was surprisingly ginger pear tea, the steam rising in the chilly mountain air after the fright made her feel a sense of comfort. Did your godmother make this? Her face still pale from the earlier scare, Shen Yu gently patted her head. Drink up. After a few hours, the ginger tea had cooled to a manageable temperature, and as she drank, warmth spread through her body. Shuangxu cradled the thermos, savoring a few sips, feeling much more at ease. Unbeknownst to her, not far off, the twins exchanged glances of disdain. Due to the unexpected arrival of the snake, they rested a bit longer, waiting for Shuangxu to recover from her fright before continuing their ascent. Zuozhong glanced at the sky. Do you think it might rain soon? Impossible. Yu Zifeng asserted with conviction. I checked the weather forecast. We traveled this far to witness the meteor shower, not to watch it rain. Chapter 47. Xiaojiao is not that kind of person. Due to the earlier incident, as they ascended the mountain, Shen Yu remained attentive and caring towards Shuangxu. To Yu Zifeng and the others, this was perfectly normal. It is only natural for an elder brother to look after his younger sister. If that troublesome child from his family were present today, he would have collapsed onto the ground after just a few steps, expecting to be carried up the mountain. However, the twins wore expressions of disdain, standing beside Lu Man and voicing their discontent. Man, look at her, monopolizing Shen Yu. Lu Man replied, he is Xiaojiu's brother, it is his duty to take care of her. He's not even her biological brother, remarked the elder sister of the twins, the same one who had received a slap for her loose tongue last time.
Haven't I told you?
Their relationship is not simple, moreover, she herself has admitted to liking Shen Yu, a fact that was confirmed by her good friend.
Just now, Shen Yu hugged her right in front of you. Isn't that a slap in your face?
Lu Man retorted, Xiaojiu was frightened by a snake, Yu was merely comforting her.
It's just a snake, why make such a fuss, look at her now. She has successfully elicited Shen Yu's sympathy. If you ask me, she shouldn't have been allowed to come today at such an important occasion, aren't you afraid she'll ruin it? Enough, stop talking. Xiaojiu is not that kind of person.
Lu Man could not deny that she felt a slight pang of disappointment. Shen Yu had been quite attentive to her throughout the journey, but she could sense that his concern stemmed more from a sense of chivalry. His affection for Shuangxu was fundamentally different, as natural as breathing. She understood she should be gracious, but being just a young woman in her early 20s, a flicker of jealousy inevitably crept in. She is merely pretending to be innocent in front of Shen Yu. In reality, she is quite scheming. Man, your character is simply too soft, you cannot compete with someone like her. Having regained her composure, Shuangxu turned her gaze backward. Although Yitingzhou had always treated her poorly, mocking her repeatedly, that was a separate matter altogether. The vast wealth of language accumulated over 5,000 years of Chinese civilization could scarcely convey the emotion she felt upon witnessing Yitingzhou seize that venomous snake. Yitingzhou lingered at the rear of the group, separated from her by a considerable distance. She caught his eye for just a moment, and he seemed to sense her gaze, suddenly looking up to meet her eyes. After a few seconds, Shuangxu turned away first. The night sky was vast and starry, and the wind atop the mountain was refreshing, imbued with the scent of the forest, albeit colder. Upon reaching the viewing platform, Director Yu began organizing everyone to set up camp, having Shuangxu, burdened with responsibilities, rehearse a few times at the platform. Had it not been for the desire to maintain the element of surprise, his perfectionist spirit would have likely compelled him to drag Shen Yu and Lu Man into the rehearsal as well. The process was quite simple. After all, Shuangxu was merely a tool, without a single line to deliver. Yu Zifeng handed her the ring box, saying, you hold on to this, it is the most important item of the day, so do not lose it. Shuangxu tucked the ring box into her backpack, replying, understood, Director Yu. Having confirmed the process, she was about to return to the campsite when Lu Man's friends approached, adorned with decorative lights and other embellishments. The twins called out to her, Shuangxu, come help us, we rested too long, and we're running out of time. We're afraid we won't finish in time. Shuangxu turned to look at them. The twin sisters were seasoned members of Song Lian's circle, often following her lead. When Shuangxu had just returned, there had been an unpleasant encounter during Shen Yu's birthday celebration. Besides the twins, there were two other girls whom Shuangxu did not recognize. They were friends of Lu Man from her time in Lin City. As this was a matter of importance, Shuangxu did not decline and stayed to assist. Yu Zifeng glanced at his watch, saying, you all carry on, I'll make a quick trip back and then come find you. Balloons, decorative lights, electronic candles, and rose petals that had been carried up the mountain from afar. They were responsible for winding the lights around the railing, scattering petals along the steps, and entrusted Shuangxu with inflating the balloons. Everyone took on their respective tasks, and soon the two unknown girls finished with the petals.
Miss Song, we're heading back to help Man with her makeup.
Shuangxu acknowledged them, and just as she was nearing completion with the balloons, she suddenly heard someone exclaim, oh no.
The twins leaned over the railing, saying, whose bag is that? I didn't see it and accidentally kicked it off.
Shuangxu's bag, which had originally been placed on the right side of the steps, was now nowhere to be seen. She hurried to the railing and looked down, discovering her backpack had fallen into the bushes below.
My bag wasn't placed there, how could you kick it off?
The elder sister feigned innocence, saying, I didn't do it on purpose.
I was here winding the lights and didn't see it, you should have placed it better, you can't blame me.
The younger sister added, maybe when they were setting up the candles, they thought it was in the way and moved it. The twins, with the elder sister being acerbic and the younger one appearing naïve, were, in reality, two peas in a pod. Shuangxu frowned, you should know better than to create trouble in such a situation. Do you even comprehend the gravity of this?
We didn't do it on purpose, what benefit would we gain from dropping your bag?
Shuangxu replied coldly, that just goes to show you lack common sense. She was too weary to waste time arguing with them and turned to head down the viewing platform.
That bag contained the ring, if she couldn't find it, the proposal tonight would be ruined. The twins did not follow her. Shuangxu had no expectation of their help and disregarded them entirely. Her phone was in the bag, leaving her unable to call for assistance, so she had no choice but to go by herself. Her sense of direction was already poor, and as darkness fell, the beam of her flashlight illuminated only a limited area. Navigating the unfamiliar mountain path felt like wandering through a labyrinth. She groped her way down, occasionally glancing up to orient herself based on the position of the viewing platform. However, the winding path made it challenging. What seemed a short distance from above took her a considerable time to traverse. Retrieving her bag from the grass, she hurriedly unzipped it to check its contents. Fortunately, the ring was still there. The twins returned to the campsite, and along the way, with only the two sisters together, they dropped the pretense. Do you think this will work? Don't worry, that patch of woods is like a maze.
I've been here so many times and still get lost sometimes. She definitely won't be back anytime soon. Not on a day like today, she wouldn't dare show her face again.
She must have ulterior motives. What if they go looking for her? The meteor shower is about to start, and Shen Yu is about to propose, who has the time to worry about her? If they realize she is missing after the proposal, they can look for her then, let her stay there. The younger sister expressed some concern. What if she returns to tell Shen Yu? We didn't do it on purpose. Who knew she would get lost? If she can't find her way back, it's her own poor sense of direction. The two of them chuckled as they made their way back, only to encounter Hetingzhou in the distance with a camcorder, hastily falling silent and keeping their heads down as they hurried past. Chapter 48. Why is he called Xiaozhou? Frost sequence retraced her steps along the path, when suddenly, droplets of water fell upon her shoulder. Had it started to rain, she quickened her pace, but the sudden downpour arrived with such ferocity that it soon transformed into a torrential deluge, the raindrops crashing heavily against her. The sky grew darker, and the relentless rain rendered the mountain path increasingly indistinguishable, turning the ground into a muddy quagmire. She took out her phone to make a call, only to dishearteningly discover there was no signal. With the rain pouring down, it was likely that everyone would remain at the campsite. Opting not to venture to the observation deck, she was still some distance from the campsite, and walking in such a storm amidst the mountains was perilously treacherous and rather frightening. Frost Sequence did not wish to take any risks. Upon encountering a cave along the way, she sought refuge within to escape the rain. She recalled the route well enough and figured she could return once the rain ceased. However, she worried that Shen Yu and the others might become concerned about her absence and wonder if they would come searching for her. To be on the safe side, she hung her yellow rain hat on a branch outside the cave. Inside the cave, it was dry, albeit somewhat dim. She switched on her flashlight and found a clean spot to sit and rest. The faint sound of flowing water within reminded her of the snake, causing her to anxiously shine the flashlight around. Fortunately, the surroundings were empty. Nothing was there, yet she could not relax for long before a chill began to envelop her. The temperature on the mountain was already low, and with the torrential rain, the cave, perpetually damp and cold, felt bone-chillingly frigid. Frost Sequence, shivering uncontrollably, futilely turned her phone off and back on, but it remained devoid of service, and she resigned herself to the situation. What sort of weather forecast was Yu Zifeng looking at? It was utterly inaccurate. With this downpour, they could forget about proposals or even witnessing a meteor shower. Perhaps the rain, having arrived swiftly, might also depart just as quickly. If fortune smiled upon them, they might still adhere to their original plans, ensuring that the day's efforts and intentions would not be in vain. After a while, the rain outside showed no signs of abating. As she listened to the cacophony of the storm, she suddenly detected the sound of footsteps amidst the downpour. The echoing footsteps in the rain resembled the ominous beginning of a horror film, and she instinctively braced herself, picking up a nearby stone for protection. A tall, dark figure loomed closer to the cave entrance through the rain, and as the beam of her flashlight illuminated the face of Hetingzhou, exceedingly handsome, it took Frost Sequence a few moments to regain her composure and lower the stone. Having worn a hat upon her arrival and quickly sought shelter, she was only lightly dampened. In stark contrast, Hetingzhou appeared much more disheveled. His hair was nearly soaked, his black raincoat drenched, and his face equally wet. He stepped into the cave, evidently having rushed in to escape the rain. Still catching his breath, he stood there, gazing at her for a moment, and once his breathing steadied, he smirked. "You're quite clever, knowing to seek shelter from the rain." She was not foolish. Of course, she would know to avoid the rain. Frost Sequence surmised that he was feeling a sense of imbalance due to his own soaking. "Aren't you here to escape the rain as well?" she replied softly. He brushed off the rain from his clothes, pushed his hair back, and sat down a couple of steps away, leaning against the cave wall. His entire face was damp, and the wet hair accentuated his striking features, broad brows, deep-set eyes, and a sharp, captivating handsomeness. His DB camera, carelessly tossed to the ground, was drenched. She wondered if it had been ruined filming at such a late hour. He must have been quite invested, perhaps even more so than a cousin ought to be. In this moment of misfortune, having a familiar face nearby, despite it being the last person she wished to encounter, significantly alleviated her sense of dread. Hetingzhou remained silent, resting against the wall, and she too refrained from speaking. They ignored each other, appearing as two chance acquaintances taking a temporary respite in the same cave, while a gentle stream flowed quietly beside them. The torrential rain continued unabated, the chill seeping deeper into her bones, and Frost Sequence gradually felt her complexion turning pale as she curled up to conserve heat. A rustling sound broke the stillness. Hetingzhou had removed his outer jacket. Her first instinct was to think he intended to offer it to her, but she quickly dismissed that notion. When Yu Zifeng had urged him to display gentlemanly manners at the cliff's edge, he had acted as if it were none of his concern. Without any gentlemanly demeanor to exhibit, where could he possibly display it? Moreover, the temperature within the cave was too low. He must be feeling cold himself. Hetingzhou draped his jacket over himself and tilted his head, beckoning her, "Come over here." A most untimely thought crossed her mind, recalling the warmth she had once felt when he held her tightly. Her cheeks flushed slightly in the dim light, and without a second thought, she refused. "No need." His dark eyes regarded her with an unwavering intensity. "Between you freezing to death and me freezing to death, there exists a compromise we could call both of us surviving. Come here." His tone brooked no argument, and Frost Sequence's fingertips had begun to feel numb from the cold. If this continued, when the rain ceased tomorrow, Shen Yu might just find a rigid stick of ice instead of her. After much hesitation, she slowly inched towards Hetingzhou, cautiously lifting one side of his jacket to curl into it. He cast a glance in her direction but did not respond. His raincoat was waterproof, and inside it was dry and warm, carrying his signature cool demeanor. As she drew closer, every cell in her body seemed to ignite with warmth, reminiscent of their past closeness. Wrapped in the same coat for warmth, she endeavored to keep her body from pressing too closely against him. This contradictory effort rendered her body perpetually stiff. The flashlight illuminated the rocky wall ahead, and Hetingzhou, eyes closed, seemed to be on the verge of sleep. Frost Sequence prepared to turn off the flashlight, but he spoke. "Don't turn it off. I'm afraid of the dark." To everyone else, He Tingzhou was a man unrestrained by fear. He acted with wild abandon, even daring to catch snakes barehanded, yet he was afraid of the dark. Intrigued, she switched the flashlight back on, directing the beam toward him. Why do they call you Xiaojiu? He Tingzhou asked unexpectedly. In truth, only Shen Yu addressed her as such, with Lu Manman following suit after Shen Yu. Frost Sequence replied, I was born on the 9th day of the 9th month. Frost Sequence means September. He Tingzhou's expression shifted intriguingly. The 9th day of the 9th month, then shouldn't you be called Chongyang? Frost Sequence, slightly exasperated, retorted, and what about you? Born on August 1st, why aren't you called Hejianjun? He Tingzhou chuckled, and being so close, she could even sense the subtle tremor of his throat. He lazily opened his eyes and glanced at her. How do you know my father didn't consider it? Frost Sequence was taken aback. She had merely been speaking off the cuff. He Jianjun and He Tingzhou were worlds apart in temperament. My father is a soldier, and since I was born on August 1st, he believed it was fate and always wanted me to enlist. He Tingzhou paused for a few seconds. My name was given by my mother. This was the first time Frost Sequence had heard him mention his mother. She turned to look at He Tingzhou, who was also gazing back at her. The flashlight illuminated his contours against the stone wall, highlighting his prominent nose and the long shadows cast by his lashes. Her heart inexplicably raced, and she turned her head, saying, my name was also given by my mother. After this exchange, they fell into silence once more. He Tingzhou emanated warmth, serving as a source of heat in the damp, cold cave, providing unparalleled comfort. Gradually, Frost Sequence felt the chill dissipate, and she drifted into slumber against the wall. She awoke to a weight pressing heavily upon her shoulder, and upon opening her eyes, she found He Tingzhou's head had somehow slipped onto her left shoulder. Instantly, her body tensed, and as she reached to nudge his head up, she felt an unusual warmth emanating from him. Surprised, she placed her palm against his forehead. He was burning with fever. Chapter 49 The Burling Complex. Brother Tingzhou, she attempted to call out, but received no response. He Tingzhou, it seemed he had succumbed to fever and was unreachable. After a moment of hesitation, Shuangxu ultimately refrained from pushing him away. He was significantly taller than her, and this awkward leaning position was quite a compromise. In consideration of the preciousness of that jade-green snake, she carefully propped herself up, straightening her back to allow him a more comfortable repose. She had no idea how long He Tingzhou had been drenched in the rain. His skin radiated an alarming heat, and his breath was scalding. The intense and heavy warmth enveloped her neck, quickly suffusing her porcelain skin with a flush of crimson. A delicate shiver spread from that spot, winding its way through her limbs, rendering her impervious to the cold. She felt as though she might ignite. Her body stiffened like a rigid iron rod, her fingertips clutching tightly at the fabric of her pants, her toes digging into the ground. The weight of He Tingzhou was far too burdensome for her petite frame. Her left shoulder ached painfully, while he remained blissfully unaware, lost in a deep slumber. In this desolate wilderness, with the rain pouring down relentlessly, there was neither doctor nor medicine, which was indeed troublesome. She had no idea when the rain would cease. Allowing him to burn with fever was not a viable solution. After all, he was the only scion of Commander He. What would happen if his mind were to be impaired? It was already precarious, with combat prowess exceeding the norm, coupled with a touch of foolishness, he would truly become a calamity. Shuangxu's gaze wandered around, landing on the nearby stream. After a brief moment, she gently cradled He Tingzhou's head and chin in her palms, cautiously lifting his heavy head. The sharp contours of his bones pressed against her hands, and when her fingers accidentally brushed against his feverish lips, she withdrew instantly, as if struck by lightning. She positioned He Tingzhou against the stone wall, and quietly slipped out of her own clothing. Turning her back to him, she unfastened her outer jacket and discreetly removed the inner tank top. As she turned back after donning her attire, she was taken aback to find He Tingzhou's eyes open, though she could not recall when that had occurred. One leg slightly bent, his wrist resting on his knee, he leaned against the wall, his dark eyes silently fixed upon her. When did you wake up? When you took off the second layer. He Tingzhou's voice was languid, likely influenced by fever, the gravelly timbre brushing against Shuangxu's ears and causing her cheeks to flush. She bit her lip. This man, utterly oblivious to the concept of modesty, gazed unabashedly at her. Were it not for his condition, she would have relished the opportunity to strike him. Of course, he was not someone she could easily contend with. In an instant, her frustration surged, and she glared at him, allowing her irritation to simmer for a few seconds before turning away to the water's edge, wetting her tank top and wringing it out. With a taut expression and pursed lips, she returned to kneel beside He Tingzhou, pressing the cool fabric against his forehead to alleviate his fever. Fortunately, the cave was shrouded in darkness, and the faint beam of the flashlight allowed Shuangxu to maintain her composure. You're burning up quite badly, she explained. I don't know when the rain will stop. We'll have to make do for now. The cotton fabric, washed in the stream's water, carried a refreshing coolness interwoven with her subtle fragrance. It was challenging to articulate the scent, softly woody with hints of rose, light as white tea, suspended between purity and warmth, compelling one to lean in and inhale deeply. He Tingzhou swallowed hard, and in the dim glow of the flashlight, he tilted his head back and closed his eyes. With his gaze obscured, Shuangxu felt a measure of relief. After a while, as the tank top warmed from his body heat, she removed it once more to wash. Despite the onset of summer, the mountain stream remained frigid, and prolonged exposure left her fingers feeling painfully cold. After several rounds of cooling him down, she settled beside him, her eyelids growing heavy with fatigue. Suddenly, she sensed movement nearby, and groggily turned to find He Tingzhou's face unusually pale. Beads of sweat covered his forehead, his brows furrowed in anguish, and faint moans escaped his throat, his entire being exuding a state of heightened tension and unease, akin to a trapped beast struggling against its confines. In that moment, Shuangxu was jolted awake. Initially, she thought he was burning up, reaching out to test his temperature. The instant her fingers made contact with his skin, He Tingzhou reflexively seized her wrist, nearly crushing it in his grip.
She cried out in pain, and Tingzhou's eyes flew open. His dark irises were sharp as blades, impossibly deep, like inky shadows. He was still panting slightly, and upon noticing the pain etched on Shuangxu's face, his grip gradually loosened. I am sorry, he rasped, his voice hoarse and rough, his fingers gently rubbing her wrist in a gesture of comfort. Shuangxu withdrew her hand, the initial shock and near tears of pain replaced by astonishment at his apology. Tingzhou actually apologized. It was as rare as a dog suddenly meowing. I had a nightmare, he explained. Shuangxu rubbed her wrist and replied, someone like you can have nightmares? I'm not a deity. Of course I can have nightmares, Shuangxu retorted. You're certainly not a god, you resemble a demon instead. Tingzhou shot her a sidelong glance, his body now relaxed, one arm resting on his knee as he leaned back against the wall. Am I really that fearsome? Are you unaware of the reputation you have outside? They say you nearly committed murder. The truth of the rumors mattered little. Those who gossiped thrived on the thrill of sensationalism. Shuangxu paused before adding, in a sense, we are kindred spirits, both burdened by a tarnished reputation. Tingzhou replied lazily, my poor reputation stems from their meddling and slander, yours is well deserved. Shuangxu remained silent. What sin have I committed? She found herself surprisingly calm, and to his words, she felt no anger. My mother abandoned me, my father rejected me, others discarded me like refuse, and only my brother took me home, cherishing me like a treasure. Is it strange that I love him? That's not love, it's the Berling complex, Tingzhou remarked, his gaze resting on her with a teasing undertone. Little princess, you don't even understand the nature of romantic feelings. Shuangxu felt a flicker of annoyance, though she could not quite articulate why. It simply seemed that Tingzhou was dismissing her feelings for Shen Yu. You wouldn't understand, she countered, you lack chivalry. Tingzhou scoffed lightly, how do I lack chivalry, when you wished to seduce me? Was I not virtuous and steadfast in my resistance? Shuangxu chose to ignore him, turning her head away and falling silent. Her mind swirled with thoughts of the Berling complex, and before she knew it, she had drifted off to sleep. Uncertain of how long she had slept, she vaguely heard commotion, someone calling her name. Youthful hurried into the cave, glancing down in astonishment. The two individuals, missing for an entire night, were huddled together against the wall. Shuangxu lay with her head on Tingzhou's lap, and he, typically unyielding, was dutifully serving as her makeshift cushion. Tingzhou was awake, and upon seeing Youthful, his reaction was unexpectedly subdued. You're here. My heavens, we finally found you. Youthful's voice was hoarse as he leaned out of the cave, shouting, over here. They re here. Shuangxu stirred awake, her eyes bleary as she realized that the cave was considerably brighter. Morning had arrived, and it seemed the rain outside had finally ceased. Upon opening her eyes and finding Tingzhou's face above her, she was momentarily bewildered, unable to process the situation. Tingzhou lowered his gaze to scrutinize her. Are you comfortable? Realizing she was lying on his lap, she quickly sat up, perplexed, for she distinctly remembered sleeping upright the previous night. Footsteps approached the cave, and Shen Yu strode in, his tense and grave demeanor softening upon seeing her. Chapter 50, whose little vest, Youthful, having endured a sleepless night, could finally relax. Your brother was nearly frantic. We searched for you both all night. With such torrential rain last night, deep in the mountains, we were dreadfully worried something might have happened to you. The twins had not anticipated the sudden downpour, leaving everyone stranded at the campsite. Shen Yu quickly realized that Shuangxu was missing. Upon hearing she had stayed at the observation deck to set up, he took an umbrella and went to fetch her, but found no one. Soon after, he discovered that Tingzhou was also unaccounted for. Consequently, chaos ensued. Everyone spent the night awake, braving the rain as they searched high and low for the missing individuals. The path from the campsite to the observation deck, though not particularly long, had been traversed tirelessly, as if they had turned the entire mountain upside down. I must have passed this cave at least 3 times. If only I had known, I would have gone in to check. Youthful lamented, pounding his chest in frustration. Shuangxu, perplexed, inquired, I hung my hat outside, didn't you see it? We didn't. Perhaps the wind blew it away, Youthful replied. Weren't you at the observation deck? How could you not think to come back home when it started to rain? As Shuangxu prepared to respond, the twins interjected, oh dear, it's all my fault. While setting up the fairy lights, I thought with it being so dark, the bag wasn't important, and we could look for it in the morning. She insisted on coming down to find it. Exactly. We initially intended to accompany her, but she was walking too fast and soon lost us. We figured it wasn't far, so we returned to regroup with you. Had we known, we would have insisted on staying with her. The twins adeptly seized the opportunity to portray themselves as sincere, framing the situation as Shuangxu's obstinacy in disregarding their advice. Now, if she claimed they had deliberately knocked her bag down, it would seem unreasonable. Shuangxu quietly observed their performance. Before she could speak, Youthful could no longer contain his exasperation. You dropped her bag? It contained the ring, and you thought you could wait until morning to find it. By then, it would be too late. How would you have proposed with the ring missing? The twins' expression shifted dramatically, and when Lu Manman heard this, she cast them a glance. The twins became flustered. We didn't know. Youthful, already irked by their decision to return to the campsite and leave his sister outside alone, was even more annoyed upon learning they nearly lost the ring. You're truly more of a hindrance than a help. Ultimately, they were friends of Lu Manman, and chastising them was tantamount to reprimanding her. Zhuozhong hurriedly intervened to smooth things over. They didn't do it on purpose. Besides, with the rain pouring yesterday, a proposal was already off the table. It's not like you checked the weather forecast properly. Youthful fell silent. Shen Yu crouched down beside Shuangxu, clearly weary after a night spent searching in the rain. Are you hurt? Lu Manman, who had also been searching all night, looked concerned. Are you all right? I was nearly scared to death. Shuangxu shook her head. I'm fine, but Tingzhou has a fever.
Yu Zifeng reached out to feel Yi Tingzhou's forehead, only to have him swat his hand away. Have you washed your hands? Damn, you're burning up. We need to hurry back to the base and call a doctor. Shen Yu took Shuangxu's hand and stood up. Let us head back. The romantic proposal plan was utterly thwarted, and now one precious prince was ill. Zhuozhong and the other young men, full of vigor, returned to the campsite to gather their belongings, while the rest escorted Shuangxu and Yi Tingzhou back to the halfway base. The descent was devoid of the joy and lightness that accompanied their ascent. Fatigue from the night weighed heavily on everyone as they returned to the campsite to rest. After Shuangxu took a shower and changed out of her soiled clothes, she recalled her little vest. In the rush of waking up, she had forgotten about it, likely left behind in the cave. The doctor summoned on short notice had already arrived and was administering N4 to Yi Tingzhou. He lay in bed resting while everyone outside busied themselves, boiling water and preparing meals, eager to cater to him. Someone brought a bowl of homemade noodles, but Yi Tingzhou had no appetite and didn't even glance at it. Yu Zifeng entered, saw him not eating, and sat down to devour his own meal. I searched for you all night and am starving. When I returned yesterday, weren't you loitering outside the campsite? When did you go to the observation deck? Sick, Yi Tingzhou was lazier than usual, barely opening his eyes. It rained, and I got lost. Even if you were lost, you shouldn't have walked in the wrong direction. What kind of sense of direction is that? Just then, he looked up and noticed a white vest hanging on the rack. Cough. Yu Zifeng nearly choked on his noodles, pointing at the vest. Whose little vest is this? Yi Tingzhou lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at it, replying with nonchalance, mine. Nonsense. You can't wear something so small. It shrank. Do you take me for a fool? The style clearly indicates it's a woman-esque garment. Yu Zifeng retorted, this is clearly intimate. Where did you get it? In just a couple of days, you vanished for an entire night. When did you get involved with one of the women in our team? Who is she? Yi Tingzhou, annoyed by his incessant questioning, dismissed him. If you're so idle, go find some bamboo leaves to play with in the mountains. As Yu Zifeng prepared to leave with his bowl of noodles, Yi Tingzhou spoke again. Lying on the bed, his lazy gaze swept across the DV resting on the table, casually mentioning, it got soaked in the rain yesterday, check if it's broken. When Shuangxu emerged from her shower, Zhuozhong and the others had also returned to the base. Shen Yu, sitting with his legs crossed in a chair, gently called out to her, come and eat something. A portable stove on the table was bubbling with a Korean hot pot, while Lu Man approached with freshly washed fruits. Xiaojiu, come here. I made this just for you. Shuangxu thanked her, and Lu Man sat beside her, resting her chin on her hand with a smile as she asked Shen Yu, am I not quite the diligent one? Just then, Yu Zifeng emerged from the opposite room with a peculiar expression, signaling Shen Yu with a nod. Shen Yu rose and walked over. The two stood together as Yu Zifeng showed him something on the DV. Lu Man murmured, what are those two up to? Shuangxu looked up while eating shrimp paste, just as Shen Yu turned to meet her gaze. His eyes were as calm as water, reminiscent of the stream in the cave, carrying a hint of bone-chilling coolness. The glance wasn't directed at her but at Lu Man. What is all this? Yu Zifeng cursed, should I call the person over now? No rush, Shen Yu replied, his expression inscrutable, let Xiaojiu finish her meal first. Chapter 51 Man had long harbored a dislike for her. Once Shuangxu finished her meal, Yu Zifeng summoned the pair of twins. Almost everyone gathered around, uncertain of what had transpired, but the gravity of Yu Zifeng's expression hinted at trouble. Known for his naturally cheerful demeanor, his sudden seriousness was a clear indication that something was amiss. The twins, feeling guilty about the events of the previous night, feigned nonchalance when called over. We have plans tonight. If you all want to continue playing, we can take our leave, one of them suggested. What's the rush? Yu Zifeng retorted. Our matter is far from settled. Where do you two think you're going? What matter? They replied, attempting to sound innocent. Surely, you both have some inkling. Yu Zifeng's tone turned stern. I ask you, how did your sister's bag come to fall? The twins' expressions turned noticeably anxious, instinctively glancing at Shen Yu. He held a cigarette between his fingers, the ember glowing ominously, his cold gaze sending shivers down their spines. Shuangxu sat beside him, her demeanor calm and composed, offering no clues. It was an accident, they insisted, still trying to deflect blame. Miss Song, we know you were unhappy about getting lost in that cave overnight. We apologized yesterday. Why are you still holding on to it? We truly had no ill intentions. We just wanted to create a special ceremony for Man. We got a bit too excited and perhaps overlooked certain details, they continued. Shuangxu interjected, whether it was unintentional or deliberate, we all know the truth. You're just biased against us. Last time, you slapped me for no reason, and I didn't hold it against you. You can't just falsely accuse us without proof. Shen Yu turned to Shuangxu, last time? To explain that slap would inevitably require delving into the reasons behind it, but the derogatory remarks the twins had hurled at Shen Yu were not something she wanted to disclose in front of their friends. She furrowed her brow and fell silent. Seeing her silence, the twins grew bolder, pressing on. Yes, you have your brother to back you up, your family is powerful, so we are supposed to be bullied? The sister tugged at the other, a look of resignation on her face. Let it go. Look at that. The blame was shifting onto her again. By this point, she had unwittingly become the aggressor, having struck someone and now falsely accused them. If Shen Yu supported her now, it would only solidify the image of her as a tyrant. These twins were adept at such tactics. Their ability to twist the truth honed through experience even by Qingmei, who had been dozing off, was now wide awake, somehow producing a bag of sunflower seeds, munching away while sharing some with Zhou Zhengyan beside her. Observing Shuangxu being momentarily suppressed, her competitive spirit ignited. Shuangxu, it's your turn to turn the tide. Go. Shuangxu, where to go? When she raised her eyes, she spotted He Tingzhou approaching from down the corridor. Dressed in a black hoodie, his broad shoulders were striking, though his face bore a hint of post-illness pallor. Pushing along his forestand, half a bottle of medicine dangling from it, the infusion tube connected to the back of his hand. Someone immediately rose to assist. Why is Zhou Yi out here? Just here to watch the fun, He Tingzhou replied, settling down comfortably. What is happening? His fever didn't stop him from seeking entertainment. Shuangxu wanted to conserve her breath and turned to Yu Zifeng. Zifeng, can you stop being cryptic? She was unaware of the unfolding drama, but Yu Zifeng had called everyone over for a reason. Ha, you didn't expect this, Yu Zifeng sneered, inserting the DV's memory card into a computer. After a few clicks, he turned the screen toward the twins. Take a look for yourselves. He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. Oh, isn't this a video I shot? Yu Zifeng replied, I stumbled upon something astonishing while checking the DV. He Tingzhou's filming skills left much to be desired. The video was haphazardly shot, lacking any semblance of technique. As night fell on the mountain, the footage was dim, capturing distant mountains blurred and remote under the night sky. The background noise was hushed, the sound of footsteps crunching on grass barely audible, until eventually, two female voices emerged. That grove is like a maze. I've come here so many times and still get lost. She won't be back anytime soon. The meteor shower is coming soon, and Shen Yu is proposing. Who has time to worry about her? We'll look for her after the proposal. Let her wait there. If she doesn't come back, it's her own fault for having a poor sense of direction. The twins' faces paled simultaneously, their eyes reflecting a panic they could no longer suppress. They never imagined their private conversation would be recorded by He Tingzhou. Shuangxu was equally astonished. He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. Oh. The group of older brothers, having watched Shuangxu grow up, could no longer remain seated upon hearing this. Have you lost your minds? You could do such a thing, scheming against Shuangxu right under Shen Yu's nose. You must be tired of living. I'm truly impressed. You speak so convincingly. I thought you two were innocent. Such a talent for twisting the truth. It's a pity you didn't become lawyers. You could turn an acquittal into a death sentence. Are you both insane? Lu Manman exclaimed, disbelief etched on her face. If anything happens to Xiaojiao, can you bear the responsibility? Upon uttering that, she noticed Yu Zifeng's expression turned peculiar as he pointed to the computer screen where the video still played. The twins continued chattering away, their voices growing clearer. Man has always found her displeasing but couldn't say it. This was the perfect opportunity to vent her frustrations. Who told her to cling to Shen Yu? She is such a nuisance. The room fell silent, the earlier anger dissipating into a hush. It turned out that the friends Man had brought along had merely been her pawns. Her fiancé disliked her younger sister and had deliberately abandoned her in the mountains late at night. The glances exchanged spoke volumes. Lu Man froze for a few seconds, instinctively trying to defend herself. Don't look at me like that, I didn't instruct them. No one spoke. One was a sister she had raised, and the other was her soon-to-be fiancé. They couldn't balance the scale, and only Shen Yu could intervene. Moreover, her cousin He Tingzhou sat here, who would dare say a word against her. Yu Zifeng felt overwhelmed. His impression of Lu Man had always been that of a cheerful and lovely girl, at least not outwardly, someone with such a malicious heart. Lu Man turned to Shen Yu. Do you believe me? He slowly took a drag from his cigarette, remaining silent. The twins, sensing their impending doom, feared Shen Yu would hold them accountable and hurriedly clung to Lu Man as their last hope. Man, you can't abandon us. We were helping you. Lu Man was at a loss for words. The atmosphere was thick with tension, fraught with unspoken complexities. He Tingzhou remained impassive, neither defending his cousin nor displaying the righteous indignation of an elder brother. He leaned lazily on his chin, appearing disinterested, yet his mere presence signified Lu Man's greatest support. Shuangxu understood this. He had come out deliberately to back Lu Man, regardless of whether she had orchestrated the events. The reputations of the Lu and He families would take precedence. In the heavy silence, Shuangxu spoke up. This matter has nothing to do with Miss Lu. She knew the ring was with me. If I got lost and couldn't return, who would deliver it to her? She was so eager for the proposal, she wouldn't do something so foolish. Yu Zifeng glanced at her, nodding in agreement. Right. I mentioned this to Man. The atmosphere finally began to ease. I knew it. Man isn't that kind of person. Shen Yu remained non-committal, extinguishing his cigarette as he stated, let us go. The group gathered their belongings, loading the car as they prepared to return to the city. Lu Man approached Shen Yu, saying, I truly had no knowledge of last night's events. I didn't know they. Shen Yu had yet to express his stance on the matter. He neither affirmed nor denied his trust in her. His flat tone felt particularly distant. Manage your friends, there will be no next time. From his demeanor, Lu Man discerned that he was indifferent to whether she was aware or not. What mattered to him was that someone had bullied his sister right under his nose. She couldn't help but feel wronged. She refused to ride in Shen Yu's car and sulkily turned to the one behind. As Shuangxu exited, she noticed Shen Yu conversing with Yu Zifeng. Upon seeing her approach, he instructed, take Tingzhou's car back. Shuangxu wanted to inquire, but Shen Yu ruffled her hair, a gesture of comfort and a signal for her to refrain from asking further. Chapter 52. The temporary babysitter. The twins were ushered into an off-road vehicle, exchanging furtive glances, while Shen Yu surprisingly remained silent. Was the situation to be resolved so effortlessly? As the convoy descended the mountain, the lead vehicle continued towards the city, while the off-roader veered right at a fork, breaking away from the group. The twins sensed something was amiss and became anxious. What do you intend to do? Where are you taking us? The vehicle navigated a winding mountain road, delving deeper into the wilderness. Gradually, the path narrowed and became increasingly rugged, eventually transforming into a bumpy dirt track. This mountain was even more pristine than Dongyu Mountain, untouched by development. With dense forests that obscured the sky, there was not a single camping base in sight, let alone a flat piece of land. Apart from a few adventurous backpackers, few dared to venture here. The off-roader halted in a completely unfamiliar woodland, and Youthful unceremoniously tossed the two along with their luggage out of the vehicle, clapping his hands. You've never been to this mountain, have you? I haven't either. It's time to test your sense of direction. The twins immediately grasped his intentions. You can't leave us here. We've never been here. Who knows if there are snakes or wolves lurking about? This deep mountain forest is perilous. How can two girls spend the night here? Clad in hiking attire, Shen Yu appeared cultured and refined, yet his voice was chillingly cold. If Xiaojiu can survive the night in the mountains, why can't you? The twins were at a loss, pleading. We were only following man's orders. We truly can't do this, please. I promise to treat Miss Song with utmost respect from now on and never speak out of turn again. Shen Yu remained unmoved. What did you say in her presence that warranted her anger towards you? Their eyes flickered, and they hesitated to respond. Shen Yu inquired, do you require assistance in prying open your lips? As Yu Zifeng genuinely picked up a stick, the twins were quick to speak. We merely exchanged a few idle remarks. Trembling, they recounted their less than complimentary comments in Shen Yu's presence. A breeze rustled through the treetops, sending chills down their spines, while Shen Yu's face bore an icy demeanor in the shadows of the forest. Yu Zifeng fumed. They are not blood siblings, yet they are no different from true siblings. Do not belittle them with your sordid perceptions. Damn it, I should just tear your mouths apart. The mountain road will be blocked for 3 days. No one will come here. After 3 days, you can attempt to find your way back to Yancheng. Shen Yu ceased wasting time on them and turned to re-enter the vehicle. It was nearly 70 kilometers to the city. The mountain path was treacherous, and their cries for help would go unanswered. The twins sobbed as they knocked on the car door. We have no food or water. Leaving us here will surely lead to our demise. You won't perish in 3 days. Yu Zifeng retorted vehemently. There is plenty of water up here. Drink to your heart's content. If you're hungry, venture into the bamboo grove. Perhaps you'll find some bamboo leaf green to skewer and roast. After all, you two are more toxic than it. Consuming it might just counteract the poison. With that, she slammed the window shut and pressed the accelerator. As they bounced down the mountain, Yu Zifeng muttered curses. It's all that fool Song Lengyan's fault for spreading baseless rumors. The Song family clearly doesn't know how to raise children. They've produced a simpleton. Not if she were my sister, I'd slap her silly. Shen Yu remained silent. Yu Zifeng noticed him massaging his temples and fell quiet. He Tingzhou, unwell, leaned against the back seat with his eyes closed, while Zhuozhong drove. Shuangxu was engrossed in her phone when she heard He Tingzhou's hoarse voice inquire, is there any water? Yes. Zhuozhong responded while driving, handing back a bottle of purified water. He Tingzhou refused. I want it hot. I forgot you have a fever. Zhuozhong was still too young to carry a thermos everywhere. He Tingzhou was not one to normally drink hot water and hadn't prepared any when getting into the car. Then hold on a little longer. We'll be there in about an hour. He Tingzhou remained silent, and Shuangxu fell to gaze upon her. Turning, she met his eyes for a few seconds silently. She handed him the thermos that Shen Yu had filled. The young master still refused it, stating with conviction, too hot. Difficult to please, Shuangxu had no choice but to pour the hot water into the cup lid, blowing on it until it cooled sufficiently before offering it to him. Only then did He Tingzhou lift his delicate hand to accept it. Taking a small sip, it was likely still too hot. He frowned but made no further complaints. Leisurely drinking, after finishing, he returned the lid to Shuangxu. I'm hungry. Zhuozhong suggested, I have energy bars. Would you like some? He Tingzhou replied, too dry. What about bread? Not fresh. Bananas, apples, or oranges? Not eating. Zhuozhong sighed, what do you want, my lord? That gaze shifted back to Shuangxu, scrutinizing her. She felt equally helpless. I have no food. He Tingzhou condescended, then peel me an orange. Shuangxu reluctantly took the orange and began to peel it for him. Having been cared for by Shen Yu since childhood, she now found herself his temporary babysitter, dutifully attending to him for half an hour. Upon reaching the toll station, Lu Man approached from another vehicle, tapping on the window before settling into the passenger seat. Where did Shen Yu take them? Don't worry. Zhuozhong replied in a friendly tone, no killing, no disposing of bodies. We live in a lawful society. It was evident that Shen Yu would teach them a lesson. Lu Man fell into silence for a moment. Shouldn't I have been in that vehicle as well? Zhuozhong noticed her somber mood and attempted to comfort her. What are you thinking? That matter has nothing to do with you. With so many of us, how could they possibly pin the blame on you? Zifeng didn't inform me about your plan to give her a ring. Lu Man directed this comment at Shuangxu. I had no idea the ring was with you. Zhuozhong immediately glanced at her in surprise. So what did your sister say to Zifeng earlier?
Realizing halfway through, he understood that they were covering for each other. Shuangxu maintained her composure. If you're being offered an escape route, take it without over-explaining.
Why do you trust me?
Lu Manman inquired earnestly, like a serious young girl. I merely give face to your cousin. Upon hearing this, Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. Glancing at her, she remained oblivious, continuing, otherwise, you'd be in a difficult position, and my brother would be caught in the middle, making it hard for Tingzhou. Creating such a scene benefits no one.
Why would I be in a difficult position?
Tingzhou asked. She is your cousin. If things escalate, you would certainly have to protect her.
Why should I protect her?
Tingzhou replied coldly, devoid of any sibling affection.
I am weak and powerless.
I cannot protect a blind girl of her size. You may not be able to bind a chicken, but you can certainly handle a venomous snake. Lu Manman puffed her cheeks in frustration, knowing he spoke the truth.
Fine, I'll take responsibility for my friend's misdeeds.
She turned to Shuangxu, but I truly did not instruct them to bully you.
Do you believe me?
Shuangxu scrutinized her for a moment. Lu Manman's gaze was sincere and forthright. Through their interactions, it became clear what kind of person she was. Well protected by her family, she was innocent yet worldly, but not jaded. Though she harbored some jealousy typical among women, her straightforwardness had always been evident. Shuangxu replied, I never doubted you. Lu Manman immediately pouted.
I just think you're not that foolish.
What good would it do for her to stay out all night? Shen Yu would undoubtedly be worried, or he would notice her absence that very night. Even if it didn't rain, he would be compelled to search for her, which would disrupt his proposal ceremony. For Lu Manman, it was a lose-lose situation. Rather than resorting to such petty tactics, she should wish to witness her own happiness with Shen Yu.
Regardless, you believe me.
Lu Manman understood clearly. As the vehicle approached Songming Road, Shuangxu exited the car, and Lu Manman followed, embracing her. Her eagerly anticipated proposal had evaporated, and she narrowly avoided being wronged. Although Shen Yu had not blamed her, his demeanor had left her heartbroken. In her moment of doubt, the person she cherished most had not stood by her side to offer support. The only one who believed in her was, unexpectedly, Shuangxu. As she sniffled, her voice choked with emotion, Xiaojiu, thank you.
Chapter 53.
Brother, wishing you happiness. A few days after returning from Dongyu Mountain, on an evening when Shuangxu was dining at the Shen residence, Fu Yun was earnestly persuading Shen Yu.
Are you not aware of Manman's character?
She would never act in such a manner. You have wronged her. She must feel quite aggrieved. If Shuangxu can trust her, why can't you?
The friends she brought along offended Xiaojiu, and therefore she bears some responsibility.
If that is deemed an injustice to her, then I shall accept my role in wronging her, Shen Yu replied, engrossed in his emails, his gaze fixed on his phone. When I took Xiaojiu out as a child, if she were to accidentally knock over someone else's vase, I would still need to apologize. Shen Yuan typically refrained from opposing Fu Yun unless it was of considerable importance, yet this time he interjected, this matter reflects on one's character. The company you keep reveals much about you. Just look at how Shen Yu and Shuangxu have never associated with dubious individuals. Fu Yun countered, Manman has lived in Lin City her entire life and has few friends in Yan City, which is why she has grown close to them. Though her friends may not be exemplary, her heart is kind. Shen Yuan replied, this is an opportune moment to assess their characters. Whether to continue associating with them is something to consider. She often spends time with Lian, and that crowd is hardly trustworthy. Indeed, the reasoning held merit. Fu Yun's side, after all, Manman is a girl, why not apologize first? What harm could it do to placate her? Shen Yu was the first to notice Shuangxu at the door and set his phone down. You're back. Shuangxu entered, carrying pastries.
Godmother, I made you some osmanthus cake.
She had specially purchased the ingredients and spent the afternoon preparing it, mixing glutinous rice flour with water, sifting it, and layering it in the mold, covering it with fine cloth and steaming it for half an hour. The resulting cake was soft and fragrant, cut into neat squares and adorned with dried osmanthus, making for a delightful presentation. I didn't add any sugar, just paired it with a bowl of osmanthus honey for you to try, she said. Fu Yun's smile was somewhat forced. I can hardly eat. Your brother has hurt Manman's feelings for your sake, and they have been in a cold war for several days now.
Shuangxu set the osmanthus cake down again. Is godmother blaming me? That's not her intention. Your godmother is simply a worrywart. What young people don't argue. Shen Yuan reached for the cake. Let me have a taste. He took a bite and enthusiastically praised, this is truly delightful. Shuangxu's skills surpassed those of the pastry shops. As the conversation drifted, Shuangxu decided to check the pond in hopes of spotting Gui's return, but was met with disappointment. When she returned, she found the living room empty. A dinner was prepared, and she ascended the stairs to summon Fu Yun and Shen Yuan to eat. As she approached the master bedroom, she raised her hand to knock, only to overhear their conversation within. Fu Yun spoke heavily, before Shen Yu marries Manman, it would be best if Shuangxu did not meet him. I'm not blaming her, but this situation arose because of her. Had she not gone, Manman would not have quarreled with Shen Yu. Shen Yu's excessive favoritism towards her has only caused Manman to feel wronged. Who can endure that? Is it truly necessary to be so protective of the child? Shen Yuan disagreed.
Shuangxu was raised by Shen Yu. If she is bullied, who else will protect her? If he were to marry and neglect even his sister, then he would cease to be Shen Yu.
If he continues to protect her, their marriage might be jeopardized by Shuangxu's interference.
The child has done nothing wrong. How can you harbor such suspicions against her? This incident was initiated by Manman's misstep, you are making a mountain out of a molehill.
Don T listened to their nonsense. I have read her diary.
With that declaration from Fu Yun, Shuangxu felt as if someone had struck her heart with a heavy blow. There was no sound, yet the pain was paralyzing.
Shen Yu fell silent in shock.
Hasn't she already caused enough harm to Shen Yu? He raised her, yet she harbors ulterior motives, allowing others to accuse Shen Yu of being a pedophile and a pervert, Fu Yun continued, her voice trailing off into sobs.
Do I not care for her? She is a child I have watched grow. Do I wish to force her away, sending her far from me? Who am I doing this for?
Shuangxu was unaware of how she descended the stairs until she was roused by Wang Sa's voice. Upon seeing her, Wang Sa beamed, proudly presenting the medicinal dish simmering in the pot. Madam called a couple of days ago, having heard you were experiencing abdominal pain during your period. She specifically learned how to make this four-substance soup with angelica, chuanxiong, white peony, and cooked remania perfect for nourishing and replenishing blood. She also instructed to send some to your senior, as her condition requires blood replenishment. Perhaps it was the warmth of the medicinal broth that caused Shuangxu's eyes to feel a bit misty.
Please thank Godmother for me, she said.
You should thank her yourself.
Why have me relay it?
Wang Sa replied with a smile.
I have some urgent matters at work and must stay late.
Wang Sa looked surprised.
Dinner is just about to be served. Are you really going out now? I want to be eating.
Please let Godmother know.
With that, Shuangxu departed under her puzzled gaze. As she stepped outside, she spotted Shen Yu seated in the outdoor pavilion. The night had darkened, and the smoke from his cigarette curled into the air, his silhouette appearing somewhat lonely in the summer breeze.
Shuangxu paused for a moment before approaching him.
Brother.
Shen Yu, lost in thought, extinguished his cigarette and turned to her, his voice as gentle as ever.
What is the matter?
The night breeze was cool, gently caressing Shuangxu's hair like a tender hand.
She said, that incident is truly not Miss Lu's fault. She had been eagerly anticipating your proposal that evening. The rain extinguished the surprise, and she followed you to search for me, running all night. She must have felt quite miserable too. Shen Yu inquired, did mother send you to persuade me?
Shuangxu shook her head. Miss Lu is a wonderful person, cheerful, lively, and straightforward. She had once envied and been jealous of her, but had never harbored any hatred towards her. She genuinely cares for you. The orange glow of the courtyard lights illuminated the depths of Shen Yu's eyes.
After a moment of silence, he asked her, why are you telling me this?
Shuangxu smiled slightly.
Brother, I wish you both happiness.
Chapter 54 Good, I'll reward you upon your return. Frost Sequence chose not to have the driver accompany her.
After departing the Shen residence, she walked along the neat and straight asphalt road for a while. Passing by the Song family's opulent villa, she caught sight of the grand structure illuminated brilliantly against the night sky. She had lived there for a brief period during her childhood, yet it left her with few fond memories. As she strolled past the garden, she paused momentarily, gazing through the fence at the corner where she once used to crouch. It stood empty now, save for the meticulously tended flowers and plants. Had Shen Yu seen her from this very spot back then, a child silently squatting there every day must have seemed quite peculiar. The house was bustling with activity. She had heard that her grandfather had been discharged from the hospital, yet Frost Sequence had not visited since. A servant hurriedly passed by, and upon noticing her standing by the fence, expressed her surprise. Miss Frost Sequence? What brings you here?
Just passing by, Frost Sequence replied, intending to leave. The servant urged, aren't you coming in? The director has returned today, and the old gentleman is home as well.
Frost Sequence continued on her way, then I shall not intrude on their reunion.
She had gone to the hospital to visit Xu Yang, but just as she reached the ward's entrance, she overheard Xu Yang solemnly instructing, this matter must not reach Frost Sequence's ears, do you understand? Little Liao solemnly assured, rest assured, I will not divulge a single word. Frost Sequence abruptly pushed the door open. Inside, she found the two sitting cross-legged on the hospital bed, a large basin of fiery red crayfish placed on the small movable dining table between them, their hands adorned with disposable gloves. Upon her entrance, both turned their greasy faces towards her, momentarily frozen in place. The air in the ward, once serene and quiet, was now infused with the tantalizing aroma of spicy delicacies.
Frost Sequence spoke with an impassive expression, I seem to have arrived at an inopportune moment. Xu Yang immediately pointed at little Liao with a shrimp head, exclaiming, it was all her doing. I merely succumbed to a temptation that anyone might have fallen prey to, bringing such sinful delicacies to the hospital. What were your intentions? Little Liao nearly jumped up, you were the one who said eating the hospital cafeteria's food would drive you to depression. You asked me to bring you something delightful. I asked you to bring it, and you actually did. You should have stopped me from straying down this path. Who threatened to have me dismissed? In a swift turn of events, the two began to hurl accusations at each other in a bid to evade responsibility. Frost Sequence closed the door and walked past them amidst their bickering, both instinctively shielding the basin. Now that it's bought, throwing it away would be a waste of food. She can't eat what I can. I could devour 3 basins on my own. Frost Sequence pulled a chair and sat down. Are there any gloves left? Little Liao promptly handed her a pair of gloves, while Xu Yang tentatively, suspiciously, and cautiously inquired, are you really going to let— However, if you cannot hold on until then, I can always burn the verdict and send it to you. Xu Yang reluctantly removed the gloves. I shan't eat, I must outlive him. The crayfish became Frost Sequence's feast, while Xu Yang retrieved 2 bottles of secretly stashed beer from the cabinet and opened them for the two.
Frost Sequence glanced over, exclaiming in exasperation, "Just these 2 bottles, you two are fortunate." Having skipped dinner, she was genuinely hungry. Little Liao had ordered the spicy flavor. Although she was not particularly fond of spicy food, she dove in, her taste buds stimulated to the point of discomfort yet pleasure.
Shu Yang leaned against the headboard, munching on cucumber, and after a while, unexpectedly asked, "Feeling down?"
Little Liao lifted her greasy face, "I am in high spirits." "Just eat, you fool," Shu Yang remarked, eyeing Frost Sequence, who remained engrossed in her meal. After some time, she remarked, rather off-topic, "I've researched several liquid hydrogen system suppliers. Huifeng Technology in Lin City specializes in medium and small liquid hydrogen tanks and refueling systems. Their representative is eager to collaborate and has invited me to attend next week's Hydrogen Energy Development Summit in Lin City." "Go ahead, you little workaholic," Shu Yang said. "How perceptive I am to have discovered such a treasure." Frost Sequence smiled, peeling the shell off a crayfish, "Cherish me, or you'll come to regret it when I'm gone."
Frost Sequence was to fly to Lin City on a Wednesday afternoon.
She took along the company's technical expert, leaving Little Liao behind in Yen City as Shu Yang's personal dining overseer. The weather in Lin City was splendid, with a clear blue sky. Upon landing at the airport, she noticed a private jet touching down simultaneously through the glass of the jet bridge. As the cabin door opened, a tall and elegant figure descended the stairs, dressed in black attire, legs strikingly long, and wearing sunglasses, descending with a languid stride. From a distance, she could not discern clearly, but the aura seemed reminiscent of He Tingzhou. Frost Sequence first escorted the expert to their hotel, where the company's travel standards were not extravagant. She personally booked 2 executive suites. While checking in at the front desk, the expert, carrying a backpack, shyly remarked, "President Song, it's not right for you to spend so much."
"Why should I feel awkward?"
"You are the invaluable treasure of Feishui. Your worth far exceeds that of a mere executive suite," she replied. The expert's face flushed slightly, and Frost Sequence chuckled, "Let us go." As they entered the elevator, a uniformed hotel bellhop wheeled in a luggage cart bearing a black suitcase. The bellhop greeted her with a smile, to which Frost Sequence politely nodded before averting her gaze. Their rooms were on the 7th floor, and after disembarking the elevator, the bellhop continued to the top floor suite to deliver luggage. Meetings with Huifeng were scheduled for the following 2 days. After placing her luggage in her room and changing into a fresh outfit, she planned to take a stroll that evening. She extended a courteous invitation to the expert, who, suffering from acute social anxiety, preferred to remain in the hotel. Frost Sequence did not press the matter and set out alone.
As soon as she entered the vehicle, the driver inquired, "Are you a tourist, beautiful lady?" Curious, Frost Sequence asked, "How could you tell? Do I not look like a local?"
"Our discerning eyes have been honed through experience. The moment you stepped out with that expression, I knew you were a visitor." Locals view their city as they would a weary spouse. They have long grown tired of it, lacking any sense of novelty.
This analogy, though somewhat crude, struck a chord.
Nonetheless, as she inquired about interesting places, the driver enthusiastically shared a plethora of local attractions and specialties throughout the journey. In contrast to Yen City's rich historical ambience, Lin City felt younger, trendier, and more relaxed. She dined at a local specialty restaurant, wandered leisurely through the streets, and returned to the hotel by 9 o'clock. Little Liao sent her a video, pointing at Shu Yang on the hospital bed, declaring, "Little boss, I officially report that she is attempting to sneak in takeout again."
Shu Yang pointed back at her, "Just you wait. Your threats are futile.
The little boss has declared that I am in charge now, and you cannot dismiss me. I am now an imperial envoy, tasked with a mission." As she entered the elevator, Frost Sequence was engrossed in her phone. She smiled and responded to Little Liao with a voice message, "Good. I'll reward you upon your return." Having spent several years abroad, her character had become more reserved and serene. In contrast, during the carefree days spent with Shen Yu years ago, she had been quite cheerful. Her round, almond-shaped eyes sparkled sweetly when she smiled, her voice soft and melodic, each word infused with a lyrical quality. Only after speaking did she notice someone else in the elevator. Lifting her gaze from her phone, she met He Tingzhou's penetrating stare. He stood with his hands in his pockets, his dark eyes glancing at her phone, catching a glimpse of the chat window displaying a man's chiseled abs. The contact name read Little Liao, Chapter 55. A myriad of tastes. Shuangxu was somewhat taken aback, recalling the silhouette she had spotted from afar at the airport. She had not shallow, vulgar, and with ulterior motives. "Oh." Shuangxu turned to stand to his left front. As the elevator ascended, noting his disinterest in conversation, she refrained from initiating dialogue, standing quietly beside him.
After a few moments of silence, He Tingzhou's indifferent voice broke through, casually inquiring, "Did you come alone?"
"I have a subordinate with me," Shuangxu replied. He Tingzhou fell silent once more upon reaching the 7th floor. As Shuangxu stepped out, he leisurely.
She detected the mockery in his tone, but failed to grasp the reason behind it. "Is there a problem?"
This floor housed executive suites. Only those at the director level or above in the Yundun group were afforded such travel standards. Feishui, a struggling company barely making ends meet, would certainly not book executive suites for ordinary employees. Thus, it was highly likely they were sharing accommodations. Leaning against the elevator wall, the warm-toned lighting cast upon He Tingzhou's face, yet his demeanor exuded a chilly nonchalance. "How come I don't have a generous boss like you?"
"But you are your own boss.
You could afford to be a bit more generous to your subordinates," Shuangxu retorted, suppressing her irritation before turning to exit. Back in her room, as she showered, the memory of He Tingzhou's gaze inexplicably resurfaced. She couldn't articulate why, but her previously pleasant mood suddenly felt stifled. She could not comprehend why He Tingzhou consistently treated her with such sardonic disdain. He had assisted her, rescued her, yet each time she believed their relationship had grown closer, she was inevitably jolted back to reality, reminded not to harbor misplaced feelings. Never mind that He Tingzhou was not someone she could consider a friend. The following morning, the liaison from Huifeng Technology had yet to make contact. As the appointed time approached, Shuangxu proactively dialed their number, only to encounter a busy line. An hour later, she still hadn't managed to reach anyone from Huifeng. Such uncommunicative neglect was the very behavior Shuangxu detested, and she furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Fei Shuai had faced similar situations before, and her experience was extensive. Dishan voiced his concerns. Do you think they no longer wish to collaborate? Shuangxu, no longer willing to wait idly, summoned a vehicle. Let us head to their office. Upon arriving at the industrial park housing Huifeng Technology, they inquired after the responsible client director. The secretary informed them, Director Zhang is currently occupied with a client, please wait a moment. That moment extended to nearly an hour. Glancing at her watch, Shuangxu rose to approach the secretary. Has Director Zhang finished with his client? I'm sorry, but Director Zhang had an urgent matter and has already left, she replied. Silently, Shuangxu fixed her gaze upon the secretary, causing her to flush with embarrassment. I did inform him, but he insisted on addressing something urgent and left in quite a hurry, the secretary stammered. Such matters were beyond the purview of a mere secretary, and Shuangxu recognized that pressing her would be futile. Please convey to Director Zhang that integrity is fundamental in business. If there are hesitations regarding collaboration or if they wish to withdraw, such matters ought to be communicated prior to our arrival, rather than being left waiting and treated as a mere plaything. Shuangxu continued, since you insisted on inviting us here, I will send you the invoices for the airfare and hotel expenses shortly. Kindly arrange for reimbursement. After departing from Huifeng, Dishan lamented, why do we always encounter such situations? It feels like a fruitless endeavor. As they stood by the roadside awaiting a vehicle, Shuangxu gazed at the distant blue sky and towering buildings, maintaining her calm demeanor. One must traverse winding paths. It is not entirely in vain. Tomorrow is the Hydrogen Energy Development Summit. Attending it might yield unexpected benefits. How come you're not angry? Dishan asked. If it were Director Shu, she would have exploded by now. Repressed anger can manifest as knots within the body. Senior sister is much more carefree than I. Upon returning to the hotel, faithfully, they encountered He Tingzhou at the entrance. A long Rolls-Royce was parked at the hotel's entrance, and He Tingzhou donned a charcoal gray suit, notably fastened with meticulous precision, his tie perfectly knotted. His assistant, Suzhin, had already opened the car door, and he was about to step inside. Shuangxu wavered between greeting him politely and deliberately ignoring him, when she inadvertently stumbled over the carpet. Dishan quickly steadied her by the arm. Hey, be careful. I'm fine. Shuangxu straightened herself, noticing that He Tingzhou had already taken note of them. But he stood by the car, the custom black paint accentuating his chiseled features, his cold, sharp black eyes casually sweeping over Shuangxu. He then shifted his gaze down her arm to the man beside her. His attire was devoid of taste, a shirt tucked into jeans, a student-like black backpack slung over his shoulders, and round black glasses perched on his nose, with a head full of woolly curls. Apart from his fair complexion, a result of seldom seeing sunlight, and slightly refined features, he was unremarkable. Throw him into any university and he could easily blend in with 20 others. Noticing He Tingzhou's scrutiny linger on the newcomer for several seconds, Suzhin glanced in that direction as well, promptly elucidating the newcomer's background to He Tingzhou. The person accompanying Shuangxu on this business trip was a prodigious talent, having gained admission to Yenqing University at the tender age of. His surname was Chang, a rather uncommon name, Cherished, known affectionately as Dishan by Fei Shuai's employees. He was the pride of Fei Shuai, with the sole flaw of being socially anxious. When Chen Peiran parted ways with Xu Yang, he was the first individual she wished to take along. It was said she made a dozen calls and sent dozens of lengthy voice messages, ultimately driving Dishan to block her at 3 in the morning. He Tingzhou remained silent, his gaze fixed on the approaching duo. Just as Shuangxu was about to extend a greeting, He Tingzhou's critical eyes returned to her, uttering ambiguously, your tastes are truly ever-changing. Chapter 56, returning to collect you in the evening. What? Shuangxu was perplexed. He Tingzhou replied, it's nothing, just praising you. Shuangxu was skeptical. He could hardly believe that he could utter words of flattery. She intended to introduce the two of them, but upon turning around, she found the godlike figure standing a considerable distance away. The company never compelled him to partake in these activities unless absolutely necessary, and this business trip was no exception, as it involved technical matters. Seeing his evident reluctance, she abandoned the idea of an introduction. He is our company's technical director, but he suffers from social anxiety, so I shall refrain from introducing you. He Tingzhou jested, your company is rather small yet boasts an abundance of deities, an average of 1 director per person? Shuangxu felt a twinge of displeasure. There isn't an average of directors. There is only this one technical director. He is the cornerstone of our company, and the flight control system you were so taken with was programmed by him. Quite the defender. He Tingzhou cast a cool, appraising glance at the reclusive gentleman, slender and frail, barely able to manage 20 push-ups, let alone develop any semblance of abs. How is it that President Song remains so easily deceived? Before me, he was rather astute, employing his intellect solely to deal with me. Shuangxu was utterly baffled, unable to comprehend his words. Others are not like you, always bullying me. He Tingzhou leaned against the car door and inquired, how have I bullied you? The way he languidly enunciated the two words infused them with a hint of intimacy, while Suzhin, standing nearby, exhibited remarkable professionalism, lowering his head and focusing his gaze elsewhere. Shuangxu wisely chose to end the conversation, stating, I shall be heading back now. Without waiting for Hitingzhou's response, she quickly ascended the steps, and the anxious gentleman hurried to catch up, the two of them entering the hotel side by side. The following day, the Hydrogen Energy Development Summit was held at the convention center. This summit assembled leading enterprises and experts in the hydrogen energy sector, and Shuangxu regarded it with utmost seriousness, arriving early alongside the gentleman. In such industrial settings, women, particularly attractive ones, are often a rarity. As Shuangxu entered, clad in professional attire, she immediately drew numerous gazes. A man approached her, eager to engage in conversation upon learning that their company also dealt with liquid hydrogen supply. However, it was evident that his interest lay not in the flight control system. When she inquired about their lightweight low-temperature liquid hydrogen storage tank, he asked, "How old are you this year? You look as though you haven't graduated yet. Which school do you attend?" She posed questions regarding storage and transportation issues, while he remarked, "Miss Song, you are so beautiful, how come you are still single?" It felt like speaking to a brick wall. Under his burning gaze, she lost both interest and patience for the exchange. If I were unattractive, would my single status be justified? Ah, that's not what I meant. He retrieved his phone. Your company requires low-temperature liquid hydrogen supply, right? Add me on WeChat, and we can find an opportunity to discuss it further. No, thank you. I prefer not to collaborate with unprofessional individuals. As she turned away, she spotted President Zhang from Huifeng Technology, accompanied by several representatives from Xinjiang. Observing their lively conversation, she instantly understood why she had been stood up the previous day. After Xinjiang lost to Feishuan in their collaboration with Yundun Group, they were now attempting to snatch a supplier right here. Upon noticing her, the Xinjiang representatives wore smug and mocking expressions. President Song, I heard you were left in the lurch by Huifeng yesterday. What a coincidence. President Zhang was discussing cooperation with us at that time and couldn't spare you a moment. Shuangxu replied nonchalantly, there are other liquid hydrogen suppliers. If Huifeng doesn't work out, I shall seek another. If you enjoy chasing after Feishua, by all means, continue. Let's see how long you can keep it up. President Zhang looked slightly embarrassed, hesitant to meet her gaze, and once the Xinjiang representatives departed, he privately apologized. I sincerely apologize, President Song. I didn't intend to leave you hanging. I truly was unable to find the time yesterday. Shuangxu interrupted. Until a formal contract is signed, you have the right to choose. I completely understand. However, there is no need for such insincere words. You must eat, drink, and even use the restroom throughout the day. No matter how busy you are, you can always spare a moment to send a message. To be honest, I am genuinely interested in collaborating with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to invite you here. However, they reached out to me, willing to facilitate an introduction to Director Fan from Yundun Group. As you know, Yundun Group's positioning within the hydrogen energy industry is unparalleled by other enterprises. Besides the drone sector, they have projects involving liquid hydrogen heavy-duty trucks and medium to large liquid hydrogen aircraft. Establishing a long-term partnership would greatly benefit our company's development. After listening, Shuangxu found it rather amusing. Had you not cancelled yesterday, you would have realized the extensive circle you've been let in. Feishua's client is Yundun Group. Then Xinjiang, they are merely stringing you along, Shuangxu asserted. You fell for it faster than a monkey. President Zhang stood there, utterly dumbfounded, still reeling from the revelation when Su Jin, impeccably dressed, approached Shuangxu with utmost respect, stating, Miss Song. Clad in a tailored three-piece dark gray suit, impeccably fitted, his form was elegant and unwrinkled from shoulder to waist to leg, the tie was fastened in a refined prince's knot, and the pocket square matched his shirt, exuding an air of grandeur from head to toe. His tall and striking figure was conspicuous, as was his status, with President Feng and a host of related leaders and experts gathered around him. Unlike Shen Yu, who adhered to etiquette and gentlemanly conduct, Hitingzhou was indifferent to anyone's esteem. The reverence and flattery from those surrounding him elicited little more than a dismissive glance, his haughty gaze sweeping across half the venue before beckoning her with a single finger. Led by Su Jin, Shuangxu found herself the focus of attention as all eyes turned toward her. Scrutinizing, she was somewhat perplexed as to why Hitingzhou had summoned her. Was he truly inclined to introduce her? He was hardly that benevolent. Upon approaching, Hitingzhou's previously indifferent demeanor transformed as the crowd quieted in anticipation. He introduced her, stating, This is my partner. Shuangxu was taken aback. It was the first time she had heard such an introduction. Why would an ordinary partner warrant his special invitation? Everyone understood the unique status of this partner and treated Shuangxu with courtesy and warmth. She politely engaged, smiling as she stood beside Hitingzhou, benefiting from his presence, and soon found herself inundated with business cards from various representatives, including those from liquid hydrogen suppliers of even greater renown than Huifeng. President Feng expressed interest in the liquid hydrogen drones produced by Feishua, and despite the gentleman's social anxiety, once the conversation turned to drones and flight control systems, he transformed into an eloquent speaker, articulating complex terminology that would bewilder the average listener, exuding the charm of an intellectual. Such a rare talent was hard for the gathered entrepreneurs to overlook, and they praised Hitingzhou for his discerning eye. Shuangxu mused to herself, what does that have to do with him? This is our company's technical director, Changshi as well. The surname Chang? Hitingzhou raised an eyebrow, then who was surnamed Liao? Shuangxu looked at him curiously. My assistant, you met her, she accompanied my senior on the day of the signing. Hitingzhou had no recollection, but he remembered that there were 2 women that day. Once the meeting formally commenced, someone thoughtfully rearranged her seating in the front row, placing her right next to Hitingzhou. She listened intently to the presentations, occasionally jotting down notes, her arms resting on the table, as serious as if attending a class.
It was only after the meeting concluded that she gathered her belongings, preparing to leave with the gentleman. He Tingzhou's cool gaze swept over the socially awkward director who had been tailing her throughout, and he spoke with feigned politeness, heading back? I have a few questions regarding your flight control system, Director Chang. Let us have dinner together tonight and discuss. The gentleman froze, instinctively casting a desperate look toward Shuangxu. Without hesitation, she replied, I'm sorry, President He. He is quite socially anxious and not accustomed to face-to-face conversations. If you have any queries, I can compile the information and send it to you. How unfortunate. He Tingzhou had somehow taken her pen, twirling it between his long, elegant fingers. I prefer not to read. I only enjoy face-to-face discussions. Shuangxu pursed her lips, contemplating for a moment. Could I speak with you instead? He Tingzhou regarded her for a few seconds before methodically capping the pen and returning it to her. All right then. I shall come to collect you in the evening. Chapter 57. It dressed so beautifully. Are you going on a date? In the evening, Sujin sent a message to Shuangxu half an hour in advance, informing her of their arrival time at the hotel and the dinner venue. It was an upscale restaurant, prompting Shuangxu to change into a more formal dress and apply a subtle makeup. Dressed appropriately, she descended on time, finding He Tingzhou's car already parked at the hotel entrance. Sujin respectfully opened the car door for her, and as she entered, He Tingzhou glanced sideways at her, momentarily pausing as his gaze fell upon her. The sleeveless dress she wore was elegantly simple, its clean and precise cut perfectly accentuating her curves. The color was a delicate ice blue, exuding a sense of purity. As she bent to enter the vehicle, her feet adorned with matching strappy high heels showcased her dainty ankles, adding to her graceful appearance. Her makeup was understated, with a nude peach lipstick, and two lustrous white pearls dangled from her ears, subtly glimmering amidst her dark hair. Once settled inside, she noticed He Tingzhou's gaze lingering on her. Accustomed to a casual demeanor, he eschewed formality, having removed his tie and loosened two buttons at his collar. After the summit, Shuangxu returned his stare, feeling an inexplicable flutter in her heart as she prepared to speak. He Tingzhou, however, resumed his nonchalant facade, remarking, dressed so beautifully, are you going on a date? Given that he had chosen such a formal restaurant, was it not basic courtesy to dress appropriately? Shuangxu felt as though he insinuated she had dressed up with ulterior motives, turning her face away to clarify, this is merely my most ordinary dress. If you find it too beautiful, it is simply because I am naturally stunning. He Tingzhou chuckled lightly, a sound that resonated in Shuangxu's ears as a subtle mockery. What was so amusing, she was indeed beautiful, yet, He Tingzhou likely disagreed. He preferred the allure of a more seductive charm, akin to that captivating beauty in a cheapao, who could ensnare one's very bones with a mere glance. Shuangxu understood this all too well. What man did not appreciate such allure? He Tingzhou retrieved the tie he had carelessly tossed aside and meticulously retied it as he slowly formed a knot, pushing his fingers down towards his collarbone. The car began to move, and he commented, you look lovely in blue. The restaurant exuded a refined ambience, with a band playing melodious violin pieces, and the cuisine was markedly superior to the establishment she had visited 2 days prior. Occupied with work, she inquired during their meal, which aspect of the flight control system do you have questions about? He Tingzhou, deftly using his chopsticks, meticulously picked out the scallions from the eggplant dish her grandmother had prepared, one by one. Does your company enjoy using work as a side dish? You might as well consume the data directly, saving on the expenses of a shredder. Were it not for his insistence on dining together to discuss matters, who would relish the idea of socializing with clients after hours? If he was reluctant to converse now, they could only wait until after the meal. Observing his patient actions, Shuangxu found herself wanting to inquire further. If you don't eat scallions, why include them? He Tingzhou retorted, just because I don't eat them, doesn't mean they get to be lazy. Fine. Once He Tingzhou finished his meal and laid down his chopsticks, Shuangxu had been waiting for quite some time. She retrieved a thick stack of documents she had brought along, bracing herself to face the inquiries of their client. He Tingzhou, witnessing her singular focus on work and her earnest demeanor, smirked, why only present them now? Taken aback by his unexpected jab, Shuangxu replied, weren't you the one who wanted to eat first? The waiter brought over the bill, and He Tingzhou signed it with elegant strokes, his fingers long and graceful. After completing the transaction, he looked up, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth, stating, I'm tired from dining, let us discuss it next time. The client was indeed He Tingzhou. Shuangxu silently repeated this in her mind, calmly placing the documents back into her bag. Shuangxu? Hearing her name, she looked up to see Bai Qingmei waving at them from a distance, her smile radiant as she approached. Qingmei Jia, Shuangxu exclaimed in surprise. Why didn't you invite me when you came to Lincheng? I know this place well. I'm here on business, Shuangxu replied. Bai Qingmei glanced at He Tingzhou. Did you come together? Not exactly, Shuangxu clarified. I'm here to assess suppliers, and Tingzhou happened to attend the Hydrogen Energy Development Summit, so we coincidentally crossed paths. To think such a small summit could lure you here in person, Bai Qingmei remarked. It seems Yundan is rather idle lately. He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow, his demeanor languid, mind your own business. How about I hand the company over to you? He was equally unreserved with everyone. Shuangxu quickly interjected, hydrogen energy is a burgeoning sector in the energy industry, Yundan is very invested in this area. Ah, Bai Qingmei smiled knowingly. Before Shuangxu could decipher the implication, she shifted the topic, have you finished your meal? Since you're here, let me treat you to drinks. Shuangxu glanced at He Tingzhou, concerned he might prefer not to join the two women. If that were the case, she would suggest he return on his own. Before she could voice this thought, He Tingzhou misinterpreted her expression. Is President Song in a hurry to return to the hotel? Is someone waiting for you? No, not at all, Shuangxu replied. I'm not in a rush to go back. He Tingzhou, seemingly indifferent, stood up and picked up his coat. Then let us go. Bai Qingmei summoned a few close friends. Upon seeing him, Bai Qingmei embraced his waist, affectionately calling him Gidge. Shuangxu turned back and observed Zhou Zhengan, a man typically serious and composed, yet gentle as he leaned down to converse with her. She watched for a few seconds before discreetly averting her gaze. Zhou Zhengan took a glass of wine and approached He Tingzhou, while Shuangxu joined Bai Qingmei and her friends for drinks and lively conversation. The group was friendly and boisterous, and Shuangxu felt like a timid rabbit caught in a den of wolves, as they urged her to drink more and eventually pulled her onto the dance floor. The music in the club was deafening, shaking the very floor beneath them, and the air was thick with the scent of alcohol. Before long, she felt dizzy. After a brief exchange with Bai Qingmei, she excused herself from the dance floor, navigating through the raucous crowd to the restroom to splash some water on her face, hoping to regain her composure. Having dried her hands, she stepped out, only to encounter a couple engrossed in a passionate embrace in the hallway. The woman had one leg wrapped around the man, and the scene was quite fervent. This fiery tableau startled Shuangxu, causing her to halt abruptly. Frozen in place, the couple blocked the exit, completely oblivious to their surroundings, lost in their own world as though they were in the privacy of their bedroom. This was, after all, the restroom, bustling with people. Could they not find a more discreet location? Upon entering, there had been no such sight, yet in mere moments, her exit was obstructed. Perhaps due to the alcohol dulling her reflexes, and caught off guard, Shuangxu stood there, momentarily dazed, when suddenly a hand reached around her from behind, covering her eyes. He Tingzhou's languid voice descended from above her. What unsightly things are you looking at? Chapter 58 I. Overindulged Shuangxu instinctively reached for He Tingzhou's hand, and at that moment, a woman's voice called out, causing her to grip tighter. He Tingzhou's hand was warm, perhaps due to having just washed it, the coolness of the water contrasting with the heat, enveloping her palm in a wave of warmth. His fingers were long and firm, their strength palpable. Realizing her clasp, she quickly released the fingers she had tightly held. With her eyes covered, the sounds of the couple's passionate entanglement seeped into her ears, proving no better than witnessing the scene itself. The man had long been aware of the presence of others, and upon noticing the exceptionally beautiful girl beside a man even more handsome than himself, he seemed to intensify his performance. If He Tingzhou were to remove his hand from her eyes, she would be confronted with the brazenly wild tableau. Yet, maintaining her current position, with his hand shielding her eyes while listening to the live broadcast, felt even more peculiar. At a loss, Shuangxu hesitated for a moment before deciding to turn her back to the scene. As her eyes were released from the confines of He Tingzhou's palm, his crisp white shirt came into view, starkly neat and pressed, bathed in the bar's deliberately dim and ambiguous lighting, which bestowed upon it a gilded texture. Upon glancing up, she met He Tingzhou's gaze. His eyes hanging low, those orbs were deep and unfathomable, akin to a bottomless abyss, and as she sensed the proximity, she instinctively wished to step back. However, He Tingzhou's arm encircled her waist, drawing her back without a word. The sudden contact rendered Shuangxu rigid, her breath momentarily caught off guard, before she heard him say, "What, do you wish to join them?" "I do not." She felt out of sorts, her mind foggy from the alcohol, silently pushing away that solid arm from her waist. He Tingzhou tucked his hands into his pockets, resuming his nonchalant demeanor. She ceased her fidgeting, fixating on the area of his shirt where the buttons met, still acutely aware of his gaze, as it drifted feather-like across her face. With each inch traversed, traces were left behind. He Tingzhou's deep voice descended lazily. "Song Shuangxu, your ears have turned red." His words, though innocuous, ignited her ears as if set ablaze, the heat surging uncontrollably upwards, rendering her cheeks equally vulnerable. Could she be blamed? What normal person could remain composed when forced to witness such lewdness? Oh, but he could. "I've had too much to drink," she feigned calmness. "Is that so?" He Tingzhou raised his hand and gestured a peace sign in front of her. "How many is this?" Shuangxu opened her eyes to respond. 3. He Tingzhou suddenly burst into laughter, the resonance vibrating through his chest, and due to their close proximity, Shuangxu felt that tremors subtly transfer to her. The restroom corridor was narrow, obstructed by the couple entangled in each other, leaving only a slender space to squeeze through. Yet, she had no desire to approach them, nor to utter a polite "excuse me." Were it not for He Tingzhou's presence, she might have managed to maintain her composure. Instead, his presence only deepened her embarrassment. He Tingzhou, unfazed, appeared to revel in the awkwardness of the situation. In this uncomfortable predicament, Shuangxu held her ground for a moment before deciding it would be better to retreat to the restroom. However, on her way back, she found her path blocked by He Tingzhou. "Could you please move?" she murmured. "I need to pass." He Tingzhou's dark lashes hung low as he silently regarded her for a moment before stepping aside to clear the way. Once inside the restroom, He Tingzhou cast a glance at the couple still lost in their fervor, his indifferent gaze laced with icy disdain. If they love to perform so much, why not take it to the stage outside? The man, "How shameless of you to embarrass yourself here. If I were you, I'd have been neutered at 3 to spare myself the humiliation of growing up with such insecurity." The man's sensitive spot had been struck, his face paling as he recognized He Tingzhou's towering stature, realizing he could not afford to lose face any further.
He hastily pulled up his pants, muttering profanities as he exited. The woman, having rarely encountered someone so strikingly handsome, appraised He Tingzhou with lingering eyes, throwing him flirtatious glances. He Tingzhou merely raised an eyebrow, his response cold and dismissive. Wipe the floor clean. Now leave. Shuangxu occupied herself with games in the restroom to pass the time, only emerging once she felt sufficient time had elapsed. Outside, tranquility had returned, both the couple and He Tingzhou had vanished, and she released a sigh of relief. Upon her return to the private room, Bai Qingmei and the others had yet to arrive, leaving her to sip her drink alone. Initially, she believed she was only slightly inebriated, lucid enough to attend a meeting, but after a brief interval, she began to feel lightheaded and somewhat drowsy. Propping her chin up, she dozed off several times, her awareness gradually blurring. Bai Qingmei called her name a couple of times, but to no avail. Has Shuangxu gotten drunk? She hardly drank anything. Zhou Shengyan glanced at the bottle on the table. She must have picked the wrong drink. This one has a serious kick. Shuangxu could hear voices as if they were muffled by a layer of glass, indistinct and distant. Suddenly, something tightened around her waist, pulling her away. Her consciousness was muddled, yet her survival instinct surged fiercely, compelling her to struggle against the bindings. Laughter echoed nearby. She seems like such a demure girl, yet she's causing quite the ruckus after drinking too much. He Tingzhou, gripping her waist, glanced down at his. To Shuangxu, it felt as though she had been lifted into the air, swaying as if floating upon the surface of the sea. Following her instinct to survive, she wrapped her arms around the sturdy support, clinging to it for security. Su Zhang was already waiting outside the bar and promptly opened the rear door. He Tingzhou set her down onto the seat, yet as he attempted to straighten, she tightened her grip around his neck, coiling around him like a vine. He Tingzhou braced himself against the car door, maintaining a bent posture to peer at her. She lay oblivious, as if embracing merely a pillow. Behind them, the bar's cacophony faded into the distance, while the quiet street saw the occasional vehicle pass by, headlights flashing briefly. As the car traversed a speed bump, it jolted slightly, causing Shuangxu to groggily open her eyes, her gaze landing on the window. The night was alive with splendor, neon lights racing by, coalescing into a vibrant film. Her eyelids fluttered slowly, shutting and reopening, and with a moment's contemplation, her hazy mind regained a modicum of clarity. This angle, the texture of this seat. Suddenly, she tensed, turning her head in slow motion to behold a sharp jawline, followed by a prominent nose and a pair of dark, profound eyes. Awake now, princess? Startled like a frightened cat, she instantly sprang from He Tingzhou's embrace, her inebriated body slipping downwards. He Tingzhou's knee nudged her upwards, securing her legs and pulling her back into his grasp. What, did my legs suddenly sprout thorns? Chapter 59. Weeping and wailing, insisting on being held. The recent turmoil had caused her heart to race violently, beating so fervently that her thoughts became entangled, akin to dough being whipped at high speed in a bread maker, her rationality shattered before it could even take shape. Why are you holding me? She accused first. He Tingzhou replied, shall we revisit the footage from the security camera at the bar entrance to see who was weeping and wailing, insisting on being held? At that moment, Shuangxu's mind felt entirely liquid, rendering her unable to discern the truth of his words, and she shook her head in immediate denial. It wasn't me. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Shuangxu noticed someone in the passenger seat ahead. It was Assistant Su. Su Zhang, what does that have to do with me? He Tingzhou was taken aback that she would shift the blame even while intoxicated. Do you think he would dare? I wouldn't dare either. Why wouldn't you dare? You're too wicked, Shuangxu confessed candidly. Outside the vehicle, fleeting lights illuminated He Tingzhou's slightly raised eyebrow. What wickedness do you speak of? There was too much to recount, it would take volumes. Shuangxu, perched upon him, felt utterly uncomfortable and instinctively pressed her hand against his chest. He Tingzhou's voice dropped to a low murmur. Where are you touching? She quickly withdrew her hand, murmuring an apology, only to brace herself on the side of his seat. As she began to rise, her head struck the car roof with a soft thud, prompting her to exclaim, ouch, while she cradled her head and settled back down. Stop fidgeting, He Tingzhou admonished. Strange sounds and rustlings emerged from the back seat, while the driver gripped the steering wheel with white knuckles, too apprehensive to glance back. His eyes darted sideways to the passenger seat, where Su Zhang remained unfazed, his composure unwavering, as if nothing were amiss. He mused internally, no wonder he is the chief assistant, his psychological fortitude is remarkable. Shuangxu's skirt became a hindrance as she awkwardly navigated over the central armrest, climbing onto the empty seat on the other side. Fortunately, the darkness of the car concealed her flushed cheeks. Fearing her muddled state might lead her to act inappropriately towards He Tingzhou, she fought against her drowsiness to stay alert. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, she unfastened her seatbelt and stepped out, her legs feeling as though they were treading on clouds, her head heavy and her feet light. He Tingzhou approached from the opposite side, leaning down to inquire, would you like me to carry you? Shuangxu quickly steadied her mind, striving to solidify the liquid thoughts swirling within. I can walk by myself. He Tingzhou merely raised an eyebrow, withholding any further comment. She ventured towards the hotel, her brain seemingly too distant to register her own footsteps, each step taken with deliberate effort, yet remarkably steady. Fortunately, she was not He Tingzhou trailed behind her, observing her legs sway, yet each step she took was resolute as if she were marching. As she approached the stairs, she exercised caution, but her legs seemed to have a mind of their own, rebelling against her will. When her body swayed, He Tingzhou instinctively reached out to steady her. She pushed his hand away, refusing his assistance. He Tingzhou withdrew his hand, pocketing it, and escorted her to the door of her room. Shuangxu lowered her gaze, rummaging through her bag for the room key. Where's my bag?
She patted herself down, then turned to Yi Tingzhou with wide, innocent eyes. I've lost my bag. Feigning concern, Yi Tingzhou inquired, where did you last see it? I have no idea, Shuangxu replied, her expression blank. He mimicked her tone, elongating his words. If you don't know, how can I help you look? With that, Shuangxu retraced her steps down the corridor, her eyes scanning the carpet in search of her lost bag. She continued her search into the elevator, descending to the lobby. Seeing her inebriated state, the staff approached with the utmost courtesy. Madam, what are you looking for? May I assist you? I'm looking for my bag. The staff glanced at the man who trailed behind her, then lowered their gaze to the white handbag in his possession. Madam, what color is your bag? Though her head spun, she appeared surprisingly lucid, responding clearly, white. The staff member hesitated, glancing once more at the striking gentleman residing in the penthouse suite, who leisurely carried her bag while accompanying her in her search, and cautiously asked, Mr. Do you require our assistance? Yi Tingzhou replied nonchalantly, what do you think? The staff understood his implication and discreetly withdrew. Meanwhile, Shuangxu continued her aimless search, stumbling out through the revolving doors of the hotel, bending down to scour the lawn, and peering into the fountain. Yi Tingzhou followed closely behind, feigning concern. Have you asked that fish? What did it say? Shuangxu regarded him with a look that conveyed her disbelief. It can't talk. Yi Tingzhou chuckled softly. Are you truly sober? I am sober. Shuangxu insisted immediately. Yet, the act of bending down seemed to amplify the effects of the alcohol, and she felt her head spinning, prompting her to sit beside a flowerbed. Yi Tingzhou supported the back of her head as she swayed backward, and she instantly felt as if resting on a pillow, the weight of her head surrendering to his palm. Yi Tingzhou inquired gently, are you done searching? I can't find it, she murmured, her vision swirling, exhaustion overtaking her, yearning for sleep. What shall we do then? Yi Tingzhou remarked casually, I suppose you'll have to sleep here in the flowerbed under the leaves. Shuangxu immediately shook her head, her movements causing her head to spin even more. She felt a wave of nausea and instinctively grasped his sleeve. No. Oh, Yi Tingzhou feigned benevolence, though he was quite the devious rogue. Then shall we return to my room? Shuangxu attempted to deliberate, but her cognitive, well then, perhaps it wouldn't matter if she succumbed to slumber. Struggling to keep her eyelids open, they finally succumbed to fatigue, resting against his palm, her last vestige of vigilance dissolving into a haze of consciousness. Don't bully me. Yi Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. Isn't it a bit late for that warning? No response. Have you fallen asleep? Yi Tingzhou gently lifted her wrist, and she truly surrendered to slumber, her unguarded head resting on his hand, her soft black hair cascading into his palm. Shuangxu was roused by the sound of a computer alert. The heavy curtains kept the light at bay, and as she awakened from her deep slumber, her mind remained foggy. Instinctively following the sound, she descended from the bed, located her bag on the table, and retrieved her phone to answer the call. A middle-aged woman's voice came through. Is this General Song? Yes, it is, Shuangxu replied, gradually regaining her clarity. Who is this? The caller's tone was polite. My surname is Foam, from Anyang Low Temperature Technology. We met at the summit yesterday. I am quite interested in your company's liquid hydrogen drone project. I wonder if General Song is available for a discussion today? Certainly. Shuangxu arranged a time with her, noting it on a sticky note. After hanging up, she sat on the edge of the bed, allowing her memories of the previous night to gradually resurface. She couldn't recall how she had ended up in the car, but the subsequent events were somewhat clearer. For instance, she awoke in the vehicle, surprisingly seated on Yi Tingzhou's lap. Furthermore, she recalled how he had held her bag while assisting her in her search. Overcome with embarrassment at her own foolishness, she buried her face in her hands, wishing for a place to hide. After a moment, she looked around. She was in her own room. Lowering her gaze, she noted she was still clad in the same dress from yesterday. Fortunately, Yi Tingzhou had not taken advantage of her vulnerability. Chapter 60 A fear of disturbance. When intoxicated, Anyang Technology, an esteemed and established public enterprise, possesses a deeper foundation and a more stable approach compared to emerging tech companies like Huifeng. Anyang previously engaged in extensive collaboration with Yundan, and its general manager is a competent woman with a short hairstyle. Thanks to Yi Tingzhou, during yesterday's summit, Shuangxu exchanged business cards with her, and during their conversation, General Manager Foam expressed great admiration for her. In the afternoon, Shuangxu was invited to the Anyang headquarters, where General Manager Feng personally hosted her and guided her on a tour of the factory. She is a straightforward individual, and after reviewing the project materials from Feishue, she decided on the spot to sign the contract. Shuangxu was somewhat taken aback. Do you not need to deliberate a bit more? General Manager Feng chuckled. It is our honor at Anyang to collaborate on a project that General he has recognized. Having the support of a formidable ally certainly brings advantages, and it seems she is once again benefiting from Yi Tingzhou's influence. After signing the contract, Shuangxu returned to the hotel with the esteemed individual. On the way, she inquired, I would like to invite Brother Tingzhou to dinner this evening to express my gratitude for his assistance. Would you like to join us? The esteemed individual firmly declined. I would prefer to order takeout at the hotel.
Shuangxu understood. The esteemed individual hesitated and remarked, I have a feeling that General he does not particularly like me. Shuangxu smiled reassuringly, trust me, it is not a reflection of you. He holds a general disdain for everyone. She first messaged Su Zheng to inquire about Yitingzhou's schedule for the evening. Upon arriving at the hotel, Su Zheng replied, frowny-faced General he has no engagements tonight and is currently at the hotel. Miss Song may inquire with him directly. As Shuangxu contemplated whether to knock on the door directly or to call Yitingzhou first, she heard a soft and melodious voice, I am here to see Mr. He. The voice sounded vaguely familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Instinctively, Shuangxu looked up and saw a graceful figure at the front desk, clad in a qipao, exuding an innate charm. The receptionist was dialing a number for the penthouse suite, her demeanor respectful. Shuangxu paused for a few seconds, and the qipao-clad beauty turned around, noticing her, and smiled gently, Miss Song, what a coincidence. Hello, Shuangxu replied, maintaining her composure as she walked past her into the elevator, deleting the text she had been editing on her phone. Upon reaching the 7th floor, she asked the esteemed individual, which takeout place are you considering? Are there any good dining options nearby? Aren't you inviting General He for dinner? Shuangxu shook her head, he is likely unavailable this evening. After all, it would require a special trip to bring a beauty from Yanqing to accompany him. It was best not to intrude on his refined leisure, yet she could not help but recall last night, and the awkwardness of being rejected. Yitingzhou had never been a paragon of virtue, he was a charming playboy, with women eagerly vying for his attention. Perhaps, as he stated, he simply did not engage in relationships with friends' sisters, or perhaps he was merely uninterested in her. After spending 4 days in Linchang resolving issues with the liquid hydrogen supplier, Shuangxu booked a flight back to Yanqing for the following day. While checking in at the airport, she received a call from Yitingzhou. He inquired, where are you headed? I will be returning to Yanqing in 2 hours, I can give you a lift. No need, Shuangxu replied, your private jet likely cannot accommodate so many passengers. Accompanying him was a favored companion, and it would be quite awkward for him to play the third wheel, especially since the esteemed individual also had social anxiety. The man's voice remained languid, my aircraft is not a motorcycle, it can certainly accommodate you. Did you purchase a football team? I have already purchased my own ticket and am at the airport, she stated. Then why not transfer me the fare, Yitingzhou suggested, why should a good fortune be squandered on outsiders? That would mean I am spending double, she retorted, not one to be easily fooled. I have to pass through security now. I will hang up. Upon landing in Yanqing, Shuangxu exited the airport to find Shen Yu's car waiting outside. Brother, she exclaimed in surprise, what brings you here? Is it not good to come and pick you up? Shen Yu replied. Zifeng mentioned you were heading to Germany, so I thought you had already left. She rarely initiated contact with Shen Yu these days. All her information came from you, Zifeng. I leave tonight. Shen Yu took her suitcase, and the driver placed it in the car. Shen Yu glanced at his watch, there is still time to take you for a meal. Shuangxu felt a bit embarrassed, I have already had an in-flight meal. Previously, she had always found airplane food unappetizing, preferring to wait until after the flight for Shen Yu to take her out for something delicious. However, dining abroad often left little room for picky eating, and her discerning palate had since adjusted. Shen Yu's gaze deepened, lost in thought, before he reached out to gently ruffle her hair with a soft smile. At that moment, the waiting driver quietly reminded, young master, he is coming out. Shuangxu turned and caught sight of Yitingzhou exiting through the airport's glass doors, with his hands in his pockets and his suit jacket draped over his arm. He appeared particularly indifferent, possibly. Su Zhang followed closely behind, pushing his suitcase and politely nodding to Shen Yu and Shuangxu. The vehicle sent to pick him up was parked behind Shen Yu's car, and as Yitingzhou passed by them, his gaze momentarily flicked over Shuangxu without any genuine engagement in his banter with Shen Yu. Here to pick me up, huh? You could have given me a heads up, Yitingzhou remarked. Indeed, we made a special trip to fetch you, Shen Yu replied with a smile, if you don't mind, we can all squeeze together. I do mind, Yitingzhou stated, a drunken fool latched onto me a few days ago and used me as a seat for half an hour. My legs are still sore. His languid tone struck a nerve, causing Shuangxu to tense up. Shen Yu, assuming Yitingzhou had encountered some romantic escapade, dismissed it with a laugh, since when did you become so patient, not tossing her aside after half an hour? Yitingzhou chuckled in response, she held on tightly, leaving me no choice. His tone suggested a subtle meaning that was not easily articulated. Shuangxu felt her spine stiffen, as if it had turned to bamboo. Any further comments from Yitingzhou would surely break her in two. Noticing her nervous demeanor, Yitingzhou glanced at her and casually asked, does the little princess enjoy drinking? Shen Yu interjected, her tolerance is average. She does not particularly care for alcohol. Yitingzhou replied, she may not have enjoyed it before, but perhaps her tastes have changed. This remark rendered Shen Yu silent. In the 5 years that Shuangxu had been absent from his side, many changes had. One might fear you causing a ruckus when inebriated. Chapter 61 The gift. Only when Yitingzhou boarded the vehicle did Shuangxu's tense nerves finally relax. Why did he have to say such things in front of Shen Yu? Was he secretly warning her that if she took advantage of him again, he would inform Shen Yu? This method certainly proved effective, yet she had no intention of being so. It was rare for her to drink herself to oblivion. Xu Yang once remarked that when she was drunk, she became quite honest, without any wild antics, merely seeking sleep that day. However, she could not fathom what had happened. Crying and demanding a hug was utterly out of character for her.
Shen Yu took her to a restaurant he used to frequent with her, ordering all her favorite dishes. After they finished their meal, he was set to depart for Germany. As the Shen family's vehicle awaited outside, he reminded Shuangxu before she got into the car, "I will return in a week. If anything arises, call me, understood?" Shuangxu nodded, understood. "Head home now, and rest early," Shen Yu instructed, adding, "There will be a gift for you tomorrow." "What gift?" she inquired. "If I tell you now, it won't be a surprise," Shen Yu replied with a warm smile in his eyes, closing the car door for her. "You will find out tomorrow." The anticipation of a surprise lingered in her thoughts as she pondered it before sleep. The following morning, as she prepared for work, nothing noteworthy transpired throughout the morning. Approaching noon, she received a call, the voice on the other end speaking with a formal tone. "Miss Shuangxu, your gift has arrived at the company lobby. Please come downstairs to sign for it." While signing a financial document, she wedged the phone between her shoulder and ear. "Ziefling, what are you up to?" Yu Zifeng dropped the pretense, his voice returning to its usual nonchalant tone. "You figured it out. You used your own number," Shuangxu sighed in resignation. "Oh, my mind." Yu Zifeng exclaimed, "Hurry down." "Just a moment, I will be right there," she replied. After hanging up, Shuangxu swiftly finished signing and made her way to the elevator hall. Xiao Liao, craning her neck, asked, "Where are you headed?" "Going downstairs to fetch something," Shuangxu responded. "I'll accompany you." Xiao Liao exclaimed, leaping from her seat and joining her, grandly stating, "I fear you might struggle to carry it." Uncertain of what Shen Yu had sent, Shuangxu allowed her to accompany her downstairs. Upon reaching the lobby, Yu Zifeng was already waiting. He wore a creamy yellow shirt paired with light gray trousers, leaning against the hood of a white sports car, arms crossed, his head turned at a 45-degree angle, striking a... Shen Yu had assisted her in the process of obtaining a new one. "So this is the gift from my brother? Are you kidding? Your brother could never be so stingy." Yu Zifeng raised a hand, tossing her an object, which she caught with both hands. It was a car key. Yu Zifeng gestured towards the sports car behind him. "This is truly the gift from your brother." Suddenly, Xiao Liao emitted a sharp shriek, startling Shuangxu. "Ah, a Porsche 918, my dream car." This car started at an astonishing price of 14 million. She had only seen it speed by on the streets and caught a whiff of its expensive exhaust fumes, never having touched it herself. "How much does this car cost?" she asked cautiously. Yu Zifeng laughed. "The top model." Shuangxu's excitement waned, replaced by a complex mix of emotions. She understood Shen Yu cared for her, he had spent generously on her throughout her life, yet, Lu Man had always resented her existence as his younger sister, and now, with Shen Yu gifting her a car, it would surely add to the tension. "Why the long face? Don't you like this car?" Yu Zifeng pointed at Xiao Liao. "Look at her, she is practically drooling." "How much does this car cost?" "I like it," Shuangxu replied, suddenly feeling a bit pitiful. She realized that even when receiving a gift from Shen Yu, her first reaction was not joy but fear of upsetting someone else. "Is it because you worry about Man feeling unhappy?" Yu Zifeng, usually oblivious, displayed rare sensitivity, patting her shoulder with a smile. "Don't overthink it. When I returned from Dongyu Mountain, I spoke with Man. If she wants to marry your brother, she must accept that he has a sister. If she can't accept that, then their relationship is off the table." He had a fondness for Lu Man. The innocent, cheerful girl was quite endearing and was also Yitingzhou's cousin, creating a closer familial bond. However, one's feelings can be quite nuanced. Shuangxu was his sister whom he had watched grow up, and the affection was different. It was unfathomable for a new wife to bully his sister. Such a notion was absurd. Shuangxu was taken aback. "Is it appropriate to say such things?" "What's inappropriate about it? This is your brother's intention," Yu Zifeng replied. "He ordered this car as soon as he returned from Dongyu Mountain, wanting everyone to know you are Shen Yu's sister. He treats you well, and no one has the right to comment negatively. If you hadn't been away, this car would have reached you much sooner." These words had never been uttered by Shen Yu to her. After Yu Zifeng left, Shuangxu stood by the car with the keys in hand for a while. Xiao Liao, having touched every inch of the vehicle, asked her with teary eyes, "Does your brother need another sister?" "One who can eat, drink, and spend money. I may be in my 20s, but I can still be adopted." Shuangxu dispelled the slight melancholy and laughed. "He doesn't need another. My family can only have one darling." Not only did she abandon her usual slacking off, but she also proactively sought tasks to undertake, sitting up straight and typing with vigor. After work, Xiao Liao, with her crossbody bag slung over her shoulder, eagerly settled into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt with utmost seriousness. "My house is farther than yours." "It's not on your way. Are you really going to give me a ride?" Shuangxu methodically started the engine and drove the sports car onto the main road. "Aren't you my darling?" Xiao Liao's eyes brimmed with tears once more. "Wu, I will be utterly devoted to you from now on." Shen Yu gifting Shuangxu a sports car was not something that could stay hidden, especially since he had no intention of concealing it. Those unaware of the circumstances assumed that the young Master Shen was merely indulging his sister, while those in the know, recalling the events at Dongyu Mountain, understood it was a gesture to compensate for her grievances. This ostentatious gift could not escape the notice of the elders. Recently, Lu Manman's relationship with Shen Yu had soured. She had once spoken of him at every turn, but after her trip to Dongyu Mountain, she seemed to wilt, avoiding contact with Shen Yu and spending her days at home with her beloved ragdoll cat, pretending to be lifeless. He Wenjing, unable to bear it any longer, took the initiative to approach the Shen family. Chapter 62. Oh, boyfriend Mang Mang's continued sulking with Ayu was hardly a solution. If it weren't for her evident unhappiness, I wouldn't have sought you out regarding this matter, He Wenjing stated directly as she sat in the living room of the Shen family. It is quite normal for young people to bicker. I had always thought Ayu was good-natured, compassionate, and would indulge Mang Mang a bit, yet, to my surprise, he has not made any attempts to soften his stance or to console her. Does he not understand her temperament? If others are being malicious, he should not place the blame on Mang Mang. The situation regarding Dong Yushan was easily discernible, and He Wenjing naturally sided with her own child. Fu Yun, though worried, had not yet reached the point of turning against her own. Yu has always been of a gentle disposition, never one to lose his temper. However, this time, he has been quite provoked. During the torrential downpour, our Shuangxu was left stranded in a desolate area, and it took him the entire night to find her. How could he not be distressed? If the roles were reversed and it were Mang Mang, you and old Lu would likely uproot the mountains in your fury. Indeed, He Wenjing could not press the matter further. Your Shuangxu appears to be quite well behaved. Though she is not your biological child, the bond you share after so many years of raising her is undeniable. Ayu treats her well, and I cannot find fault in that. But now, He Wenjing paused delicately. I have heard some whispers from the outside world. While I certainly do not wish to view Ayu through such a lens, one must wonder if he is overly indulgent towards Shuangxu. Gifting her a house and a car with such fanfare, while he has not shown the same attentiveness towards our Mang Mang. These words struck a nerve with Fu Yun. He treats Shuangxu like Ayu has taken on the responsibilities that her parents should bear, not only gifting her a house and a car but also planning to see her wed in the future. Do you still doubt Ayu's character? Of course, I have faith in him. With that acknowledgement, He Wenjing's ire began to dissipate, and she remarked, Shuangxu is the same age as Mang Mang, both 22 now. Shouldn't we start considering her marriage prospects? Fu Yun arranged a blind date for Shuangxu. When Shuangxu learned of it, she froze mid-meal, unable to articulate a response for quite some time. On the phone, Fu Yun said, I have met the young man. He is quite handsome and attentive. Since you have no plans for the evening, why not join him for dinner? Shuangxu's throat felt dry. I currently have no intention of dating. You are 22 now. How can you continue to avoid romance? Look at your sister, Lu Yan. She is 2 years younger than you and your Aunt Shui is already helping her find suitable matches. While it's true that girls may not be in a hurry to marry, engaging in a relationship is essential to discovering the right person for you. Fu Yun's persuasion was gentle, or rather, she treaded carefully around certain sensitive topics. Shuangxu felt she could neither refuse nor evade the arrangement. To decline would imply that she still harbored feelings for Shen Yu. With a constricted throat, she ultimately relented. Fine, I will meet him. The man was named Wei Qian, and while his family background did not match the illustrious legacy of the Song family, Fu Yun had selected him with discernment. He was accomplished, having founded a thriving restaurant brand, and at such a young age, his net worth was in the billions, distinguishing him among his peers. Wei Qian seemed quite pleased with Shuangxu, considering she was the daughter of a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and had the backing of the powerful Shen family. In Yin City, wealth was abundant, yet true power rendered mere riches insignificant. Furthermore, Miss Song was breathtakingly beautiful, capturing his attention at first glance. Throughout the meal, Wei Qian spoke fluently, while Shuangxu exhibited excellent manners, listening intently and occasionally offering a smile or engaging in brief exchanges. From Wei Qian's perspective, the meeting was most agreeable. However, from Shuangxu's viewpoint, he spoke at length about his entrepreneurial journey and views on current international affairs, yet he failed to inquire about her at all. Halfway through the dinner, Wei Qian finally posed a question. Miss Song, if I may be so bold, have you had a boyfriend before? Shuangxu hesitated between truth and deception for several seconds, choosing to maintain the facade of a carefree spirit to avoid potential contradictions in the future. After all, her experiences abroad were untraceable. I have. Oh, Wei Qian inquired, what kind of person was he? Shuangxu glanced at him, a man. Wei Qian awkwardly chuckled. Shuangxu understood his true intent was to probe into her past. Regardless, she was indifferent, there was no necessity to answer that question. Besides, without specifics, her lie would be less likely to falter. Details could easily lead to discrepancies. After finishing their meal, Wei Qian summoned the waiter to settle the bill. The waiter, adorned with a butterfly bow tie, leaned down. Sir, your bill has already been taken care of. Wei Qian paused, his gaze darting to Shuangxu. You paid for it? The fact that the lady had discreetly settled the bill typically indicated dissatisfaction with the suitor and a desire to cease further contact. In essence, it suggested she was not impressed, which left Wei Qian somewhat embarrassed. Shuangxu had excused herself to the restroom during the meal. She had indeed possessed the opportunity, yet, she was equally perplexed. Who settled the bill? It was Mr. He, the waiter replied, glancing in a certain direction. Following her gaze, Shuangxu noticed He Tingzhou dining with several foreign gentlemen in suits at a long rectangular table adorned with a pristine white tablecloth.
They appeared engaged in discussion, and while Li Tingzhou seemed focused, he glanced at her just as she turned to look with his long legs casually crossed and a relaxed posture against his chair. He subtly raised the corner of his mouth before returning to his conversation. Shuangxu could not decipher the meaning behind that fleeting expression. Wei Qian inquired, "Who is that?" "My brother's friend," Shuangxu replied, not wishing to elaborate further. However, Wei Qian, possessing a keen business acumen, pressed, "He has the surname He? That He family?" Given Shen Yu's associations, it was likely that Li Tingzhou had an extraordinary identity, and the innate grace he exuded was cultivated in the realm of absolute power. A man standing at the epicenter of authority radiated an effortless nobility. Before Shuangxu could respond, Wei Qian had already straightened his attire and approached Li Tingzhou's table. Shuangxu had no time to intervene. "Mr. He, what a pleasure," Wei Qian greeted warmly, extending his hand. "I am Wei Qian." Li Tingzhou lifted his gaze briefly, before it naturally slid to Shuangxu, who was watching with a furrowed brow, her expression revealing her irritation at Wei Qian's presumptuousness. The young heir, seemingly in good spirits, graciously shook Wei Qian's hand while remaining seated, his composure resting on his elevated status. Shuangxu felt a twinge of displeasure at Wei Qian's uninvited approach, but now that the introduction had been made, she could only muster the courage to say, "Brother Tingzhou. I often hear Shuangxu speak of you. I did not expect to find you dining here today. Had I known you were present, I would have made it a point to greet you," Wei Qian remarked, casting a glance at Shuangxu as if reproaching her for not introducing them. Shuangxu pressed her lips together, having never mentioned him at all. "Is that so?" Li Tingzhou inquired with evident interest. "What has she said about me?" Wei Qian, adept at the words spoken, rendered her a mere vain woman who borrowed his name to boast from behind his back. "Ah, a boyfriend," Li Tingzhou remarked leisurely. "Not at all." Shuangxu felt an inexplicable shyness wash over her, gripping her fingers. "Just a blind date." He probed further, "Is there a rush to find a boyfriend?" Shuangxu felt her face flush with embarrassment, unwilling to respond to his taunt. "Brother Tingzhou, you must be busy. We shall not impose any longer." Having said that, she turned to leave, with Wei Qian smiling at Li Tingzhou as he followed suit. Once outside the restaurant, Wei Qian produced 2 tickets. "There is a musical at the theater tonight. Shall we?" Shuangxu cut him off before he could finish. "I am tired. I will head back now." "It is not even 9 o'clock yet. Are you going to sleep this early? Is that not permissible?" Her demeanor was noticeably colder than during dinner, prompting Wei Qian to hastily clarify, "That was not my intention. Allow me to escort you home." "Unnecessary," Shuangxu stated as she walked toward the parking area. "I drove here myself." Once inside her car, she sat in silence, gripping the steering wheel for a moment before resting her face against her arms. After a while, she straightened up and sent a WeChat message to Yu Zifeng. "Zifeng, would you accompany me for a drink?" Chapter 63. I Want to Fall in Love. Yu Zifeng had forewarned that as soon as Shuangxu arrived at Lanya, someone would be there to greet her, guiding her to the VIP box on the 2nd floor. The server presented her with drinks and fruit. "Miss Song, please take a moment to rest, young master Yu is already on his way." Shuangxu poured herself a glass from the bottle, which was already half empty by the time the door to the box swung open. Yu Zifeng's voice resonated. "Sister, why didn't you wait for us and started drinking on your own?" "I saved some for you," Shuangxu replied, assuming he had come with Zhuozhong and the others. However, she was surprised to see an unexpected figure following him. The faint smile on her face vanished in an instant. Li Tingzhou caught the shift in her expression, smirking slightly. "Not welcoming me, are you?" Having just embarrassed herself in front of him, Shuangxu certainly did not wish for his presence, though she could not openly admit it. "I thought you were still dining. What could be more important than coaxing you?" Li Tingzhou replied lazily, striding directly to the single sofa opposite her and crossing his legs. From this angle, his gaze naturally fell upon her, which made Shuangxu feel suddenly exposed, as if standing on a stage for all to observe. "Brother Tingzhou happened to be nearby, so I invited him along," Yu Zifeng said as he took a seat beside Shuangxu with a glass in hand. "Didn't you have a blind date today? Why come here for drinks instead?" Shuangxu paused momentarily while pouring wine into her glass. "How do you know I had a blind date today?" "The person you were set up with is from that catering company. A friend of mine has a stake in it. Just a couple of days ago, Aunt Fei asked me to inquire about his character," Yu Zifeng explained. Shuangxu remained silent for a few seconds before casually asking, "What do you think of him?" "He's quite decent. Starting from nothing to achieve such success speaks volumes about his capabilities." This level of execution and energy is not something everyone possesses. Hearing that he had more to say, Shuangxu inquired, "But?" Yu Zifeng chuckled, "But I believe he and you are not on the same wavelength." Li Tingzhou picked up a glass of wine and casually asked, "What do you mean by not being on the same wavelength?" Men with a strong ambition are primarily concerned with their careers. Their actions are goal-oriented, and the means often come second. In the room, the three of them were familiar with one another, so Yu Zifeng spoke candidly. To be blunt, men who have clawed their way up on their own tend to be quite utilitarian. My sister Shuangxu was a pearl. I don't need to explain how pearls are cultivated, do I? They require a sturdy exterior for protection and inner resilience through refinement, both of which are indispensable.
She needs someone to cherish her.
Shen Yu can be her shell and nurture her well, but Wei Qian cannot. People like Wei Qian are merely swords.
Yu Zifeng's typically carefree demeanor was unexpectedly profound in this moment.
He Tingzhou refrained from commenting on his perspective, taking a sip of his drink and mocking. Did you go study biology with your ex-girlfriend? She studied microbiology, which has nothing to do with me.
Is it so hard to admit I'm educated? Yu Zifeng retorted, just tell me if what I said makes sense.
He Tingzhou replied, too many words, I can't be bothered to listen.
Yu Zifeng fell silent.
Shuangxu found it challenging to articulate the tumultuous feelings swelling within her, akin to a tide rushing in. Shen Yu had once been her protective shell, yet that shell had been forcefully shattered. Actually, I don't need anyone to protect me, Shuangxu stated. Once a pearl matures, it will ultimately be extracted.
Yu Zifeng remarked, have you ever wondered why those expensive pearls in display cases are always marked with their origin?
Yu Zifeng had been quite tactful in his wording. Indeed, Shuangxu was a beautiful girl who drew affection, and if a man expressed his fondness for her, there would inevitably be a hint of sincerity. However, more often than not, it was her background that attracted their interest. This could not be deemed incorrect. It is human nature to weigh pros and cons, and the higher their social standing, the more acutely they understood that self-interest is the most primal driving force. Yet, Shuangxu was someone they had watched grow up, akin to a younger sister, and if she were to date someone, Yu Zifeng certainly hoped it would be someone who genuinely cared for her.
Shuangxu understood his implication. Wei Qian was likely most drawn to her origin as well. She could perceive his excessive enthusiasm towards He Tingzhou. A person like He Tingzhou, accustomed to being pursued, would undoubtedly be perceptive. How embarrassing. She refrained from looking up at He Tingzhou and silently drank her wine instead. He Tingzhou shifted his gaze from her to Yu Zifeng. Your words are rather sweet. You must have had bamboo leaf green for dinner. Yu Zifeng suddenly noticed Shuangxu's low spirits, realizing he had spoken out of turn. What I meant is that to many, you are a treasure. Just understand your brother's intentions. I understand, Shuangxu replied. Yu Zifeng considered her as one of his own, which is why he shared these thoughts with her. While Shuangxu did not deny that Wei Qian was an accomplished young man, it was evident that there was no genuine appreciation between them. Rather than waste time with him, it would be wiser to seek someone she could accept. If dating someone could put Fu Yun's mind at ease, it would also serve as a solution to this stalemate. Zifeng, do you have anyone suitable around you that you could introduce to me? He Tingzhou leaned back leisurely, his right hand draped over the arm. Yu Zifeng was somewhat taken aback. Why the sudden interest in me introducing you to a boyfriend? The reason was easy to fabricate, Shuangxu stated. I want to fall in love. Yu Zifeng hissed, rubbing his face as he activated search mode among his acquaintances. If you like someone wild and domineering, that's rather hard to find. How could he remember that? Shuangxu instinctively glanced at He Tingzhou. Yu Zifeng caught the small gesture and chuckled. Don't look at him, this young master. He is not someone I can dictate. He Tingzhou did not respond, leaning back with disinterest. Despite Yu Zifeng's popularity and expansive contact list of thousands, he couldn't think of anyone suitable. Those wealthy scions were either inept or changed partners as easily as changing clothes. They were all flawed in some way. This matter is best left to your brother to handle. If he were to find you a boyfriend, his standards would undoubtedly be stringent. Family background, appearance, character, personality, career. Shouldn't he each be exemplary to qualify? Yu Zifeng hesitated to take on this task. If I were to randomly introduce someone, he would surely come back to settle the score with me. I was just casually asking, Shuangxu replied. Don't tell my brother. Just then, Yu Zifeng's phone rang. After listening for a moment, he hurriedly set down his glass. My troublesome younger brother is fighting with someone again. I need to go check on him. Tingzhou, please see Shuangxu home. He Tingzhou did not express any opinion, and the box door opened and closed again, isolating them from the noise outside. Shuangxu sensed a gaze fixed intently upon her, its presence too strong to ignore, making it impossible for her to feign indifference. She looked up at He Tingzhou, whose expression was inscrutable, his wrist casually twisting as the amber liquid in the glass swayed with his movement. Are you in dire need of a man? The question was sharp and jarring, and Shuangxu did not appreciate it. I'm leaving now. She stood up to depart, only to hear footsteps leisurely following her. Just as she pulled the door open, an irresistible force pushed her back. He Tingzhou's distinctly articulated hand pressed against the doorframe, his voice falling from behind her. I'm asking you a question. Chapter 64. Speak to me. Perhaps I lost too much face today, and now Frost Sequence's rebellious spirit has been ignited. I can't hear you. He Tingzhou effortlessly wrapped his arm around her waist, lifting her off the ground. Frost Sequence gasped, what are you doing? He set her down on a nearby counter, placing his hands on the edge beside her, his cold, sharp gaze fixed on her. Which ear is deaf? Let me see. He confined her in that limited space, the marble surface hard and cool. Instinctively, Frost Sequence leaned back, pushing herself away from the table. A row of bottles behind her tumbled as she inadvertently brushed against them, rolling a short distance before crashing to the ground with a loud shatter. The sharp sound sent a jolt through her nerves. You're not deaf, He Tingzhou remarked with a hint of sarcasm. I see your hearing is just fine. Frost Sequence took a deep breath, realizing he was a domineering prince. He believed that if he had a problem, others must answer. Don't you already know, your cousin is quite bothered by my presence, so I need to find a man to date, to prove I'm not pining for my brother. Then everyone will be satisfied. Is that acceptable? She felt a surge of annoyance, all her emotions pent up, and after speaking, she attempted to push him away, yet, she found she could not. He Tingzhou lowered his gaze to her, then talked to me. Frost Sequence's expression of endurance transformed into sheer astonishment, leaving her momentarily speechless. What? Do you need me to buy you a hearing aid, little deaf one? He Tingzhou tugged at one of her ears playfully, enunciating each word clearly. Talk to me, do you hear? She heard, but could not comprehend. Frost Sequence felt an awkwardness permeate the air, using the back of her hand to push away his grip. Why? You're not lacking for men. He Tingzhou leaned against the table, appearing nonchalant. Isn't it a coincidence that I just happen to be a man? There were countless men in the world, yet He Tingzhou was the most unpredictable and dangerous of them all. What was she thinking, using him as a facade? Besides, how could he possibly be so benevolent? What game are you playing with me now? Frost Sequence's eyes reflected her wariness. If I have a boyfriend, my godmother will be at ease, and your cousin will be too. This would be beneficial for everyone. You needn't mock me, this matter has nothing to do with you. He Tingzhou replied grandiosely, how could this not concern me? It pertains to my cousin's happiness. As her cousin, I should contribute in some way. Contribute what? Serve as her shield. Frost Sequence nearly found herself ensnared by his logic. That's a different matter. Why is it a different matter? Frost Sequence saw to. He stood against the light, casting her in shadow, and for a fleeting moment, she felt as though she was being pulled into an abyss of the unknown. The words she had intended to say escaped her mind, leaving her utterly blank. A strange gravitational force resonated in their gaze. He Tingzhou's Adam's apple bobbed, his grip around her chin lifting her face slightly. A Frost Sequence's scalp prickled suddenly, and she swiftly turned her head away, evading his touch. She swallowed hard, striving to regain her composed tone. It's better not to involve you in such matters. It could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings, and explaining later would be quite bothersome. I don't want our relationship to become more complicated. She merely sought someone to act as a shield, a role that could be filled by many men, but not He Tingzhou. If he were involved, the nature of the situation would shift entirely, spiraling beyond her control. What's our relationship? He Tingzhou inquired. Frost Sequence replied, you are my brother's friend and also face you as client. He Tingzhou regarded her for a moment, then slowly straightened, removing his hand from her side and stepping back. He picked up a cigarette box from the table, extracting a stick, biting down on it, igniting it with a lighter before tossing it back onto the table. After taking a couple of puffs, his nicotine-laden voice was as faint as water. Let us go, I'll see you home. I called for a designated driver, Frost Sequence said as she jumped down from the counter. He Tingzhou glanced at her but said nothing further, grabbing his coat from the back of a chair and walking out the door. The designated driver was a rather taciturn woman, maintaining silence throughout the journey. Upon arriving at number 9 Songming Road, the motion sensor light in the foyer flickered on automatically. Frost Sequence removed her shoes, slipping into slippers as she traversed the empty living room and entered her bedroom, collapsing onto the bed. She had not consumed much alcohol, yet her mind was a whirlwind, momentarily recalling Fu Yun, then the astute face of Wei Qian at He Tingzhou. Was he really intending to kiss her at that moment? Surely not. Perhaps she had misread the signals once again. When she inquired with Xu Yang about any eligible single male friends, Xiao Liao gasped in disbelief. What, you still need someone to introduce you to a boyfriend? Isn't there a single fish in your social circle? Frost Sequence shook her head. My social circle is as pristine as my fish tank. She had only ever kept a turtle, which had since gone missing. What a waste. Xiao Liao lamented, exasperated. If I look like you, I'd date 6 hands, and I'd keep a whole tank of fish. When I grew tired of one, I'd just replace it with a new one. Frost Sequence had never been interested in men. At the tender age of discovering her feelings for Shen Yu, she never even had the chance to confess. As Song Lian had exposed her feelings to the world during her years of exile abroad, she could hardly be bothered to make friends, let alone with men. It was only when she needed them that she regretted their scarcity. After that day, Wei Qian launched an ardent pursuit of Frost Sequence. Each morning, a bouquet of the freshest roses arrived at Feishue, a grand display that even Fu Yun and Aunt Wan were aware of. During a dinner at the Shen household, Aunt Wan cheerfully remarked, it seems that President Wei has taken a liking to our Miss Frost Sequence. That would be expected, Fu Yun observed with evident delight. Frost Sequence sat quietly in the dining room, sipping her porridge, hesitating for a moment, yet ultimately refraining from expressing her disinterest in Wei Qian. Wei Qian's pursuit was rather ostentatious. On Friday evening, Frost Sequence received an overseas call from Shen Yu. After a few customary words of concern and small talk, he broached the subject. Have you been on any blind dates these days? Frost Sequence replied with a non-committal How's it going? Shen Yu inquired. Chapter 65. Is it alright to trust my brother? No, it is not. I do not like it, and I do not wish to see him die. In the past, I could share any concerns with him, and seek solace for any grievances, but now I can only utter a disingenuous, it's fine. When did you learn to lie? Shen Yu remarked. I was taken aback by how swiftly my fade was pierced. Momentarily at a loss for words, I inquired, did Zifeng tell you? Shen Yu's voice, tinged with an electric indifference, replied, did I not tell you to call me if anything arises? It's merely a blind date, I responded, nothing serious. There was no need to inform you specifically. A silence ensued on the other end of the line. Before Shen Yu spoke again, if you do not like him, then do not meet him. Do not impose discomfort upon yourself, you are still young, it is not yet time for blind dates, and I will handle matters with Mom. It was not about discomfort, rather a pursuit of peace. In the adult world, no one can achieve absolute satisfaction. Indulgence was a privilege before the age of 17, when there were always those to pamper me. I replied calmly, brother, I do not feel aggrieved. I am already 22, and blind dates are not a big deal. Besides, he is quite commendable. My godmother chose him. Before I could finish, Shen Yu interrupted, do you like him? I fell momentarily silent. Little Gio, your brother raised you. It was never meant for you to endure suffering. As Shen Yu's voice lowered, I was suddenly reminded of our first encounter on the street, when I wept with blurred vision, and his tone was gentle and patient. My nostrils tinged with sorrow, tears streamed down my face before I could suppress them. No matter the reason, you should never sacrifice yourself. Your happiness is all that matters. Leave the troubles to me. Shen Yu said, can you trust your brother? Tears flowed silently down my cheeks, and I stifled a sob in my throat, responding softly with an mm. After hanging up, I buried my face in the pillow, remaining still and silent. I recognized how fortunate I was to have met Shen Yu when I was 8. Occasionally, in fleeting moments of despair, I wondered if it would have been better had I never met him. For that which I have never possessed, I fear not losing. My phone chimed beside me, and as I reached for it, I lifted my face to find the pillow damp with tears. It was a message from Wei Qian. Have you been very busy these days? I can never seem to reach you. Can we have dinner together tomorrow? I pondered for a moment before replying. Okay. Half an hour past our agreed time the next day, Wei Qian called to ask where I was, stating he would come to pick me up, while I was already seated in the French restaurant he had reserved. I have arrived. You can come directly, I informed him, but I waited another 40 minutes in the restaurant before Wei Qian finally appeared, apologizing as he sat down. Sorry, the traffic was terrible. I was not bothered by his tardiness. I had intended to clarify matters face to face. It's fine, I was just sorting out my thoughts. Perhaps due to his rush, Wei Qian did not inquire about my preferences when ordering. I was indeed quite hungry, and the French dining experience was intricate. Beginning with the appetizer of foie gras. As I sipped my wine, I contemplated at which course it would be appropriate to broach the unpleasant topics. The server cleared the plates and presented the second course, escargot. Fortunately, the main courses were steak and sea bass, so I could still eat. However, before the dishes arrived, Wei Qian produced an exquisitely crafted flat box and handed it to me. I originally intended to give this to you after our meal, but I couldn't wait to see your expression when you opened it. Take a look. Upon opening the box, I found a diamond necklace. The main stone was estimated to weigh around 5 carats, surrounded by a halo of smaller diamonds, its brilliance dazzling under the light. I'm sorry, but I cannot accept this. I returned the necklace. You can accept it, Wei Qian insisted. You should be able to see that I like you very much. If you do not despise me, I wish to establish our relationship today. You are my girlfriend, and what is wrong with accepting a gift? A necklace for a girlfriend. He certainly knew how to conduct business. What do you like about me? I queried. This is only our second meeting, and you hardly know me. We will have time to get to know each other in the future. The order is incorrect, I stated. What do you mean by the order being incorrect? You must first understand me before claiming to like me. I placed the box on the table and pushed it back towards him. A man accustomed to the business world, with a keen mind, how could he not comprehend that I was rejecting his advances? Wei Qian asked, is it because we have known each other for too short a time? Although we have only just met for less than a week, I feel I know you quite well. What you know is merely my family background, my resume, my birth date, and my zodiac sign, information that can easily be found. You do not understand my character or my preferences. For instance, if you had bothered to ask about my tastes, you would know I neither enjoy foie gras nor escargot. Wei Qian immediately glanced at the utensils before me, noticing that my knife and fork had hardly been used. You know I am very busy with my career and do not have much time to spend on women, so I may not know how to interact with them. But you cannot use this to dismiss me as a person. If you wish, I can temporarily set aside my business to revolve around you like other men do. Would that make you happy? If you do not like these dishes, you can simply say so, and we can change them. It is pointless to make an issue out of it. I nearly laughed at that. It seemed I would not be having the main course after all. Then let me be clearer, I stated, meeting Wei Qian's gaze directly. You do not like me. You are enamored with Shen Yu's sister, Song Nianji's daughter. If you put it that way, Wei Qian finally revealed a shrewd and utilitarian aspect of his character. Miss Song, I thought someone like you would not be so naive. The purpose of a privileged young lady like you is to bind oneself to a truly valuable man to secure your family's prosperity. I at least possess a modicum of genuine affection for you. Had it been someone else, he smirked derisively, setting aside the fact that I am Shen Yu's godsister and a member of the Song family. Do you think there is anything else about you worth pursuing? There is. Even if I bear the Song surname, and am not merely my brother's sister, there will still be those who love me. Your belief that I am unworthy stems from your desire for those two attributes, I replied. You wish to use me as a stepping stone to infiltrate this circle, yet simultaneously look down upon me. Do you not find that contradictory? The facade of control Wei Qian maintained began to crack, as he realized I had never regarded him with any admiration. Now that I had explicitly pointed it out, my words implied that he was merely a sycophant, and that subtle yet condescending demeanor struck deeply at his pride as a man, a successful man. Honestly, your lack of affection for me stems from your disdain for my family background. You know your position in the Song family all too well. Were it not for Shen Yu's backing, who would take you seriously, you will not find a better option than me. I was indifferent to whether others regarded me. I only cared about those I held dear. You are both insecure and arrogant, will you not suffer a mental breakdown?
Having reached this point, I no longer felt the need to spare him any semblance of courtesy. I came to meet you today solely to clarify that we are incompatible. You need not waste your time on me. It seems I do not need to elaborate further. Rising to my feet, I slung my bag over my shoulder and regarded Wei Qian with a cold demeanor, adding, in truth, your approach to courtship is quite cheap, mere trivial messages on WeChat, a few bouquets, and a mediocre necklace, Mr. Wei, the value of what you have offered pales in comparison to what I have previously received. Such tactics might suffice to woo a university student, but if you wish to pursue me, at the very least, you should offer something of genuine worth.
Chapter 66.
She will get married eventually. Upon exiting the French restaurant, the breeze caressed her face, and Shuangxu's stomach grumbled audibly. It was already 8:30. She had only indulged in a single aperitif, and her belly felt as desolate as an aquarium stripped of its fish.
Starving, she felt as if she could devour an entire cow, yet she could not conjure up what to eat. Standing in the halo of light at the restaurant's entrance, she pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled the noodle shop that Tingzhou had taken her to last time, which seemed to be not far from here. Perhaps it was her hunger that made her long for that fragrant bowl of beef noodles. An insatiable craving washed over her. Not quite remembering the alley's direction, she meandered a bit off course but eventually succeeded in locating the inconspicuous wooden sign. She hadn't noticed it during her previous visit, but today the inscription was clear: Youthful Noodle House. Fortunately, the noodle shop was still in operation. After entering, she found a seat and ordered the same beef noodles she had last time. When the proprietor brought her the dish, he presented her with a plate of freshly fried crispy meat, exclaiming, just out of the fryer, Miss Son, do sample its flavor. Thank you, Shuangxu replied with a smile, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing slightly. You remember me.
The owner chuckled, Mr. He only brought you here, so how could I forget? The crispy meat was golden and crunchy, sprinkled with chili powder and pepper salt. Shuangxu took a bite and found it delightful.
Has he never brought any other women here?
Shuangxu inquired, puzzled.
He with a girlfriend?
Shuangxu shook her head, I am not well acquainted with him. After a pause, she added, we were not familiar before, but we've grown a bit closer recently. Perhaps Tingzhou preferred to. Their encounter by the bridge had been a mere coincidence. She was a friend's sister, and he had thought she was about to jump into the river, so he had reached out to save her.
Uncle, your noodles are so delicious. Why not move to a busier location?
The shop was still quiet, devoid of other patrons, as the owner sat down to chat with her.
This noodle house was opened by my father. My skills pale in comparison to his. My mother passed away early, and he supported us through college by selling beef noodles. This area thrived 20 years ago, but with the demolition nearby, people have gradually moved away. My father fell ill with cancer, and we initially planned to close the shop. It was Mr. He who bought it and even financed my father's treatment, seeking out the most reputable brain cancer specialist. Alas, he still passed on. Shuangxu's chopsticks came to a gradual halt, struck by the jarring contrast between such benevolence and Tingzhou's demeanor. Her first instinct was to suspect that the owner had accepted money from Tingzhou to fabricate a story and build a persona, but she reconsidered. Such a proud man would hardly care about his reputation. Why did he help you? Because I am kind-hearted, compassionate, and benevolent. The sudden interjection carried a signature languid tone. Shuangxu looked up to see Tingzhou standing at the entrance, nonchalantly remarking, I go by the nickname Living Lei Feng, haven't you heard? You might as well be the king of hell. The owner quickly rose with a smile, I'll get your noodles ready.
Tingzhou approached, pulled out the chair opposite Shuangxu, and sat down with an air of casual grace. What a coincidence. Shuangxu poked at the noodles in her bowl. The previous encounter at the Blue Night lingered vividly in her mind, and she found herself unable to decipher his capricious thoughts, unsure of how to present herself before him. It would be best to finish her meal and leave. As she lowered her head to eat, Tingzhou's penetrating gaze fell upon her from across the table.
Why didn't you bring your boyfriend along? Just as Shuangxu was about to speak, he interrupted with an "Oh, I forgot, he is not your boyfriend, just a blind date, right?"
That fell through, Shuangxu replied. Tingzhou chuckled lightly, propping his legs up and adopting a tone that suggested he relished the drama. Congratulations.
Tingzhou's noodles were promptly prepared and served, steaming and fragrant, topped with a sprinkling of vibrant green scallions.
He began his customary ritual of picking out the scallions, while Shuangxu set down her chopsticks, intending to leave first, her mouth barely able to form words. Tingzhou commanded, stay seated.
A bowl of leftover noodles would ruin my appetite.
Shuangxu grumbled internally about his demanding nature, lifting her own bowl to take it to the kitchen. He cast a glance at her retreating figure toward the door but said nothing. Upon exiting the noodle shop, Shuangxu discovered her car was blocked. A sleek, black Koenigsegg was parked head-on in front of her white Porsche, brazen, domineering, and utterly unreasonable. The alley was too narrow to accommodate two cars side by side, forcing her to turn back. Settling into her car, she cautiously backed up a little and then attempted to maneuver the steering wheel in the cramped alley to complete a turn. Her driving skills were limited to merely operating a vehicle. The alley's narrowness rendered the turn a feat of acrobatics. After several attempts, she remained stuck in place. Taking a deep breath, she ultimately decided to exit the vehicle and return to the shop. Shen Yu returned to the country a day early. Upon arriving at the Shen residence, he found Fu Yun poring over a stack of photographs with Wang Sa, engaged in whispered discussion. After much deliberation, this one seems the best and esteemed family of scholars, and the individual is quite accomplished. I hear he has received a literary award and is the youngest associate professor at Yenching University. I even attended a class there yesterday. He wears glasses and appears quite refined. Shuangxu will surely appreciate him.
Wang Sa remarked, good character is of utmost importance. I never expected that General Wei would be so snobbish. Hearing the sound of a car, the servant at the door announced, the young master has returned. Fu Yun hastily set down the photographs and stood up as Shen Yu stepped out of the vehicle, the driver trailing behind with a suitcase. Weren't you supposed to return tomorrow? Why are you back early? Fu Yun inquired. I completed my task sooner than anticipated, Shen Yu replied, changing his shoes as he entered and noticing the scattered photographs on the coffee table. Have you had dinner? Let Wang Sa prepare a late-night snack for you, Fu Yun suggested. Shen Yu raised his gaze. Give me an explanation regarding Wei Qian. I misjudged Wei Qian. I was impressed by his youth and accomplishments, believing that if Shuangxu were to marry him, she would not need to rely on her elders. I never expected, noticing his cold demeanor, Fu Yun halted. I want nothing more than for Shuangxu to find a good home and have someone to care for her. If you are concerned, you should also lend a hand. Am I dead or incapacitated, that you feel the need to find someone to entrust her to? Fu Yun's nerves were on edge. What do you mean by that? You cannot care for her forever, she will eventually get married. Eventually, but not now. The weariness in Shen Yu's expression mingled with indifference as he pinched the bridge of his nose and said, there is no need to trade her marriage for anything. Let her choose whom she wishes to love. Chapter 67. The ominous twitch of the right eye. Tingzhou delicately lifted a strand of noodles with his chopsticks, his calm black eyes flicking over her morose face. What brings you back? Were you not satiated? The path was too narrow, I couldn't get out. Shuangxu couldn't exactly accuse him of doing it on purpose. After all, the alley was only so wide. Hadn't it already been established? Tingzhou's brow arched slightly, a hint of regret evident as he remarked, you seem to have forgotten, you two have already parted ways. Shuangxu, do as you wish, mock away. She wasn't the least bit angry, it's no loss that it ended. Who is the next one on your agenda? Tingzhou inquired. There isn't a next one. Shuangxu cradled a rough, gray-blue ceramic teacup, the warm water inside at just the right temperature. My brother said he would handle it. Tingzhou glanced at her, then, with a touch of mockery, chuckled softly, are you living for your brother? Without my brother, I might not have made it this far, Shuangxu replied. Tingzhou fell silent, while Shuangxu sat across from him, observing him consume his noodles. His manner of eating was exceptionally graceful, each movement reflecting the privilege of his upbringing. He dined leisurely, displaying no particular appetite. His mother had passed away early, and his father was an Air Force commander, so it was likely he had little time to spend with his children. The noodle shop was situated in an old alley long forsaken by economic development. Its purpose was evidently not for profit. Moreover, even if business thrived, the monthly revenue from such a modest establishment would scarcely match what he might casually spend on a bottle of wine elsewhere. It lacked investment value. The only conceivable motive was likely emotional attachment. She recalled the unfinished story the owner had started earlier. Curiosity piqued, she casually asked, why did you purchase this noodle shop? Why do you care about my affairs? Tingzhou's response was measured, yet it caught Shuangxu off guard. Had she overstepped? I was merely asking out of curiosity. Tingzhou replied, I do not entertain questions posed merely out of curiosity. Oh. Shuangxu had no intent of prying into his privacy, but sensing his cold demeanor, she realized she had crossed a line. Wisely, she refrained from further inquiries, raising the ceramic cup to sip her tea instead. Until Tingzhou finished his meal, she did not attempt to initiate conversation again. Upon exiting the noodle shop, she entered her vehicle, while Tingzhou engaged reverse gear, astonishingly swift in his maneuvering, executing a perfect turn at the alley's mouth. The entire process was remarkably smooth, leaving Shuangxu feeling a deep sense of embarrassment over her own 5 minutes of aimless circling. Tingzhou stopped his car at the alley's entrance, casting a glance through the lowered window. What are you dawdling for? Waiting for your demolition crew? Shuangxu started her vehicle, driving forward. Upon merging onto the main road, she glanced back through the rearview mirror. The Koenigsegg remained stationary, a long-fingered hand resting on the window ledge, the hint of red slowly fading from view. The following day, Shuangxu learned that Shen Yu had returned. Uncertain of how he had communicated this to Fu Yun, she was relieved that Fu Yun had not arranged any further blind dates for her. Time swiftly passed to June, the temperatures rising day by day, with Shen Yu and Lu Manman's engagement ceremony scheduled for the end of the month. Fu Yun had been preoccupied with the preparations for the engagement banquet, hotels, guest lists, and various traditional gifts. Shuangxu did not involve herself in any of these matters, nor did she inquire, believing it best for herself, Lu Manman, and Fu Yun. Since leaving the noodle shop that day, she had not seen Tingzhou again. She attended meetings at Yundan weekly, previously encountering him each time, but in recent visits, he had been absent. Assuming Tingzhou was away on business, she was startled to overhear an employee mentioning Mr. He while passing by, realizing he was indeed in the building. Director Fan's attitude had notably shifted, displaying a heightened sense of concern. After all, it was a project personally overseen by the president, and performing well could present an opportunity for him to shine in front of Tingzhou. Director Fan accompanied them to the elevator lobby, and Shuangxu suddenly remarked, Mr. He hasn't attended the meetings lately. Director Fan gave her an incredulous look. Don't worry about the progress, I'm keeping an eye on things, serving as Mr. He sighs a song, please don't take offense, but with the multitude of significant projects our group handles daily, your liquid hydrogen drone is merely a side dish. Mr. He hardly has the time to inquire personally. Xiao Liao clenched her fist, itching to strike him. Shuangxu retorted, oh, so Director Fan's role at Yundan is merely overseeing side dishes. Director Fan took offense, I oversee the entire civil drone sector, I have numerous projects at hand. which translates to a table full of side dishes. Xiao Liao, whether genuinely foolish or feigning it, chimed in, side dishes go well with rice. The elevator arrived, and as Shuangxu stepped inside, she turned to see Director Fan's face turning a shade of green. As the doors closed, Xiao Liao gleefully raised her hand, and Shuangxu solemnly educated her, that's impolite, you mustn't do that again. You started it, I merely followed your lead. Xiao Liao retorted, then sighed despondently, I didn't even get to see the handsome mister. How disappointing. Shuangxu stared at the numbers flickering on the display, remaining silent. It was quite normal, after all a Director Fan had spoken the truth, Tingzhou was likely quite busy. On the day of the summer solstice, a torrential downpour occurred, not clearing until the following day. Upon waking, Shuangxu felt her eyelid twitching violently, likely a consequence of her sleepless night. Arriving at the office, Xiao Liao had brought her coffee, observing her incessant eyelid pressing, leaning over to ask, "What is wrong with your eyes?" "My eyelids keep twitching," Shuangxu replied. As she regained her senses mere seconds later, she reached for her coffee to invigorate herself, only to lose her grip, the cup crashing onto her laptop. Coffee splattered across the keyboard, causing chaos within the conference room. "Paper. Quick, grab some paper. Shut it down, turn the laptop upside down. Little boss, have you backed up your files?" Shuangxu had no time to react as the computer was whisked away, and everyone scrambled to clean up the coffee. "Thankfully, everything is backed up," she murmured, rubbing her right eyelid, glancing at Xiao Liao, who had indeed spoken the truth. Despite not having taken a sip, the invigorating effect of the coffee was undeniable. Unfortunately, the laptop could not be salvaged, she had to switch to a new one. Just as she was replying to emails, her phone on the desk rang. It was her godmother calling. Shuangxu answered, and on the other end, Fu Yun's choked voice reached her, "Shuangxu, your godfather has been taken away by the disciplinary committee." In that moment, her mind exploded with realization. Her right eyelid's twitching was not due to fatigue, nor was it merely about her laptop. She sprang to her feet, hurriedly racing toward the elevator lobby, ignoring Xiao Liao's calls. On her drive back to the Shen residence, she encountered heavy traffic, her anxiety mounting as she peered out the window, overhearing sanitation workers discussing a car accident ahead. Impatient, she diverted from the main road onto a side street, taking a longer route. Reporters, like hyenas sensing blood, had congested the entrance to the Shen residence. Upon seeing Shuangxu's car approach, they attempted to swarm around it. With a firm press on the accelerator, she barreled through, circling to the back of the villa, parking by the roadside. Sister Wang, having received the call, rushed over to open the door for her. Upon alighting, she sprinted, leaving Sister Wang struggling to keep up. Chapter 68. Song Mianji in the living room, Fu Yun was in a state of restless anxiety. The servants had gathered together, each displaying a countenance of sheer panic. When Shuangxu rushed in, she was panting, "Godmother, what on earth is happening?" Fu Yun lifted her head, her brows tightly knitted in distress. "They say your godfather is implicated in corruption and bribery. Do you think his downfall is solely due to corruption? Your godfather shares a close bond with him, their friendship runs deep." Even in the shadows of Yin City, Shuangxu had heard whispers of the political upheaval. The transitions of power have always been founded upon turmoil. Beneath the seemingly calm surface, there lay a tempest of bloodshed and chaos unknown to the ordinary populace. She began to grasp the core of the matter. The crux was no longer about Shen Yuan's innocence, but rather, who would emerge victorious in this struggle. The entrenched power of the aristocratic families meant that, given Shen Yuan's status, no one would dare to detain him without higher authorities' directive. The fact that the disciplinary committee had come to apprehend him indicated they had gathered substantial evidence, and the situation was rather grim. And Wang, her eyes red with worry, reassured them, "It will surely be all right. The young master has gone, and he will inform us as soon as there is news." Shuangxu grasped Fu Yun's hand. "Godmother, please do not worry, I will stay here with you." Fu Yun clutched her tightly, as if she had found an anchor in a storm. They waited until darkness enveloped the world outside. Aunt Wang went to prepare a meal, but neither Shuangxu nor Fu Yun had any appetite. The house was eerily quiet, the entire villa shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. The once bright crystal chandeliers now exuded a chilling sharpness. As the sound of a car echoed in the courtyard, Fu Yun, who had been resting her forehead on her hand, immediately lifted her head and rushed to greet the arrival. Shen Yu appeared, his tie loosened, likely having smoked more than a few cigarettes. The unmistakable scent of tobacco clung to him. He shook his head, and Fu Yun's face instantly drained of color. Among those implicated in bribery, one was recommended by Dad. He is now insisting that Dad was involved. They have clearly come prepared, intent on framing your father. Fu Yun, who had been holding herself together throughout the day, finally faltered, her body swaying as those nearby gasped, "Madam." "Godmother." Shuangxu hurried to support Fu Yun as she collapsed. Fu Yun fainted, and Shen Yu swiftly carried her to the car, with Shuangxu accompanying them to the hospital, processing paperwork and undergoing examinations. The day had been nothing short of chaotic. After seeing the doctor out, Shuangxu spotted Shen Yu standing at the end of the corridor, engaged in a phone call, likely still concerning Shen Yuan. From his typically composed demeanor, she discerned an unusual gravity and fatigue. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Shen Yu glanced back, exchanged a few more words before ending the call and walking towards her. He peered through the glass window into the ward, and Shuangxu informed him, the doctor said that Godmother merely fainted due to emotional distress. There is no serious issue, however. Her health is already fragile, and she needs to be hospitalized for observation. Shen Yu's voice was slightly hoarse. "If you are tired, you should go home and rest." "I will stay here." Shuangxu shook her head, her tone betraying her concern. "Brother, will Godfather be all right?" In her eyes, Shen Yu, who seemed capable of anything, was unable to assure her that everything would be fine. Shen Yu wrapped his arms around her, gently ruffling her hair. "Do not worry, I am here." He always treated her as a dependent child, yet Shuangxu had matured and could no longer afford to leave all burdens upon his shoulders while she sought solace in the shadows. That night, she remained at the hospital, torn between her desire to ensure Fu Yun's well-being and the comfort of being with family during such trying times. Even if she returned home, sleep would evade her. Lying on the hospital cot, she gazed out at the waning moon suspended in the deep blue sky. The world around her silent. Sleep eluded her as memories of her early days in the Shen household flooded back. Fu Yun had longed for a daughter, yet due to health reasons, she could not bear one. When Shen Yu brought Shuangxu home, Fu Yun lavished her with affection. Though Shen Qiangyuan initially wished to steer clear of family affairs, he eventually acquiesced, seeing the bond between mother and child flourish. At first, Shuangxu had felt intimidated by him, prompting Fu Yun to chide. "Could you not wear such a solemn expression every day, you frightened Shuangxu?" Shen Qiangyuan would force a warm smile and beckon her over. "Come, let uncle treat you to something delicious." Shuangxu grew close to them, yet her bond with Shen Yu remained unparalleled. She understood her status as the little burden he had brought home, living under someone else's roof, always treading cautiously. Once, when the school organized a parent-teacher meeting, Shen Yu was absent. After returning home, she hesitated several times outside their door, too timid to voice her need. The next morning, however, she found Fu Yun already dressed, encouraging Shen Qiangyuan to change his clothes. He had taken a day off, and they both accompanied her to the meeting where, upon meeting the teachers and other parents, she was referred to simply as "my child." Thus, even when Fu Yun grew overly cautious of her upon their the debt of nurture weighed heavily, and they had indeed showered her with genuine affection. Before dawn, Fu Yun roused briefly, and Shuangxu sat by her bedside, speaking softly to comfort her back to sleep. Early in the morning, Aunt Wang arrived with breakfast. After sharing a meal with Fu Yun, Shuangxu remained at the hospital while she stepped out. She hailed a cab, and upon arriving at the Song residence, found Song Mianji still at home. He and Cui Ning sat in the dining room, the air filled with the sweet aroma of toasted bread. Cui Ning, impeccably groomed, spread jam onto her bread with a butter knife, her expression unperturbed upon seeing Shuangxu, clearly already aware of the upheaval in the Shen family. "Why are you back at this hour?" Song Mianji, nearly 50, exuded a refined elegance and retained an ageless charm that made him far more captivating than men of his age. Despite Shuangxu's extended stay in the country, the father and daughter had not communicated, thus bypassing the customary exchanges of concern and pleasantries. Shuangxu addressed him, "Father," her tone overly deferential, lacking warmth. "I have matters to discuss with you," Song Mianji said, wiping his hands before rising from the table. "Come to the study." Chapter 69. Will he stand idly by in times of crisis? This marked the first occasion that Shuangxu ventured into Song Mianji's study, a space predominantly filled with an array of books, adorned with numerous antique calligraphies and paintings, and permeated by the rich aroma of sandalwood. To the east stood a small leaf rosewood sofa, intricately carved with cloud patterns, which have historically symbolized elevation and good fortune. Song Mianji was acutely aware of her intentions and invited her to take a seat, inquiring, "I heard from your aunt that during your time back in the country, you have been co-founding a company with friends. How is it progressing?" Shuangxu, disinterested in such topics, replied dismissively, "It's just getting started. In the current climate, entrepreneurship is challenging. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to communicate with your family. Do not bear it alone. Your grandfather may seem stern, but his intentions are rooted in care for your well-being." Despite the long absence between them, Song Mianji was well informed about her recent affairs since her return. Shuangxu was not in the mood to debate her grandfather's intentions. She had come with a singular purpose. "Father, my godfather is in trouble. Could you possibly lend a hand?" Song Mianji leisurely poured himself a cup of tea. "Are you aware of the nature of this situation? This is not something you can involve yourself in. Father, I have never asked you for anything, but for this matter, I implore you, please." After a sleepless night, her eyes reddened as she gazed at him imploringly, prompting Song Mianji to set down the teapot. This case involves numerous individuals, and the disciplinary committee has established an investigation team. There are many eyes watching. It is far from the simplicity you envision. "But my godfather is being framed," Song Mianji interrupted, not allowing her to complete her thought. "The political arena is not a child's play. You do not comprehend these matters. Refrain from speaking recklessly and do not meddle, as it may bring trouble to the Song family." Shuangxu understood then that he would not extend his assistance. Yet she clung to a final glimmer of hope. "I realize I hold little significance in your eyes. You have never raised me. It was my brother and my godparents who nurtured me, and they bore your responsibilities. You owe them a favor. Are you attempting to coerce me?" "I am not coercing you. I am stating a fact. The Shen family is in peril, and while others may turn a blind eye, you should not." "Is the Shen family the only one you see?" Song Mianji's voice deepened. "If I intervene, it would be akin to pushing the Song family into a pit of flames. To assist them, you would risk the Song family's well-being without a second thought?" Were she given a choice, she would not hesitate for a moment to trade the Song family for the Shen family. "I merely hope you can do something within your means for them. Do not concern yourself with this matter any further." Song Mianji waved his hand outward, his demeanor resolute. "Leave." In the ensuing 2 minutes of silence, neither spoke, and the sandalwood scent only deepened the chasm between them. Utterly disheartened, Shuangxu said nothing more and walked out, leaving the door ajar. Upon her return, she encountered the ever-lazy Song Lian, who had finally risen from her slumber, clad in her nightgown and lounging on the stairs, awaiting her arrival. As soon as she spotted Shuangxu, she remarked sarcastically, "What brings the daughter of the Shen family to our home?"
Shuangxu chose to ignore her, descending the stairs with purpose. Song Lian followed, continuing, political struggles are inherently this way. The victors claim the spoils. You can only blame your godfather's misfortune. After all, he was classmates with that person. Look at the Zhang family, they aligned with the right side and are flourishing.
Shuangxu remained unresponsive as Song Lian chattered on. What were you thinking, to return seeking father's assistance? Are you aware that he is set to be promoted to minister next year? If he gets embroiled in this mess, it will jeopardize his career. You truly understand nothing.
Law then. Cui Ning shot her a warning glance, prompting Song Lian to fall silent. Shuangxu did not even extend a greeting to Cui Ning as she hastily exited the loathsome residence. Self-preservation is the natural instinct of all, and Song Nianji had once again demonstrated his selfishness, rendering her existence as his daughter inconsequential. Beneath the blazing sun, her heart felt as cold as ice, impervious to warmth. Upon returning to the hospital, she fortuitously encountered Lu Manman, who was rushing in. Since their time at Dongyu Mountain, they had not crossed paths for quite some time.
Xiao Jiu.
Lu Manman rushed over, embracing her. I heard Auntie fainted last night.
I came to see her. Are you both well?
Godmother has awakened, you may go in to see her. Shuangxu's heavy heart did not allow for a smile to surface, not wishing for Fu Yun to see her distress.
She chose to remain outside, sitting on a chair in the corridor. I feel too awkward to see her.
Lu Manman sat beside her, dejected. I pleaded with my father for a long time, but he said this matter is too sensitive. Any slight action could be construed as taking sides, and they cannot intervene at this time, so he advised me to stay out of it. The fickleness of human sentiment was hardly surprising.
Shuangxu nodded in understanding. Your father is justified in his actions.
The Lu family had ties to the Shen family, making their situation inherently delicate. Should the Lu family engage on Shen Yuan's behalf, they could easily be labeled as allies and subsequently face repercussions. The same applied to the Yuan Zhuo families. The risks were immense, and a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Gathering her courage, Lu Manman entered to see Fu Yun. Unlike her juniors, Fu Yun was acutely aware of the complexities at play and refrained from mentioning any requests for assistance from the Lu family, instead apologizing, your engagement banquet with the Yu must be postponed. Once the storm passes, we will celebrate you both in grand style. As for when that might be, and whether the storm would indeed pass, no one could ascertain. Should Shen Yuan be convicted, their union could very well be rendered null and void.
That's perfectly fine, Auntie.
You and I are not in a hurry, right now. Uncle Shen's situation is of utmost importance. Lu Manman displayed remarkable understanding. Please do not be too distressed, focus on regaining your health. Uncle Shen is such a good person, he will surely be fine.
Fu Yun managed a reassuring smile, though the worry etched upon her brow lingered. For several days, Shen Yu had been tirelessly advocating for Shen Yuan, yet the nature of human relationships proved tenuous. Acts of kindness were rare, while those seeking to exploit the situation abounded. When he and Yu Zifeng arrived at the hospital late that night, it was well past visiting hours.
How is Aunt Fu?
Yu Zifeng inquired.
Her condition has stabilized over the past couple of days.
She wishes to be discharged and return home.
That's good to hear. Yu Zifeng, typically carefree, now bore an air of gravity, reassuring her, sister, do not worry too much, focus on caring for Aunt Fu. Your brother and I are here to support you. While the Yu family could not overtly intervene, the long-standing friendship between their families provided substantial, albeit discreet, backing. Let her discharge if she wishes.
Shen Yu remarked, I have matters to attend to tomorrow and will not be able to come. I'll have the driver come to pick you up.
Shuangxu noticed the bloodshot veins in his eyes, a testament to his sleepless nights, the lingering scent of alcohol from social gatherings still clinging to him. She refrained from mentioning her visit to Song Nianji, responding obediently, understood. After Shen Yu and Yu Zifeng departed, Shuangxu gazed out the window at their retreating figures, and without warning, the visage of Yi Tingzhou flashed through her mind. The Yi family thought if there were anyone capable of stepping forward during these tumultuous times to rescue Shen Yuan from peril, it would likely be Commander Yi. She wondered if Shen Yu had sought Yi Tingzhou's assistance. With the situation stagnant, had he perhaps refused? They were friends. Would he truly stand idly by in times of crisis? Chapter 70. You must have a modicum of interest in me. The following day, Shuangxu facilitated Fu Yun's discharge from the hospital. Upon returning to the Shen residence, Fu Yun, having taken her medication, needed to rest for a while. Uncharacteristically, Shuangxu nestled closer and said, Godmother, may I sleep with you? Oh, Fu Yun's face flickered with surprise. What could be the harm in that? She smiled and patted the bed. Come. Shuangxu removed her shoes and climbed up, resting her head on Fu Yun's shoulder, while Fu Yun held her hand. Although Fu Yun lived a life of luxury, with hands as delicate as those of the young, Shuangxu could not shake the feeling that holding her hand was an entirely different experience. To her, Fu Yun occupied a maternal position. Fu Yun embraced her, saying, It's truly wonderful to have a daughter. In that moment, the two were nestled together, devoid of any pretense or wariness, momentarily shedding the anxiety and worries that had accumulated over the past few days, relishing the rare tranquility and comfort. You've worked hard these past few days, Fu Yun acknowledged, having witnessed Shuangxu's dedicated care at the bedside. Reflecting on her own actions since returning to the country, a wave of guilt washed over Fu Yun. She struggled to articulate it, yet the scene evoked memories of days gone by. When you first came to our home, you were so timid, scared to sleep alone at night, and I would coax you to sleep. When Shuangxu had just arrived at the Shen household, she resembled a small creature in a foreign land, overwhelmed by insecurity, often scratching at Shen Yu's door in the middle of the night. Shen Yu would return her to her room, only for her to come knocking again shortly after. Eventually, he relented and allowed her to stay. Thus, for the first few nights, she had stealthily slept in Shen Yu's room. Later, upon discovering her fear of sleeping alone, Fu Yan took joy in visiting her room each night to soothe her to sleep, channeling her maternal instincts until Shuangxu acclimatized to her new surroundings and no longer awoke in fright during the night. Shuangxu smiled softly, whispering, "I truly wish that upon waking, time would revert to those days." Fu Yan felt a surge of emotion as she gently patted Shuangxu's back, much like one would comfort a child. Once Fu Yan drifted off to sleep, Shuangxu carefully rose and left the bedroom. She dialed Shen Yu's number, hoping to discuss matters with him. The phone rang for quite some time before it was answered, and Lu Manman's voice came through. "Xiaojiu, your brother has just fallen asleep. Is there something you need to discuss with him?" Shuangxu paused for a moment. "I have something I wish to talk to him about. He has been incredibly exhausted these past few days and has only just drifted off. I couldn't bear to wake him." Lu Manman replied in a hushed tone. "When he awakens, I'll relay your message. I'll wait for him at home," Shuangxu said. "Alright," Lu Manman agreed. Seated in the living room, Shuangxu was approached by Sister Wang, who offered to bring her a blanket for a nap, but she shook her head, leaning back on the sofa. Her mind replayed memories frame by frame. 15 years ago, on the streets, a pair of white sneakers brought her to a halt as Shen Yu held her hand, guiding her into this very house, which had become her home over the next decade. Shuangxu was unsure how long she had waited, but when she lifted her head, the night had quietly unfurled. Time had swiftly passed, and it felt as if she had traversed another decade in those few hours. Shen Yu did not return, nor did he call her back. Shuangxu made a decision. As she exited the house without disturbing anyone, she stood in the night breeze and dialed He Tingzhou's number. The call was answered promptly, yet silence reigned on the other end, waiting for her to speak first. "Tingzhou, good." He Tingzhou's voice was flat. "What is it? May I meet with you?" "I have something to discuss." After a brief silence, He Tingzhou replied, "Come over." The journey from the Shen residence to Yanqi took half an hour, and He Tingzhou's villa was located in Taihe Courtyard, nestled in the most exclusive area of the western suburbs of Yan City. Driving along the wide, smooth road, the villa's grand entrance awaited her arrival. He preferred a lively environment for relaxation, yet this villa was remarkably serene. Shuangxu parked her car in the courtyard, where the door was already ajar. She pushed it open, and He Tingzhou awaited her in the living room, dressed in a shirt and trousers. He appeared as if he had just returned from outside, lazily propped against the sofa with his fingers pressed to his temple, absently spinning his phone. Upon hearing her footsteps, he lifted his eyelids slightly, showing little reaction, merely halting the motion of his phone. He remained still, observing as Shuangxu approached and settled onto the adjacent sofa before speaking. "Are you here for the Shen family?" It seemed he was well aware of her purpose. Shuangxu nodded. "Indeed, before coming to me, did you consult anyone else?" He Tingzhou inquired. "My father, did he not inform you how complicated this matter is?" Shuangxu replied, "That is precisely why I sought you out. What makes you so certain that I will assist you?" This question struck at the heart of the matter, and Shuangxu gazed at him, her almond-shaped eyes clear and untainted, reflecting hope. "I am not certain, Tingzhou. Can you help me?" He Tingzhou regarded her steadily for a moment before leisurely responding. "Of course." However, he then pivoted. "What do you bring to the table for this discussion?" This question momentarily caught Shuangxu off guard, and she candidly replied, "I possess no bargaining chips." Apart from herself, she had nothing to offer. Her wealth paled in comparison to his, her power was insignificant, and she lacked any supportive backing. "Then why should I assist you?" He Tingzhou stated. The flicker of hope that had yet to ignite in her heart was doused by cold water, and Shuangxu's bright eyes gradually dimmed. It was understandable, everyone avoided involvement, fearing the repercussions, and his choice not to intervene was the wisest course. He Tingzhou had aided her on numerous occasions, leading her to easily fall into the illusion of friendship. Yet, every time she entertained such a notion, he promptly reminded her not to be overly sentimental. Nothing warrants it. She often forgot that her standing was not so grand. "I apologize for the intrusion." After speaking, she stood and walked to the door, gripping the doorknob but hesitating to pull it open. Exiting through that door now meant she had no better means to alleviate the Shen family's troubles. The Shen family had once sheltered her from the storm, and now, with Shen Xiangyuan in peril, she felt utterly powerless. He Tingzhou was her sole glimmer of hope. He Tingzhou rose and moved to the bar, pouring himself a glass of water without sparing her a glance. Shuangxu lingered silently at the door for a moment before returning to stand before him. "I possess no bargaining chips, all I have is myself." She clenched her fingers, steadying her voice, "But surely, you must have some interest in me." In truth, she did not possess much confidence. It was akin to handing him the means to humiliate and mock her. She gambled on the fleeting glimmer of desire she believed she had seen in his eyes that night in the blue darkness, hoping it was not merely a misinterpretation. If she were mistaken, he would undoubtedly ridicule her mercilessly, leaving her utterly humiliated. Chapter 71. Disdain to coerce others. He Tingzhou paused briefly in his act of drinking water, turning to gaze at her. The light was as bright as day, yet his sharp black eyes held an inscrutable depth. In the silence that stretched over the following seconds, Shuangxu's heart fluttered anxiously. Eventually, He Tingzhou set down the half-empty glass, leaning back against the bar, his demeanor returning to its usual nonchalance. "You caught me," he remarked, "and what now? Do you intend to sell yourself to me?" He did not deny it. Shuangxu's heart leapt violently, the taut nerves bracing for judgment began to relax. "Yes," she replied without a hint of hesitation. "If you promise to help, I could sell myself to you." He Tingzhou crossed his arms, silently scrutinizing her for a moment. "For Shen Yu, you would do anything, wouldn't you?" "This isn't for my brother," Shuangxu responded. "It's for my godfather." He Tingzhou regarded her with a faint expression for several seconds before standing upright and approaching her. The deep gray slippers he wore brushed against the tips of her shoes, prompting Shuangxu to instinctively step back, only to find her waist ensnared. His fingers, long and powerful, exuded a warmth distinctly different from hers, landing at her waist and causing her skin to involuntarily tighten. Tingzhou leaned slightly forward, his lashes casting a heavy shadow that obscured the color of his eyes. He uttered two words, "Kiss me." A flicker of astonishment crossed Shuangxu's gaze. Was this where it began? For reasons unknown, she suddenly froze, becoming as rigid as a statue, her breath faltering under Tingzhou's unwavering stare. He released her, his cool voice seemingly a mere test for her. If you're not prepared, why present yourself as if you're ready to offer yourself? With that, Shuangxu stood in place for a few moments, then turned and strode directly to him. Tingzhou lifted his gaze to meet hers, and she pressed a hand against his shoulder, forcefully pushing him onto the sofa. He followed her lead, leaning back without protest, merely raising an eyebrow in mild intrigue. In her heart, Shuangxu felt a wave of uncertainty. Tingzhou's thoughts were entirely inscrutable to her. It was as though she walked upon a cloud, unable to discern whether the ground beneath was solid support or a treacherous pit, yet she was acutely aware of her purpose for being here. Compared to the Shen family's kindness towards her, everything else paled in significance. The villa was unnervingly quiet, the silence amplifying the sound of her quickened breaths. The humiliation of being drugged and rejected during a previous encounter loomed vividly in her mind, where the influence of the drug had dulled her senses, rendering her actions somewhat excusable. Now, however, she was fully conscious, fully aware of her intentions. Kneeling beside him on the sofa, she steadied herself by gripping his shoulder and, summoning her courage, leaned in to kiss him. He remained motionless, allowing her to draw closer. Just as their lips were about to meet, he lifted his wrist, deftly capturing her face with his hand. His gaze shifted from her reddened lips to the depths of his own darkened eyes, void of any stars. That expression of yours, as if you're ready to embrace death, makes me feel like a piece of excrement. Shuangxu stumbled over her words, bewildered by his interpretation.
I do not regard you as such. Should I thank you for that? Tingzhou asked. Shall we continue? Shuangxu inquired.
Tingzhou regarded her silently for a moment, then grasped one of her legs and nonchalantly tossed her aside onto the sofa. He rose and made his way upstairs.
I do not favor coercing others. So, he rejected the transaction?
The quiet living room now contained only Shuangxu, who sat in stillness for a moment before standing and exiting Tingzhou's house. When the Shen family was at the height of their glory, their doors were always bustling with visitors, and everyone would respectfully address Shen Yu as young Master Shen.
However, following Shen Yuan's downfall, many unfamiliar faces emerged, eager to exploit the family's misfortune.
Some were opportunistic, while others eyed the situation with predatory intent, all hoping to feast upon the spoils of the Shen family's decline. During a midday banquet, Shen Yu was plied with drinks by several aging sycophants. He was ultimately escorted home by his fiancée, just as Lu Manman arrived to seek him out. Lu Manman silenced his phone so he could rest peacefully, and it was only when he awoke that he realized night had fallen. Sounds emanated from the kitchen, and upon emerging from his bedroom, he found Lu Manman preparing porridge in a clay pot, which she set on the dining table, smiling up at him.
You're awake.
Shen Yu stood at the doorway, quietly observing her.
Is something the matter? Lu Manman asked. Let us cancel our engagement, Shen Yu stated. The smile on Lu Manman's face gradually faded. Why?
Given the current predicament of the Shen family, this marriage is no longer appropriate, Shen Yu explained. It is best to delineate our boundaries early on to minimize any impact on the Lu family. He spoke with gentlemanly consideration for her, yet Lu Manman felt anything but pleased.
Are you afraid of burdening me, which is why you wish to annul our engagement? Do not blame yourself.
With reddened eyes, she walked to the entrance to change her shoes. As she opened the door to leave, she turned back, voice trembling with tears as she said, Xiaojiu called you this afternoon. He said he needed to discuss something. After delivering the message, she could no longer hold back her tears and ran out, weeping. Shen Yu rubbed his forehead, picking up the phone on the table to call Shuangxu, but there was no answer. He donned his coat and headed downstairs, only to be informed by the servant that Miss Shuangxu had left 2 hours prior. It had become rare for her to reach out to him, and he wondered what matter she wished to discuss. A sense of unease washed over Shen Yu as he repeatedly dialed her number while stepping out of the house in search of her. As the headlights illuminated the courtyard, Shuangxu returned. Upon spotting Shen Yu's silhouette in the night, she parked her car and approached him.
Brother, how are things with my godfather?
We're still figuring things out, do not worry, Shen Yu replied softly. He had a habit of treating her as a child in need of protection, wishing to shield her from the storms of the outside world.
What did you want to discuss with me this afternoon?
Shuangxu hesitated, not wanting to burden him further, nor did she wish for the brother who had raised her with such care to know that she was contemplating such a transaction. After all, Tingzhou had not acquiesced. I merely wanted to ask if you had spoken to Tingzhou.
Shen Yu smiled lightly.
Tingzhou is rather aloof, he does not easily warm to anyone. He may show me a modicum of respect. Shuangxu shook her head, and he playfully patted her head. No matter how busy you are, always remember to eat first. I've made porridge for you in the kitchen, go have some.
Chapter 72.
Why don't you try crying? That evening, Shuangxu lay in bed, contemplating Tingzhou's unpredictable demeanor. If even Shen Yu's influence proved ineffective this time, when she approached him as a bargaining chip, would he be willing to accept the exchange, or was he merely intent on toying with her? She felt a tumult of emotions. Was there no one who could invent a translation device to decipher Tingzhou's thoughts into plain language? The following morning, Shuangxu visited Feishui. Having spent the past few days at the hospital, there were several matters at the company awaiting her attention. Upon her arrival, she discovered Xu Yang was already there, busy signing documents in the office. She had just completed a round of chemotherapy, and though she wore a hat, it could not conceal the pallor of her complexion.
"What brings you here?" Shuangxu asked as she pushed the door open.
Xu Yang set down her paperwork and gestured for Xiao Liao to close the office door. Xiao Liao complied but remained inside the office.
"I heard there was trouble at home," Xu Yang said. "Since I'm feeling a bit better today, I thought I'd come and handle some of the mundane tasks. How is your godfather doing?"
At that moment, the worries and uncertainties that Shuangxu had been unable to articulate finally found a voice. She sighed, not very optimistic.
"I can't be of much help in this situation," Xu Yang replied. "I've informed Xiao Liao that any documents requiring signatures during this period will be sent to the hospital. As for decisions that need to be made, I'll coordinate with everyone via video conference. Focus on your family matters. I'll take care of things at the company." Xu Yang continued, "Moreover, I firmly believe in karma. People like your brother and your godparents, such kind souls, will undoubtedly be rewarded."
Shuangxu felt a modicum of comfort at her words.
"When did you start believing in that?" "Recently, it's my new faith," Xu Yang replied, embracing her.
Xiao Lao joined in, saying, "And I too, I've been tapping an electronic wooden fish daily to pray for your godfather." The three of them shared a rather cramped embrace, and though Shuangxu felt a bit constricted, her spirits lifted somewhat. She returned the embrace, saying, "Thank you both." After finishing her tasks at the company, Shuangxu departed, driving to the cake shop He Tingzhou had taken her to previously, where she ordered a blueberry mousse. As the staff handed her the packaged cake, she turned around and nearly collided with someone. Zhengzui grinned at her. "Long time no see, beautiful." Shuangxu immediately furrowed her brow, attempting to sidestep him, but Zhang Zui stepped in front of her, blocking her path with his towering stature.
"The Shen family is currently struggling to keep afloat, and with your support gone, do you still dare to throw me a cold shoulder?"
Shuangxu sidestepped him again, but he moved to obstruct her once more.
Noticing the altercation, a staff member behind the counter inquired, "Ma'am, do you need assistance in calling the police?"
"Go ahead and report it. Let's see which officer dares to arrest me," Zhang Zui retorted, exuding confidence. Having previously evaded capture for drug-related offenses, he had little fear of the law. Seizing the opportunity, Shuangxu hastened to leave, but Zhang Zui reached for her. She had anticipated this and deftly evaded his grasp.
"Don't touch me."
All right, I won tea," Zhang Zui replied, unusually agreeable today.
"I'm here to help you."
"You surely don't want Shen Yuan to end up in prison, do you? The trouble he is in this time is not so easily resolved. Shen Yu can't save him."
"Only I can assist you. If you cooperate with me, I'll speak to my grandfather on your behalf and persuade him to let Shen Yuan off the hook. Sounds like a fair deal, doesn't it?"
Shuangxu turned to glare at him.
"Was it your family that set him up?"
Zhang Zui scoffed. "When Shen Yu got me sent to rehab, he should have known the consequences of crossing the Zhang family. My grandfather merely seized the opportunity to teach them a lesson." So it was indeed Shen Yu who had orchestrated Zhang Zui's drug arrest. Ultimately, it was because of her offense against the Zhang family.
"You should blame yourself."
"If you had let me play earlier, we wouldn't have so many complications," he continued, reaching out to embrace her.
"Is there really a need to consider this? There is no one besides me who can help you. I'll tell you now, my patience is running thin." "Then you should conserve it."
A cold, dispassionate voice interjected, and simultaneously, Zhang Zui's arm draped over her shoulder was brushed aside by a hand. He Tingzhou had appeared from behind, pulling Shuangxu in front of him. Before Shuangxu could react, Zhang Zui's gaze darted between them, his previously nonchalant expression shifting into something more serious.
"You fancy her too?" he asked He Tingzhou, sporting a flirtatious grin. "What do you think?" "She has quite the catch. Even you've been enchanted, but I laid eyes on her first, so I'll have my turn before handing her over to you." "Why the eagerness to be first? Why not just go die?"
He Tingzhou's gaze towards Zhang Zui was icy and filled with disdain.
"When will your grandfather learn to keep you on a leash?" Zhang Zui's temper flared, his eyes narrowing. "He Tingzhou, if it weren't for your father, my grandfather would have already eliminated you." He Tingzhou smirked, nonchalantly responding, "What of it? I am not fond of him either. Why don't you take care of him first, then come after me?"
Zhang Zui found himself at a loss for words, redirecting his attention to Shuangxu. "We can settle our grievances later. Since you fancy her too, let us compete fairly." He believed he had grasped Shuangxu's weakness. Shen Yuan's fate was in the hands of the Zhang family, and she had no choice but to comply. With a self-satisfied tone, he added, "Let her choose for herself, see who she follows." Unexpectedly, He Tingzhou was exceedingly domineering, not granting Shuangxu a chance to speak. "With me, she has no right to choose." Having said that, he directly led her away in front of Zhang Zui. Once outside the cake shop, Shuangxu was lost in thought, not noticing when He Tingzhou had come to a halt until she nearly collided with him, slamming on the brakes just in time. "Who occupies your thoughts so thoroughly?" "I was thinking of Zhang." Before she could finish, He Tingzhou smirked, "You've only been apart for 2 minutes and you miss him already?" "If you wanted to, I'd send you back to find him." "I'm not thinking of him, I was thinking of his grandfather," Shuangxu clarified. He Tingzhou's gaze and tone turned frosty. "You're not even sparing an 80-year-old man?"
Shuangxu's thoughts scattered and she realized He Tingzhou had known all along about the connection to the Zheng family. Shen Yu surely he knew as well. You certainly have an abundance of backup plans, He Tingzhou remarked, his eyes narrowed as he observed her. Last night you sought me out, today you're looking for someone else. What, am I not enough to satisfy you? I didn't seek him out, Shuangxu shot back, meeting his gaze. Besides, didn't you reject me? He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. At what point did I say I rejected you? Shuangxu retorted, you explicitly said you didn't like coercing people. Which word in that sentence means rejection, and which means refusal? Then does that mean you're agreeing? He Tingzhou replied lazily, which word did I use to indicate agreement? What do you truly mean? Shuangxu asked, looking directly at him. I don't understand. Why don't you try crying? He Tingzhou suggested, studying her eyes. Perhaps I might relent and agree to you. What a peculiar request. She wasn't an actress who could cry on cue. I can't cry. Then take your time to gather your emotions. He Tingzhou leaned against the car door, adopting a posture of waiting. Whenever you manage to cry, that's when I'll agree. Chapter 73. The secret lovers, you said it, Shuangxu promptly replied, there's no room for regret. Could it be that he would soften at the sight of a woman's tears, regardless of its truth? If a mere display of sorrow could sway him, it was indeed an exceedingly simple condition. Shuangxu reflected upon all the sorrowful events of her life, the unwarranted abandonment by her mother, the carefree days of her childhood that she could never return to, and the predicament she found herself in today because of the Shen family. If Shen Yu were to discover that she had so brazenly sold herself out, one could only wonder what emotions he would grapple with. The thought of it inevitably brought a wave of melancholy, yet the more one tries to cry intentionally, the more elusive the tears become. She discreetly pinched her thigh, it hurt enough, but still, no tears surfaced, particularly as she caught a glimpse of He Tingzhou's smirk and his gaze brimming with amusement. What are you laughing at? Is it that your self-inflicted pain isn't severe enough? He Tingzhou remarked with feigned concern, would you like me to assist? I possess considerable strength. The scant tears she had managed to summon were quickly extinguished by his jest, leaving Shuangxu feeling somewhat defeated. Had she known, she should have brought an onion with her when she left the house. She extended the blueberry mousse in her hand. Would you mind having a slice of cake? It would grant me some time. He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. Did you buy this for me? I was initially planning to seek you out once more, Shuangxu replied, unwilling to concede so easily. If my expression yesterday was the reason for the debacle, I can certainly adopt one that pleases you. He Tingzhou regarded her, his expression largely unchanged, yet for some inexplicable reason, the cold demeanor that typically accompanied him seemed to dissipate. He lifted Shuangxu's chin, peering deeply into her eyes. Uncle Yu Ezifeng was always eager to recount the tale of how Shen Yu brought Shuangxu home, narrating how the 8-year-old Shuangxu was a pitiful sight, her eyes capable of melting even the hardest of hearts. It was as though he had witnessed it firsthand, yet, he was not lying. Shuangxu possessed a pair of eyes that evoked a profound urge to protect and cherish her. How could anyone bear to see her cry? All he wished was to present her with the most splendid wonders the world had to offer. Shen Yu was indeed fortunate to have discovered her amidst a city of 20 million souls. Let us leave it as is for now. Cry another time, he temporarily relented. Hand me your phone. What for? Shuangxu asked, perplexed. He Tingzhou snatched the phone from her grasp, swiftly unlocking it and accessing WeChat while holding it above her head, taking advantage of his height. After a few taps, he tossed it back to her. Upon receiving her phone, Shuangxu noticed that he had made himself a top contact, altering the name from Tingzhou Gu to Tingzhou Gij. The slight change in wording dramatically shifted the connotation. My calls must be answered, and you are to be at my beck and call. You are not permitted to hold hands, embrace, kiss, or sleep with any man, excluding your brother, He Tingzhou stated. Can you comply? This was not particularly demanding. Shuangxu had anticipated he might impose conditions regarding remembering your identity and refraining from interfering in my life. Of course, she nodded, but I have one request. My brother must not know. Keeping Shen Yu in the dark implied that no one else could be privy to the arrangement. He Tingzhou scoffed lightly. So, you wish for me to be your clandestine lover? Am I that shameful? Yet, this was hardly a matter of pride, Shuangxu replied. If my brother finds out, he will undoubtedly disapprove. He Tingzhou regarded her with a cool glance for several seconds before turning away and opening the car door, waited home. In the ensuing days, there was no word from He Tingzhou. Shuangxu understood that this was no trivial matter and refrained from pressing him, yet as time stretched on, the waiting became a torment. Until there was a resolution, she chose not to inform Fu Yun, wishing to spare her the disappointment. That afternoon, Fu Yun's blood pressure had risen again. Shuangxu brought her medication and poured a glass of warm water. Just as Fu Yun was taking her medicine, Shuangxu's phone chimed. Tingzhou Gij, frowny face, where are you? Shuangxu quickly replied, frowny face, at my godmother's place. He Tingzhou did not respond further. After Fu Yun finished her medication, Wang Sa approached with news. Old Master Song has arrived. When I sought his help, he refused to see me. Why has he come today? During this time, Fu Yun had experienced the fickleness of human relationships. Wang Sa speculated, could it be he has changed his mind and is willing to assist? Once he is here, we must receive him properly, she instructed as the servant ushered him into the living room, serving tea. Old Master Song entered, casting a sharp glance at Shuangxu seated beside Fu Yun, his usual stern demeanor now tinged with scrutiny. Fu Yun, mustering her strength, politely inquired, Uncle Song, how has your health been of late? I intended to visit you a few days ago, but Cui Ning mentioned you were unwell and had moved to the southern part of the city for recuperation. I am aware you sought me out for long-term matters. Old Master Song cut straight to the chase. I am here today for that very reason. Chang Yuan has been detained for 10 days, any further delay will only worsen his circumstances. Once he is truly convicted, there will be no room for negotiation. Fu Yun, already tormented with worry, felt a tightening in her chest at his words. She understood the Song family's indifferent stance, yet with the old master visiting personally, a flicker of hope ignited within her. I know what you are saying is true, we have done all we can, but when a wall collapses, many will push it down. Countless people would delight in the downfall of the Shen family, eager for their share. Uncle Song, during my father's time, you had a decades-long friendship with him. Seeing the ties between our families over the years, could you lend Chang Yuan a helping hand? Chang Yuan has grown up under my watch. I certainly do not wish for him to face misfortune. However, I have been retired for many years now, and my influence has waned. Lao Zhang, on the other hand, still holds sway, Old Master Song stated, casting another glance at Shuangxu. The matter concerning Chang Yuan originated from her, he continued. If Shen Yu had not intervened on her behalf, there would have been no animosity with the Zhang family. The Zhang family has been thriving in recent years and has now secured the right connections. Their path will only broaden. That young man from the Zhang family has taken a liking to Shuangxu, and Lao Zhang is also eager to find him a suitable bride. If Shuangxu were to marry him, the enmity between the Shen and Zhang families would dissolve. In such a case, they would become in-laws, and Lao Zhang would naturally show leniency. Fu Yun fell silent. The previously quiet Shuangxu finally spoke up. He nearly assaulted me, attempting to drug me for the purpose of violation. Do you truly believe that is affection? The old master raised an eyebrow. One may eat without decorum, but one must not speak without propriety. As a young lady, referring to such matters as assault and violation, where is your sense of shame? It was evident that harboring hopes for them would only lead to greater disappointment. You may as well be direct. It appears you wish to ride the coattails of the Zhang family, sacrificing me for the prosperity of your Song family, Shuangxu bluntly exposed. I am acting in your best interest. Old Master Song replied with righteous indignation, to save Chang Yuan, this is the only option. Shuangxu turned to Fu Yun, fearing to see an expression of yearning on her face. Initially, Fu Yun was taken aback, then fell into silence. Shuangxu could not decipher her thoughts, and perhaps due to her own coldness, her tone came out unusually calm. Godmother, do you think the same? Chapter 74. I cannot engage in the degradation of selling daughters for glory. The silence in the air was chilling. Grandfather was indeed correct. The enmity between the Shen family and the Zhang family was due to her, and utilizing her to break the deadlock was most fitting. How could one expect others to cherish someone who had been forsaken by her own parents? Shuangxu could empathize with Fu Yun's feelings, conjuring 1,000 justifications for her in her heart. Even if Fu Yun were to agree, she would harbor no resentment against her. It was merely another instance of being abandoned by her mother. Suddenly, Fu Yun grasped her hand, her eyes brimming with tears. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? A wave of bitterness surged within Shuangxu. He did not succeed. Brother Tingzhou saved me. You foolish child, you must inform the family about this, Fu Yun replied, reflecting on how she had previously acted like a frightened bird, constantly on guard and pushing her child further away, even to the point of being bullied without daring to confide. Fu Yun felt a mix of guilt and heartache. It was only through experiencing great ups and downs that she realized how blinded she had been. The Zhang family is truly overstepping their bounds. That scoundrel bullied Shuangxu first, and they still have the audacity to hold a grudge against our family, to frame and suppress us. Do you still expect me to bow and scrape to them in supplication? Fu Yun seethed, gritting her teeth. Human hearts are made of flesh. Shuangxu is also a child of the Song family. How can your hearts be so cruel? Zheng Zui is a complete scoundrel, indulging in all manner of vices, and to marry Shuangxu to him, he would be the first to refuse in the long run. Grandfather Song, confronted by a younger generation's reproach, struggled to maintain his dignity, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. She is my granddaughter. How could I harm her? Think carefully. It is impossible for Chang Yuan to escape unscathed this time. Once he is truly convicted, the Shen family will never be able to cleanse themselves of this stain. This time, we were merely caught off guard by their schemes. I accept that our Shen family may be down and out, but we shall not abandon our pride and dignity. Fu Yun's tone had grown uncharacteristically brusque. Uncle Song, I respect you as an elder. I do not blame you for watching from the sidelines without intervening. However, you need not bring this matter up again. I cannot engage in the degradation of selling daughters for glory. If you do not cherish Shuangxu, I will. In that moment, Shuangxu felt an indescribable mix of emotions. She was touched, realizing that all her efforts were worthwhile, yet fearful of what might happen if Fu Yun discovered the truth. Grandfather Song, now incensed, left with a curt remark, then may you seek your own fortune. He swept out in a huff. Just as he reached the door, the sound of a vehicle echoed from the courtyard. Yu Zifeng's excited voice rang out, Aunt Fu Yun, come out and see who has returned. Fu Yun, who had been bedridden for days due to illness, suddenly sprang to her feet and dashed outside. Chang Yuan. Her voice, filled with joy and tears, resonated within. As Shuangxu reached the doorway, she beheld Fu Yun weeping openly as she embraced Chang Yuan. He appeared noticeably thinner than before, his complexion somewhat haggard. It seemed these past days had not been easy for him. He smiled as he patted Fu Yun's back. You're all grown up now. Don't you fear the children laughing at you? Just then, Yu Zifeng, who had been grinning moments before, suddenly turned, burying his face against the man beside him. Damn, now you've got me wanting to cry too. Before he could even touch the hem of the other man's coat, he was coldly pushed away by He Tingzhou. Suck it up. Shen Yu approached and affectionately ruffled Shuangxu's hair. You've worked hard taking care of the house these past days. Shuangxu shook her head. It wasn't hard. Before she could finish her sentence, she sensed a piercing gaze upon her. Looking back, she met He Tingzhou's indifferent eyes as he glanced at Shen Yu's hand on her head. Shuangxu felt a tightness in her scalp, was touching her hair in offense. Grandfather Song, who had not yet left, stood at the entrance, watching the scene of joy that followed the ordeal. Little did he expect Shen Qiangyuan would emerge so easily, yet he was well aware of who had remained indifferent and who had tirelessly advocated for him during his detention. While still holding Fuyan, Shen Qiangyuan nodded politely towards Grandfather Song from a distance. Uncle Song. Grandfather Song, seasoned in the ways of the officialdom, maintained a demeanor devoid of embarrassment, responding amiably, it's good to have you back. Both Mian and I were quite worried about you. It's not easy to turn a crisis into safety. You must be cautious in the future. Shen Qiangyuan replied, your admonitions are well taken. After Grandfather Song departed, Fuyun invited everyone into their home. The gloomy clouds that had loomed over the villa dissipated with Shen Qiangyuan's safe return, and the servants were filled with joy. With many guests present, Sister Wang busied herself taking inventory and sending the driver for groceries, bustling about in the kitchen to prepare dinner without resting for a moment. Shuangxu was brewing tea while He Tingzhou sat on the opposite sofa. Yu Zifeng, having finally relieved the heavy burden from his heart, chattered incessantly, passionately recounting the disdain he and Shen Yu had faced during their recent endeavors. In the presence of everyone, Shuangxu feared being discovered and avoided glancing at He Tingzhou, yet she couldn't shake the feeling of guilt, her concentration wavering as she prepared the tea. It's time to turn off the heat, Shen Yu's voice chimed beside her, reminding her, Mingqian Longjing is delicate. The water temperature should not exceed 85 degrees. Shuangxu hurriedly turned off the heat. Then I'll let it steep a bit longer. Shen Yu's expression was one she hadn't seen in days, relaxed and smiling. It's just family drinking. It doesn't matter. Shuangxu felt as though 2 nails were driven into her back. Stealing a glance at He Tingzhou while pouring the tea, she noticed he was engrossed in Yu Zifeng's list of grudges, his demeanor aloof and entirely dismissive of her presence. Make one for me too. Do you even need a grudge book? Isn't it others who keep track of you? Yu Zifeng asked, clearly intrigued. So, who was the first person to make it onto your list? He Tingzhou lazily replied, my enemies, why should I tell you? After preparing the tea, Shuangxu handed a cup to Shen Yu, who personally poured one for He Tingzhou. He Tingzhou took it, glancing at the clear, vibrant green tea, which exuded a refreshing bean fragrance. Tingzhou, I owe you a great deal for my father's situation, Shen Yu said earnestly. How can I thank you? He Tingzhou took a sip, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. No need. This response sounded akin to the camaraderie shared between brothers, prompting Shen Yu to place a hand on his shoulder and pat it twice. Only Shuangxu understood the implication behind He Tingzhou's words. There was no need for Shen Yu to thank him. It was a transaction between her and He Tingzhou. Fuyan insisted they stay for dinner, and Yu Zifeng rubbed his hands together. And Fuyan, then I shall not be polite. I'm famished. He Tingzhou, not wishing to dampen the mood, readily agreed to stay. After dinner, Shuangxu found herself seated beside Shen Yu, with He Tingzhou directly across from her. Shen Qiangyuan's release was largely thanks to Commander He's intervention, leading Shen Yu to express considerable gratitude and courtesy toward He Tingzhou throughout their conversation. He Tingzhou handled the compliments with composure, exhibiting a natural ease throughout. After the meal, they did not linger long, preferring to leave the space for the family. Fuyan inquired with concern about Shen Qiangyuan's experiences over the past few days, whether he had suffered, to which he reassured her, in a society governed by law, who would dare to resort to violence? He refrained from mentioning the psychological torment he endured during interrogation. Shuangxu's phone vibrated slightly in her pocket, and upon seeing Tingzhou, she instinctively glanced at Shen Yu and Shen Qiangyuan, who were engrossed in conversation and did not notice her. Tingzhou frowny face come out, Godfather, Godmother, there's an urgent document at the company I need to attend to. She found a suitable excuse and, as she stood to leave, Shen Yu remarked, I'll accompany you. Shuangxu quickly shook her head. No need, brother, you've been tired for several days. You should rest. As she stepped outside, Fuyan's voice called after her, come back early when you're done. If it's too late, I'll have your brother come to fetch you. Thinking that He Tingzhou likely just wanted to discuss something and would not take long, Shuangxu acquiesced and stepped out into the night. Chapter 75. Do you want a kiss? He Tingzhou waited outside the Shen residence for her. The night breeze had transformed into a warm caress. Clad in black attire, He Tingzhou stood out strikingly against the sparse streetlights, his handsome features illuminated by the night. They were perilously close to the Shen household, nearly 100 meters away, and any passerby would easily spot them. As Shuangxu stepped through the villa's gate, she glanced around furtively, her face betraying her secretive intentions. Once assured of her solitude, she hurried to He Tingzhou's side and inquired, what do you want from me? The silk shirt he wore shimmered like flowing water in the darkness, with a piece of candy resting in his mouth. He Tingzhou replied slowly, an affair. What on earth? Could you refrain from using such an odd term? Why is it strange? He Tingzhou retorted, isn't it you who sneaks around like a thief? I'm merely being cautious. With Shen Qiangyuan's safe return today, a heavy weight had lifted from Shuangxu's heart, and she felt considerably lighter. She sincerely expressed, thank you so much, brother Tingzhou. He Tingzhou queried, how should I be thanked? Shuangxu naturally thought of something more intimate. Not today, she replied, acutely aware that her recent nights spent at home would arouse suspicion. My godmother is waiting for me at home. He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow slowly, as if perplexed, and asked, what is wrong with today? Shuangxu sensed his feigned ignorance, don't pretend. You know what I mean. He Tingzhou chuckled softly, then inquired, so when will it be possible? I'll be returning to Songming Road tomorrow, Shuangxu said, only to realize that her words hinted at tomorrow's potential rendezvous. She quickly added, any time after that. Yet He Tingzhou had already seized upon the crucial detail. Tomorrow, huh? He repeated slowly, his deep, dark eyes fixed on her, gently gnawing on the candy. The night was quiet, and the sound of the wind was strikingly clear. Shuangxu felt her face warm under its caress. Just as she contemplated changing the subject, He Tingzhou unexpectedly asked, have you ever kissed anyone? Shuangxu paused momentarily. Why do you ask that? He Tingzhou crunched the candy, chewing casually, what? Can't I ask? It wasn't that she couldn't respond. Shuangxu felt inexplicably embarrassed. Maintaining the persona she had initially crafted, with a composed facade, she asserted, of course, I have. How many times? Who asks such a thing? Who counts these things? She replied. I've had so many that I can't even keep track. It seems I'm quite experienced. He Tingzhou adeptly twisted her words, a master of kissing, I suppose you wouldn't mind my seeking some guidance. What nonsense! Before she could react, He Tingzhou's face suddenly drew near, leaving but a breath's distance between them. Shuangxu's nerves tensed, her gaze fixated on his lips, which were tantalizingly close. She caught a hint of sweetness, the taste of the candy he'd just consumed. He lingered for a moment, then lowered his gaze to hers, slightly tilting his head, his lips brushing against hers. The soft, gentle sensation felt unlike anything she had anticipated. It was a fleeting kiss, delicate and light as a feather. After a few seconds, he retreated. Was he truly this innocent? Just as Shuangxu was processing her surprise, He Tingzhou pushed her against the car door, his hands bracing against the roof, enclosing her within the confines of his tall, powerful frame. When he leaned down again, he captured her lips, transitioning from a simple touch to a deeper kiss. The gentle friction between their lips intensified, infused with his characteristic dominance and a hint of lychee sweetness. Shuangxu's lips parted involuntarily, as his tongue gently brushed against hers for a brief moment. Reflexively, she clenched her fingers, her heart racing wildly. As the kiss deepened, the taste of lychee gradually enveloped Shuangxu's senses. She began to struggle for breath, the intake of oxygen failing to keep pace with her rising need. He Tingzhou held her chin firmly as she attempted to retreat, his fingertips grazing her jawline with a tender touch. His kisses oscillated between firm and gentle, a rhythm that rendered Shuangxu utterly captivated. She felt powerless to resist. Without any rationale for defiance, warmth coursed through her veins, radiating from her skin as if every pore was suffused with heat. Following the kiss, her body temperature soared. He Tingzhou released her, and as she tried to regain her composure, her gaze found his striking brow, his deep-set black eyes resembling whirlpools capable of swallowing one whole. With a low voice tinged with languor, He Tingzhou remarked, Master of kissing, your technique leaves much to be desired. Shuangxu's face burned, whether from embarrassment or mortification she couldn't tell. She bit her lip and managed to assert, this is how Americans kiss. All of them, it seems you've kissed quite a few Americans. Not that many. Shen Yu intended to malign the reputation of Americans. How many? He Tingzhou pressed, raising an eyebrow. 6, 7, 8, maybe 10, Shuangxu blurted, fabricating wildly. If so many have failed to teach you, perhaps you should dismiss them from your list. He Tingzhou straightened his posture, creating distance between them. Only then did Shuangxu realize her breath had returned to normal. Once she had steadied herself, she glanced at He Tingzhou, who leaned casually against the car, his long legs slightly bent. I suppose I should head back now, Shuangxu stated. Go on, He Tingzhou replied. As she turned, she instinctively glanced back at the villa. That fleeting glance nearly sent her spirit soaring. He Tingzhou's car was parked at a bend in the road, but it was not well concealed. From the second floor of the Shen residence, a glimpse of the car's rear could be seen. That angle happened to be directly aligned with Shen Yu's room. The lights were on, leaving her uncertain of his presence within. With clarity returning, any remnants of confusion vanished. Her heart raced as she entered the house, only to find that Shen Yu and Shen Yuan had already vacated the living room, leaving her feeling utterly dejected. She asked Wang Sa, where's my brother? He has gone to his room, Wang Sa replied. Her heart sank further, feeling as if she had just returned from an illicit rendezvous. Shuangxu's footsteps as she ascended the stairs felt unsteady. Upon reaching her bedroom door, the door to the adjacent room opened just in time for Shen Yu to emerge. Back so soon? Shen Yu inquired. Though she had spent a considerable time outside with He Tingzhou, it was not long enough for a trip to the company. In a moment of quick thinking, she replied, I suddenly remembered that I had a backup on my computer, so I came back. A hint of amusement flickered on Shen Yu's lips. Clumsy. Seeing his expression remain unperturbed, Shuangxu felt her racing heart gradually settle. Get some rest, Shen Yu said, ruffling her hair. Good night. Good night, brother. As Shuangxu entered her room and closed the door, she let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 76, Come to my place. The lychee flavor lingered like a shadow alongside Shuangxu as she meticulously brushed her teeth twice, the sweet taste still refusing to fade. How peculiar. The following day, Shuangxu, in a buoyant mood, went to work and treated all her colleagues to coffee. Upon hearing that Shen Yuan had turned misfortune into fortune, Xiao Liao was even more exhilarated than she was, clasping her hands together and bowing in all directions. Thank you to all the deities from ancient to modern times, Amitba, hallelujah. Everyone rejoiced for her. Indeed, the heavens have eyes. Good deeds are rewarded.
The good news enveloped Feishuet in a jubilant atmosphere throughout the day. In the afternoon, Shuangxu received a call from Lu Manman.
Xiaojiu, are you free tonight? I'd like to have dinner with you. Her voice lacked its usual vibrancy, sounding rather despondent.
During the days when Fu Yun was hospitalized, she had visited the hospital daily, and Shuangxu remembered her dedication, so she did not decline. I'm free, what do you want to eat? You treat me, Lu Manman requested, both listlessly and assertively. I want seafood.
All right. Shuangxu agreed on a time and hung up.
In the evening, Shuangxu arrived punctually at the agreed location after work. Within 5 minutes, a pink sports car navigated through the crowded street before awkwardly reversing back. As Lu Manman alighted, she wore sunglasses and carried an Hermes bag, exuding an aura reminiscent of a star who had stumbled onto the wrong set. She lifted her sunglasses to survey the sign, noting that several LED lights were broken, then glanced at the simple outdoor tables and chairs surrounding her. Staring at Shuangxu in shock, she exclaimed, "You're treating me to street food?
How stingy can you be? But you wanted seafood."
Just then, the proprietress brought over a large basin of freshly cooked crayfish, and Shuangxu lifted her chin, saying, "This place's crayfish is quite delectable."
Does crayfish even count as seafood?
Shuangxu leisurely donned a pair of gloves. If you don't want it, then forget it. Lu Manman plopped down onto the chair opposite her, placing a napkin on the table before setting her bag atop it. She removed her sunglasses, and Shuangxu caught a glimpse of her red, swollen eyes. Lu Manman leaned closer to show her, "All this is because of your brother."
Shuangxu replied, "I didn't ask."
Lu Manman huffed and began peeling the crayfish herself. The dish was aromatic and spicy, causing one to sweat after a while, and Lu Manman unabashedly gasped, "How can you enjoy such strong flavors?"
"I don't eat it often." Shuangxu expertly peeled the shell. "You said you were feeling down.
A bit of spice might clear your head." To her surprise, Lu Manman's gloomy mood did lift, even if just a little. "I've called off the engagement with your brother," she suddenly blurted out.
Shuangxu paused, looking up at her. "Why?"
"It was his idea when something happened to Uncle Shen. He said he didn't want to burden me, but I know that, aside from that, it's because he doesn't actually like me." Lu Manman cautioned her, "But I've told everyone that I ended it."
"You mustn't ruin my reputation."
Shuangxu fell silent for a moment. "The issue with my godfather has been resolved, so your engagement banquet can proceed as planned."
Lu Manman shook her head. "In truth, I'm quite romantic.
I long for the kind of love my parents had. I want a man who loves me above all else. If he weren't your brother, I wouldn't have agreed to the union. I truly liked him, but I don't want a marriage born of obligation. I once confidently believed that my worth would eventually win him over, but I later realized my confidence was misplaced." "You truly are wonderful," Shuangxu sincerely remarked. "I have envied you. You possess abundant love and believe you deserve it all. I could never be as assured as you. Those who have been abandoned carry a void within them, a constant reminder that love can wither away, and that the one who loves you the most may one day cruelly forsake you." Lu Manman smiled. "I envy you too, Xiaojiu. Do you know that, for your brother, other women are all the same, his tenderness is reserved solely for you."
This declaration did not elicit any sense of delight in Shuangxu.
She understood that Shen Yu's kindness filled the void within her heart, yet they would forever remain siblings. It was indeed a twist of fate that these two rivals found themselves sharing their hearts over dinner. Shuangxu raised her glass of iced cola, "To you, and to myself." Lu Manman lifted her cup, energetically declaring, "From this day forward, we are no longer rivals in love, we are good friends." Shuangxu hesitated, uncertain whether to drink from the cola. "You really are quite forward.
We hardly qualify as friends yet. Because of you, I've cut ties with that whole group of friends, leaving me friendless. Shouldn't you take responsibility for that?"
Lu Manman asserted. Shuangxu refused to shoulder the blame. "Your poor choices in friends are not my responsibility."
"I don't care.
According to the law of conservation of matter, having lost an fiancé, I ought to gain a good friend." Lu Manman took a sip first and even lifted her cup to feed Shuangxu a drink.
Shuangxu was forcefully made to swallow a mouthful, thinking to herself that the term domineering must be inscribed in the genes of the Yi family. After finishing dinner with Lu Manman, Shuangxu returned home to Songming Road. She glanced at her phone. Tingzhou hadn't messaged her. Did this mean she was not required to fulfill her obligations today? Naturally, she wouldn't be foolish enough to reach out to him. After showering and changing into her sleepwear, she climbed into bed early, intending to conclude the day with an early slumber. She picked up a tedious literary book to induce sleep, but found it difficult to concentrate, her attention frequently drifting to her silent phone. After half an hour, she finally began to feel drowsy, but just as sleep began to encroach, her phone rang, shattering the tranquility. Seeing the caller ID read Tingzhou Gage, her eyes widened as if scalded, and she quickly shoved the phone beneath her blanket, attempting to bury it. The muffled ringing echoed from within the covers, a relentless reminder that Tingzhou's rules, like a prophet, eliminated all possibilities of her evading her duties. Ultimately, Shuangxu resigned herself to fate and retrieved the phone, answering the call. "Tingzhou Gage, did you need something? What do you think?"
Tingzhou's leisurely response obliterated the last remnants of her hope. "Well, she had to face it sooner or later." Clutching the blanket, she asked, "So, are you coming here, or should I come to you?"
"Come to my place," Tingzhou replied.
The background noise on the other end was quite raucous, and the unmistakable voice of Yu Zifeng stood out, making it impossible not to recognize.
"Oh, what do you need me for at your place?" Shuangxu immediately felt anxious. "Why are you calling me in front of Zifeng? Tingzhou replied nonchalantly, "Should I ask him to turn away? What difference does that make?"
Such a timid soul, yet engaging in a clandestine affair, He Tingzhou said with an air of relaxation, showing no concern for discretion.
I've had a drink, come pick me up. Shuangxu didn't dare let him speak further. If he continued, he would spill all their secrets. She got up again, changed her clothes, and headed out to Blue Night to pick up He Tingzhou. Chapter 77. A small purchase. Upon arriving at the bar, Frosty Sequence, feeling a pang of guilt for her clandestine intentions, refrained from parking directly at the bustling entrance. The Blue Night was the stronghold of Youthful and his associates, making it all too simple to be caught in the act. She parked beneath the shadows of a nearby tree and sent He Tingzhou a message. I have arrived. The reply on the other end was succinct. Frowny face come up, was ascending, not akin to walking into a trap. What was he thinking? As Frosty Sequence contemplated whether to remind him that the term underground relationship implied secrecy, He Tingzhou's subsequent message arrived swiftly. No one. Very well then, Frosty Sequence surmised he must have indulged too much, and began deleting her message, stepping out of the car to enter the bar and retrieve him. In the VIP room on the second floor, Frosty Sequence pushed the door open, and was met with an unusual stillness. Yu Zifeng and the others had already departed, leaving behind a table laden with both finished and unfinished drinks, a testament to the revelry that had transpired mere moments ago. He Tingzhou occupied his usual spot, reclined on the sofa. Frosty Sequence approached him and called his name, but he offered no response. Had he fallen asleep? She bent down and gently touched his shoulder. Tingzhou, go? He did not open his eyes but seized her wrist and pulled her toward him. Unprepared, she found herself seated on his lap, and as she looked up, He Tingzhou coincidentally lowered his head, his nose brushing against her hair. Have you showered? He inquired. She had, but asserting that felt as though she were presenting herself as a gift, so Frosty Sequence, anxious about his potential misinterpretation, clarified, I was just about to sleep. He seemed indifferent to her reasons for bathing. One hand still grasped her wrist while his other hand delicately threaded through her satin-like hair, pushing it behind her. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her makeup-free face radiant and translucent, devoid of any flaws. The air in the room was thick with the scent of alcohol, prompting Frosty Sequence to avert her gaze and ask, have Zifeng Gu and the others left? Why inquire about him? Just curious, Frosty Sequence replied. He Tingzhou offered no answer, instead lowering his head to kiss her. She instinctively recoiled slightly. Can we just go back? He Tingzhou stroked her wrist a few times before straightening up and saying, let us go. As they descended the stairs, Frosty Sequence led the way while He Tingzhou followed at a leisurely pace, a conspicuous distance between them that conveyed a sense of we are not familiar at all. Upon exiting the bar, Frosty Sequence turned left, while He Tingzhou's gaze fell upon a white Porsche parked 200 meters away, eliciting a silent smirk. Once inside the car, He Tingzhou leaned back with his eyes closed, while Frosty Sequence gripped the steering wheel, seemingly focused on driving, yet her thoughts were occupied with the imminent events. An enveloping silence permeated the vehicle, punctuated only by the faint, delicate scent of white tea wafting through the air, reminiscent of her own fragrance, a subtle, gentle aura that blurred the line between the car's air freshener and her natural scent. As the car entered the Taiha Garden Villa and the engine was silenced, Frosty Sequence reached into the glove compartment from the passenger seat, retrieving a small box to tuck into her bag. She stepped up to the front door, positioning herself to await He Tingzhou to unlock it. However, his attention was fixated on her bag. Just as she noticed, his fingers had already hooked onto her bag strap, retrieving it and opening it. He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow meaningfully as he extracted a box of Okamoto, inspecting both the front and back. Frosty Sequence maintained her composure, stating matter-of-factly, I didn't know if you had any. I bought it on the way. After all, it was a necessity, and there was no reason to feel embarrassed. He Tingzhou's gaze drifted lazily to her face. You bought a small size. A slight crack appeared in Frosty Sequence's calm demeanor. How was she to know his preferred size? I'll go exchange it. She reached for the box, but He Tingzhou prevented her, slipping it into his own pocket and draping her bag back over her shoulder. Let us make do with it, he said, pulling open the door for her to enter. As Frosty Sequence stepped inside, the door closed behind her, and the once quiet villa transformed into an intimate, enclosed space solely for the two of them. She halted in the center of the living room and asked the man who was slowly sauntering in behind her, shall we head upstairs? He Tingzhou replied languidly, it's up to you. Where do you prefer? Such questions were unnecessary for her. Let us go upstairs then. Frosty Sequence had never ventured to the second floor, and this level was equally expansive, with nearly all spaces interconnected, the master bedroom featuring a grand floor-to-ceiling window that led into a vast dressing room. It seemed his dog was absent today. Frosty Sequence scanned the area and turned back to find He Tingzhou seated on the blue velvet sofa at the foot of the bed, casually tossing his cufflinks onto the coffee table as he beckoned her, come here. Frosty Sequence approached, and He Tingzhou extended his hand. She placed hers in his, only to be pulled onto his lap. He Tingzhou cupped her chin and kissed her. Throughout the evening, he remained composed, showing no urgency to delve into the main event. His hand rested loosely on her waist, and his kisses were patient, gradually deepening. When Frosty Sequence found herself slightly breathless, emitting a soft whimper, He Tingzhou paused momentarily, then slid his hand beneath the hem of her top. A spark ignited, igniting waves of shivers that cascaded upward from her waist. Frosty Sequence felt as though she had been swept into an unfamiliar and perilous sea, the tranquil villa resonating only with the frantic chaos of her heartbeat. She sensed He Tingzhou's fingers grazing the clasp at her back, and instinctively, she crossed her arms to hold it down. He Tingzhou's gaze darkened, his voice taking on a low, magnetic timbre, will you undo it yourself? Her resistance was merely a reflex, not a playful hesitation. Frosty Sequence gradually released her grip. You do it. He Tingzhou's fingers effortlessly unfastened the clasp, his fingertips trailing along the line toward the front, causing her breath to hitch.
Just as he was about to make contact, a sudden, sharp ring of a phone shattered the heated atmosphere. Frosty Sequence quickly realized it was her own phone. "I have a call." Tingzhou showed no signs of stopping, continuing to press his lips against hers. "Is it important?" Given the time, it was likely a call from home or perhaps from Shu Yang. Frosty Sequence pushed him away gently. "I'll take this call." She descended, walking to the table and rummaging through her bag for her phone. It was a call from Shen Yu. The recent activities made receiving his call feel akin to a child caught in a mischievous act, and she endeavored to keep her voice steady. "Brother, you're looking for me?" On the other end, Shen Yu's voice came through. "Aren't you at home?" Frosty Sequence hesitated. "Are you at Songming Road?" "Today, Dad's friend came to visit, bringing ginseng from Changbai Mountain. Mom said you've been working too hard lately and made chicken soup to nourish you, asking me to bring it to you." Shen Yu inquired. "Where have you gone?" Her nerves tightened suddenly, and Frosty Sequence hastily fabricated an excuse. I am working late." "Still working at this hour?" Shen Yu glanced at the clock. "It's already 11. Is the company particularly busy lately?" Chapter 78. A sleepless night. It was mistakenly stated that I had not slept all night. In truth, I had been out enjoying myself with friends. Shuangxu, regretting her earlier words, hastily explained. "I had a few matters piling up that I hadn't attended to, but I just finished and am heading back now." "I will wait for you here," Shen Yu replied, adding, "Drive safely." What an unfortunate turn of events. Shuangxu felt her head spinning. Daring not to delay for even a second, she ended the call and hurriedly tidied her clothes, glancing back over her shoulder. Tingzhou was reclining on the sofa, and from Shuangxu's vantage point, she could see the pronounced Adam's apple revealed by his tilted head, a sharp prominence, with his long fingers hanging over the armrest. "I must return home. My brother has come to deliver soup," Shuangxu announced. Hearing her phone conversation, Tingzhou lifted his eyelids to glance at her before reclining back, pulling a cushion over his lap. The overhead light illuminated him, his pupils as dark as ink yet devoid of vitality. The distance from Yanqi to the eastern Third Ring Road was not trivial. By the time Shuangxu returned to Songming Road number 9, 40 minutes had elapsed. The night had deepened, and Shen Yu's car remained parked downstairs. She dashed over, and he handed her a thermos filled with chicken soup, expressing disapproval regarding her late-night work ethic. "You went out late last night and have been busy until this hour again today." "I am not bankrupt, you needn't exert yourself so." Shuangxu felt compelled to remain silent, obediently accepting his reprimand. "Entrepreneurship is one thing, but don't wear yourself down." "I understand, I won't stay out so late next time." "You have a knack for being coy," Shen Yu chuckled, ruffling her hair before advising. "Ginseng is warming. Refrain from drinking it this late, prepare a bowl of noodles in the morning and eat before heading to work." Shuangxu nodded, watching as he drove away before ascending the stairs with the thermos in hand. After placing the chicken soup in the refrigerator, she lay on her bed, the silence enveloping her, and Tingzhou's listless face resurfaced in her thoughts. She had been too dazed by his kiss earlier to notice, but now, reflecting on it, she realized he must have reacted. The interruption must have been quite disappointing for him. Shuangxu turned over, pressing her still warm ears against the pillow, and closed her eyes. The following day coincided with the routine meeting at Yundan. After resolving the issue with the liquid hydrogen storage tank, progress on the drones accelerated, with the first test flight expected next month. As usual, Tingzhou was absent from the meeting. When it concluded and Shuangxu began to pack her things, Su Zheng entered, politely nodding at her. "President Song, President, he requests your presence in his office after the meeting to discuss the arrangements for the drone test flight." Xiaoliao followed Shuangxu, accustomed to her company and undoubtedly eager to catch a glimpse of the handsome executive. Su Zheng pressed the button for Tingzhou's private elevator, holding the door open for Shuangxu. As Xiaoliao stepped forward, Su Zheng gently but firmly blocked her path. "President He's conversation with President Song may extend until noon. To prevent Assistant Liao from waiting anxiously, President He has arranged for a car to take you back." His demeanor was entirely professional, leaving Shuangxu feeling somewhat embarrassed to suspect Tingzhou of favoritism. The simple-minded Xiaoliao was taken aback. "President He is sending a car for me, what have I done to deserve such treatment?" Su Zheng smiled as he ushered her into another elevator. "Assistant Liao, please come with me." Xiaoliao followed him, starry-eyed. As the elevator doors closed, Shuangxu reached the top floor, where the secretaries in the president's office were diligently working. Upon seeing her, they greeted her in unison. "Good day, President Song." Shuangxu nodded in acknowledgement and approached Tingzhou's office door, knocking twice. A languid voice called from within, "Come in." Pushing the door open, she discovered him asleep on the sofa, his long legs crossed over the armrest, with a comfortable pillow propping him up. His tie was loosened, and the top button of his shirt was undone, his weary face resting there, oblivious to her entrance. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Shuangxu inquired. "I did not," Tingzhou replied. A sleepless night. What could he have been up to? Had he summoned someone after she left? Shuangxu was momentarily stunned, as the thought struck her like a bucket of ice water, leaving her chilled to the bone. She understood clearly that the nature of their relationship hinged on her dependence on Tingzhou, thus granting him the right to demand her fidelity, while she lacked the standing to request he refrain from other women. Any unresolved desires on her part could easily be addressed by another, and he was Tingzhou. He had no need to deny himself in such matters, yet, it was hard not to feel a twinge of discomfort. The moment she departed, he could easily entertain another woman, making her feel akin to a cheap escort. Perhaps, for him, it was merely a matter of course. Sitting silently on the adjacent sofa for a moment, Shuangxu finally stood. "Then sleep on."
I shall take my leave. He Tingzhou opened his eyes, his tone neither warm nor cold. You come when called, then leave at a moment's notice, quite clever, aren't you? Shuangxu thought to herself that being at his beck and call bore little distinction from being an escort. She refrained from retorting and sat back down. I assumed you intended to sleep. I cannot sleep without any noise, he replied, glancing at the document in her hand. What have you got there? The implementation plan for the liquid hydrogen drone testing. Read it to me, he Tingzhou instructed. Shuangxu, like an obedient automaton, opened the plan and began reading from the first line. Testing objectives 1. Verify the drone's flight performance and stability. 2. Test the reliability of the drone's flight control and communication systems. 3. Inspect. Her voice was as soft and supple as her demeanor, imbued with a certain liveliness, akin to clear water flowing over smooth pebbles, soothing in its purity. The plan spanned 5 pages, and Shuangxu read it aloud without missing a word. Upon finishing, she looked up to find He Tingzhou's head tilted inward, his breathing steady. He had likely fallen asleep. She remained silent, closing the document, and muted her phone to respond to messages. He Tingzhou must have truly not slept a wink last night. His slumber was deep, lasting well into the early afternoon. Shuangxu hoped that Su Zhang or someone would come to knock on the door, naturally waking him and rescuing her from her gnawing hunger, yet this busy executive had not a single visitor today. By 2 o'clock, her stomach could no longer bear the protest. Voicing its complaints, she glanced around, seeking a cup of water, but He Tingzhou usually had someone to fetch him a drink. There wasn't even a water dispenser in the office. Are you hungry? He Tingzhou's hoarse voice broke the silence. Shuangxu turned to him, seeing him stretch his neck, drowsy as he sat up and approached the desk to press the intercom. Su Zhang, came the reply. Your president Song is hungry, He Tingzhou stated. Bring something to eat. Chapter 79. Are 3 people a bit crowded? Very well, Mr. He, please ask Mr. Song to wait for a couple of minutes. 2 minutes later, Su Zhan promptly delivered the lunch. In such a brief interval, he must have placed the order in advance, fully prepared for He Tingzhou to awaken and dine. The dishes remained warm. Surely, 2 minutes scarcely sufficed even to heat the food. While managing official matters with remarkable efficiency, he also adeptly organized trivial personal affairs. Shuangxu profoundly sensed the disparity between assistants. When Su Zhan placed the sanitized utensils before her, she couldn't resist inquiring, May I ask, Assistant Su, what is your monthly salary? Su Zhan was unyielding. I apologize, Ms. Song, but company policy prohibits private discussions regarding salaries. And how many years have you been working? Shuangxu pressed further. I joined Mr. He right after completing my MBA at Stanford. This marks my 5th year. Shuangxu's eyes brightened. You are also from Stanford, what a coincidence. She calculated the timeline. Unfortunately, I enrolled just as you were graduating. He Tingzhou glanced at Su Zhan from across the table. What a pity, he remarked lazily as he picked up his chopsticks. If you like him so much, why not have him for yourself? Shuangxu was tempted, but would he truly part with him? Really? Not at all, He Tingzhou replied. He is greedy and voracious. You could never afford him. Considering the matter, it was indeed true. Su Zhan's salary was commensurate with his abilities. Serving as an executive assistant in a major conglomerate like Yindun, his rank was nearly that of a vice president, and the units of his salary were not comparable to those of Xiao Liao. In contrast, Xiao Liao offered a better cost-performance ratio. Then forget it, Shuangxu conceded. Su Zhan dared not speak. Exiting the office after delivering the meal, the boiled prawns were succulent, crisp, and sweet, which Shuangxu relished. She had eaten shrimp since childhood, either having them peeled by servants or by Shen Yu. With only He Tingzhou beside her, the young master evidently was not the type to peel shrimp for others. He would be fortunate if he managed to refrain from peeling the shrimp himself, fearing injury from the shells. She peeled with great care, severing the prawn's head before delicately removing the shell. The tender, white flesh emerged, only to be snatched away by a pair of chopsticks reaching from across the table. She looked up at He Tingzhou, who placed the prawn meat into his mouth, imperiously commanding her, peel another one. Resigned, Shuangxu picked up a second prawn to peel for him. He Tingzhou observed her labor like a landlord relishing the fruits of her toil, even criticizing her pace. Clumsy hands, by the time you finish peeling, it will have already been reincarnated. She held back her annoyance. I've never peeled shrimp for anyone else. If you find it slow, you could eat something else in the meantime. Quite the princess temperament, He Tingzhou remarked, setting down his chopsticks and beginning to peel the shrimp himself. Once he had finished, he tossed the peeled shrimp tails into her dish. Shuangxu hesitantly picked one up, and before she could finish eating it, He Tingzhou already had a second one prepared. It felt as if he were demonstrating his skill. Soon, the shrimp on her plate formed a small mound. Then, he leisurely wiped his hands with a towel, saying, Go ahead and eat. After finishing lunch, Su Zhan entered with a stack of documents. Shuangxu glanced at the time. He Tingzhou was signing while simultaneously noticing her movements. Is there something you need? We have a meeting at the company this afternoon. May I leave? She had already spent over 4 hours here, and many tasks could not be managed via her phone. He Tingzhou countered, If I say you can't leave, do you still intend to? In truth, Shuangxu had overheard Su Zhan's briefing about the schedule. He had a meeting with the manager of XX company in the afternoon, and she surely would not be required. So she merely replied, feigning an attitude of loyalty, ready to serve him at any moment. We can start the meeting later. Very well, He Tingzhou replied, how about accompanying me to meet the client? Shuangxu's expression nearly shattered.
Had she known, she would have dropped the pretense. Having enjoyed a pleasant nap earlier, He Tingzhou was in good spirits and mercifully decided to let her off. You may go back. He handed the signed documents to Sujin and briefly paused his gaze on her. Meet me at Taiha Courtyard tonight. She understood all too well the implications of that invitation. Instinctively glancing at Sujin, she noted his calm demeanor, showing no signs of reaction, suggesting he was likely aware of her relationship with He Tingzhou. As He Tingzhou's trusted aide, his ability to maintain confidentiality was presumably quite strong. What are you looking at him for? He Tingzhou's cool voice drifted over. Aren't three of us a bit crowded? Sujin's body stiffened noticeably. Shuangxu felt utterly mortified, wishing she could tape He Tingzhou's mouth shut. She hastily fled the office, nearly colliding with a secretary returning from the copy room. Due to the time wasted at Yundan during the day, Shuangxu left work later than usual. When she arrived at Taiha Courtyard, dusk had already settled. The villa was illuminated, yet upon ringing the bell, no one answered. Standing at the entrance, she called He Tingzhou. Have you arrived? His voice came through, accompanied by the sounds of several conversations in the background. He seemed still occupied. Enter and wait for me. The code is the dog's birthday. Shuangxu mused to herself that he might be overestimating her relationship with his dog. When is its birthday? He Tingzhou replied, I don't know, so you'll have to wait for it to let you in. Is it home? Shuangxu immediately peered inside the house, seeing no sign of the dog, and asked, when will you be back? There was a brief pause on the other end before He Tingzhou's voice came through, laced with a barely perceptible hint of amusement. Are you anxious? It will be over in 10 minutes. Returning would still take him at least 30 or 40 minutes. Being alone in the same space with a large dog made her somewhat apprehensive. Shuangxu hesitated. I'll wait for you outside. Just then, the door lock clicked open. She was taken aback, turning to see a serious dog face peering through the gap. The Doberman pushed the door open with its front paw, sitting at the entrance and watching her. It truly could open the door. She was uncertain whether to commend its intelligence or question its naivety. Allowing any random visitor in was a risky endeavor. Shuangxu stood silently facing the dog for a moment, and it tilted its head, seemingly puzzled as to why she didn't come in. To be honest, apart from the initial meeting when it licked her, the Doberman had consistently behaved quite amiably. It had even brought her an ice pack last time. She felt it inappropriate to harbor such poor opinions of the dog, summoning her courage to step inside. The dog didn't bark or lunge at her, it simply followed her wherever she went. After sitting in the living room for a while, it lay down less than a meter away from her. When she got up to head upstairs, it stood and followed closely behind her. Finding the wait unbearably tedious, she wandered around the second floor. She had assumed He Tingzhou would favor a more subdued color palette, yet the house was designed in a fresh, light tone. The floating staircase led to the second floor, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows and skylights illuminating the spacious area of over 1,000 square meters. The meticulously cultivated vegetation in the yard would likely cast beautiful shadows through the glass during the day. The pool was filled with water, its tranquil surface creating gentle ripples in the night. In short, the house was imbued with artistic flair, yet it appeared uninhabited. He Tingzhou likely did not reside here regularly. The box of Okamoto condoms remained on the bedroom sofa, and as Shuangxu passed by, she caught a glimpse of it, still unopened. She sat down at the bedside, and the dog settled down as well, lazily laying its head on the ground, watching her as if monitoring a criminal. Chapter 80 of The Capitalist Who Loses Not a Single Penny. As the banquet concluded, He Tingzhou stepped outside, where a guard had been waiting for quite some time. He stood in an inconspicuous shadow, bowing respectfully and murmuring, Chief, you just landed tonight. I kindly request you to return home. What's the matter? We can discuss it tomorrow, He Tingzhou replied as he unlocked his car with a casual tone. I'm rather occupied tonight. The chief is returning to the military district early tomorrow. He has not seen you in a while and is quite concerned about you. What is there to be concerned about? He Tingzhou replied, displaying a rather filial demeanor. With such a tight schedule, there is no need for unnecessary back and forth. Everyone is busy, and a missed meeting won't be the end of the world. The guard, having served alongside Commander He for many years, was well aware of the temperament of this young master. There was no one else in the world who would dare to disregard the commander's authority. With considerable patience, he continued to persuade, the chief has returned this time to discuss the recent matters concerning the Shen family. You used his name to extricate someone from the disciplinary committee without prior notice, and at the very least, you should explain yourself afterwards. He Tingzhou clicked his tongue. This point was indeed valid. Having borrowed the old man's influence to conduct affairs, it was only right to show him some courtesy today. The Yi family still resided within the military compound, with armed police stationed at the entrance, necessitating multiple layers of scrutiny for entry. Without exception, all residents of this compound were prominent figures, and the Yi family owned a private residence in the most prestigious area. Commander He seldom stayed at home. Typically, it was just him and a dog, yet the household employed 12 servants to manage the flowers, irrigate the greenery, sweep the floors, dust the tables, and trim the branches of the pine trees at the entrance. Even the Doberman's meals were tended to by two dedicated individuals, which could only be described as extravagance. This was solely because the young master preferred a lively atmosphere. Due to this matter, Commander He had faced considerable scrutiny over the years, being reprimanded for his questionable lifestyle. In his position, he ought to avoid giving anyone leverage against him. However, everyone understood his sense of obligation towards this only son, thus indulging him excessively. As long as he did not violate the law, he was granted considerable freedom. As He Tingzhou's car entered the courtyard, Commander He was seated in the living room, receiving reports on his recent daily activities. Every detail was accounted for, even the number of nights he had spent away from home in the past month. He Tingzhou ambled in, approached a servant, and pointed at her record book. Sister Zhao, have you learned to slack off? Why didn't you record yesterday? Sister Zhao hurriedly responded with a couple of O's, marking yesterday's date with a check, and then informed Commander He didn't come back last night either. With a mere glance from Commander He, she promptly retreated with her notebook. He Tingzhou took a seat opposite, casually extending his long legs and taunting, "What era is this? I still have an attendant. Why don't you just hand over the empire to me?" The guard quickly cleared his throat, cautioning, "Be careful with your words." Commander He, still clad in his military uniform of a deep, solemn blue, adorned with golden pine branches and 3 5-pointed stars on his epaulets, sat there with an air of formidable authority without uttering a word. In contrast, He Tingzhou exuded an aura that was both righteous and rogue, embodying two extremes. Commander He remarked, "I've heard about Shen Yuan's bribery case, it's quite murky, and others dare not get involved. Yet you, under my name, conduct affairs fearlessly. When did I ever guarantee anything for Shen Yuan? His presence alone would cause the Zheng family to reconsider before attempting to shift blame onto Shen Yuan." While Commander He spoke, He Tingzhou was occupied with his phone, typing away. After sending a message with no response, he nonchalantly remarked, "Did you come all this way to settle a score with me?" Commander He paused momentarily, then lightly replied, "It's rare for you to extend a helping hand regarding others' affairs. It seems you value your friendship with Shen Yu quite deeply." He Tingzhou smirked ambiguously, leaning back against the chair. "If you say so." Neither father nor son were particularly loquacious. A sensational incident in Yancheng was summarized in a few sentences, leaving no further topics for discussion. After a moment of silence, noticing He Tingzhou glance at his phone again, Commander He inquired, "Have you been staying out often lately?" He Tingzhou responded, "At my age, if I don't stay out, you should be the one worrying." Commander He replied, "I'm concerned that you're not sleeping well." "You needn't concern yourself with my bed affairs," He Tingzhou replied lazily, "have a sense of boundaries." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Commander He, feeling somewhat exasperated, stated, "All right, go wherever you wish. Next time you want to see me, please schedule it in advance. I've been rather busy lately." He Tingzhou hooked his finger to drape his coat over his shoulder and departed to the guard, stationed outside, remarked upon seeing him leave so late, "Chief, you only have one night at home. Aren't you going to keep him company? At his age, does he still need someone to coax him to sleep?" He Tingzhou opened the car door, his voice softened by the night air as he added, "He should manage on his own. He never coaxed me to sleep when I was little." Time passed swiftly, and nearly 2 hours went by upon returning to Taihe Courtyard. This villa sprawling over 1,600 square meters felt even more desolate in the deep of night than during the day. He was not fond of such oppressive silence, and as his dog heard the sound of the car, it ran to greet him at the door. "Where is everyone?" The dog wagged its tail, leading him inside, up to the second floor, and into the bedroom. There lay a slender figure on the bed, black hair splayed across the white sheets like flowing ink. She was asleep. A frost sequence had originally thought He Tingzhou would return shortly, yet to her surprise, the wait stretched to 2 hours. Growing weary, she contemplated going home, but upon receiving He Tingzhou's message, which simply read, "Frowny face, don't run away," she had no choice but to muster the energy to wait, eventually succumbing to sleep. Frost Sequence was abruptly awakened, struggling to breathe through her nose. Instinctively, she opened her mouth, gradually stirring from slumber. Still drowsy and momentarily disoriented, she was greeted by He Tingzhou, who had released his grip on her nose. "Have you come here to indulge in a long slumber?" Gasping for breath, she squinted at him for a few seconds, the haze of sleep slowly dissipating as she asked with a nasal lilt, "What time is it?" 3:01. He Tingzhou lay beside her, propping his head on one hand, his indifferent dark eyes fixed on her. "It took a whole minute of pinching your nose to wake you. You must be quite adept at holding your breath. I practiced while learning to swim." Quite the ruthless capitalist, waking her at 3 in the morning by pinching her nose. Frost Sequence rubbed her eyes and lull me to sleep. After uttering those words, He Tingzhou propped his head on his hand and gazed at her for a moment before saying, "Tell me a story." "Ah." Shuangxu responded, her expression one of bewilderment. "Having slept for so long, you must be well rested now," He Tingzhou remarked. "It's your turn to lull me to sleep." Shuangxu teased him, her voice tinged with a nasal tone. "How old are you, needing someone to coax you to sleep?" 28, He Tingzhou replied, his lazy tone carrying an air of unapologetic authority as he threatened, "Tell a story, or bring me your Okamoto." Choose wisely. Clearly, recounting a story was far simpler than engaging in intimacy. Shuangxu, recognizing the situation, inquired, "What story would you like to hear?" He Tingzhou had already closed his eyes. It was 3 in the morning, and his voice was languid. Anything. Having never before lulled someone to sleep, especially not a nearly 30-year-old man, she certainly couldn't recount the tale of the 3 little pigs. After a moment of racking her brain, she recalled a humorous anecdote she had seen on her phone, forwarded by Xiao Liao. Once upon a time, there was a princess named Snow White, born with skin as white as snow. The queen, envious of her beauty, forced her to tend the fire in the woodshed. Her skin became blackened by soot, transforming her into Cinderella. While drawing water, she noticed how dark she had become and began to weep, only to discover that her tears turned into pearls. Overjoyed, she danced by the riverbank. One of the pearls fell into the water, and the river god, wielding a golden axe, asked her, "Is this yours?" He Tingzhou's eyes fluttered open once more. "I asked for a story, not a joke," he replied. Shuangxu felt a flush of embarrassment. It was the only one that came to mind. He propped himself up again and asked, "And then?" Then she shook her head, and the river god produced a silver axe, asking, "Is this yours?" She shook her head again, and the river god praised her for being an honest child, rewarding her with a frog. "If you kiss him, he will turn into your prince." Cinderella demanded the river god return her pearl, and after he vanished, she angrily kicked the frog, which transformed into a fearsome dragon that whisked her away. Tingzhou chuckled softly. They lay on the same bed, the distance between them less than 50 centimeters. The resonant vibrations from his chest infected Shuangxu like a virus, and she couldn't help but laugh as well. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled, the delicate crescents beneath them aglow with light. The dog sleeping on the floor stirred, raising its head to glance at the bed before resuming its slumber. After a moment of laughter, Shuangxu realized Tingzhou was observing her. The bedroom light, which had been illuminating their surroundings, had been turned off at some point, leaving only the warm orange glow of the wall sconce casting a honeyed shadow beneath his pronounced brow. In the depths of his dark eyes lay a lazy smile that danced in the soft halo of light. He raised an eyebrow playfully. "You're smiling so adorably, are you trying to seduce me?" Instantly, Shuangxu's smile vanished. Sensing Tingzhou leaning closer, she quickly reached for her phone, turning it on to search for bedtime stories. "Let me tell you another one." He retreated slightly, likely too tired to engage further. He lay back, propping his arm beneath his head, urging, "Hurry up." Shuangxu opened the first story she found and began to read. Once there was a foolish little sheep. Tingzhou was not picky and simply listened. By the time she reached the third story, she noticed his breathing had grown even and tranquil. As she paused, Tingzhou's voice broke the silence. "Don't stop it, continue." It was unclear whether he had not yet fallen asleep or had awakened due to her interruption. Reluctantly, she persisted, reading several stories, unsure if he had truly drifted off, too timid to call out to him. Her voice gradually grew more indistinct, her eyelids heavy and nearly glued together, and the phone slipped from her grasp as she succumbed to sleep. The following morning, she was stirred awake by the natural light streaming through the window. To her surprise, the bedroom was only fitted with sheer curtains, allowing the bright morning rays to flood in, making it impossible for her to continue sleeping. She tiptoed out of bed. Tingzhou was still asleep. Her movements were delicate as she exited the bedroom, glancing back at the bed before closing the door. Tingzhou's face was half buried in the pillow, his long lashes framing his peaceful visage, which appeared less menacing in slumber. Yet this did not diminish his inherently troublesome nature. Having awakened her in the middle of the night to tell stories, she now felt utterly exhausted, her mind muddled. As she descended the stairs, the Doberman, already awake, trotted ahead of her, glancing back toward the kitchen. Understanding the dog's intent, Shuangxu followed, and the Doberman led her to its empty food bowl. She comprehended immediately. Surveying the surroundings, she asked, "Where is your dog food?" The dog turned and guided her to a cabinet. Shuangxu opened it, locating the dog food, and filled its bowl to the brim before leaving the villa. Upon returning home to Songming Road, she yawned while showering and changed into work attire before heading out. Just as she stepped outside, Tingzhou's call came through. He likely had just woken, his voice still laced with sleep, low and raspy, imbued with lethargy. "When did you leave?" "Leave? I need to go home to change for work," she replied. "I'm not dead, I'm asleep. You should have told me before you left." His tone was less than amicable, and Shuangxu explained, "I woke up early. Your light was too bright. Didn't you sleep around 3? I thought I'd let you rest a bit longer." Tingzhou remained silent, ending the call. He sat on the edge of the bed, propping his forehead in thought before sluggishly rising to wash his face. As he descended the stairs, he found the dog entertaining itself with a ball. Upon seeing him, it approached, wagging its tail. Tingzhou went to refill its food, discovering the bowl was quite full, a small mountain of kibble only slightly diminished. He grunted, "You could stand to eat more." At lunch, Xiaoliao eagerly asked, "Did you enjoy the story I forwarded you yesterday? There are still 7 Calabash brothers and Sun Wukong. Haha, it's hilarious." Shuangxu reflected back on it, finding it a rather dull medley of fairy tales, unsure why Tingzhou had found it so amusing the previous day. It was surprising to discover that his sense of humor was as simplistic as Xiaoliao's. From their morning conversation, it was evident that Tingzhou was not in high spirits, but Shuangxu was uncertain whether his displeasure stemmed from the lack of intimacy the previous day or her stealthy departure in the morning. She had not anticipated Tingzhou returning so late. He had been tired and lacked the enthusiasm to engage, and she could not be blamed for that. Propping her chin in her hand, she poked at her pork chop rice. As for the morning, her intentions had been purely benevolent. She had not wished to disturb his sleep. "Why are you so distracted?" Xiaoliao, receiving no response, leaned in closer to scrutinize her face. "Nothing," Shuangxu said, pushing her head away, skillfully diverting her attention. "Have you finished the PPT?" Xiaoliao promptly buried her guilty face in her bowl. "I'll do it when I get back." In the following 2 days, Tingzhou did not reach out to Shuangxu. Adhering to the principle of being available only when called upon, she refrained from contacting him. After work on Friday, she visited Xu Yang at the hospital before returning to Songming Road number 9. As she passed the landscaped water feature in the courtyard, her gaze inadvertently swept across the outdoor lounge area, where a figure, strikingly handsome and thus exceedingly conspicuous, sat in a chair. Chapter 82. Dog walking. Tingzhou sat with his legs crossed, leisurely holding an ice cream while gazing at her. "You're back." "You," she instinctively glanced around, "what brings you here?" Tingzhou leaned back against the chair, taking a bite of his ice cream. "I came to walk the dog." "Running from Yanxi to the East Third Ring just to walk a dog?" The surroundings were devoid of any canine presence. Shuangxu surveyed the area. "Where is your dog then?" Unfazed, he replied, "Forgot to bring it." What a tall tale. Shuangxu was aware of his true intentions. What was meant to happen would inevitably occur, whether it was early or late. Perhaps he would lose interest after resting, and she would no longer be needed.
Let us go.
After saying this, she entered the lobby, waiting inside. He Tingzhou remained seated, nonchalantly enjoying his ice cream, seemingly oblivious to her glances. Shuangxu grew increasingly irate as she waited, her stare transforming into a glare, until she could no longer contain herself and stormed out, grabbing his arm to pull him up. He Tingzhou stood in response to her tug, and as she dragged him along, he strolled leisurely, casually discarding his ice cream stick by an artistically designed trash can. He glanced down at Shuangxu. Are you forcibly abducting a man?
Shuangxu led him into the elevator and explained, a friend of my brother also lives here. If you just sit there so openly, it would be disastrous if someone sees you. He Tingzhou replied languidly, if you don't pull and tug at me, who would know I'm here to see you? Fine, perhaps it was her guilty conscience. Shuangxu instantly released his arm, adopting a stern expression as she stood on the other side of the elevator, refusing to speak. Her upon reaching her floor, she guided him to her door. As she unlocked it with her fingerprint, He Tingzhou casually scrutinized the lock. Is the password your brother's birthday? Shuangxu shot him a glance, it's my student ID number from high school. She opened the door, inviting He Tingzhou inside. He entered as if it were his own home, exploring with a sense of ease and contentment. This residence had been purchased for Shuangxu by Shen Yu, with the initial decor meticulously chosen to reflect her preferences. Among its features was a large square fish tank, showcasing an imposing and serene snowy mountain landscape, pristine white sand, and a faux mountain resembling Qinglong Mountain, with a beam of light streaming down to illuminate the snowy peak. Yet, despite its beauty, the tank was devoid of any living creature. Shuangxu, playing the gracious host, inquired, would you like some water? He Tingzhou turned to her, retorting, you forcibly dragged me up here just to offer me water? Who was being forceful? Wasn't he the one who sought her out? Then He Tingzhou approached her, his palm cupping her cheek, causing the unfinished words to vanish on her lips. His hand slid down to her slender neck, and in that moment, Shuangxu felt akin to prey caught by the throat, despite the warmth and gentleness of his touch. He lowered his head, asking her at an intimate proximity, what about me? Nothing. Shuangxu replied. He Tingzhou raised her chin with his thumb, compelling her to look up into his profound gaze. Why didn't you ask me if I wanted to? Shuangxu bit her lip, if you want to, then do it. He Tingzhou chuckled, a hint of roguish charm gracing his otherwise stern features, feigning concern as he queried, do you want to? Shuangxu answered without hesitation, I don't want to. He was displeased with her response, gripping her face and pinching her cheeks into a dimple. Incorrect. Try again. Shuangxu turned her face away, only to have him redirected back to him as his lips descended upon hers. He Tingzhou's kiss was unlike previous encounters, assertive and direct, prying her lips apart, their tongues entwining fervently. Shuangxu found her breath swiftly stolen, struggling to keep pace with the fervor. She was bewildered by his sudden transformation. He had previously been so composed, yet now he kissed her with an intensity that laid bare his desires in this scorching embrace. She had never realized that a mere kiss could render one weak-kneed, breathless, her forearms pressed against his chest, yet nothing could impede him. Completely overwhelmed, she instinctively called his name, hoping to halt his advance. He Tingzhou, he continued to kiss her relentlessly, feigning innocence as he asked, what's the matter? Shuangxu found herself at a loss for words, her heart racing uncontrollably. The doorbell rang, the timing either fortuitous or vexing, interrupting their entangled moment. Shuangxu tensed, quickly glancing at the video intercom. On the electronic screen, Lu Man was posing narcissistically for the camera. What was she doing here? He Tingzhou remained silent, narrowing his eyes at the intercom. No response came. Lu Man pressed the button twice more. Shuangxu, still in a daze, was unsure of how to react when Lu Man, with a booming voice, called out, Xiaojiu, open the door. It's your brother. He Tingzhou coldly muttered two disdainful words, idiot. Open the door, I can see your lights are on, don't pretend you're not home. Lu Man called from outside, if you take too long, you're not hiding someone in there, are you? Shuangxu, quick to react, shoved He Tingzhou away. Caught off guard, he stumbled slightly, feeling as if she were caught in a scandal. She immediately pushed him toward the bedroom. You should go hide for a moment. The prince, interrupted for the second time, was in no pleasant mood, being prodded further inside. Hide? Did she avoid you when kissing Shen Yu? That's different. What's the difference? He Tingzhou inquired. They are in a legitimate relationship. Shuangxu insisted as she pushed him into the bedroom, shutting the door firmly behind him. When she went to answer the door for Lu Man, the latter was just about to dial her phone number. Shuangxu steadied her expression. What do you want? I came to play. Lu Man brandished a pizza. I brought pizza and beer, along with a DVD of an old movie. We can watch and eat at the same time. Shuangxu held the door, indicating she had no intention of inviting her in. Not today, let us do it another time. Lu Man playfully swatted her arm, pouting, don't keep rejecting me. We agreed to be good friends. Shuangxu furrowed her brows, frustrated, pondering how to send this clingy friend away. Lu Man seemed hurt by her demeanor, her expression turning forlorn, her voice choking as she lamented, you really don't want to be friends with me, do you? Your brother doesn't like me, and neither do you. It's alright, it's my fault for lacking charm. Stop playing the victim. Shuangxu retorted coldly, today is genuinely inconvenient. Inconvenient, what do you mean by that? Lu Man promptly pressed for details. Shuangxu's mind raced, I'm not feeling well. Then I should take care of you. Lu Man stepped forward to feel her forehead, you seem a bit warm, are you running a fever? I am not feverish. Lu Man looked puzzled. Then why is your face so flushed? Chapter 83 of The Little Liar with a Mouthful of Deceit. Is it very red? Shuangxu instinctively touched her cheek with the back of her hand. Before she could ascertain the result, Lu Man had already set down the pizza, grasped her shoulders, and pressed their foreheads together. You must have a fever, Lu Man asserted with conviction, pulling her towards the sofa without a second thought. Where's your medicine cabinet? I need to check your temperature. I really don't, I found it. Lu Man exclaimed, retrieving a digital thermometer from the cabinet, as Shuangxu, like a marionette, was forcibly seated on the sofa to have her temperature taken. Shuangxu's bedroom was simply adorned, with silk sheets in a soft, pastel pink hue. The air was imbued with a subtle fragrance, reminiscent of a gentle summer breeze, light and tender. Tingzhou wandered about her room, curiously inspecting this and that. Dot on her bed lay a fluffy sleep companion, positioned amidst the pillows. Tingzhou playfully lifted it by its ears, examining it before returning it upside down. A few photo frames rested atop the dresser, all featuring Shuangxu and Shen Yu together. One captured her at the age of 9, adorned with a delicate crown, eyes tightly shut as she made a serious wish. At that time, Shen Yu still bore the visage of a youth, dressed in a neat white shirt, cradling her on his lap, his gaze filled with tenderness. Another showcased her at around 13 or 14, her height having elongated, yet her face still retained a hint of baby fat, as she returned home from school, cat-like, covering Shen Yu's eyes from behind. At 17, during a swimming competition, Shen Yu, as her guardian, affectionately draped his arm over her shoulders, a gentle smile gracing his lips as she held a trophy, her smile radiating an innocence and brilliance that she no longer possessed. On that day, Tingzhou was also present. The first thing she did upon winning was to leap toward Shen Yu, exclaiming brother, like a jubilant bird. Tingzhou casually opened a drawer and tossed all the frames inside. Outside, Lu Man had yet to be dismissed and was already making her way in. His patience waned, and he picked up the phone to call He Wenjing. Upon answering her nephew's call, He Wenjing's tone was filled with surprise. Tingzhou, you finally remembered to call your aunt. Tingzhou replied succinctly, call Lu Man and tell her to come home. What's wrong? Has something happened again? The recent times had been tumultuous. Either Lu Man was in conflict with Shen Yu, or the Shen family was embroiled in lawsuits. He Wenjing's voice betrayed her anxiety. Tingzhou spoke gravely, it's dangerous outside, there's no time to explain, just have her return immediately. He Wenjing was taken aback by his serious demeanor, never suspecting her beloved nephew would deceive her. Without time for further inquiry, she hastily dialed Lu Man. That's odd, her temperature is normal, Lu Man remarked, scrutinizing the digital readout, which was entirely at odds with Shuangxu's flushed complexion. Could this device be malfunctioning? Shuangxu sighed, uncertain whether to feel pity for her own difficult situation or for Lu Man, who remained blissfully unaware. Just then, Lu Man received a call from home. Mom, what's wrong? Why do you want me to come back? I'm taking care of Xiaojiu, she seems quite unwell. Huh? What on earth is happening? She was utterly bewildered, but He Wenjing's unwavering demeanor compelled her to set down the thermometer and rise. Why is my mom acting so strangely? Xiaojiu, I have to go home. Do you want me to tell your brother to take you to the hospital? No need, Shuangxu replied decisively. Then if you still feel unwell later, remember to see a doctor. After Lu Man departed, Shuangxu rose from the sofa. The bedroom was enveloped in silence. Heaven only knew how anxious she had been, fearing Tingzhou might emerge unannounced. Upon opening the bedroom door, she found no sign of Tingzhou. She ventured further inside. He was neither on the bed nor in the closet. How peculiar, had he vanished into thin air? She searched around, peering into the bathroom. Tingzhou? A soft click echoed behind her as the door closed. She turned, only to find Tingzhou leaning against the door, arms crossed. Your cousin has left, Shuangxu stated. Tingzhou remained silent, his dark eyes fixed on her with an unwavering intensity. That gaze suggested he was displeased, likely irked. Once again, she could understand, having been thwarted 3 times already, he was not known for his patience. Shuangxu wished to avoid giving the impression of shirking her obligations, for inciting his ire would be counterproductive for her. After a moment's contemplation, she approached Tingzhou and, on tiptoe, made a bold attempt to kiss him. Tingzhou remained motionless, merely lowering his cool eyelids to regard her. Unable to reach him, she returned her heels to the ground, grasped the collar of his shirt, and pulled him down to her, kissing him. Tingzhou arched an eyebrow slightly, neither rejecting nor responding. Shuangxu had to admit her kissing skills were rather lacking. After a couple of awkward attempts, his lack of reaction stung her pride. Embarrassed and unable to continue, she released his shirt and turned to leave, only to be stopped by his arm encircling her waist. His voice, low and resonant, drifted down from above. Why did you stop kissing? Didn't you say you didn't want to kiss? She had intended to initiate goodwill, but since he refused to lower himself to that level, what could she do? Tingzhou replied, it's your technique that leaves much to be desired. Shuangxu bit her lip, unable to restrain herself, retorting, as if your technique is any better. Since both are so lacking, why not practice together? Tingzhou declared, lifting her from the ground and striding to the bed, where he tossed her down. He knelt beside her, looking down from his elevated position. Shuangxu, attempting to sit up, inadvertently facilitated his movements, as he supported her back with one hand while the other wove through her long hair, grasping the nape of her neck to kiss her. His kiss bore an indescribable possessiveness, leaving Shuangxu breathless as he released her lips to kiss her reddened earlobes and the delicate skin of her shoulders. He then pressed her down onto the bed, continuing his descent along her collarbone.
Shuangxu shielded her eyes with the back of her hand, yet her senses heightened. Hetingzhou's deep breaths were intoxicating, stirring a primal desire within her. Her blood surged, flooding her skin with warmth, a shameful blush illuminated by the light.
Turn off the lights.
Hetingzhou kissed the tip of her nose, his voice low and sultry.
I fear the dark.
Shuangxu found her strength to resist waning, leaving her vulnerable to his advances. The sensation of pain drew her gaze downward, tracing the lean lines of his abdomen, sculpted by movement in a manner both enticing and overwhelming. She quickly averted her gaze, her brow knitting in discomfort, but gradually, she felt as if she were a small boat adrift on gentle waves, her throat releasing sounds of uncontainable yearning.
Hetingzhou kissed her ear, and at her most vulnerable moment, he inquired, have you done this before?
Shuangxu trembled as she answered, I have.
With whom? My ex-boyfriend.
The non-existent Hetingzhou appeared quite invested in her answer, pressing further, did your ex-boyfriend do it better, or do I? What an odd question to pose at such a moment. Shuangxu cursed him internally, turning her head away, unwilling to answer. Hetingzhou grasped her chin, compelling her to face him.
I'm asking you a question.
Her defiance ignited a rebellious spark within her, and she replied defiantly, he was better.
Is that so?
Hetingzhou suddenly halted, flipping her over, causing her waist to dip. Shuangxu's face buried into the pillow, releasing muffled, fragmented sounds. Hetingzhou leaned down to kiss her, whispering, Song Shuangxu, you are nothing but a little liar with a mouth full of deceit.
Chapter 84.
Does the crown prince truly change the bed sheets himself? What does that imply? Is he aware of her deceit? Shuangxu found herself ensnared in a tumultuous sea of confusion, devoid of the energy to ponder such matters. The vibrant summer night buzzed with life, while the floor-to-ceiling glass separated the humid allure of the room from the outside world. After it was over, Shuangxu felt utterly drained, as though she had been pulled from the depths of water, lacking any strength. Hetingzhou brushed aside her damp hair, lingeringly kissing the delicate skin of her nape. After a brief moment of rest, she gradually regained her composure, the awkwardness of their unguarded intimacy slowly dissipating. She sluggishly slid off the bed, turning her back to him as she hastily gathered her clothes and dressed.
Where are you going?
Hetingzhou propped his head on his hand, watching her.
To take a shower.
Her voice, soaked in fatigue, sounded unusually submissive.
Shall I carry you? No need.
Terrified that he might indeed approach her, she hurried into the bathroom and shut the door. Immersed in the bathtub, her body slowly began to relax. Perhaps it was the heat of the water, but the flush on her cheeks refused to fade. She lingered in the tub for what felt like an eternity, processing the events of the night, and upon emerging, she found the soiled sheets had already been replaced. The crown prince would indeed change sheets himself, with him absent from the bedroom. Shuangxu paid no mind to his whereabouts. She had expended too much energy that day, her fingers felt weak, and she collapsed onto the bed, slipping into a deep slumber. In a half-dream state, she sensed someone touching her. It felt like playing with modeling clay. One moment they were caressing her cheeks, the next pinching her earlobes, and then something seemed to tickle her nose, sending shivers through her. Exhausted, she futilely attempted to evade the sensations, only to drift off once more. Her slumber was profound, devoid of dreams, and when she finally opened her eyes, the wall clock indicated it was already past 9. Her body felt heavy and her waist ached. As she shifted, she became acutely aware of a weight pressing down upon her. It was Hetingzhou's arm, draped over her from behind, his chin resting on her shoulder, her back fitting snugly against his chest. This overly intimate posture left her feeling uncomfortable, and she gently lifted Hetingzhou's arm, attempting to extricate herself from his embrace, yet, that arm seemed to possess a will of its own, tightening its hold around her waist.
Awake?
His husky breath tickled her ear. Shuangxu responded with a soft and simultaneously felt something against her back. Certain images, reminiscent of an opening advertisement, flashed through her newly awakened mind, prompting her to divert her attention to the gap in the curtains.
Hetingzhou's body was awake, yet his mind lingered in a state of lethargy as he inquired, did you sleep well?
Not bad, Shuangxu replied. He scoffed lightly, you slept like a dead pig, and you say it's not bad?
You are the pig.
What kind of person insults her so early in the morning? Hetingzhou, unfazed, accepted the remark with a grin, then let's be pigs together. The phone resting on the table chimed, and he took it, placing it in Shuangxu's hand while resuming his position with his chin on her shoulder. Answer it.
Shuangxu, suspecting he was still half asleep, replied, that's your phone. He acknowledged it, unapologetically feigning laziness, I'm tired. Please answer it for me.
Seeing that it was Su Zheng calling, Shuangxu picked up, Assistant Su.
President Song.
Su Zheng's mental the curtains blocked the light, casting the room into a dim haze, with the light-colored sheets draped over Hetingzhou's narrow, toned waist. As she left, his right hand lazily fell onto the bed, his knuckles distinctly visible, with veins snaking up to his forearm. Suddenly, Shuangxu recalled the fierce strength of that hand gripping her leg the previous night. A warmth surged to her head, and she hastily vacated the room. Upon opening the door, she found Su Zheng standing outside, one hand carrying a You may call for him yourself, Shuangxu replied. With 800 doses of courage, Su Zheng would still refrain from entering. President, he may still need to catch up on sleep. This bag contains sleepwear. Su Zheng placed the items inside. Arriving early at a woman's home to deliver clothes and breakfast for his boss, Su Zheng, if not a fool, would certainly deduce what had transpired the night before, and indeed, he was far from foolish. His intelligence bordered on excessive. However, such tasks were likely not new to him, as he executed them with practiced ease. She carried Hetingzhou's clothes into the bedroom, only to discover that the curtains had been drawn open. He Tingzhou lounged against the headboard, just waking up, his unkempt black hair lazily falling across his brow, his expression one of weariness. He extracted a cigarette from the pack, clenching it between his teeth, flicked the lighter open, the flame igniting briefly before he snapped it shut again, discarding the cigarette onto the bedside table. Shuangxu was about to caution him against smoking in her bedroom, but she swallowed her words. She refrained from stepping inside, instead placing the suit and sleepwear on the dresser. Your clothes. He Tingzhou glanced at the dresser, 5 meters away, lifting his eyelids slightly. Even a gibbon's arms aren't that long.
Besides, I am human. Can't you get up to fetch them? Can't you come over and deliver them? He retorted. You drained me dry in bed, and now that I'm out of it, you act like a stranger?
Reluctantly, Shuangxu played the role of a maid. She had neither the interest nor the skill to prepare meals, typically settling for toasting a couple of slices of bread and brewing a cup of coffee. Fortunately, Su Zhang had brought breakfast. Otherwise, she feared the crown prince's high status might compel her to cook for him. She arranged the breakfast that Su Zhang had brought on the table, and when He Tingzhou emerged, he donned the sleepwear. The delicate silk fabric softened his otherwise imposing demeanor, and he ambled lazily to the dining table. He appeared to have little appetite, barely touching his breakfast, spending most of the time leaning against the chair opposite her, watching Shuangxu eat. Once she finished, he asked, Are you full? If so, accompany me for a bit more sleep. You can sleep on your own, Shuangxu replied. I need to return home to help my godmother prepare for tonight's banquet. Just then, a message from Fu Yun arrived, inquiring if she was awake and sending a driver to pick her up. After responding, she looked up to find He Tingzhou wearing a somewhat forlorn expression.
My godfather is resuming work next week, and I need to celebrate with him. Did you not receive an invitation as well?
She presumed He Tingzhou was displeased by her refusal, hence her explanation. Go ahead, He Tingzhou said, rising to return to the bedroom. Chapter 85 Can mosquitoes really leave bite marks? Shen Yuan is set to resume his duties next week. Taking advantage of the weekend, the Shen family hosted a grand banquet, not only to celebrate his narrow escape from danger but, before the banquet commenced, Lu Manman arrived at the Shen residence early. With a beaming smile, she greeted Fu Yun. Auntie, I'm here. Fu Yun responded with her usual warmth. Man, why are you here so early?
Lu Manman handed her a jewelry box, saying, This is the jewelry you gave me before. Now that my engagement with Shen Yu has ended, it would be best to return it to you.
Fu Yun felt a pang of regret over the cancellation of Shen Yu's engagement, yet she was also acutely aware that the two were unlikely to reconcile after so many tumultuous events. With a sigh, Fu Yun replied, You should keep the jewelry as a token from our family. If it were anything else, I would surely keep it, as I adore it. However, this piece has been passed down through several generations in your family, and it holds great significance. It is better suited for Xiaozhou, Lu Manman stated. Though a bit love-struck, Lu Manman was capable of letting go, realizing that one cannot force a relationship that does not bear fruit. She pressed the jewelry box into Fu Yun's hands, asking, Where is Xiaozhou? I'd like to play with her for a bit. She is upstairs changing, Fu Yun replied. As Lu Manman dashed upstairs, she found Shuangxu preparing to change into her evening gown. After a busy day, she hadn't paid attention to He Tingzhou and wondered if he had left, leaving such a dangerous individual alone in her presence. Surely nothing untoward would occur. Lu Manman knocked on the door and poked her head in. Need help with your outfit? The two cousins, who were quite difficult to deal with, had experienced a rather invasive temperature check the day before. Shuangxu had decided not to waste her energy arguing with her this time. Come in, she said. Lu Manman assisted her in pulling up the zipper from behind but suddenly halted midway, exclaiming, What is this? Shuangxu turned around, and Lu Manman leaned in closer, her fingers poking at the area between her shoulder blades. You have a mark here. What? Shuangxu asked, turning her head. Lu Manman scrutinized the mark intently. It's red, and it looks like, in a flash, Shuangxu realized the implication, quickly evading Lu Manman's gaze and nonchalantly remarked, It's a mosquito bite. Lu Manman straightened up. Can mosquitoes leave bite marks like that? You must think I'm an idiot? I haven't seen a pig run, but I certainly know what it looks like. This is clearly a strawberry mark. Lu Manman exclaimed, her expression transforming to one of sudden realization as she nearly jumped in excitement. I knew something was off about you last night.
Goodness, you were hiding someone at home. Shuangxu hastily covered her mouth, her teeth nearly grinding together in frustration. Can you keep your voice down?
Lu Manman nodded, and only then did Shuangxu release her.
While she refrained from shouting again, her eyes took on a peculiar expression. Is it your brother? Shuangxu was momentarily taken aback. How could that be? What are you thinking? Why not? Lu Manman countered. Don't you like him?
I have no such impure thoughts about my brother, Shuangxu replied with a hint of exasperation. You should keep your distance from Song Lian. Your mind is filled with all sorts of improper ideas.
Lu Manman was utterly astonished. You like your brother and yet have never entertained such thoughts?
Shuangxu retorted. Who says liking someone must involve such sordid? Her affection for Shen Yu was simply that, pure and untainted. You are so pure in your affections, Lu Manman mused, reclining on the bed with her chin resting on her hand. Shuangxu glanced in the mirror. The gown she wore had a backless design, perfectly showcasing the bite mark. Damn, He Tingzhou, she hadn't even noticed when he had left his mark. Should she chastise him or commend him for such a discreet place? Had Lu Manman not spotted it first, she would have paraded in this gown, unwittingly drawing attention. The thought was overwhelming, and Shuangxu instinctively covered her eyes. She quickly changed into another gown while Lu Manman remained lost in thought. Shen Yuan had just been framed for bribery, and Shuangxu opted for a more understated look, a white satin gown with a slanted shoulder and an elegantly draped bodice, adorned only with a single string of lustrous pearls, simple yet sophisticated. When she descended the stairs, she found Shen Yu engaged in conversation with Shen Yuan and Fu Yun, clad in a light gray three-piece suit, exuding his usual calm elegance. His gaze casually lifted and landed on Shuangxu. "Wow, my sister grows more beautiful by the day," Yu Zifeng grinned, showing his teeth. Shuangxu glanced at his garish purple shirt and retorted, "Zifeng, you remain as flamboyant as ever. You'll need your strength for the drinks later." The banquet was lively, and those who had previously reveled in his misfortune now wore different faces. Fu Yun had seen through much this time, and her relationship with Cui Ning had thoroughly cooled. Song Mian, occupied with official duties, had sent Cui Ning with Song Lian to attend. Fu Yun merely exchanged pleasantries before leading Shuangxu to entertain other guests. When Old Master Zhang arrived, the previously jovial banquet hall fell into a hushed silence. Having endured such trials, the enmity between the Shen and Zhang families was now irrevocably set. Both parties understood the underlying tension, yet they maintained a cordial faade. Old Master Zhang, having failed to outmaneuver them, had come in person, showing respect as the Shen family had once again allied with the He family. "Shan Yuan's ability to emerge unscathed is indeed fortuitous. Given our long-standing friendship, I was genuinely worried for you," Old Master Zhang remarked. Shen Yuan replied, "Thank you for your concern. Without your support, I would not have had the opportunity to discern who among your brother Yu is quite capable. Having secured the protection of Changwei for you, your future is indeed promising." Shen Yuan remarked, "You is still too lenient, lacking the decisiveness of your family Zui, who possesses the boldness reminiscent of your youth." At this, Old Master Zhang's expression nearly soured. In his younger days, he had never resorted to such vile tactics as drugging a woman. His face nearly dropped to the floor, while Zhang Zui was still staring intently at Shuangxu. With the Shen family in turmoil and the Yi family coming to their aid, anyone would assume that Yi Tingzhou and Shen Yu shared a bond of brotherhood, ready to fight for each other. Upon returning home, Zhang Zui insisted that Yi Tingzhou was infatuated with Song Shuangxu, but no one believed him. The old master scolded him for being a fool. "All you can think about is Song Shuangxu. Do you think Yi Tingzhou is like you, willing to act foolishly over a woman? Just look at him, he has built the Yundan group into a formidable enterprise over the years, while you? A mere girl has you completely disoriented. If this continues, you will inevitably fall into a woman's snare." Zhang Zui, thick-skinned and unperturbed by insults, could not tolerate being compared to Yi Tingzhou. He pondered. In the cake shop, Yi Tingzhou had never outright confessed to having feelings for Song Shuangxu. Yi Tingzhou and Shen Yu were good brothers, and given their rivalry, it was entirely plausible he was simply trying to provoke him, knowing his interest in Song Shuangxu. Previously, on the boat, when he had noticed Yi Tingzhou's intentions towards Song Shuangxu, Yi Tingzhou had shown no reaction whatsoever. Yet, Zhang Zui sensed something amiss as he looked around, wondering why the Yi family was absent today. Chapter 86. Beware of your good brother. Frost sequence found the gaze of Zhang Zui unsettling, akin to the relentless presence of a malevolent spirit. Shen Yu shielded her from his stare, gently advising, "Xiaozhou, why not take a moment to rest?" "Wait a moment," called out Old Master Zhang, "so this is Frost sequence. I hear this young man has acted foolishly, bullying you previously today. I shall ensure he offers you a proper apology." Shen Yu reiterated to Frost sequence, "You should go." Frost sequence wished to protest, but Fu Yun tugged at her, saying, "I'm feeling weary. Frost sequence, accompany me for a moment." She understood this was a ploy to divert her. They had matters to discuss, and she did not want to abandon her involvement. Yet Shen Yu's demeanor brooked no argument, and given the circumstances, it had escalated into a feud between the Shen and Zhang families. Old Master Zhang was displeased with Shen Yu's attitude. "Are you disregarding my authority as well?" "I have already extended the courtesy due," Shen Yu replied with an air of indifference. "Without your protection, would he even have the opportunity to stand here?" The Zhang family's rise was not without its murky past, and he was far more ruthless than Zhang Zui. Even his posture in demanding an apology carried an arrogance born of a lifetime spent above others. "In my younger days, Zhang Zui's father endured much under my guidance. I owe him a debt, and when this boy was born, I endeavored to compensate, coddling him to the point of naivety. Your young lady is quite lovely, it is no surprise he is smitten. However, he lacks the understanding of how to please a girl. Employing misguided methods of the concoction last time, I understand, was given to him by a friend, touted as a means of enhancing enjoyment without harm. What concoction?" Shen Yu interjected abruptly. Old Master Zhang fell silent. "During the last birthday celebration for the Yu family as Xiaozhou, you accompanied Man to visit her grandmother, and that day, Frost sequence was drugged. Were you unaware of this?" Shen Yuan expressed surprise. "I thought she would certainly have informed you. Your mother was upset that you were oblivious to such a significant matter. Had Frost sequence not revealed it herself, we would have remained in the dark about her near victimization." Shen Yu's expression darkened, his hands clenched at his sides. Zhang Zui sneered provocatively, "What good does it do to guard against me? You ought to keep a watchful eye on your dear brother. It was the Yu family that took him away that day. Why not inquire what he has been up to?" "Silence." Old Master Zhang scolded sharply. He had not anticipated Shen Yu's ignorance. Logically, his sister should have sought him first in times of trouble. "I am here precisely for this reason," the elder stated, lowering his tone. "In matters of upbringing, the father bears responsibility. If he has caused trouble, I, as the grandfather, bear the greatest burden. Therefore, I propose that you summon Frost Sequence back. I will personally apologize to her on behalf of Shuangxu. An apology repeated without change holds no value.
Spare us, Shen Yu replied.
If a grandson is raised to be worthless, it is no loss to the Zhang family. But tell me, old master, how long can you shield him? The usually composed man suddenly grew fierce, leaving old master Zhang momentarily speechless, questioning his own ears.
What did you just say? Your father would never dare speak to me in such a manner. Zhang Zui, vexed, interjected, Shen Yu, what do you mean by that? The literal interpretation, Shen Yu retorted, the last vestiges of warmth in his demeanor evaporating.
You would do well to pray daily for your grandfather's longevity.
You insolent wretch.
Zhang Zui exploded, poised to strike, but was halted by old master Zhang's grim countenance. At his age, how many years could he possibly live, with this wretched boyish disposition and the enemies he had made? As long as he remained alive, anyone considering a strike against the Zhang family would think twice. Once he passed, Shen Yu would likely be the first to eliminate Zhang Zui. It was no wonder he was eager to suppress the Shen family at the first sign of power, acting recklessly without proper strategy, leaving openings that allowed Shen Changyuan to seize his chance. He glanced at Shen Changyuan behind Shen Yu. His tacit approval indicated that Shen Yu's stance reflected that of the Shen family. You have no say in this matter, old master Zhang admonished Zhang Zui, pondering for a moment before declaring, today, in your presence, I, Zhang Jingren, assure you that he shall never again harass your young lady. Grandfather, you don't understand that the he Zhang Zui began, but was met with a swift slap from the elder. Old master Zhang turned to Shen Yu, my word stands, does this satisfy you? Accompanying Fu Yun to rest, Frost Sequence encountered several ladies with whom Fu Yun shared a cordial relationship, greeting them with a bright smile.
After they departed, the ladies began to converse.
Fu Yun's adopted daughter is exceptionally well raised, she is both beautiful and well-mannered, and it is no wonder she is cherished as a biological daughter.
What good does it do if the Shen family treats her well?
Their own kin do not regard her favorably.
That is nearly Cui Ning's narrow-mindedness. Ultimately, this is a debt owed by Song Nianji. The child cannot choose her lineage. If the Shen family were to raise her, it might not be so bad. Just look at their second son, what have they turned him into?
Indeed, spoiled and willful, I hardly wish to speak of it. He lacks any semblance of a refined lady's demeanor. The affairs of the Song family were hardly a secret. One daughter was meticulously nurtured by the director and his wife, while the other, less favored, was entrusted to others, yet when the sisters stood together, anyone with eyes could see that the latter resembled a true young lady of wealth. Frost Sequence had indeed been raised exceptionally well by the Shen family, radiating brightness, as radiant as a princess. This was undeniable. Engrossed in gossip, they failed to notice Cui Ning standing not far off, her expression dark as thunder. Frost Sequence went to the refreshment table to fetch a snack for Fu Yun. When she crossed paths with Cui Ning, she glanced briefly before lowering her head to select Fu Yun's favorite treats. Cui Ning frowned. Today is a banquet for the Shen family, yet you act as if you are the host, always revolving around the Shen family. Do you wish for others to speak ill of me? Frost Sequence replied in a flat tone, I could just as easily orbit around you, should you not fear a spike in your blood pressure. With that, she disregarded Cui Ning's displeasure and walked away with her plate. Yu Zifeng, along with Zhuo Zhong and a few others, sat nearby enjoying drinks when Frost Sequence overheard someone mention, isn't Zhou Yi coming today? Perhaps he is still asleep. Should we call him? It is quite late, he might sleep through the day. Call him if you wish. Yu Zifeng lounged back, he was up all night, and he's in a foul mood. I called him this afternoon to invite him out, and he snapped at me for disturbing him, telling me to entertain myself. Laughter erupted around them. Frost Sequence halted in surprise that he hadn't slept the entire night. They couldn't he have been up for that long, could they? Chapter 87 of the Tender Haven. Where did Master Zhou wander off to last night? He didn't sleep a wink and is quite spirited, someone remarked. Surely he is more vigorous than you, otherwise, how could the beautiful Mu be so infatuated with him? Yu Zifeng teased. To be honest, if I were a woman, I would find his physique irresistible. Come on, you absolute gay, a voice interjected, pulling out a phone. Quick, I am not afraid. Yu Zifeng retorted. After a raucous exchange, Zhuo Zhong suggested to Yu Zifeng, why not call Ting Zhou and invite him to join us? With so many people around, he'll sleep soundly. Why don't you make the call? I am the one stuck doing all the hard work on the front lines, Yu Zifeng replied, yet he picked up his phone and dialed. What a peculiar quirk, needing an audience to sleep soundly? Shuangxu handed food to Fu Yun, and when the topic of Shen Yu and Lu Manman's marriage arose, Fu Yun sighed regretfully. Man is a wonderful girl, but alas, she and Yu are not destined. Shuangxu listened distractedly, her thoughts drifting. She could hardly recall what master he had been up to the previous night. She was so fatigued that she vaguely remembered him bothering her while she slept. She had been in such a deep slumber that upon waking, she assumed he had just awoken as well. After finishing his call, Yu Zifeng turned around and spotted Shuangxu behind him, holding a piece of cake. She offered it to him, saying, Zifeng, I saw you drink quite a lot earlier. You should eat something or you might get drunk. You really do care, little sister, Yu Zifeng said gratefully as he accepted the cake. When will that little troublemaker at home ever be as considerate as you? Shuangxu replied, sometimes, one must reflect on their own issues. What issues do I have? Yu Zifeng deflected, it's all your brother's fault. If he didn't flaunt you around every day, I wouldn't have mistakenly asked my mother for a sister.
Shuangxu chuckled, watching him eat the cake, and casually asked, does Tingzhou often suffer from insomnia? That's not insomnia.
That's a case of being a pampered heir. His family has hired a dozen people to create white noise for him every day.
Why is that? Shuangxu inquired, confused. Yu Zifeng, with no reservations, responded, he can't sleep in silence.
He needs noise to feel secure, especially at night. Darkness combined with silence is a recipe for disaster. He absolutely cannot sleep.
How strange.
No wonder he could sleep in a bar, no wonder he had woken her in the middle of the night, insisting she tell him a story. She had thought he was merely toying with her, and no wonder he brought a beautiful woman in a cheapao along on business trips to Lin City. He had once mentioned, I can't sleep without noise, but at that time, Shuangxu hadn't realized the gravity of the situation.
Is it related to the kidnapping incident from his childhood?
Yu Zifeng glanced around the bustling banquet hall, observing that no one was paying attention to them.
He swallowed the cake in his mouth and lowered his voice. He was injured then, his eardrum perforated, leading to temporary deafness. We don't know what transpired during that time, but think about it, those drug dealers are ruthless. What wouldn't they do? His mother perished there, he must have suffered immensely. It's likely where the shadows of his past stem from.
And she delicately phrased her question, has he ever seen a psychologist?
Yu Zifeng laughed, do you think he seems psychologically unwell?
He has seen the most esteemed psychologists and sleeps like a baby in their offices. He comes home and is still the same.
Indeed, Tingzhou did not appear to have psychological issues.
He seemed more like someone who could instill psychological problems in others.
What about listening to crosstalk or radio broadcasts? Shuangxu asked, would that help?
Not particularly, he needs to hear human voices. He must know that someone is beside him.
That was indeed a dilemma. Did all the women who had slept with him have to tell him bedtime stories? This matter is not something I should be discussing with you, so keep it to yourself. Don't go asking others about it, Yu Zifeng advised. The commander is sensitive about this topic and forbids anyone from mentioning it. Shuangxu nodded, understood.
Master Zhou has arrived, someone called out suddenly. Shuangxu looked up and saw the late arriving Tingzhou.
He wore the black suit Suzhen had delivered that morning, casually draped, with the jacket unbuttoned and no tie around his neck. He sauntered in, shuffling his feet, just as Shen Yu approached from the opposite side. They exchanged greetings and sat together in the lounge area. Noticing Shen Yu's gaze resting on him, Shuangxu intended to ask what he had discussed with the Zheng family but decided to walk over to them instead. Yu Zifeng returned with the cake and asked Shen Yu, all done, that old man must be a handful, twisting everything upside down. He could convince a corpse to speak. My father never gains the upper hand when dealing with him. Shen Yu's gaze shifted to Yu Zifeng's face, remaining silent, his expression inscrutably profound. What else with that look? Yu Zifeng felt uneasy under his scrutiny. I haven't done anything to provoke you.
Shen Yu averted his gaze, his demeanor oddly indifferent.
Shuangxu deliberately chose a seat farthest from Tingzhou. After sitting down, she glanced up and briefly met Tingzhou's gaze across the way. In the next moment, she quickly averted her eyes and politely greeted, Tingzhou. Tingzhou lounged with his legs crossed on the sofa, ignoring her. Not far away, Zhang Zui stood behind a pillar, his watchful eyes covertly observing them. The two seemed so estranged that it was as though they had never exchanged more than 10 words in their lives. Shen Yu picked up 2 glasses of champagne from a waiter's tray and handed one to Tingzhou, asking, why did you arrive so late? What is it to you?
Tingzhou accepted the drink, taking a leisurely sip, his tone relaxed.
Did someone miss me?
Indeed, Zhuizhong chimed in, someone wishes to sleep with you.
Is that so?
Tingzhou swirled his wrist, the pale golden champagne sloshing against the glass. Who might that be?
Damn, I was just joking.
Yu Zifeng inadvertently confessed, that was merely a rhetorical flourish to commend your charm.
Do you understand rhetoric? I harbor no illicit thoughts about you.
Even if you did, it would be pointless. Tingzhou smirked, a roguish grin playing on his lips.
Darling, you'll have to wait in line. Yu Zifeng and Master Zhou seems to be in good spirits today. From which tender haven have you just returned?
Shuangxu instinctively tensed, lowering her head to sip her drink, unaware of the fleeting glance Tingzhou cast in her direction. He spoke languidly, guess. This banquet should have been a joyous. Despite having known Yu Zifeng the longest among the group, akin to brothers, it did not prevent him from wanting to punch him at this moment. Chapter 88 Young Master Zhou has fallen into the water after dinner. The guests migrated to the garden, where colorful lights adorned the courtyard, creating a vibrant and romantic atmosphere. Elegantly dressed men and women swayed gracefully to the melodious tunes. Suddenly, Fu Yun suggested, Shuangxu, why don't you invite Tingzhou to dance? Shuangxu instinctively glanced towards Tingzhou, who was engaged in conversation with Shan Yuan, leaning casually against a pillar with a glass of champagne in hand. Despite being in the presence of elders, his demeanor remained relaxed and languid. Me? Shuangxu hesitated. I would love to ask him to dance, Fu Yun chuckled, but he's rather tall, and dancing with him is quite a challenge. As Tingzhou was now a benefactor to the Shen family, both Shan Yuan and Fu Yun, being people of gratitude, had developed a heartfelt warmth towards him beyond their previous courtesy. Inviting him to dance was a gesture of significance, and Shuangxu had no reason to decline. Thus, she approached him with a sense of duty. It seemed Tingzhou was entirely oblivious to her presence until she stood before him, mustering the courage to invite, Brother Tingzhou, would you honor me with a dance? His gaze finally descended upon her exquisite features, tinged with a hint of condescension.
Shen Yuan interjected, Shuangxu dances beautifully.
Sure, He Tingzhou replied languidly, setting his champagne glass aside and extending a hand toward her. Shuangxu placed her hand in his, and as they entered the dance floor, the music shifted to Por una cabeza. With one hand clasped, He Tingzhou's right hand loosely rested on her back, their physical proximity marred by an unmistakable distance. This unfamiliarity starkly contrasted the fervor of the previous evening. The delicate touches in the public I felt as light as a feather, brushing against Shuangxu's nerves. Particularly, He Tingzhou's fingertips hovered near her scapula, as if issuing a subtle reminder. The initial segment of this tango was languid and uplifting. As Shuangxu moved in time with the music, she inquired within their confined space, "Did you bite me yesterday?" He Tingzhou's lashes fluttered, his voice as languid as his gaze. "Where do you mean?" Shuangxu felt a surge of anxiety, wishing to retreat to her room to inspect her body.
"You didn't just bite me in one place, did you?"
Other than her back, there might be other marks as well.
He Tingzhou appeared remarkably relaxed.
"It's hard to say, when the impulse strikes, I hardly remember the details."
"Could you refrain from leaving marks on me next time?" Shuangxu implored gently, "It's easily noticeable. If you don't undress in front of others, who would discover it?" He Tingzhou replied nonchalantly, "Who would even notice?" What audacity he had!
Shuangxu gritted her teeth, "Must you do this, then I wouldn't have to worry about being discovered." As her words settled, the music transitioned to a more upbeat tempo, and He Tingzhou spun her out, pulling her back after a twirl, catching her in his embrace amidst the... He drew so close that as he leaned down to speak, his cool lips nearly brushed against her ear. "No, it's simpler for you to manage your own attire than for me to control myself." Shuangxu seized the opportunity to distance herself through the dance step. With each shift in rhythm, He Tingzhou would embrace her tightly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Shuangxu had never danced a more disconcerting dance. Her heart raced like a drum, each spin feeling as if she were soaring high, only to return to a precarious balance. He Tingzhou wore a casual smile, the slight upward curve of his lips suggesting he relished her discomfort. "You're so tense over a dance," he remarked, "perhaps you should change your name to Song Nervous." As the piece concluded, Shuangxu quickly stepped back, fearing that any delay might expose their clandestine exchange. Shen Yuan was seeking Shen Yu, but having not spotted him, he inquired of Fu Yun, "Where is Yu?" Fu Yun, too, had not seen Shen Yu for some time. After scanning the vicinity without success, she asked Shuangxu, "Where is your brother?" "I'll go look for him." Shuangxu seized the opportunity to leave. She found him in the outdoor pavilion where he often lingered. The guests had gathered in the garden, leaving this area sparsely decorated with scattered lights. As she approached, Shen Yu sat in a rattan chair, smoking.
"Brother, what are you doing here?" "Uncle Bai wants to discuss the resort project with you."
The smoke obscured Shen Yu's brow, and he remained seated, beckoning her. "Xiaojiu, come here." The summer night was warm, yet his voice carried a chill that seemed foreign to the season. Shuangxu, accustomed to his gentleness, was acutely aware of even the slightest changes in him. After conversing with old Master Zhang, his enthusiasm seemed to wane. Shuangxu settled into a chair beside him. "Brother, what did you talk about with Grandpa Zhang?" Shen Yu extinguished his cigarette, a comforting smile gracing his lips. "He assured me that he would no longer allow Zhang Zui to harass you."
This was monumental news, akin to the moment when a bamboo shoot is cast down a cliff, bringing relief. "Then why are you not happy?" Shuangxu questioned.
Shen Yu's calm gaze lingered on her face, and after a pause, he asked, "Why didn't you tell me about Zhang Zui drugging you?"
Shuangxu was momentarily taken aback. Shen Yu continued, "Was it Zifei who took you away?"
His tone was light, cautious of any words that might inadvertently wound her.
Shuangxu did not lie, it was Brother Tingzhou. Shen Yu was momentarily stunned. "Tingzhou?"
"Brother Tingzhou saved me and called a doctor for me and nothing happened that day," Shuangxu clarified, worried he might misconstrue the situation, even though her current relationship with He Tingzhou was far from innocent. "Why would Zhang Zui claim that it was Yu Zifei who took her away?" Shen Yu took a few moments to untangle the chaotic relationships involved. He Tingzhou had saved Shuangxu, concerned that Zhang Zui might target her because of him, and had left Yu Zifei's name in the aftermath. Rubbing his temples, he felt a slight ease knowing she had not been harmed. The banquet buzzed with lively chatter, the night illuminated by dazzling lights, casting deep shadows around the pavilion.
"Are you disappointed in your brother, Xiaojiu?" Shen Yu suddenly posed. Without hesitation, Shuangxu replied, "No." "Then why, when faced with danger, did you not seek me out first, nor inform me afterward? Do you think I can no longer protect you?" His tone remained gentle, yet the intensity of his gaze made Shuangxu feel a pang of sadness. She had intended to tell him, but a multitude of events had piled up, leading her to gradually feel like a burden to him, a weight everyone wished he could cast aside. "I didn't mean to keep it from you." "I didn't want to trouble you," Shuangxu explained, "and besides, I've grown up, so you don't need your brother anymore?" Shen Yu inquired. Shuangxu shook her head. "No, that's not it, you will always be my brother, and I will always need you." "I'm sorry, Xiaojiu," Shen Yu said, "I'm often not by your side when you need me." "Brother, please don't apologize. You've been wonderful to me." She did not understand. She couldn't grasp that Shen Yu was most reluctant to see her suffer even the slightest harm, nor could she comprehend his feelings upon realizing she no longer relied on him. Shen Yu's palm rested gently atop her head, the movement imbued with deep-seated remorse. That tenderness evoked memories of her childhood, the 10 years he had crafted for her, a carefree, fairy-tale world. In that realm, she had received all of Shen Yu's attention and affection. A bittersweet sensation began to swell in her nostrils, and just then, a shrill scream pierced the air. "Young Master Zhou has fallen into the water."
Chapter 89. He Tingting was startled by the sudden call, and both she and Shen Yu turned their gazes toward the swimming pool. The water was in turmoil, and two panicked women stood at the pool's edge. Had He Tingzhou fallen into the water, without a moment's hesitation, Shuangxu sprang to her feet, lifted her skirt, and hurried to the poolside. The two women beside her were at a loss, and He Tingzhou had yet to surface. Could it be that he did not know how to swim? Tingzhou go? Shuangxu called out, only to be met with the sound of splashing water in response. This pool, where she had practiced swimming in the past, had a depth of 1.8 meters, sufficiently perilous for anyone untrained in the art of swimming. Without pausing to contemplate, Shuangxu swiftly removed her high-heeled shoes and leaped into the water. She swam toward He Tingzhou, grasped his arm beneath the surface, maneuvered behind him, and wrapped her arms around his body, half embracing and half dragging him toward the surface. He was exceedingly heavy, and she struggled to bring him to the shore. By now, onlookers had rushed over, standing in stunned silence at the scene. Yu Zifeng quickly regained his composure and assisted in pulling He Tingzhou up. Shuangxu followed suit, climbing out of the water, her entire form drenched, the satin dress clinging tightly to her figure, revealing her curves in their entirety. Yet He Tingzhou, now upright, leaned weakly against her, and she exerted all her strength to support him. His arm draped over her shoulder, his towering stature nearly obscured her completely. Yu Zifeng approached, wanting to lend a hand. What happened? Did you drink too much? How could someone of your size fall into the pool? Before he could grasp He Tingzhou's arm, He Tingzhou stumbled, stepping on Yu Zifeng's foot, prompting an immediate yelp of pain as he hopped on one leg, grimacing. Shuangxu's face was drenched, glistening droplets of water lending her skin a translucent, flawless quality. Her eyelashes, heavy with moisture, fluttered like delicate fans. Are you all right? He Tingzhou, seemingly choking on water, erupted into a fit of violent coughing. He Tingzhou shot him a sidelong glance but remained silent. Shuangxu donned the jacket, and Shen Yu advised, go upstairs and take a warm shower, be careful not to catch a cold. Shuangxu nodded, casting another glance at He Tingzhou before ascending the stairs. Shen Yu assisted He Tingzhou, finding it far less strenuous than Shuangxu had, and as they climbed the stairs, He Tingzhou seemed to regain some strength, releasing the support of Shen Yu's arm. Once in the guest room, Shen Yu fetched a set of his own clothes for He Tingzhou to change into. Thanks, He Tingzhou said. There is no need for formality with me, Shen Yu replied. I recall that you are quite adept in the water. I cramped up, He Tingzhou said, toweling off his hair with a calm demeanor. Your sister is quite good at showing gratitude. Shen Yu smiled. The onlookers lingering by the poolside seemed to come to their senses, their astonishment palpable. I never expected that Zhou Yi couldn't swim. Indeed, everyone has their vulnerabilities. Vulnerability. My foot. While showering, she heard her phone ring, and upon emerging, discovered it was He Tingzhou. Hadn't he gone to change in the guest room? Why was he calling her? She promptly returned the call, and it connected swiftly. Without waiting for her to speak, a commanding voice came through, bring me a bath towel. Having changed her clothes and not yet having dried her hair, Shuangxu grabbed a towel and knocked on the guest room door. He Tingzhou opened it, still clad in damp attire, his wet black hair slicked back, his already striking features appearing even more chiseled. He glanced at her hand. Whose is that? Shuangxu, my skin is very sensitive. The sight of a towering man of 1.88 meters claiming skin sensitivity felt absurd, akin to a Barbie doll in stature. This is all there is, you'll have to make do. What about yours? He Tingzhou inquired. Her towel was undoubtedly much softer than these. It seemed that the young master had a penchant for the softest fabrics. Just use this, mine isn't very convenient. He Tingzhou leaned against the doorframe, his piercing black gaze scrutinizing her. What's inconvenient about it? I used yours yesterday. Shuangxu, resigned, turned to retrieve it, muttering under her breath, why call yourself He Tingzhou when you could just as well be He Tingting? What did you say? He Tingzhou's voice followed her. Nothing, she replied. As she fetched a spare towel from her room, Shuangxu glanced around anxiously, fearing someone might unexpectedly appear and catch her in an awkward moment. Upon opening the door, she felt like a secret agent delivering a package, stuffing the towel into He Tingzhou's hands before making her escape. He Tingzhou seized her wrist, come in and keep me company. Shuangxu turned back, glaring at him, her voice low, have you lost your mind? Someone will see us. He Tingzhou, unperturbed, countered, you standing here is what will attract attention. Shuangxu attempted to pull away, but his grip was like that of handcuffs, unyielding. Please, stop messing around, she implored, her eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. This is my home. If my brother sees us, it will be disastrous. He regarded her for a moment before releasing her wrist and closing the door. Fu Yun, upon hearing of He Tingzhou's fall, brewed a pot of snow pear ginger tea. Shuangxu, donning heat-resistant gloves, carried the steaming concoction from the kitchen when she spotted a familiar silhouette descending the spiral staircase, clad in a crisp white shirt and gray trousers. She called out, brother, would you like some ginger tea? The figure continued down, moving with a languid grace, and she realized something was amiss. He Tingzhou was descending the steps, his gaze gliding past her with an icy indifference. Chapter 90. Do I resemble your brother? He Tingzhou addressed her as sister in a teasing tone, reminiscent of a jest directed at a friend's younger sibling, yet only Shuangxu discerned the underlying coldness. Do I truly resemble your brother? Only Yu Zifeng and the others affectionately referred to her as sister. Tingzhou had called her by her full name, addressed her as General Song, and even mockingly referred to her as Little Princess, but he had never called her sister before. Shuangxu promptly clarified, "It's merely that our body types are somewhat similar. I didn't catch a glimpse of your face earlier." Tingzhou shared a similar physique with Shen Yu, standing slightly taller by a centimeter or two, his shoulders broader, and his muscles exuding a sense of strength. Apart from these traits, they were quite alike in size. However, the aura that surrounded him starkly contrasted with that of Shen Yu. Wearing the same attire, he exuded a rugged charm that rendered the elegance absent. He possessed a chilling sharpness coupled with an effortless languor, a paradoxical fusion that epitomized Tingzhou. The corners of Tingzhou's lips curled slightly in mockery. "So, you mean my face is not like his, but my body is?" With servants bustling about the living room, he spoke without restraint. "Is that the reason you wanted to turn off the lights last night? What on earth?" Shuangxu's expression shifted from shock to a flustered panic as she glanced toward the kitchen, praying that Fu Yun had not overheard. Tingzhou turned away, seemingly disinterested in her response. Fu Yun, concerned, remarked, "Tingzhou, I brewed some hot ginger tea for you, have a bit to ward off a cold." "Eating ginger at night is like ingesting arsenic," Tingzhou retorted with a tone dripping with indifference. "I don't wish to die today." Fu Yun felt a tinge of awkwardness due to his remark, but he paid it no mind and continued on his way. Just then, Shen Yu entered, brushing past Tingzhou. His demeanor radiated an air that discouraged approach, and he dropped a casual remark, "Your sister seems to have poor eyesight, take her to get a pair of glasses." Shen Yu appeared somewhat taken aback and turned to Shuangxu. "What's the matter?" Shuangxu's voice carried a hint of annoyance. "I just mistook Tingzhou for you." "What a trivial matter," Shen Yu dismissed, "it's fine. Tingzhou isn't so petty." Quite the opposite, thought Shuangxu. She observed Tingzhou's retreating figure, feeling as if she had been unceremoniously cast from a great height, plummeting without end, suspended in a state of uncertainty. How could he have arrived at such a conclusion? Tingzhou's notorious reputation for arrogance and brashness was well known. He was a man unrestrained by conventions, even daring to confront his father in a fit of temper, a fact that Fu Yun seemed to overlook. "Hurry and drink your ginger tea," she urged Shuangxu, "you're such a reckless child. Why didn't you call for help and instead jumped in on your own?" Rescuing others was instinctual. Shuangxu hadn't considered the implications at the moment. "Tingzhou has saved me several times. It's only right that I help him this time." Fu Yun patted her head with a smile. "Good child." Shuangxu lifted the spoon to her lips, but the tea was scalding, making it difficult to swallow. Suddenly, Lu Man emerged from the shadows after a night's absence, settling beside her. "I'm heading to your place soon, I'll drop you off." Her tone was not one of request. Shuangxu turned to find Lu Man winking at her, her eyes conveying a message. "Let us have a private chat." Shuangxu did not decline. The two siblings were quite domineering, allowing no room for rejection, nor offering any chance for explanation. Along the way, Lu Man frequently glanced her way, while Shuangxu appeared oblivious, preoccupied with how to unravel this perplexing misunderstanding. The driver from the Lu family dropped Shuangxu off at Songming Road, and Lu Man insisted on accompanying her upstairs. Uncertain whether Tingzhou was present or if he would return that evening, Shuangxu hesitated. "Why are you following me? Don't want me to come in?" How could you move on so quickly?" "Don't ask, knowing one tea benefit you," Shuangxu replied, shaking off her grip. Lu Man threatened, "If you don't tell me, I'll inform your brother that you have someone on the side." "Go ahead," Shuangxu responded nonchalantly, "my brother won't care." What troubled her most was the possibility that Shen Yu might discover her clandestine dealings with Tingzhou. As for dating men, she was no child. Shen Yu would hardly be concerned. She waved her hand dismissively, ignoring Lu Man's insatiable curiosity that would likely keep her awake all night, and turned to ascend the stairs. Lu Man called out, "Xiaojiu, I've really been thinking a lot today. I've come to realize that I may have underestimated the bond between you and your brother." Shuangxu, "You may have feelings for him, yet you've never harbored any carnal fantasies. Your relationship is devoid of desire, far more noble than the assumptions made by those like us. In the past, I feared you would steal Shen Yu away, but in truth, I am the one who intruded upon your relationship, am I not?" Shuangxu was taken aback by her self-reflection, her tone softening. "That's not the case. There's no one between my brother and me, it's merely that I haven't positioned myself correctly. Honestly, I too find it difficult to comprehend your brother's feelings for you. But Xiaojiu, I believe he may not be as indifferent as you think." Lu Man's eyes gleamed brightly and honestly in the night. She yearned for the most sincere love and, if she could not have it herself, hoped others would. Shuangxu shook her head. "He only sees me as his sister. And that was perfectly fine." She was unwilling to take any risks that might further distance her from Shen Yu. With no one at home, Tingzhou did. As Shuangxu lay in bed, she recalled his aloof demeanor when he left the Shen residence. To treat another as a stranger while in bed was rather insulting, although she could not fathom how Tingzhou's thoughts had leaped to such conclusions. He was accustomed to being above others. In truth, Tingzhou was the first person in the world to realize her feelings for Shen Yu, even before her then close friend Xie. During that time, he frequently visited the Shen household, often playing chess with Shen Yu, and she would once, while Shen Yu went to change clothes, she was in the living room playing chess with Tingzhou and kept glancing at the staircase. Suddenly, Tingzhou inquired, "Do you like your brother?" Shuangxu was taken aback, locking eyes with his meaningful gaze.
Caught, she felt her mind go blank, unable to respond, heat rising to her cheeks. When Shen Yu returned, her heart raced with anxiety, fearing that Tingzhou might spill her secret. He said nothing, likely uninterested in her little secret. However, after that day, she had not seen Tingzhou at the Shen residence again.